The campus beauty invites the handsome guy to dinner, but when it comes time to pay, you're expected to foot the bill. You thought this would embarrass you, a broke loser. Unexpectedly, without much talk, you directly transferred 200,000 yuan. Everyone mocked you as a wasteful sycophant, but they didn't expect you to be even happier than they were. All of this happened because you activated the divine sycophant system, which allows you to earn cashback for spending on the goddess. Ding! Detected that the host is an extraordinary handsome guy. Binding the divine sycophant system, complete sycophant actions to earn cash rewards. Spending for the goddess also grants you cashback multipliers. For every 10 sycophant actions completed, you are guaranteed a divine reward. On your first day of school, you stood at the school gate, staring blankly at the system. At first, when you heard the term sycophant, you wanted to refuse. Who wants to be a sycophant these days? But unfortunately, the system offered too much, leaving you with no choice but to bind it. At that moment, a tender and sweet voice called out, "New students, please come this way to report." You instinctively looked over, and your eyes lit up. Damn, she's stunning. You saw a pure, breathtakingly beautiful girl, calling out loudly with enthusiasm. She was as fresh as a lotus flower, naturally beautiful. Such a first love face is something I'll never forget in my life. Gasps of admiration erupted around you, almost causing a commotion. As everyone was in awe, the system's prompt echoed in your mind again. Detected a target for sycophancy. Task issued to get to know the target. Immediately, a large crowd started heading towards the beautiful senior. You had no particular thoughts about this senior, you simply wanted to complete the task and see how impressive the system really was. You handed her your acceptance letter and said, "Hello, senior, I'm a new student here. Please take care of me in the future." The senior glanced at your notice, sized you up, then expressionlessly nodded and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to complete your enrollment procedures." And just like that, you successfully made your first approach. You squeezed through the crowd, following the beautiful senior, under the astonished gazes of countless new students. This made many people envious and regretful. If only I had known Mr. Wu could spend more time with such a beauty. Amidst the complaints, you quickly followed the senior and asked, "Thank you, senior. May I ask your name?" No need to be polite. "My name is Lin Kurson," the beautiful senior replied, her voice still sweet. Her attitude remained flat, lacking any warmth, creating a sense of distance. Clearly, she was just fulfilling a school assignment and had no interest in you. You didn't mind. What mattered to you was the system's task in your mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've completed the guidance task and earned 10,000 yuan. You've gained 100 sycophant points. Target, Lin Kurson, level, beginner. Random reward, beginner level. Cashback multiplier, 10 times. Before the system's voice even faded, your phone rang. Ding! Your account ending in 9527 received 10,000 yuan. Just for reporting, you got 10,000 yuan. If being a sycophant earns you this much effortlessly every time, at this moment, you were completely convinced by the system. It's not that you were indecisive, they just offered too much. Looking back at Lin Kurson, your eyes were already filled with desire. If the system keeps giving like this, I could really go all out. With her assistance, you quickly completed the necessary procedures, leaving only the dorm check-in. Just as you finished here, she immediately took you to the next location without pause. You blindly followed her when you noticed that the shoelace of her white sneakers had come undone, and you were about to remind her. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in your mind again. Ding! Guidance task issued. Please actively help Lin Kurson tie her shoelaces. You couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of operation is it to tie a girl's shoelaces? Do they need help with their shoelaces? You just wanted to remind Lin Kurson, but the system instructed you to tie them for her. This really feels like being a sycophant. At this moment, you realized that the so-called guidance task was the system's way of ensuring you would be a good sycophant. No wonder they call it a training system. If you hadn't said anything, who would have thought there was such a task? You froze for a moment, stopping in your tracks and failing to keep up. Lin Kurson turned around, frowning and asking, "What's wrong?" "Senior, your shoelace is undone," you said as you crouched down swiftly to tie her shoelaces. After tying them, you stood up and gave Lin Kurson a bright smile, asking with concern, "Does it feel tight?" Your actions surprised Lin Kurson for a moment, but she didn't make a big deal out of it. She had seen plenty of sycophants before. What surprised Lin Kurson was that you actually had this level of awareness, which was much better than the typical admirers. "Not bad, thanks," she replied lightly, devoid of any emotion. That sense of distance wasn't reduced at all. You were completely unconcerned about her attitude, your expression was already beaming with joy. although Lin Kurson thought you were a bit too easily satisfied. In fact, your happiness was entirely due to the additional 10,000 yuan and 100 sycophant points. You hadn't even completed the check-in procedures, and you had already earned a total of 20,000 yuan. After graduation, finding a job and working hard might not even earn you this much in a month. If you want to earn more, you'll have to sycophant harder, which means you need to strengthen your connections. Thinking of this, you casually asked, "Senior, can I add you on WeChat?" To avoid being rejected by Lin Kurson, you quickly found a reason. "Look, I'm a new student, still unfamiliar with everything. You're beautiful and kind, and you're a volunteer. So if I have any questions, can I ask you? Of course, you can rest assured I won't disturb you unnecessarily." At this point, Lin Kurson had already deemed you a sycophant. Following the principle of better to nurture a mistake than to miss an opportunity, she lightly nodded and took out her phone, saying, "All right then." After you both added each other on WeChat, you quickly arrived at the dormitory. You just need to find the dorm supervisor to register and get your keys. "I have to go back to help out, so I'll be leaving now." You quickly expressed your gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior, for your hard work. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Lin Kurson didn't respond, just turned and walked away. After handling everything, your mind was racing, thinking about how to earn more gold coins from Lin Kurson. You took out your phone and looked at the newly added Lin Kurson, and suddenly had a bright idea. I could send her a red envelope. This way, I can maintain our relationship and lay the groundwork for the future, while also getting some cash back, killing two birds with one stone. So you quickly typed and sent a message, "Senior, thank you for your help. You are the first person I met at Huda. It's my fortune to know you, and I have a feeling my college life will be wonderful." Understanding the mindset of a sycophant, you first sent a few suggestive messages to lay the groundwork, then sent a red envelope of 520 yuan with a note saying, "Thank you, senior." As soon as the message was sent, Lin Kurson's phone rang. She took out her phone, saw it was your message, and showed no reaction, choosing to ignore it completely. Then the final red envelope notification appeared, and only then did she unlock her phone to enter the chat page. Among all the red envelopes she received, 520 wasn't that much. However, having only met for less than an hour and already sending 520, this alone surpassed 99% of sycophants. He's really aware, and definitely someone worth cultivating. Lin Kurson curved her lips and casually replied, "No need to thank me, I'm a volunteer. You really didn't have to do this, it's all part of my job." Her tone was much warmer than before, now carrying some emotional undertone. "If you really think this isn't necessary, then just return the red envelope," you couldn't help but retort lightly. "Besides, it's nice to have some tea and snacks, it won't be too hard to collect the cash." You grinned and quickly replied to Lin Kurson's message. "Volunteering can be tough too. I feel for you, senior. It's just a small red envelope, nothing serious. Please don't mind it, it would be too distant otherwise. Make sure to accept it." After reading what you sent, you couldn't help but want to slap yourself, it was just too sweet. Then a system notification chimed. The host sent a red envelope to Lin Kurson. Sycophant behavior validated successfully. Earn 10,000 yuan in cash, 100 points for sycophant value. The host sent a red envelope costing 520 yuan and received a 10-fold return, totaling 5,200 yuan. The notification from the system provided you with endless comfort, preventing you from slapping yourself. That's 5,200 yuan. If being cheap is necessary, I might as well be a little cheaper. Hee hee. After entering the dorm, you cheerfully greeted your roommates. After a brief exchange, you found that they were all very friendly. At this moment, you asked, "I heard you all chatting so lively earlier. What were you talking about?" "Flirting with beautiful girls," Zhou Chu said with a grin, then asked if you saw a particularly beautiful girl when you checked in. You were slightly taken aback, not expecting them to be talking about this. Indeed, they were all youthful and full of vigor, bursting with hormones. "You must be talking about Lin Kurson. There are many beautiful seniors volunteering to greet new students, but it's only this one who's talked about so much." You nodded and said, "Of course I saw her, she even helped me with the paperwork." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingtong jumped up, exclaiming, "Wow, you're so lucky. Do you know who Lin Kurson is? She's known as the face of our Fine Arts Academy and absolute campus beauty." Hearing this, you were a bit puzzled. With Lin Kurson's looks being so top-notch, how could she still be considered a beginner target for sycophants? What are the system's criteria that seem overly strict? While you were lost in thought, Zhou Chu looked at you with envy, saying, "You're really lucky that it happened to be Lin, the campus beauty, who helped you with the paperwork. When I checked in, Ling Xiaohua was there too, but unfortunately, I wasn't as lucky as you," he said, his tone full of regret, even pounding his chest in frustration. Looking at Zhou Chu, you couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why does it feel like this guy is more of a sycophant than I am? You said, somewhat speechless, it's not that I just happened to be assigned to her. I actively sought out Lin Kurson. Zhou Chu was taken aback and exclaimed, wow, it can work like that? You shrugged, saying, I'm a new student here, and she's a volunteer helping new students. Why wouldn't that be possible? Zhou Chu felt awkward, his face turning a bit red. The reason he hadn't thought of this was simply due to his lack of courage. Seeing him deflate, Zhao Qingtong rolled his eyes at him, saying, so what if the campus beauty took you to handle the paperwork? Do you really think you can get her contact info? Zhou Chu, a bit embarrassed, raised his voice slightly. Isn't it good to spend a few more minutes with the campus beauty? Do you think I can just ask her for her contact info? Zhao Qingtong nodded, that's true. Li Yale smiled but didn't say anything. You then cleared your throat a couple of times and said, we added Fei Xin. Added Fei Xin, added the campus beauty's Fei Xin. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingtong rushed over in 3 quick steps. His face flushed with excitement. You added the campus beauty's Fei Xin? Is that true? Quickly, send me a message from her. Sending a message isn't a big deal. But since I've embraced being a sycophant, I should approach everything from a sycophant's perspective. In such situations, a sycophant should actually refuse, so you shook your head apologetically. Sorry, Xiao Qingtong, I can't pass that on to you. I'm afraid Sister Lin Shui would get upset if she found out. Besides, even if I do pass it on, she might not add you. If you want to add Sister Lin Shui, you should just find a chance to ask her directly. Don't end up not adding her and then have Lin Shui delete me. Your outright refusal left Zhao Qingtong quite dissatisfied, feeling a bit slandered, but your reasoning was sound, and he couldn't argue against it. He could only mumble in frustration, wanting the campus beauty's message won't help. Do you really think you can pursue her? Zhou Chu felt a bit off balance with envy, questioning whether you really had the campus beauty's message. He was both unconvinced and full of anticipation. If you really do, then let's see the campus beauty's moments. Let's check out what she's been posting. In fact, you were quite curious about this too. As a qualified sycophant, you should keep track of everything about your target and understand all her preferences, and moments can provide great help in that. You quickly took out your phone, opened Lin Kurson's moments, and found it was all visible. It seemed she was very keen on sharing. Her posts featured high-end venues, and during holidays, she traveled to various places. All the photos were quite upscale. Lin Kurson is indeed a top-notch beauty, but I couldn't afford a girlfriend like her. You shook your head and gave up all your fantasies. At this moment, you were contemplating how to further flatter her when suddenly an idea struck you, and you exclaimed, right, I can order her a sweet milk tea. The 3 roommates exchanged glances, thinking, dude, you're still such a sycophant. Amidst their various strange expressions, you happily opened the delivery app and ordered a milk tea, choosing the new student reception as the delivery address. Just as the delivery person was about to bring the milk tea over, you then sent a message to Lin Kurson. Senior, you've worked hard. You must be thirsty after so long. I saw on your moments that you like drinking mango sago, so I ordered you a cup. Although I specifically chose Lin Ka sugar, I still went for half sugar for a healthier option. You timed it well. Just as you sent the message, the delivery person was arriving at Lin Kurson's side. The delivery person had already run over to Lin Kurson, saying, Lin, your delivery. Kurson, when did you order milk tea? Just for yourself? That's not very considerate. Lin Kurson smiled, which was further recognition of you. It seemed this junior really had some insight. As he returned, he shook his head and replied to the girl next to him, this isn't something I ordered myself. If I had, I would have asked you all and not just ordered for myself. With that said, everyone understood what was going on and looked at him with envy. Which suitor is this for Kurson? I'm so envious of you. You don't have to say anything, and someone just sends you milk tea. Why can't I meet a guy like that? A group of girls surrounded Lin Kurson, teasing her. Although it was all in jest, their envy and jealousy were genuine. After finishing the milk tea, Lin Kurson casually replied to you with just 2 words. Thank you. In the dorm, you were already beaming with joy. The notification chimed. The host sent milk tea to Lin Kurson. Sycophant behavior validated successfully. Earned 10,000 yuan in cash, 100 points for sycophant value. The host spent 22 yuan on milk tea and received a minimum cashback of 1,000 yuan. Seeing you so delighted, Zhou Shu couldn't help but lean over to take a look. He looked down on your sycophantic behavior but was somewhat curious about what kind of response you would get. Then he saw that you had ordered milk tea, and after a long time of sending messages, Lin Kurson only replied with a simple thank you. Consequently, he looked down on you even more, saying, seriously, dude, this is all it takes to satisfy you? Li Yale approached you with some concern, saying, dude, listen to me. This roommate of yours is really something. I just want to help you out, but can you casually share something that could earn you tens of thousands of yuan? You were still quite grateful for Li Yale's concern, but you raised your hand to interrupt him, saying, bro, I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I'm aware. At this moment, Zhao Qingtong waved his hand and said, since we just met today and will be in the same dorm, I propose we go out for dinner tonight. Tianyuan Restaurant is a well-known place nearby that serves local cuisine, with an average cost of over 200 yuan per person. At this moment, the four of you were sitting there looking at the menu. Suddenly, a group of chirpy female college students walked in, giggling and laughing, capturing everyone's attention. Look, it's the campus beauty. Zhou Chu instantly stood up in excitement, his eyes filled with infatuation. You turned to look in the direction of the voice, and leading the group was Lin Kurson. Here was your chance to score some cash. At this moment, Zhao Qingtong slyly looked at you and said, didn't you add the campus beauty on Feishin? Why not go over and say hi, see if she acknowledges you? You looked at him playfully, thinking, aren't you the one who wanted to add the campus beauty's message? Isn't this a great opportunity? Zhao Qingtong's heart raced. He really wanted to approach Lin Kurson and strike up a conversation, but he couldn't bring himself to stand up, finding excuses for himself. It's too noisy in the restaurant. This isn't a good time to get to know her. If I want to meet Lin Xiaohua, I have to create a romantic encounter. You knew he was just being stubborn and couldn't help but roll your eyes. Not wanting to look down on him, you stood up and strode over to where Lin Kurson's group had settled. Lin Shui invited you all to eat here too? Under everyone's gaze, you walked over with a beaming smile and greeted them. This group of chirpy girls, a total of 8, were all looking at you with curious eyes, occasionally whispering and giggling, commenting on you. Lin Kurson's response was as calm as ever, simply murmuring a soft You didn't mind this and turned to the others, saying, hello, seniors. I'm a new student in the Visual Communication Design program. Thank you for your hard work today. I'd like to treat you all to this meal. Please feel free to order whatever you want. Don't hold back. After saying this generously, you directly told the waiter, hello, I'm at table 17, and I'll cover the bill for this table. This wasn't an uncommon request, and the waiter was already used to it. All right, sir, I understand. The waiter nodded in confirmation. You didn't linger and directly said goodbye, seniors, enjoy your meal and drinks. I won't disturb you any longer. Then, in a sycophantic manner, you added for Lin Kurson, senior, if you need anything, just call me anytime. Lin Kurson remained non-committal to this, offering no response whatsoever. You didn't wait for Lin Kurson to respond and walked away with a carefree attitude. Your awareness of not lingering after just paying the bill once again pleased Lin Kurson, adding quite a few points to your favor. Many sycophants who had been passed over by Lin Kurson failed to understand their place and lacked self-awareness. Some even tried to sit down and eat after casually paying the bill, completely clueless. As a sycophant, you had more insight and made things easier for everyone. After you left, a group of girls laughed and teased Lin Kurson, saying, Campus Beauty Lin, your charm is becoming irresistible. It's only the first day of school, and you've already captivated this new student. Lin Kurson enjoyed this banter, playfully feigning innocence, saying, you can't blame me. I didn't do it on purpose. A group of girls laughed and joked for a while before someone grabbed the menu and looked at Lin Kurson, saying, Kurson, what are you ordering? You said you'd treat us, so we can't turn down her kindness. Having spent a lot of time with Lin Kurson, they had become accustomed to such things. Their experience helped them understand what the focus should be. Even though you said to order freely, who knows if you're just trying to show off? If they really ordered casually like before and ended up with something they couldn't afford, wouldn't that just put them in a bind? They didn't want to fall for that again. Regarding this issue, Lin Kurson was also uncertain. She had known you for less than a day and had already received a 520 yuan red envelope and a cup of milk tea. There wasn't enough information to make a judgment. However, this was a perfect opportunity to further test your worth, so she said, feel free to order, it's okay. Up until now, she was genuinely pleased with your performance. If you're not short on cash, that's even better. She even felt a bit more anticipation towards you. When Wan Sui heard this, the other girls cheered. We're getting the campus beauty's favor today, so we won't hold back. Come on, hand me the menu. I love this casual ordering vibe. Hold on, let's take turns. If we all order freely, no one will be left out. Since everyone's so happy, why don't we have some wine? This bottle of red wine is 680 yuan. It seems pretty good. These girls originally came to enjoy a nice meal and update their social media with photos. Now that there was someone to foot the bill, they felt free to indulge. After going through the menu, they ordered over 20 dishes, filling the not-so-small table completely, along with 3 bottles of red wine. When the food and drinks arrived, they naturally took photos for their social media before digging in, enjoying their meal and drinks to the fullest. In contrast, your group looked a bit shabby. You were sitting at a small table and had only ordered 8 dishes for 4 people. Although Zhao Qingtong still pretended to be generous, waving his hand to indicate to order freely, putting on the airs of a host. However, Zhou Chu didn't hold back and quickly ordered 3 large dishes. Yu and Li Yale, as well as Zhao Qingtong, merely added a few more dishes to his order. If you were spending your own money, it wouldn't matter how you ordered since you're not worried about expenses. However, you needed to consider Li Yale's feelings since you were splitting the bill. Before long, after you all ate and drank to your heart's content and were casually chatting, Lin Kerson's group had also feasted and enjoyed their drinks. Those girls were all very satisfied, enjoying their meal thoroughly. It had been a long time since they had eaten so heartily. One of them even burped and asked, "Ladies, have you all eaten well?" After looking at each other, the group collectively turned their attention to Lin Kerson. "Lin University campus bell, everyone is full now. Shouldn't we let you come over to settle the bill? Although you've already confirmed with the waiter that he will come to pay, it's not appropriate to just wipe your mouth and leave. Let's not even talk about manners. What if they leave and you change your mind?" Lin Kerson elegantly wiped her mouth, nodded, and then said, "Who among you will go over and give him a reminder?" A girl next to her picked up her wine glass and stood up. "I'll count this, and then you will see him quietly walking towards your table, holding the last sip of red wine in his cup with a subtle smile." "Zhang Che, are these 3 your roommates?" "Well, they are all juniors. Hello juniors. As a senior, I first welcome you to Hu University, to the Fine Arts College. I raise a glass to you. We've already finished eating and are about to leave, you take your time." This senior was warm and generous, making Zhao Qingting and Zhou Chu feel a bit flattered. Nominally here to toast and greet, she was actually here to inform Zhang Che that he could go settle the bill. Zhang Che certainly understood and had no objections. He was looking forward to this moment, so he deliberately dragged his feet with Li Yale and the others. Otherwise, they would have left long ago. "We're just about to leave too," Zhang Che replied and strode towards the counter, settling the bill under the collective gaze of the girls. "Hello, sir, the total is 5,306 yuan. I'll round it down for you, you can pay 5,300. The cashier printed out a long receipt, smiling as she handed it over. He couldn't help but wonder if Lin Kei had some kind of special magic. "Well, that's true," Zhang Che didn't deny it, looking completely nonchalant. "But even though I was deliberately dragging it out, Zhao Qingtang and Zhou Chu cooperating like this is also to see Senior Lin a few more times, right? If it weren't for that, could these two really hold their composure?" The two of them blushed, clearly unwilling to admit it. "We're not the same as you, don't drag us into this." Zhang Che curled his lip in disdain, but still changed the subject, asking, "How much did we spend? How much is it per person?" Zhao Qingtang, who was in charge of the bill, took the cue, a total of 836, which comes to 209 per person. "Li Yale has already given me his share." Before he could finish, Zhang Che had already sent him the money. "I've sent you my share too, check it." Zhao Qingtong's words were interrupted, and he shrugged in annoyance. "Actually, I wanted to say, there's really no need to be so polite with me. I can afford a few thousand." Zhang Che and Li Yale remained firm. "We know you're not short on money, but a deal is a deal." Among the three, only Zhou Chu accepted Zhao Qingtong's kindness. Zhou Chu thought Li Yale was too proud and stubborn, not knowing how to take advantage of a good deal, just a pure fool. As for Zhang Che, being so wealthy yet so stingy made him even more disdainful. Clearly a true tycoon, spending money lavishly, yet he couldn't get a single advantage from him. Damn it, having money yet only knowing how to be a sycophant. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became, unable to resist asking, "Zhang Che, how much did you spend on treating Lin and the others?" Zhang Che pulled out the receipt. "Not much, 5,300. Zhao Qingtang curiously took the receipt and was instantly dumbfounded. "What the hell? 5,300. In a restaurant where the average cost was just over 200 per person, their 4 people spent 839, which was normal. Lin Kei and her group of 8, all girls, had smaller appetites than boys. The number of people only doubled, yet the spending increased nearly 6-fold. Even excluding the 20-40 for drinks, that was already quite extravagant. In an instant, Zhao Qingtang wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. With a monthly living expense of 10,000, he felt invincible, boasting about not being short on money. By this standard, his monthly living expenses wouldn't even cover 2 meals for others. He had originally thought about pursuing Lin Kei, believing he could win over this campus beauty. Now, that thought had completely vanished. As for Zhang Che, although he still felt uncomfortable inside, he had to admit that he was indeed richer than him. He could look down on Zhang Che as a sycophant to find some sense of superiority. But the reality was, compared to Zhang Che, he didn't even have the ability to be a sycophant. While he was feeling mixed emotions, Li Yale leaned over to take a look. Then, he couldn't help but shake his head. They really know how to eat, averaging over 600 each. It turns out they don't care when it's not their own money. Zhou Chu sneered coldly, mocking Zhang Che. "You can't even afford to treat your roommates, yet you're so generous with women? He curled his lip. If you spend money on your brothers, at least you can gain 3 godsons. If you spend money on women, what do you get? Look, they won't even share a car with you back to school, you're just a tool. These words were indeed correct. It was just the way it was. Unfortunately, Zhou Chu wasn't trying to advise Zhang Che. He and Li Yale were completely different in mindset. Zhang Che didn't appreciate it and was too lazy to say much. He simply replied, I enjoy it. Zhou Chu was momentarily taken aback, snorting, stubborn as a mule. These two clearly weren't on the same path, and Li Yale stepped in to mediate. All right, stop talking nonsense, let's head back. The 4 of them took a taxi back to school, and after washing up, it was already quite late. Each lay on their beds, chatting idly while scrolling through their phones, debating whether to play games together. Zhang Che didn't join in. Instead, he focused on the system, appearing as if he had already fallen asleep. Entering the system interface, he opened what was called the dog liquor base, feeling as if he had entered a game. In this dog liquor base, there were all sorts of buildings: dog liquor classroom, dog liquor gym, dog liquor stadium, dog liquor farm, dog liquor sanatorium. What kind of nonsense is this? He casually opened the dog liquor sanatorium and then saw the introduction on it. Dog liquor sanatorium level. Beginner activating this function will assess the host's physical condition, equivalent to a comprehensive physical examination. The host can spend dog liquor points to utilize this function for recuperation, removing negative effects and keeping the body in optimal condition. Required dog liquor points to activate, 100 points. Dog liquor points required for each recuperation, 100 points, limited to once a day. In simple terms, this sanatorium allows one to check if there are any issues with their body. If there are, they can use dog liquor points to improve it. If that's the case, doesn't it mean he won't have to worry about being plagued by illness in the future? Zhang Che instantly became excited. Who wouldn't want their body to remain healthy forever? Without hesitation, this had to be activated. It must be activated. If the purpose of the sanatorium is to regulate the body, then the stadium and gym must be for exercising, right? What's the difference between fitness and sports? With questions and curiosity, he clicked to understand in detail and finally grasped the functions of these two. The stadium mainly offers aerobic exercises like jogging and swimming, as well as ball sports. The gym, on the other hand, focuses on anaerobic exercises, used for shaping and building muscle. Activating the stadium would allow him to spend dog liquor points to use this function, which not only helps in exercising but also allows him to learn the chosen sport. Wow, I don't even have to exercise personally, I can just click here to work out and shape my body? What kind of cyber fitness is this, so amazing? Zhang Che was shocked. He had long suspected that this dog liquor base would be incredible, but he didn't expect it to be this incredible. This was simply too satisfying, the only regret being that he currently had too few dog liquor points. It seemed he would have to work harder in the future. Through the dog liquor base, one could recuperate, exercise, and learn skills. The functions of the dog liquor base completely covered all aspects of reality. This meant that as long as he had enough dog liquor points, he could easily satisfy any learning desire. No need to exhaust himself, no need to spend time and energy, just a simple click. With such an incredible system in existence, Zhang Che couldn't imagine what he would grow into in the future. However, that was a matter for later. Right now, he only had 500 dog liquor points, and the functions he could activate were still too few. So, what should he activate first? Skills were not a pressing need for now, so he could set that aside. The body is the foundation of revolution. First and foremost, he needed to take care of his health. There's a saying that goes well, thoughts can be dirty, but the body must be healthy, because only a strong physique can support a filthy soul. After understanding what the dog liquor base truly was, Zhang Che didn't hesitate and activated the sanatorium first. Dog liquor sanatorium activation complete. Assessing the host's physical condition. After activating this function module, he immediately received feedback. A 3D scan image of his body appeared on the system interface, and it was completely naked. Every part of his body, every inch of skin, was scanned in all directions. Soon, an incredibly detailed result was produced. As a young man who had just reached adulthood, there were certainly no major issues with his body. However, there were indeed quite a few minor problems. Mild myopia, less than 100 degrees. It goes without saying that this was caused by studying and using electronic devices. He was doing quite well, as many students in this campus wore glasses. Tendinitis, mild. This was caused by excessive writing and overuse of his fingers. Additionally, there were minor issues with his lumbar spine and gastrointestinal system, but nothing serious. These ailments were almost all related to the 12 years of hard study. Being a student was truly not easy. Overall, the system's assessment indicated that his physical condition was poor and his build was on the thin side. Zhang Che was not surprised by this. After all, he had spent 3 years in high school doing exercises and had never attended a physical education class. Using the Lick Dog Rehabilitation Center, these issues could be easily resolved. The system provided a rehabilitation plan based on his physical condition, requiring a total of 10 sessions. 1 session per day, each requiring 100 Lick Dog points, totaling 1,000 points. After confirming the start of rehabilitation, his 3D avatar entered the rehabilitation chamber. The Lick Dog Rehabilitation Center icon displayed a prominent undergoing rehabilitation label. Rehabilitation could eliminate physical problems, but to enhance his physique, he still needed to exercise. Therefore, Zhang Che quickly activated the Lick Dog Gym and chose jogging as his first cybersport. Like the Lick Dog Rehabilitation Center, activating the Lick Dog Gym also cost 100 Lick Dog points. After activation, regardless of the type of exercise chosen, it would always cost 100 Lick Dog points per session, limited to once a day. After selecting jogging, there were more detailed explanations. He could receive the most professional training, with each session equivalent to 1 hour of real-world exercise, but yielding 10 times the effect. In other words, he not only didn't need to jog in person, but he could achieve the results of 10 hours of others' efforts in just 1 hour. Moreover, it was under the most professional training conditions. More importantly, he could acquire relevant skills and knowledge, truly as if he had received the most professional training. Although it's so amazing just to cultivate lick dogs, it's somewhat speechless. But, well, I love it. Zhang Che wanted to learn a lot, but he had been limited by conditions in the past. Now, all he lacked was lick dog points. He continuously studied the lick dog base, pondering what he should learn first once he had enough lick dog points. He was daydreaming about his future life when he unknowingly fell asleep. The next day, as dawn broke, the entire dormitory building was already bustling. It is said that the first year of college is like the fourth year of high school, and many people still maintain their high school habits, their biological clocks still in sync. Zhang Che rolled out of bed, and the first thing he did was send a message to Lin Kei to say hello. Good morning, senior. It's a new day again, wishing you a good mood like mine. After sending the message, he casually tossed his phone aside and rushed into the bathroom. He knew without looking that Lin Kei would definitely not reply. At this time, whether she was awake or not, if she were to reply to every greeting, she would be exhausted. Even if she did reply, it would surely be after a considerable amount of time. He quickly finished washing up, and while Zhao Qingtong and Zhou Chu were still dawdling, he had already rushed out of the dormitory. Zhang Che, where are you going? Li Yale couldn't help but ask, only to hear his voice drifting back from outside the door. I'm going to buy breakfast for Senior Lin. Li Yale. Zhou Chu curled his lips in disdain again. This lick dog is really hopeless. Will always be a. If he can win over Lin, the campus beauty, I'll perform a handstand and run in circles. Zhang Che was unaware that he had once again left his roommate speechless. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He quickly made his way to the cafeteria, happily filling his stomach first. Although he was acting like the purpose of being was to improve his own life, and he couldn't lose sight of that. Every place has its own eating habits, and every place has its own breakfast. Before this, his breakfast had mostly been rice noodles, all kinds of rice noodles. In the cafeteria, the main breakfast offerings were soup dumplings, pan-fried buns, noodles, and so on, with a rich variety. He had eaten buns before, but buns were indeed different from each other, and it was his first time trying pan-fried buns. Although the school cafeteria was hard to describe, it still allowed him to experience the joy of tasting different delicacies. After he leisurely finished eating, he bought an extra portion and quickly headed to the girls' dormitory. At this time, the girls' dormitory was quite lively. Besides many girls who had dressed up beautifully and were heading out, there were also quite a few boys carrying breakfast, rushing to deliver it. Just as he reached the entrance and became part of the crowd, he saw two boys confronting each other fiercely. Today, I specifically went to Kai Kai's soup dumpling shop to queue for crab meat soup dumplings. She will definitely choose me. Put, is Kai Kai's soup dumpling that rare? I brought wontons specially from old Shanghai. Kui is already tired of buns. Today she will definitely eat my wontons. The two were glaring at each other, and it looked like they were about to fight, leaving Zhang Che dumbfounded. No way, guys, is being this competitive? He had never heard of Kai Kai's soup dumplings or old Shanghai wontons, but he could tell they were definitely more upscale than the cafeteria's offerings. They specifically queued for it, while he just casually grabbed a portion from the cafeteria. How could that compare? He realized he had been thinking too simply and couldn't help but sigh. He only thought that he should deliver breakfast to the goddess. He had completely failed to realize that he wasn't the only one delivering breakfast to Lin Kui, and that delivering breakfast was quite a meticulous affair. Zhang Che had originally rushed over to show off his affection hoping to earn some points, but instead, he faced a crushing blow. The two were already sparking with tension, refusing to back down. Nearby, there were several others also holding breakfast, casting half disdainful and half hostile glances. He wasn't the only one delivering breakfast to Lin Kui, nor was he the only one who had already started arguing. The competition was far more than he had imagined. Damn, do you guys have a system too? And can you earn coins from Lin Kui? Zhang Che felt frustrated. Looking at their reactions, he thought they might be getting more rewards than he was, otherwise, how could they be so enthusiastic? He scanned the area, understood the current situation, and immediately decided to back off. Fine, you guys are impressive, this time, you win. He didn't want to compete with these people for a chance to please Lin Kui, nor did he want to argue and get flustered over it. He didn't mind being for the sake of earning coins, but if he was going to be he still had to wait for her to pick him. If she didn't choose him, he wouldn't even get to be that he couldn't accept. He turned to leave, initially thinking of just throwing away the breakfast in his hand, but then he thought wasting food was shameful, so he might as well take it back to feed his roommates. He wasn't sure if Li Yale and Zhao Qingdong would want to eat, but Zhou Chu definitely wouldn't waste this breakfast. Just as he turned around, he heard the system prompt ringing in his mind again. Development guidance task released. Please head to the base to activate the restaurant. After activating the Lick Dog restaurant, the host can personally create unique delicacies for the objects of affection. With delicious food and heartfelt preparation, the host can stand out among the crowd of lick dogs and enjoy the experience even more. Standing out among a group of lick dogs? Enjoying it even more? The system's words made Zhang Che feel a bit overwhelmed. However, if he overlooked this point, it would undoubtedly provide him with the strongest support. The food made by the system would certainly not be inferior to what could be bought on the market. If he could conquer Lin Kei's appetite, she would never accept breakfast from other lick dogs again. Securing Lin Kei's breakfast would mean he could reliably earn 10,000 yuan and 100 lick dog points every day. In this way, those lick dogs wouldn't have to compete anymore, saving them from bloody battles, which could be considered a good deed. However, activating the lick dog restaurant required 100 lick dog points, and making breakfast also needed lick dog points. But now, he only had 100 lick dog points left, just enough to activate it. Could it be that this time he really had to settle for this? Not earning the reward for delivering breakfast made him feel as if he had lost a billion. But there's no other way. I can only think of another way to earn lick dog points. Wait, I now have 100 lick dog points to activate the restaurant. Once activated, I will complete the task, and then I will earn another 100 lick dog points, so I can make it directly. Zhang Che slapped his forehead, realizing the brilliant point. He almost cried from his own foolishness. After noticing this, he quickly opened the system interface and found the lick dog restaurant to activate it. After activation, the building icon lit up, and he could then access all functions. This so-called restaurant covered the cuisines of all countries and ethnicities in the world. No matter if it was Chinese or Western cuisine, any dish could be made through this. Moreover, the process of making it was also a learning experience. Yesterday, he chose to jog at the Lick Dog Sports Center for cyber sports, and today he felt different. His mind had already gained some knowledge and experience about jogging, as if he had truly learned it. How to warm up, how to adjust breathing, how to stretch. These were all things he had never encountered before, but now he had some understanding. However, since he had only done it once, the knowledge was still vague, and he needed more practice to fully master it. As for the specific changes in his body, there was no obvious feeling for the same reason. Opening the restaurant, Zhang Che roughly understood the options and directly ignored the others, heading straight for the breakfast area of Magic City. The local breakfasts of Magic City were all listed there. Making one required 10 lick dog points. He only needed to make it 10 times to basically master the method of the selected breakfast. However, to master it proficiently, he would need to make it 100 times. After making it 1,000 times, he could reach a level of mastery, becoming a grandmaster in making this type of food. The 10 lick dog points required by the restaurant were actually the cost of purchasing ingredients. There was a lick dog farm in the lick dog base, and if activated for planting and raising ingredients, he could save this expense. However, whether planting or raising, it seemed that lick dog points were also needed, so there wasn't much difference. These were all matters for later. Zhang Che didn't pay them any mind and set them aside. The most important thing now was, of course, to quickly prepare a breakfast for Lin Kei. Missing out on the opportunity to earn gold coins was a sin. After completing the task and receiving the money and lick dog points, he first spent 10 lick dog points to carefully prepare a breakfast for Lin Kei. This breakfast was not just a single type. It includes 2 soup dumplings, 2 crystal shrimp dumplings, 2 pan-fried buns, 2 rice balls, and 2 pieces of pot stickers. Also, a full cup of soy milk. After preparing breakfast, he spent 10 points of licking dog value to exchange for an exceptionally exquisite food box, which he customized. It can make breakfast and also provide customizable food boxes. System, oh system, you really put in a lot of effort to help me be a good licking dog. After taking the food box along with the breakfast out of the system space, Zhang Che couldn't help but feel his fingers itching to eat. This portion looked very delicious, with a perfect combination of color, aroma, and taste. Unfortunately, he had already eaten too much in the cafeteria and couldn't eat anymore at that moment. Senior Lin, oh Senior Lin, I haven't even eaten the breakfast I made myself, you should be grateful. Clicking the icon to make it also counts as making it by hand, no problem there. Zhang Che carried the food box and didn't go back to compete with the other licking dogs, that would be too embarrassing. He first returned to the dormitory and gave the portion he brought from the cafeteria to Zhou Chu. Then he took a picture of the carefully prepared breakfast and sent it to Lin Kei via a message. Senior Lin, are you awake? I made you breakfast, can I bring it over to you? If he just stood downstairs waiting with the breakfast, how would Lin Kei know he had brought it? Just saying he was delivering breakfast wouldn't make Lin Kei choose his portion. So, the best choice was, of course, to present it directly. Zhang Che was absolutely confident that as long as Lin Kei saw the picture, she would definitely not be able to refuse. Sure enough, as soon as he sent the message, he immediately received a reply from Lin Kei. For a licking dog, an instant reply from the goddess was basically like winning a small lottery. However, Zhang Che didn't feel that way. As long as he could deliver the breakfast and get the reward, he didn't care about anything else. He felt neither joy nor disappointment. Zhang Che showcased his licking dog potential by helping tie shoelaces and successfully added Lin Kei to his messages. He also managed to stay on Lin Kei's friend list with a 520 yuan red envelope without being set to Do Not Disturb. Last night's 5,300 yuan bill also further improved Lin Kei's rating of him. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Kei woke up and saw his greeting message. To be precise, it should be the greeting messages including his. Although these messages weren't set to Do Not Disturb, Lin Kei didn't mind. They were worth reading, but that didn't mean she had to reply. Good morning. She greeted her roommate while rubbing her eyes and sleepily went to wash up. Just as she was washing her face and waking up, her phone rang again. Instinctively pulling out her phone, she saw the exquisite breakfast picture sent by Zhang Che. Guliolu. Her stomach immediately growled, and she even salivated due to the reflex. Although she never needed to go to the cafeteria for breakfast, no matter where she wanted breakfast from, she didn't need to go in person. She could have breakfast from all over the city without leaving her dormitory. The delivery coverage was even broader. But she had never looked forward to a breakfast like this, feeling an urge of impatience. You can bring it over. She decisively replied to Zhang Che, and her mood improved significantly as she quickened her washing speed. Kei, are you done yet? Her roommate Li Ling, who had already finished washing up, called out to the bathroom. I'm so hungry, should we go downstairs and get some breakfast from your licking dogs? What Zhang Che didn't know was that even Lin Kei didn't personally go to pick up the breakfast. Usually, it was her roommate who helped, going down to fetch the breakfast delivered by the licking dogs. As for which meal Lin Kei actually ate, it was all conveyed by these roommates. Because of Lin Kei's presence, these roommates also benefited quite a bit, saving a large sum on breakfast. Not only could they eat for free, but they could also order whatever they wanted. No matter what they wanted to eat, as long as they said it was what Lin Kei wanted, they could definitely have it the next day. Even if the licking dogs knew that it was what they wanted to eat, or that the breakfast they bought was ultimately eaten by her, they wouldn't mind. It was nothing wrong for the roommates to please the goddess, it was even necessary. If you want to eat, just go get it, why be polite? Lin Kei said as she applied face cream and walked out of the bathroom, first addressing Li Ling. Then, looking in the mirror, she added, just take yours, mine is unnecessary. Li Ling was taken aback. Aren't you hungry? Lin Kei smiled as she changed into a beautiful outfit. Zhang Che also brought me breakfast, I'm eating his. As soon as Zhang Che was mentioned, Li Ling became excited. She was one of the 8 who went out to eat last night and had already formed a deep impression of Zhang Che. Kei, this new licking dog of yours is really not bad. Yesterday we spent over 5,300, and he didn't even frown when he settled the bill. And just because he treated you to a meal, he was so happy it was like he was on cloud 9. Handsome, rich, and so easily satisfied, he's simply a top-notch catch. Lin Kei actually thought the same, but she remained much calmer. It's too early to say he's top-notch, let's wait and see. I hope he won't disappoint me. No sooner had she said this than her phone buzzed with a message from Zhang Che. Senior Lin, I'm here, come down to get it. Lin Kei glanced at it and casually replied, coming. Then she called to Li Ling, let's go down together. Li Ling was surprised, Kei, you're actually going down to get it yourself? This was unprecedented. Lin Kei had never gone downstairs herself before. You'll know in a bit, Lin Kei smiled, offering no further explanation. In her view, Zhang Che deserved a bit more feedback from her, so he would perform better and put in more effort. When Zhang Che arrived again at the dormitory building, the two licking dogs were still staring blankly. However, they didn't actually get into a fight. He didn't wait long. Within 3 minutes, the beautifully dressed Lin Kei came down with her roommate Li Ling. Upon seeing the main character arrive, the licking dog's eyes lit up, and they rushed forward in a swarm. Kei, this is the soup dumplings I specially bought for you from Kai Kai Xiaolong. A group of licking dogs vied to show off, presenting their respective breakfasts. Zhang Che, sitting back and watching, looked at this group of licking dogs as if they were clowns. Damn, others look at me like this too. He suddenly felt a bit choked up. At this moment, Lin Kei had already rejected those licking dogs. I'm sorry, although I really appreciate your kindness, I've already made plans with someone today. While she said sorry, there was not a hint of regret in Lin Kei's demeanor. She completely disregarded the licking dog's reactions and walked straight towards Zhang Che. Zhang Che quickly handed over the food box in his hand. Senior, here you go. Lin Kei took it and replied lightly, thank you. Zhang Che was overjoyed, his eyes nearly squinting into slits from smiling. Senior, why be polite with me? If you like, I can make you breakfast every day. Lin Kei responded again, Although she still didn't say much, compared to before, it was no longer so stiff, and one could feel the distance had closed quite a bit. However, Zhang Che's attention had never been on this, so he completely failed to notice. He was only focused on his own happiness and did not realize the affirmation that Lin Kei had further released. The host sends breakfast to Lin Kei, licking dog behavior confirmed, earning 10,000 yuan in cash, earning 100 licking dog points. The breakfast sent by the host is worth 45 yuan, triggering a guaranteed cashback, earning 1,000 yuan in cashback. This system prompt proved one thing. Things obtained from the licking dog base could also earn cashback when given as gifts. The system would price based on real-world situations and then provide corresponding cashback. Breakfast generally wouldn't cost too much, basically just enough to get the guaranteed cashback. However, earning 1,000 yuan every day was not a small amount. Over a month, that would be 30,000 yuan, surpassing the salaries of most people. What made Zhang Che even happier was confirming that things obtained from the licking dog base could also earn cashback. Right now it was breakfast, but who knows, maybe in the future he could send something more expensive. While he was feeling pleased, Lin Kei had already turned around with the food box and headed back. The other licking dogs all looked at him with hostility, as if they were ready to duel him. Look at them, and then look at yourselves. No wonder Qi doesn't choose you. Li Ling also noticed Zhang Che's exquisite food box, which was simply incomparable to those ordinary takeout packages. Learn from this in the future. She shook her head and lectured the licking dogs, then reached out to take the breakfast. Give it to me, I'll help you deal with this. Lin Kei and Li Ling returned to the dormitory with the breakfast, and the other two roommates immediately surrounded them. They were also surprised that Lin Kei had personally gone downstairs to get breakfast and were very curious about it. What kind of magic did this breakfast have that could make the campus beauty make an exception? Who was it that could make the campus beauty treat them specially? It should be known that among all the licking dogs, getting up before dawn to queue for breakfast and then delivering it to the goddess was the lowest of the low. If you were a tall, rich, and handsome guy, you wouldn't even care whether the other person had breakfast or not, and it wouldn't affect the score they gave you. Even if a tall, rich, and handsome guy wanted to send breakfast, would he need to personally queue or deliver it himself? Only those who couldn't show their goodwill to the goddess in other ways would put their thoughts into finding ways to send breakfast. Licking dogs of this level would never catch her eye. Before this, no one who could make Lin Kei respond had ever come to deliver breakfast. But this time, it overturned that situation. Wow, what an exquisite box. Before these two roommates could ask further, they were attracted by the food box in Lin Kei's hand. The square food box was made of solid wood, looking like a fine piece of craftsmanship. Exquisite and beautiful, it looked very high-end at first glance. I have to say, this new licking dog of yours is indeed very thoughtful. Li Ling directly took out her phone. Let me take a picture first. The other two roommates also took out their phones, and after aiming the camera, they gasped again. Look, there are words on it. This heart drawing, TSK TSK. Only good food and love should not be disappointed. Breakfast for Senior Lin. The roommate said while winking at Lin Kei. This sentence is quite clear in its implication. The food was in the box, and what love referred to was obvious. Lin Kei had already noticed, but she didn't care at all. Good food indeed should not be disappointed. As she spoke, she opened the food box, and a delicate breakfast with color, aroma, and flavor immediately presented itself. Wow, this is too exquisite, right? Li Ling exclaimed again. The moment I opened it, I even felt like there was a bright light flashing. Lin Kei also didn't expect that the actual breakfast was even more exquisite than the photo Zhang Che had sent. A breakfast and a cup of soy milk, still steaming hot. Looking at the delightful sight and inhaling the enticing aroma, Lin Kei couldn't help but swallow. She no longer cared about anything else, picked up the equally exquisite chopsticks from the food box, and placed a crystal shrimp dumpling into her mouth. Immediately, her expression became exaggerated. Delicious, really too good. She instantly discarded her image and eagerly devoured a soup dumpling. Li Ling and the other two watched, drooling, looking at her with hopeful eyes. Kei, can we have a taste too? This breakfast was quite substantial. It wouldn't be fair if she didn't even let her roommates have a bite. Although she was a bit reluctant, Lin Kei nodded. Kei, you are really too good. Li Ling cheered and then took out utensils from another breakfast box sent by other admirers, unceremoniously grabbing a soup dumpling. The other two grabbed a pan-fried bun and a pot sticker, respectively. As they put these delicacies in their mouths, their expressions also became exceptionally vivid. Delicious, really delicious, this is the best pan-fried bun I've ever had. What old brand? Kei, all those admirers of yours combined can't compare to this. Damn, we forgot to take pictures. They had taken pictures of the food boxes, but only remembered after finishing eating that such an exquisite breakfast hadn't been photographed, which felt like a waste. Otherwise, if they posted it in their little yellow book, how many likes would they get? Let's put the photos aside for now. The real problem is that there's simply not enough to eat. After having a soup dumpling, Li Ling looked longingly at Lin Kei. The other two had expressions that mirrored hers. If Lin Kei ate this breakfast alone, the portion was indeed quite ample. But if divided into 4 portions, it would only be a taste, and no one would be full. Li Ling had also brought up the other breakfasts sent by admirers. The problem was that after having something so delicious, eating anything else felt like chewing wax, utterly tasteless. The 4 of them stared at the empty exquisite food box, all still wanting more. Thanks to our Lin campus beauty, we've practically tasted all the breakfasts in the entire city. How come we never discovered something so delicious before? Where on earth did you buy this? If I had known, I would have gone to buy it long ago. Sisters, it seems we don't even need to buy it ourselves, right? Li Ling and the other two said, once again turning their gaze to Lin Kei. Kei, can you ask your admirer where he bought this breakfast? If it's convenient, ask him to send a few more over. We can pay. This suggestion received unanimous agreement from the other two, who echoed in chorus. Yes, yes, yes. Have him send a few more over. It doesn't matter if we pay. Lin Kei wanted to eat more too. Besides, isn't it only natural to make use of admirers? She nodded and took out her phone, editing a message to send to Zhang Che. Where did you buy this breakfast? No unnecessary pleasantries, she got straight to the point. Zhang Che replied instantly, Senior, I made this for you myself. How do you like the taste? Do you like it? If you like it, I can make it for you every day. Just tell me what you want to eat. Zhang Che had already mentioned that he made these breakfasts himself. However, Lin Kei habitually ignored that part and focused on the main point. At this moment, she felt a bit surprised. He said he made it himself. Li Ling's eyes widened in shock. Kei, this admirer Zhang Che who makes breakfast for you isn't the first. But to make it this delicious, he really is one of a kind. Could it be that he's actually a chef? If that's the case, you're in for a treat in the future. Previously, there had been several people who tried to move Lin Kei by making breakfast themselves. However, regardless of their intentions or the breakfast they prepared, Lin Kei never paid much attention to it. This time was different. Although being moved was impossible, there was no doubt about the deliciousness. Isn't this perfect? Let him make a few more portions to send over. These roommates didn't consider that making it by hand would be quite troublesome, nor did they think about whether it would be convenient to make a few more. What they thought was simply to have Lin Kei ask Zhang Che to send a few more portions. Lin Kei held her phone, editing the message again, first expressing her astonishment as if to confirm. Did you really make all these breakfasts by yourself? Zhang Che replied instantly, Of course, how could I possibly lie to you, Senior? Lin Kei, thank you, they are really delicious. Zhang Che, Senior, you are being too polite with me. Receiving your acknowledgement is my honor. Lin Kei, I shared the breakfast you made with my roommates, and they liked it too, but we didn't eat enough. Do you think you could make a few more if it's convenient? If it's convenient, could you make one more of each for us? If not, then forget it. She not only acknowledged the breakfast Zhang Che made but also expressed her gratitude to him. Finally, she made a request and asked if it was convenient. However, Zhang Che couldn't help but chuckle. This tactic is indeed quite skilled. Although Lin Kei sent a text message, Zhang Che felt as if he could hear her unique, subtle tone. In his mind, the corresponding expressions of these campus beauties immediately surfaced. If it's inconvenient, then forget it? This was not at all about not wanting to trouble Zhang Che, rather, it was full of PUA. It was telling him that if he couldn't even fulfill this small request, then don't expect her to look at him properly. As for acknowledging his breakfast and thanking him, that was purely a formality. It was simply a part of the routine, with no sincerity behind it. He saw everything clearly. However, he didn't care at all. To him, this was just like taking on extra work. It was an opportunity for a big reward. If he really had to make it by hand in the conventional sense, he definitely wouldn't have enough time. But this was just a matter of clicking a few buttons on the system interface, easy as pie. What are you saying, senior? Since it's your request, I will definitely make it convenient no matter what. Your roommates are my friends too. I'm just as happy if they enjoy the breakfast I make. It just needs a bit of time, so please wait a moment, senior. I'll get started right away. It will take about half an hour. Once I'm done, I'll contact you when I deliver it to the bottom of your dorm building. Zhang Che readily agreed, and to Lin Kei and the others, these messages were also instant replies. This meant that Lin Kei's somewhat difficult request was accepted without any hesitation. Lin Kei and Li Ling seemed to see Zhang Che's excited expression from this exchange. TSK, Zhang Che is really putting in the effort. Li Ling couldn't help but laugh again, teasing, Kei, he can rank among your many admirers, right? The other two roommates laughed along. If he didn't work so hard, would we have such delicious breakfast? Half an hour is just about right. We can wait. Waiting was fine, but they were a bit anxious. Seeing Zhang Che agree made them salivate, making the half hour feel particularly long. Kei, has your admirer arrived yet? Come on, it's only been less than 10 minutes. It's been 20 minutes. Can't he come a bit earlier? I can't wait any longer. Why don't you ask him if he's done? Lin Kei was actually quite anxious, even feeling a bit restless. But as a goddess, how could she show impatience to a sycophant? Let's wait a bit longer, it's almost half an hour. As the four of them kept checking the time, half an hour finally passed. Time's up. Li Ling jumped up immediately. Kei, what did Zhang Che say? Lin Kei frowned. He hasn't sent a message yet. Her roommates looked a bit disappointed. He said about half an hour. It can't really be exactly half an hour. Let's wait a bit more. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After another 3 minutes, Lin Kei's phone finally rang with a crisp message alert. Ding! This sound perked up all four of them. Lin Kei quickly grabbed her phone and excitedly shouted, he's here. The message was from Zhang Che, Senior, I've arrived. Could you please come down to get it? Li Ling and the others eagerly crowded around Lin Kei as they went downstairs. Let's go, hurry up. At the bottom of the dormitory, Zhang Che was once again waiting at the door with a bag, drawing the attention of passers-by. Isn't this Lin Kei's sycophant? He just brought her breakfast, and now he's back? On the first official day of school, he had already become a familiar face around the girls' dormitory. 1 order of soup dumplings, 1 order of pan-fried buns, 1 order of rice balls, 1 order of crystal shrimp dumplings, and 1 order of pot stickers. Additionally, there were 4 cups of soy milk. This cost him another 50 sycophant points. Actually, the soy milk was originally 5 cups, but he drank 1 himself. After all, there were only 4 of them. This time, Lin Kei and her friends came down noticeably faster than last time. If it weren't for maintaining her goddess demeanor, Lin Kei would have been pulled down by Li Ling and the others. Seeing Lin Kei and the 3 walk out, Zhang Che quickly handed over the breakfast. Senior, sorry to keep you waiting. He looked genuinely guilty, and in terms of acting, he was much more convincing than Lin Kei. It's okay, we're the ones troubling you. Lin Kei said this wanting to sound a bit apologetic, but she couldn't quite convey it. He continued to act, I came as fast as I could, but still took some time. And because I customized the food box, I could only use disposable packaging this time. The food was the same, but the packaging wasn't as fancy. Lin Kei, it's fine. Then, she fell silent. Unlike last time, she didn't just turn and leave. Instead, she let Zhang Che leave on his own. This could be seen as a further change in her attitude towards him. However, Zhang Che was completely unaware of this. The host has fulfilled Lin Kei's request and delivered breakfast again. Sycophant behavior confirmed successful. Earned 10,000 cash. Gained 100 sycophant points. The breakfast delivered by the host is worth 225 yuan, earning a 10x rebate, totaling 2,250 yuan. Senior, you all take your time eating. I'll head off now. Once the reward was in hand, he happily left without lingering for an extra second. To Lin Kei and the others, this was very considerate. Kei, is this your new sycophant? The 2 roommates who met Zhang Che for the first time were quite impressed with him. He's actually pretty handsome, and he has money and attitude. he's definitely a top-notch catch. Just wonder how rich he is. If he's a rich second generation, that would be perfect. Can a rich second generation make breakfast this delicious? I think that's unlikely. I guess their family must run a restaurant. They definitely have some money, but it's not like they're rich second generation. I think this Zhang Che is not that simple, and these breakfasts might not really be made by him. As a student, where would he make breakfast? Can he do it in the dorm? And that food box, not only is it exquisite, but it's also customized. Customizing isn't rare these days, but the problem is he only met Kui yesterday. In such a short time, he managed to customize a beautiful food box and deliver such delicious breakfast to Kui. With all these factors combined, do you still think he's simple? As Jide proudly carried the breakfast Zhang Che sent upstairs, these two roommates were still chattering about it. After hearing this, Li Ling was also struck by a thought and said, Kui, that makes a lot of sense. Lin Kui nodded, revealing a very accomplished smile. The more complicated the identity of the licking dog, the better it was for her. If that's really the case, then that's indeed great. Anyway, so far, I am very satisfied with him, so let's continue to investigate. Whether he is really not simple and how not simple he is, we'll find out in due time. While Li Ling and the others were filled with interest in Zhang Che, she was already thinking about how to further investigate him. On Lin Kui's side, they were happily enjoying Zhang Che's delicious breakfast. This time, there was no need to compete. Not only were there 5 portions, but each portion was also substantial, definitely filling. Moreover, they didn't forget to take photos before eating. Of course, they didn't take pictures directly of the disposable food boxes but placed them in the exquisite food boxes first. While they were busy eating and posting photos, Zhang Che hummed a little tune and officially started his university life. On the first day of school, the first event was the freshman meet and greet. By the time he leisurely arrived, almost all the students were already there. Everyone was chatting and laughing in groups, curiously observing their surroundings. The people in the same dormitory had already gotten to know each other, while others were still very unfamiliar. Zhang Che also moved closer to Li Yalei and the others, and then Zhao Qingtang looked at him with a speechless expression. Where have you been again? I think I just saw you carrying a big bag of stuff. Zhou Chu curled his lips, speaking in a very disdainful tone. Needless to say, he must have gone to deliver something to the school flower Lin. Zhang Che had a nonchalant expression. You guessed it again. He didn't care at all, which made Zhou Chu feel no sense of accomplishment from his disdain, leaving him quite frustrated. Just as he wanted to say something more, the counselor had already arrived. At the freshman meet and greet, they got to know their classmates, the counselor, and the homeroom teacher. Then, the freshman safety education week began. Fire safety, anti-fraud promotion, legal education, food safety. For a whole week, as freshmen, they listened to various lectures every day. They also listened to seniors talk about their majors, what to prepare, and what career directions to take, etc. Don't think that introducing majors is unnecessary. In fact, many people have no idea about the majors they chose. Although the schedule was packed, the fresh experiences and excitement made all the freshmen enjoy themselves. Of course, while busy with freshman education, Zhang Che didn't forget to continue licking Lin Kui. He greeted her 3 times a day, without fail. The reason he could keep this up was, of course, because he could earn rewards. The host greets Lin Kui 3 times a day. Licking dog behavior confirmed successful. Earned cash 10,000 yuan, earned licking dog points 100. That night, upon hearing such a system prompt, he no longer hesitated. Greeting her 3 times a day, just like delivering breakfast, had become his fixed method for earning rewards. Just as the system had arranged, the unique delicacy was something Lin Kei simply could not refuse. As he had imagined, he became the only one who could deliver breakfast to Lin Kei, ruthlessly shattering the fantasies of other admirers. What he did not expect was that the 4 breakfasts he delivered to Zhang Che each day were not just one. Lin Kei was always generous to her roommates. After all, it was her roommates who helped with matters she couldn't handle personally. Therefore, giving her roommates some small favors was a must. Moreover, this was originally someone else's generosity. It was just a matter of speaking, so of course, she was happy to do it. From the perspective of an admirer, such a request was certainly not something to refuse. The good news was that delivering 4 breakfasts could earn more rebates, completely freeing him from the embarrassment of eating the minimum. But unfortunately, it wasn't much, almost negligible. In comparison, the fixed reward of 10,000 yuan plus 100 points of admiration value was much more attractive. The good news wasn't great, but the bad news made Zhang Che feel a bit pained. Delivering 4 breakfasts required spending 40 points of admiration value. Originally, he could have earned rewards with just 10 points of admiration value, but now he had to spend an extra 30 points to only gain a few hundred to 1,000 yuan in rebates. This was somewhat a case of losing more than gaining, not worth it. This also made him realize the urgency of activating the admirer farm. If the ingredients could be self-sufficient, he could save that expense. Unfortunately, he currently had no extra admiration value to activate the farm. This week he was busy, and Lin Kei was equally busy. Aside from delivering breakfast and greeting her 3 times a day, there were no opportunities for additional rewards. Each day, there was only a fixed 20,000 yuan in cash and 200 points of admiration value. He also needed to spend 40 points of admiration value to make breakfast, leaving only 160 points, which was not enough for recovery and exercise. There was no way around it. Whenever his admiration value was insufficient, he could only pause his physical recovery. His nearsightedness of less than 100 degrees and slight tendinitis were minor issues that didn't affect much in daily life. His physical condition was just poor due to a lack of exercise, and delaying exercise for a while wasn't a big deal. The problem was that after the new Student Safety Education Week, there would follow 2 weeks of military training for new students. Military training, lasting 2 weeks. Upon hearing this news, all the students were already complaining. The worse the physical condition, the more suffering one endured. So Zhang Che weighed his options and decisively chose to improve his physical condition first to avoid being too unfortunate later. By the end of this week, Zhang Che had delivered breakfast to Lin Kei 5 times, plus 5 days of 3 greetings. Since the system was activated, including completing tasks, he had admired Lin Kei 19 times in total. According to the system's rules, for every 10 times of admiration, one could receive a random reward. Therefore, during the second time he delivered breakfast to Lin Kei, he had already conducted his first lottery. Congratulations, host, you have admired Lin Kei 10 times and earned a random reward. Would you like to draw it now? He already had over 100,000 yuan saved in his account. What could this reward possibly be? With excitement, he responded, draw. Upon his confirmation, the system interface transformed into a lottery machine, spinning at a dazzling speed. After about 3 seconds, the lottery machine stopped, and the result was revealed. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a Cartier Ballon Bleu Series watch. Cartier Ballon Bleu Mechanical Watch 33mm Mechanical Movement Market Reference Price, 47,500 Cartier, that seems to be a luxury brand. A mechanical watch worth over 40,000 yuan, that's considered a good draw. At first, Zhang Che was quite happy with such a result. But when he took out his watch and looked at it, he found that this watch was not only obviously small for a man, but it was also clearly a women's model. Even the dial was a light pink, which looked completely unsuitable for a big man to wear. This immediately put him in a bad mood. System, after all this, you want me to use this to lick, right? Although that's not impossible, can't I just get some rewards for myself? He muttered his complaints and casually tossed the watch into the system space. Taking this to lick Lin Kei was enough to trigger the cashback limit, which was 100,000 yuan. However, to give a gift, he needed to find an opportunity. Without sufficient reason, it would be hard to determine success, and there would be suspicion of brushing rewards. According to the system's rules, every 10 successful licks could earn a random reward. In fact, it was just a lottery. After each draw, the count would reset to 0 and start again, repeating this cycle. Now, this number had accumulated to 9 times. As long as he sent breakfast once more, he would get another chance to draw. Although the result of the first draw could only be described as mediocre, the very nature of a lottery was enticing. Zhang Che was already filled with anticipation and quite excited. As soon as he woke up, he immediately greeted Lin Kei. Good morning, senior. It's another energetic day. Senior, are you awake? What do you want to eat today? After greeting her so many times, he unconsciously learned some cute and charming tone particles. At first, he felt a bit nauseous, thinking that this version of himself was quite disgusting. However, after a few times, he got used to it and no longer felt any discomfort. Once he sent this message, he quickly received a response. Good morning. Lin Kei also sent him a greeting, which was enough to make other lick dogs jealous to the point of distortion. Many lick dogs had been greeting their goddesses for years without ever receiving a response. But now, he greeted Lin Kei every morning and could quickly get a reply. After all, he had to tell her what he wanted to eat. This unique breakfast was something Lin Kei simply couldn't refuse, and he had successfully monopolized the breakfast delivery route. Even his 3 roommates were conquered along with it, and breakfast was collectively taken over. The result was that all the other breakfast delivering lick dogs were wiped out, completely losing their value. Besides the mornings, Lin Kei would occasionally reply to Zhang Che with, "Good night to you too." With this delicious breakfast, she felt it was necessary to provide Zhang Che with some emotional value appropriately. Of course, whether in the morning or at night, this reply felt completely devoid of any emotion. A formulaic response, and then Lin Kei straightforwardly began to place her order. Today I want to eat yangchun noodles, so you just make yangchun noodles. Noodles are made differently across the country. In the Jiangnan region, yangchun noodles are quite famous and popular. Yangchun noodles? Not only do you want to eat them, but I also want to eat them. Zhang Che quickly replied, okay, I'll go make them right away. As usual, I'll contact you when I'm done and deliver them to you. When he first started delivering breakfast to Lin Kei, she would still say thank you. Although it was a formulaic thank you, it was still a thank you. After a long time of doing this, it became so routine that they completely skipped this insincere thank you. Based on experience, their chat should have ended by this point. Zhang Che tucked his phone away, preparing to wash up, intending to enjoy his meal before going for the rewards. However, just then, his phone dinged again. Lin Kei had sent another message. By the way, can you fix computers? Zhang Che. A string of question marks appeared on his forehead. For a moment, he was at a loss, not understanding what Lin Kei was trying to express. According to his understanding, when a girl asks a boy to fix a computer, it's a hint. If he really is just fixing computers, then he would be the legendary clueless straight guy. But the problem is, Lin Kei couldn't possibly be sending him such a hint. So, what does this beautiful campus flower really mean? Although filled with confusion, it didn't affect his speed in replying. If it's a system or software issue, it should be no problem. Senior, do you need help fixing your computer? Since he really couldn't grasp the situation, his reply was quite methodical. Lin Kei explained, then can you take a look for me? My computer won't start for some reason. A computer that won't start needs fixing? Could it really just be a simple computer malfunction and she wants someone to fix it? He still felt a bit dazed but was too lazy to think too much about it. Anyway, whatever the situation, he would find out in due time. Zhang Che went to the bathroom to wash up, while Lin Kei put down her phone and turned to Li Ling. Hey, didn't you have a broken MacBook? Can I borrow it? Li Ling was momentarily puzzled. That thing won't even turn on. What are you going to use it for? Lin Kei smiled. I have a big use for it. You'll know when the time comes. Seeing her smile, Li Ling immediately understood. I get it, you're going to test Zhang Che's worthiness further. Li Ling climbed onto Lin Kei's bed, putting on a pitiful look. If Zhang Che really buys you a new computer, can I have this one you're using now? Li Ling and the other two roommates had often benefited from Lin Kei's discarded items. It was because of these various perks that the dormitory could stay tightly united around Lin Kei. You have to know, in a girls' dormitory, 4 people can form 5 groups. Lin Kei pinched Li Ling's face and smiled. Then it depends on your performance. Li Ling knew exactly what role she should play and was already quite adept at it. Immediately, she beamed and patted her chest, saying, You still don't trust me? When the time comes, you just need to make Zhang Che take us to the Fruit Experience store, and I'll handle the rest. The two had already cooperated before, so Lin Kei naturally trusted their tacit understanding. She nodded in agreement. Then, with anticipation, she added, Go wash up first, he'll be bringing breakfast soon. Today we're having yangchun noodles. More than half an hour later, Lin Kei received a message from Zhang Che saying he had arrived downstairs. Zhang Che stood at the door, still holding that exquisite food box. However, it had 3 more layers added, making it a bit larger. The wooden box, along with the weight of 4 bowls of noodles, was not light. It was quite a task to carry it over. While waiting for Lin Kei to come down, he simply placed the food box on the flower stand and started scrolling through his phone. Everyone passing by saw him and whispered among themselves, That's Zhang Che, right? Lin Kei's loyal admirer. You can see him bringing breakfast to Lin Kei at this time every day, without fail. I heard he's the most successful admirer, having outdone all the others. After a week, almost everyone in this dormitory had recognized Zhang Che and knew he was Lin Kei's admirer. His reputation as an admirer had begun to spread. Besides this dormitory, it was already common knowledge in their class and department. This was not only due to his eager performance to earn rewards but also benefited from Zhou Chu's vigorous promotion. At the new student meeting that day, Zhou Chu went around the class proclaiming that he was a sycophant, making him an instant celebrity in the class. As for this, he, of course, didn't care at all. What's the worth of fame? Thanks to the temptation of delicious food, every time he came to deliver breakfast, Zhang Che didn't have to wait long. This time was no exception. Soon Lin Kei came down cheerfully with 3 roommates. Seeing them, Zhang Che immediately waved happily. Then he noticed that Lin Kei was holding a laptop. In the past, after receiving his breakfast, Lin Kei would always adopt an attitude that signaled he could leave. But this time, Lin Kei didn't take the food box Zhang Che handed over. Let's eat in that little grove over there, Lin Kei suggested casually. it's just right for you to see if I can still fix this computer. Zhang Che naturally had no objections and continued to nod eagerly while holding the food box. Okay, let's go. When they reached the grove, they found a stone table to sit down, and Zhang Che even helped Lin Kei wipe her chair. Senior, you sit. Lin Kei acted as if it was only natural, and as she sat down, she casually handed the laptop to Zhang Che. Li Ling impatiently opened the food box, not forgetting to play her part. Zhang Che, hurry up and let her see if this computer can still be fixed. You know we study design, this computer is an essential tool, and Kei is in a hurry to use it. If she doesn't have a computer, she can't even do her homework. Zhang Che took the computer and looked at it. All his previous doubts were now clear, and he immediately understood Lin Kei's intention. This computer, to say it was battle damaged would be an exaggeration, as it still looked clean and well maintained. It was just that the model was too old. Although it was from a well-known brand, the chip was still Intel, and the system was Windows. As a boy, he had a keen interest in electronic products. He wouldn't say he was an expert, but he was at least very familiar with them. So he could tell that this computer was definitely not newly broken but had been broken for a long time. Bringing him a computer that had been broken for a long time to fix, what could that possibly mean? Even a fool would understand the implication. At this moment, the system had already chimed in with a notification of successfully delivering breakfast and the chance to draw a prize. However, he temporarily ignored it, glancing at the broken computer before setting it aside. He then asked, Senior, do you have any plans for today? Lin Kei paused her eating, elegantly wiped her mouth. Hearing Zhang Che's question, she realized she had succeeded once again, feeling quite pleased inside. But she didn't show it at all, remaining as calm as ever. Isn't our art college holding a welcome party tonight? So I have to attend the rehearsal in the afternoon. I don't have anything planned for the morning. Do you have something going on? She feigned confusion, turning the question back to Zhang Che. As a sycophant, he had to take matters into his own hands. Even if it was the goddess's affair, it had to be his affair too. Zhang Che looked weak and hopeful as he pleaded. Senior, I also want to buy a laptop to study. If you have time, could you take me to the Brand Experience store to have a look? I'm not familiar with the Magic City, so I can only trouble you, Senior. It just so happens that your computer probably can't be fixed either, so we can check it out together. This kid was indeed quite clever. Hearing him say this, Li Ling and the others couldn't help but look at Lin Kei in unison, revealing bright smiles. Lin Kei herself remained much calmer, showing no unusual expression at all. Is it really beyond repair? She picked up the notebook and took another look, sighing, looking quite reluctant. Then she said, Alright then, let's go take a look after we finish breakfast. She was calm and unhurried, finishing her breakfast leisurely, and even tidied up the food box to return it to Zhang Che. Thank you. Then let's change our clothes first. See you at the school gate later. It was rare for her to thank Zhang Che again. However, this thank you was certainly unrelated to breakfast. Okay. Zhang Che nodded repeatedly. I just need to take the food box back. Compared to Lin Kei, he wasn't as good at hiding his feelings. His joy was clearly written all over his face. At that moment, he was beaming and walking briskly, making it seem to Lin Kei and the others that he was practically jumping for joy. Seeing his back, Li Ling couldn't help but exclaim again, Kei, I think you've really struck gold this time. He must think that you going with him to buy a computer is like going on a date. Look how happy he is. It seems that buying a fruit computer is no big deal for him, otherwise, he wouldn't react like this. One of the roommates chuckled. If that's the case, why bother sticking to just the computer? Kei, why not change your phone too? Let me use the one you have now. Another roommate quickly raised her hand. Then let's add a tablet as well. Let me get in on the fun too. Zhang Che, who had already left, had no idea that all four people in the dorm were sharpening their teeth at him. If he knew, he certainly wouldn't mind. His mood was indeed jubilant, even more excited than Lin Kei. For the past week, he had only been earning a little bit, and his dog-licking value was insufficient. He was worried about how to get more opportunities to lick 4 more rewards. Now that this campus beauty had come up with such a plan, it was like giving a pillow to someone who was sleepy. How could he not be happy? Moreover, fruit items were notoriously expensive, and he could easily rack up cashback. Us common folks, today is really a happy day. He hummed a little tune, and when he reached a spot where no one was paying attention, he casually tossed the food box back into the system space. He could have gone directly to the school gate to wait, but who knew how long Lin Kei and the others would take to change? In such situations, it seemed like they would usually take a long time. If the dog licker didn't wait a bit, it seemed like it wouldn't show the goddess's status. Since waiting wouldn't yield rewards, he thought it was better to wait a little less. After thinking it over, he decided to head back to the dormitory first. By the way, I haven't drawn a lottery yet. He walked back to the dorm while pulling up the system interface, silently focusing his thoughts. System, let's draw the lottery now. As he issued the command, the familiar lottery machine started up again, and soon the result came out. Congratulations, host, you've drawn a Tiffany Knot Series necklace. Tiffany Knot Series necklace market reference price, 38,900 Tiffany, seems to be a well-known big brand. A necklace worth nearly 40,000 is definitely a good item. But why is it still a women's item? System, can you only produce dog-licking props? Good items are good items, but completely unsuitable for him, which made Zhang Che unable to stop complaining. At this rate, it seemed that whatever he liked or wanted could only be bought with money. That made him even more eager to find ways to explode rewards, not just to get more, but also to hit the 100,000 limit. When Zhang Che returned to the dormitory, Li Yale, Zhao Qingting, and Zhou Chu had just finished breakfast and come back. After such a long time, the three roommates had gotten used to him bringing breakfast to Lin Kei every day. Zhou Chu just curled his lips, too lazy to even mock him. No matter how sarcastic he was, Zhang Che remained completely indifferent. Not only did the mockery bring no sense of achievement, but he often found himself at a loss for words, so he simply couldn't be bothered to make a fool of himself. Li Yale had already run out of ways to persuade him and could only express his helplessness. He didn't bring it up again but asked, Zhang Che, what are your plans for today? Zhang Che chuckled, I'm going shopping with Senior Lin. As soon as he said this, the three roommates gasped in unison, all wide-eyed. Damn, Zhang Che, you really managed to win over Lin Kei? Zhao Qingting found it hard to believe, his eyes turning red with envy. If sending a few breakfasts could win over the campus beauty, would it still be your turn? How can I not believe it? Zhou Chu frowned, unwilling to accept it, and kept questioning. Are you sure you're going shopping with the campus beauty? Where are you going shopping? Zhang Che, acting like a lovesick puppy, looked smug, clearly showing off. Is this really that surprising? I just want to buy a computer and have Senior Lin accompany me to check out a fruit experience store. She's gone back to the dorm to change clothes. We'll set off as soon as she's ready. This sounded reasonable. He couldn't possibly be lying while acting so smug. Zhou Chu's frown deepened. Could it be that this guy really managed to win over the campus beauty? Could being a lovesick puppy actually work? Zhou Chu felt a twisted sense of jealousy, completely unable to accept this fact. Wait, why are you in such a hurry to buy a computer? Senior in the upperclassmen said that in our major, we mainly study theory in our freshman year, and we don't need a computer yet. We won't start learning software operations until our sophomore year, which is when we need a computer. His tone was full of reproach, and Zhang Che looked at him speechless. Is it wrong for me to buy a computer to play with? Can't I familiarize myself with it in advance? Is it wrong to have money to spend? A barrage of retorts left Zhou Chu speechless. Zhang Che, if you really manage to win over Lin Kei, that would be great. But why do I feel like it's not that simple? Li Yale hoped for the best but felt something was off. We talked about computers before, and you never mentioned wanting to buy one so soon. You suddenly got this idea after delivering breakfast to Lin Kei. It can't be what she wants, right? Bro, you need to think this through, don't get played. I have to say, this guy was really sharp, and it was indeed the case. Zhang Che didn't hide it and looked stubbornly unyielding. I want to buy a computer for myself, and Senior Lin's computer just happened to break, so I'm buying one for her too. It's just a casual gift, how can you call that a scheme? Li Yale, Zhao Qingting, Zhou Chu. In an instant, the three roommates understood and fell silent. Damn, it really is like that? Zhou Chu suddenly felt triumphant and burst into laughter. I told you, how could you win over the campus beauty just by delivering breakfast? Turns out you're just a lovesick puppy. Come on, do you think she's going out with you? She's just asking you to pay, you're just a tool, okay? Do you think the campus beauty is interested in you as a person? She's interested in the fruit computer. Li Yale wanted to say more, but he realized Zhou Chu had already said it all. And Zhang Che's reaction was as usual, I have money, and I enjoy it, you're just jealous. As he spoke, he took out his phone and messaged Lin Kei in public, Senior, I put the food box away, have you changed your clothes? After receiving a positive reply, he happily headed out. I'm too lazy to chat with you guys, I'm going on a date with Lin, bye. Zhou Chu looked at him with disdain. Look at his little ambitions, he really thinks it's a date. Zhao Qingting's eyes rolled, and he called out, let's go take a look too. Saying that, he hurriedly caught up, Zhang Che, wait a minute. He didn't care about Zhang Che's situation, but he thought it was a good opportunity to meet Lin Kei. Although Zhang Che was so rich and so sycophantic that it hit him hard, making him lose his fantasies about Lin Kei. But she was the school beauty, the face of the art academy. If he had a chance to get to know her, that would be quite exciting. What if there really was a chance? With that thought in mind, he decisively chased after them. Zhou Chu was now his follower and was happy to watch Zhang Che's excitement, following without a word. Li Yale also wanted to see what was going on, and after hesitating for a moment, he followed suit. They arrived at the school gate and waited for a few minutes when Lin Kei and Li Ling walked out hand in hand. The other two roommates, for reasons unknown, did not come along this time. "Senior, I've already called for a car." Zhang Che immediately went over to greet them, with Zhao Qingteng closely following behind. Lin Kei seemed not to see Zhao Qingteng, nor did she notice Li Yale and Zhou Chu a bit further back. Li Ling acted as her mouthpiece, asking impatiently, "Zhang Che, who are they?" Zhang Che expressed helplessness. "They're my roommates. They insisted on coming along. Ignore them, we'll do our own thing." Zhao Qingteng stared at Lin Kei, his heart racing. After taking a deep breath, he finally mustered the courage to greet Lin Kei, filled with nervousness and anxiety. "Hello, Senior Lin, I'm Zhao Qingteng, Zhang Che's roommate, nice to meet you." Lin Kei seemed to respond vaguely, making it feel like she might have misheard. Zhao Qingteng was instantly at a loss for how to react, frozen in place like a statue, until Zhang Che called for the ride-hailing car to stop in front of them. "Senior, let's go." He ran over to open the car door for Lin Kei, and after she and Li Ling got in, he took the passenger seat. Once Zhao Qingteng snapped back to reality, he was beaming, laughing like a fool. "The school beauty talked to me. I met the school beauty. Come on, let's hurry and catch up." Li Yale frowned at him again, feeling like he was even more sycophantic than Zhang Che. Although Zhang Che's flattery was hard to watch, Li Yale could sense that he was clearly aware of what he was doing. The feedback Lin Kei gave him, he actually didn't care about at all. This was the part Li Yale found most puzzling. Since he was so clear-headed, why didn't he really care about Lin Kei's feedback? Why still flatter her, and do it in such an unbearable way? Looking at Zhao Qingteng again, he couldn't even confirm whether Lin Kei had responded to him, yet he was already this happy. This was truly flattery without self-awareness, even more dangerous than Zhang Che. He couldn't help but sigh, and when he looked again, he saw Zhou Chu looking at Zhao Qingteng with envy. He was immediately shocked. "No way, you two." After a moment of confusion, he felt he was overreacting. If it was Zhou Chu, it really wasn't surprising. Soon, Zhang Che, Lin Kei, and Li Ling arrived at the Fruit Brand Experience store in the university town. As soon as they stepped inside, a salesgirl approached them. "Hello, is there anything you would like to see?" Zhang Che took the lead, nodding in response. "Yes, we want to see notebooks." The salesgirl immediately led the way. "Please follow me." Lin Kei and Li Ling walked hand in hand, silently following behind. Li Ling leaned closer to Lin Kei and whispered, "What do you think he will choose for you?" The cheapest notebook currently on sale from Fruit is 6,899 yuan. It has a 13-inch screen, an M2 processor, 8 cores, and a memory combination of 16 plus 256. This is still the official price. If you go through a third party, it might be a bit cheaper. If Zhang Che chooses this, Lin Kei will definitely not be satisfied. So what will Zhang Che choose? With Li Ling's words, Lin Kei couldn't help but feel nervous, her gaze on Zhang Che filled with eager anticipation. Then, she saw Zhang Che skip over the smaller 13-inch and 14-inch screens, as well as the older M2 and M3 models. He looked through the options and precisely went straight for the latest 16-inch version of the MacBook Pro, M4 Max, with a 16-core processor, a 40-core graphics processor, and a memory combination of 48 plus 1T. The configuration was off the charts, and of course, the price was too. This notebook costs 31,999 yuan. "This is our Fruit." The salesgirl was enthusiastically introducing it as Zhang Che handled it. He nodded occasionally and turned to Lin Kei. "Senior, why don't you take a look at this one?" As for the specifications, neither Lin Kei nor Li Ling really understood them, but they could understand the price tag. Seeing Zhang Che choose the most expensive one, even Lin Kei couldn't help but show a bit of joy. Her mood visibly lifted. Fruit's notebooks are really good. Lin Kei pretended to try it out and said, "I think it's great, very suitable for you, Junior." This was the most expensive one, so of course, it was good. If it weren't for his strong professional ethics, Zhang Che would have rolled his eyes. Well, if the senior says it's good, then it must be good. Let's go with this one. He put on a face that said he just wanted her to be happy and turned to the salesgirl. "Hello, please give me 2, in silver. I'll pay by scanning the code, thank you." The total for the 2 was 63,998 yuan, and he didn't even blink as he took out his phone to pay. After the salesgirl completed the inspection and packaging of the 2 laptops and handed them over, he decisively handed one to Lin Kei. "Senior, this is for you." At that moment, Li Yale, Zhao Qingteng, and Zhou Chu happened to arrive. They walked in just as the salesgirl was handing the receipt to Zhang Che, a total of 63,998 yuan. "Here's the receipt, keep it safe." 63,998? The three of them immediately widened their eyes. On the way here, they had been saying that Zhang Che would definitely get ripped off this time, but they didn't expect Lin Kei's cut to be this deep, over 60,000 yuan. Not to mention Li Yale and Zhou Chu, even Zhao Qingting's head was buzzing. Buying a fruit laptop wasn't a big deal for him. He was currently using a fruit phone that cost over 10,000 yuan, and he could just say a word at home, and they would buy it for him. But to spend over 60,000 at once, even his parents would have to think twice. If they knew he spent so much money on a woman, he would definitely get beaten. They watched as Zhang Che handed the laptop they were all envious of to Lin Kei. At that moment, they truly felt sour, and envy for Lin Kei rose within them. Damn it, why am I not a woman? However, Lin Kei was momentarily stunned. Junior, you. She looked at the laptop Zhang Che handed over, looking a bit at a loss. Ha! Zhang Che was also taken aback for half a second. Isn't it already at this point? Just accept it, why put on an act? It's not easy to earn some cashback. I originally thought this time would be a bit easier. Well, since it's like this, let's not delay any longer. Here we go. Zhang Che brewed his emotions, looking at Lin Kei with eagerness. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't mind, senior. Since the start of the semester, I've been under your care, and I've always wondered how to thank you. Just when your computer broke, it gave me this opportunity. I hope this laptop can accompany you and help with your studies in life. If you can find joy in it, that would be the happiest thing for me. Hearing this, even the salesgirl nearby was taken aback. No wonder he needed to buy two of the same thing. One was for a gift. You're so handsome and generous, yet you're just a sycophant? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Kei kept shaking her head. No, Junior, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Zhang Che felt a bit gloomy seeing her like this. Even if she had to put on an act, it should be enough. Why did she have to refuse 3 times? Zhang Che could only put on an anxious expression. Senior, this is really just a small token of my appreciation. And it's just a laptop. How can it be considered precious? If you don't accept it, it means you don't acknowledge me as your junior, and you don't see me as a friend. His performance made those around him feel their blood pressure rising. Li Yale raised an eyebrow, feeling he couldn't watch any longer, while Lin Kei still looked troubled. This beautiful campus flower didn't speak again but wore a conflicted expression. It seemed she felt it was inappropriate to accept such an expensive gift, yet Zhang Che's words left her unsure of what to do. She portrayed the conflicting feelings of thinking it inappropriate to accept while not wanting to lose Zhang Che as a friend very well. Just as the two were at a stalemate, Li Ling stepped in to play her part. She also urged, Kei, just accept it. Zhang Che said this is just a small token of his appreciation. Don't let his good intentions go to waste. Besides, you've already bought it, and the money is already paid. Can Zhang Che even use 2 laptops by himself? Zhang Che expressed his gratitude to Li Ling and took the opportunity to directly shove the bag into Lin Kei's hands. Yes. What Senior Li Ling said is right. With that, since it was already in her hands, Lin Kei could only accept it helplessly. Alright then, thank you, Junior, you've spent too much. Zhang Che immediately beamed. As long as you like it, it's not a waste at all. His smile was brighter than ever, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief inside. She finally accepted it. Just take it directly. Why make such a fuss? I'm still waiting to receive my system rewards. Host has gifted Lin Kei a laptop. Sycophant behavior deemed successful. Earned 10,000 yuan in cash. Earned 100 sycophant points. Host spent 31,999 yuan on the laptop, triggering the basic cashback limit, earning a cashback of 100,000 yuan. Mentioning the system prompt, Zhang Che finally felt at ease. According to the system rules, as long as it reached 10,000 yuan, it had already triggered the cashback limit. Strictly speaking, anything over 10,000 yuan would be considered wasteful. There are laptops around 10,000 yuan, but he decisively chose the most expensive one. And this was, of course, for the sake of prestige. Only with enough prestige could he get more opportunities to be a sycophant and earn more rewards. This was an investment. There was no need to be stingy over this little money. He bought 2 at once, not only to give Lin Kei a boost in rewards but also for himself to use. Now that he was being so extravagant, he naturally had to use the best. Buy the best for yourself, and then give a regular one to Lin Kei. That would be too embarrassing. To be honest, if Zhang Che were to choose, he would now prefer a chrysanthemum for electronic products. As long as it meets his usage needs, he is still very willing to support domestic products and the country's technological development within his means. However, for many women, fruit is the only choice, and Lin Kei is clearly one of them. That's why he came to this fruit experience store. Since he was already there, he didn't stick to just buying one thing or another. After all, he had money. Why not try everything? He has always been very interested in electronic products, so buying them to study is the best choice. With the laptop situation settled, the scene of a devoted admirer giving gifts to his goddess came to an end. Li Yale couldn't help but sigh again. Brother, no matter how rich you are, it shouldn't be like this. Zhao Qingting and Zhou Chu looked at Zhang Che as if he were the foolish son of a landlord. How could such a fool have so much money? With such an expensive laptop, he was still afraid that the recipient wouldn't accept it. Once it was accepted, he was overjoyed, even more so than the one receiving the gift. Zhou Chu felt deeply that it was unfair. If he were that rich, he would never be as embarrassing as Zhang Che. Bah! Zhou Chu secretly spat, while Lin Kei and Li Ling looked at Zhang Che with shining eyes. Originally, Lin Kei's psychological expectation was just to buy something around 15 or 16,000, and she would have been very satisfied. Unexpectedly, Zhang Che directly chose the most expensive one and bought two at once. Spending over 60,000 without even blinking, he was as excited as ever about receiving it himself. This was clearly not his limit. Where exactly was his limit? Lin Kei pinched Li Ling and gave her a look. Li Ling understood and turned to look at the mobile phone section nearby. Wow, is this the latest model of the phone? Kei, look at this gold color, it's so beautiful, she exclaimed, pulling Lin Kei to take a look, and the salesgirl immediately followed to introduce it. This is actually desert color. This phone is made of titanium. Under the enthusiastic introduction of the salesgirl, Lin Kei held the phone with a look of reluctance to put it down. Seeing this scene, Li Yale raised his eyebrows again. Who couldn't see that at this moment, anyone with a bit of insight should go over to check out? Zhang Che clearly had insight. His eyes were even brighter than Lin Kei's. Yes, just like that. It doesn't matter if the trick is a bit deeper. Please feel free to trick me. He waved his hand to call over the salesgirl. Just this color, give me two, top configuration. The most expensive fruit phone on sale, the 1T version, priced at 13,999 yuan. After scanning the code to check out, he handed one of the phones to Lin Kei. Senior, I see that your phone has scratches now, so you might as well change it. Lin Kei still wanted to put on an act, but this time Li Ling directly cut in. Kei, just accept it. This is also Zhang Che's good intention, you can't let him down. She then asked Zhang Che, am I right? Zhang Che naturally nodded repeatedly. Yes. What Senior Li Ling said is right. Senior, you can't be polite with me, otherwise, that would be too distant. This time he took the initiative. As a devoted admirer, one shouldn't only wait for the goddess to express what she wants before buying it for her. It makes it seem like the goddess is always the one asking for gifts, which is quite inappropriate. Devoted admirers are absolutely passive in relationships, but giving gifts should be proactive. His gaze fell on the tablet nearby, and without hesitation, he directly chose the most expensive one. Just this one, give me two more. 13-inch iPad Pro, nano-textured glass panel version, 2 TB storage, priced at 22,099 yuan. 2 phones for 27,998, 2 tablets for 44,198. That adds up to over 70,000 spent, plus 2 laptops. Zhang Che has already spent 136,195. Damn! Zhao Qingdong, Zhou Chu, and the others were completely speechless. Li Yale felt a bit awkward. Seeing Zhang Che being tricked, he was quite anxious for him. Unexpectedly, now he didn't even need Lin Kei to trick him. He actively dove into the trap himself. Bro, you really don't lack money, huh? Why not just buy everything in one go? Go for a fruit family bucket. Li Yale was just joking, but he never expected that Zhang Che actually thought that way. Others only saw him spending over 130,000, but they didn't know he had already received 330,000 in income at the same time. After eating a guaranteed minimum for a week, how could he not take advantage of such a good opportunity to max out the rewards? Senior sister, what do you think of this watch? He took Lin Kei to the smartwatch display area and picked up the most expensive one to show her. This. Lin Kei looked a bit at a loss, playing the role of being troubled, conflicted, and entangled to the end. She was responsible for refusing, while Li Ling was responsible for helping her accept. Looks good. Kei would definitely look good wearing this. Zhang Che, you have a good eye. Under Li Ling's praise, Zhang Che seemed a bit elated. Hello, I'll take 2 of this model. The sales assistant, holding the payment code, quickly approached with practiced ease. Li Ling's gaze then shifted to the headphones across the way, saying, Zhang Che, why not just buy a pair of headphones too? Zhang Che didn't refuse but still paid first. He replied, of course I have to buy it, but let's get the watch sorted first. Joking aside, if he bought them together and got them sent together, he would only receive one reward. Of course, it was more cost-effective to separate them, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so troublesome, always picking one to check out and one to send. The watch was priced at 7,199 yuan, with a 10x cashback of 71,990. Thank goodness Lin K was fond of fruits. If it were chrysanthemums, he definitely wouldn't get this many rewards. Unfortunately, the headphones were much cheaper, only 1,549 yuan. To get more cashback, he even bought some accessories: an 899 yuan stylus, a 2,799 yuan magnetic keyboard for the tablet. He managed to gather over 10,000 more and then bought a double portion, sending one of them to Lin K. This time he didn't unwrap it to send, fearing that being too excessive would get him penalized by the system. He returned with a full load. This idiom applied to Zhang Che at this moment, and it also applied to Lin K. Both were filled with satisfaction, truly a win-win situation. Lin K and Li Ling excitedly returned to the dorm with their bags, and the other two roommates immediately surrounded them. K, how did it go? Li Ling raised the shopping bag high, laughing heartily. Need I say? Of course, it was a complete victory. The two roommates were stunned to see so many bags and quickly took them out one by one to look. Laptops, tablets, phones, watches, headphones. This is almost like picking out the entire range of fruit products. Is Zhang Che really that impressive? K, how much did all this cost? Lin K was also a bit overwhelmed with excitement, already beaming with joy. She couldn't help but show off a bit, laughing. All top configurations, a total of over 80,000. Over 80,000? TSK. The two roommates gasped in unison, exclaiming that Zhang Che is so rich, just like that he spends over 80,000? Li Ling seemed to correct herself with pride. He didn't just spend over 80,000 at once, but over 170,000. Seeing her two roommates' jaws drop and question marks appear on their foreheads, Li Ling continued to explain. He bought a set for himself, exactly the same. Over 80,000 multiplied by 2 is indeed over 170,000. The two roommates were thoroughly envious, looking at Lin K with admiration. K, you really make people envious, always encountering such rich and handsome guys. With the strength Zhang Che has shown, he should be in the top tier, right? Not just the top tier, but the only one. Lin K had countless admirers, each at different levels. At first, everyone thought Zhang Che was at the lowest tier, the type who delivered breakfast every day hoping for a chance. Who would have thought he was so generous, his spending power outshining all the admirers? Among the men surrounding Lin K, Zhang Che's displayed strength wasn't even the strongest. So, he was just in the top tier, not the only one. However, these men weren't really admirers, or rather, they hadn't reached that level, belonging to the category of normal pursuers. As for Zhang Che, among the admirers, he was the richest, and among the rich, he was the most devoted. With someone like that around, spending money on gifts, who wouldn't be envious? Not just these two roommates, but Li Ling felt the same. She had lamented countless times about how different lives could be for different people. Just because she was beautiful, Lin K had been commanding attention since she entered university. As for them, they could only envy. In fact, Li Ling wasn't bad looking either. If Lin K scored a 95, she could easily score an 85. If taken out alone, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a beauty. It's just that while she was pretty, her beauty was quite ordinary, lacking any memorable features. Movie stars are all beautiful, but being beautiful alone doesn't make one a star. Just like when people scroll through their phones, they often see beautiful women. Many of them are stunning at first glance, but when the screen scrolls past, they can't even remember what that beauty looked like. Yet some people may not seem beautiful at first glance, but because they have unique traits, they still come across as charming and appealing. Lin K, besides being extremely beautiful, had a very dazzling label, purity. Coupled with a nice figure, she gave off a very unique vibe of being both innocent and alluring. Just a glance at her, and people could remember her. For many men, she was even unforgettable. When the two were together, all eyes were drawn to Lin K, making Li Ling appear even more ordinary. While the three roommates were lost in their thoughts, Lin K had already taken out her old computer and phone. As we agreed before, you can all take these. The laptop went to Lin K, while the phone and tablet were given to the other two roommates. She was only giving away her discarded items, but in return, she gained her roommates' unwavering loyalty. She understood how to maintain roommate relationships. If she was stingy with small favors, it could lead to a lot of trouble. After all, jealousy distorts people. Now, not only had she avoided the troubles that could arise, but these roommates had also become a great support for her, so why not? Long live, Kei, you're the best. The three roommates cheered in unison, quickly grabbing their shares to play with, overjoyed. These were all valuable items. Selling them secondhand could earn some money. Lin Kei smiled, climbed into bed with her newly exchanged phone. Maintaining roommate relationships requires effort, and admirers need even more care. Different tiers of admirers require different approaches, and since Zhang Che was in a league of his own, he naturally needed more attention. Zhang Che, thank you, I'm sorry for making you spend so much. This was the first time she actively messaged Zhang Che, and she didn't call him Junior anymore. At this moment, Zhang Che was happily trying out all these things in the dormitory, flipping through the notebook, fiddling with the tablet, putting on the watch, and testing the headphones. His 3 roommates also gathered around, taking turns to play with them. Men, after all, have a natural interest in electronic products. At this time, the 3 of them were still a bit dazed. With all this stuff, you spent over 170,000, huh? This is what they call spending money like water, right? Jochu also felt a bit sour and added, just to correct you, it's not just this pile, there's another pile over at Lin, the school beauty. Today, I've really broadened my horizons. Zhang Che, we all know you're quite the sycophant, but I really didn't expect you to go to this extent. If you went to a club, that money could wear you out inside. Although this comment was a bit crude, it had its truth. So Zhang Che didn't bother to argue with Zhou Chu and instead said, so you guys just came to watch me make a scene? Li Yale handed back the tablet he was holding. Actually, we originally planned to invite you to go out and have a look. But before I could say anything, you were already off to find Lin, the school beauty. After watching the spectacle, we were all stunned by your big spending and really had no mood to go out anymore. Zhang Che chuckled, no mood to go out is fine. Help me with something. I'll treat you to dinner this afternoon. Upon hearing that he was treating, Zhou Chu's previous sourness and displeasure were temporarily suppressed. Help with what? Where are we eating? This guy's eyes sparkled, and he forcefully squeezed past Zhao Qingdong. Zhao Qingdong was instantly annoyed. You're supposed to be my follower. Do you forget everything when someone offers to treat? Zhang Che put all the packaging boxes into the cabinet, tidying up the mess. At the same time, he smiled and said, isn't there a welcome party tonight? Senior Lin is the host. I want to give her a surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, his newly changed phone rang for the first time with a message notification, which was from Lin Kei. From this message, he could already sense the emotional undertone. He could clearly feel that Lin Kei's attitude towards him had completely changed. This made him unable to help but smile. However, this smile left Li Yale and the others speechless, only able to sigh. Previously, when Lin Kei thanked Zhang Che, it was purely a formality. Now, although this thank you might not carry much sincerity, it was already filled with emotional undertones. Before, she couldn't even be bothered to pretend, taking everything for granted. Now she was starting to act. Zhang Che could clearly feel that his status in the heart of this beautiful school beauty had risen sharply. As for how high this status was and what was special about it, it was hard to say. In any case, it probably wasn't that important. Of course, these were all trivial matters. He didn't care. Senior, you're being polite with me again. This didn't cost much. How can you say it's a waste? My intention is to thank you for taking care of me. I hope it can make you happy. As long as you're happy, I'm willing to do anything. This really isn't a big deal. He typed away rapidly, replying to the message as quickly as possible. And as always, when the goddess sent one message, the sycophant would reply with many. After replying, he lay on the bed and picked up the tablet to browse again. It must be said that this thing is expensive for a reason. The screen quality is undeniable, and it feels great to look at. The fruit brand really has a strong grasp of color, which is a big temptation for those of us studying design. Just as he was enjoying himself, Lin Kei's message came through again. I'm very happy. Receiving a gift from a junior really makes me very happy. I'm just feeling a bit undeserving, so I feel a little embarrassed. The goddess was no longer just responding with oh, or okay. Not only did she take the initiative to send a message, but she also sent 2 at once. When Zhang Che felt a bit flattered, another cute emoji followed. It's different when your status rises. The effect of the fruit family bucket is indeed powerful. If Senior is happy, then that's the happiest thing for me. Everything is worth it. Senior, please don't think that way. How can you say it's undeserving? On the contrary, I feel that these things can't express my feelings at all. There will be many more things I will trouble you with in the future, so please continue to take care of me. After sending 4 messages, he added an emoji. This could be seen as painting a big pie for Lin Kei, paving the way for future rewards. Please don't be satisfied with just receiving a fruit family bucket and think I've lost my value. Please don't feel sorry for my wallet. Continue to play me to the max. That's definitely a must. Actually, even if you don't give me gifts, as long as there's something I can help with, I will definitely help you. After all, no matter what, I am still your senior, hee. Goodness, this time the messages had increased to 3, along with emojis. Zhang Che wasn't as foolish as she imagined. Of course, he wouldn't believe such words. Helping out without gifts? If it weren't for that 520 red envelope back then, she probably would have deleted the messages by now. Although that was the reality, Zhang Che wouldn't expose her. He just continued to respond like a devoted admirer. What frustrated him was that Lin Kei seemed unusually high-spirited today. and the messages kept coming. As a devoted admirer, he had to reply to the goddess's messages immediately. 1 or 2 messages were fine, but with the back and forth, he could only stare at his phone and chat with her. If he were an ordinary admirer, he might be overjoyed. But the problem was, he had no interest in chatting aimlessly with Lin Kei. She thought she was providing him with emotional value, but to him, it was completely a nuisance. Is this ever going to end? My dear sister, why not return to your original aloof and indifferent self? There's really no need to perform like this for me. Wasn't it good before when we didn't disturb each other and supported one another? Right now, I just want to scroll on my tablet. I just want to start Genshin Impact. Can you understand my heart that finally won't be restricted by anti-addiction measures? Zhang Che complained in his heart, truly not in the mood to chat idly with Lin Kei anymore. So, he directly changed the subject. Senior, are you all rehearsing this afternoon? The time is about right, am I holding you up? This sounded like he was worried about delaying Lin Kei, but what he really wanted to express was, I beg you, hurry up and get busy, don't disturb me anymore. The time is indeed about right. Lin Kei replied to him first, and before he could feel happy, she sent a selfie right after. This is the dress I'm wearing tonight. What do you think? Well, has she already started giving benefits? In the photo, Lin Kei was wearing a white spaghetti strap-long dress, looking a bit more dignified than usual. Under the embellishment of such an evening gown, she appeared even more stunning. Damn, she may be a bit of a diva, but I have to admit she really is a beauty. Zhang Che couldn't help but look a few more times. He was indeed captivated. It's beautiful. It really suits you. He spared no praise, showering Lin Kei with compliments. Moreover, these were genuinely heartfelt. However, I still feel like something is missing. Zhang Che took another look. Although the evening dress suited Lin Kei very well, the fair neck exposed in the photo was bare. Clearly, this wouldn't do. A necklace was needed to make it perfect. So, was this her trick again? As this thought crossed his mind, he didn't dwell on it too deeply, because it didn't matter whether it was Lin Kei's trick or not. In his eyes, he only saw an opportunity for a big reward. There was still a Tiffany necklace lying in the system space, which could come in handy. Senior, you go ahead and be busy. I won't disturb you for now. Give me an hour, and I'll contact you again in an hour. After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside and started browsing on his tablet. He said this to make Lin Kei think he was going to buy a gift when he delivered it later. This would create a sense of reason, and finally, he could set it aside. Damn it, if it weren't for the principle of loving what you do, would I be chatting with you so much? There's no reward for this idle chatter. How can it compare to playing Genshin Impact? Genshin, start. Zhang Che moved his fingers, opened the installed game, and prepared to dive into Teyvat. Then he jumped up, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Zhou Chu was startled by him and said irritably, "What are you suddenly acting weird for? What did Lin the school beauty do to you?" Zhang Che ignored him, in utter despair. "I'm on the B server, and I can't log in on iOS." He was eagerly looking forward to seeing his waifus on a high-definition large screen, only to be struck down. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Lin Kei was stunned by his message. This time, she genuinely just wanted to provide him with some emotional value, sending him some benefits to let him taste some sweetness. So she was really confused. What did he mean by giving her an hour? What did he need an hour for? She looked at the selfie she sent Zhang Che. There was nothing wrong with it. It only showed a bit of her arm and neck, and you couldn't even see her cleavage. There was nothing to get excited about, right? Even so, did he really need an hour? Zhang Che, holding his tablet, fell into silence. This time, he truly experienced what it meant to be in an orphan server. How had he been so blind before? He thought about switching servers, but even though he hadn't had much time to play games during high school and had been blocked by anti-addiction measures, he had completed the main storyline and pulled quite a few characters over this long period. It would be hard to give up now. The sunk cost was already too high. Forget it. He would just get a computer and play on that. This way, he could also arrange to play games like Black Myth and GTA. Perfect. As for a gaming console, forget it. Although he wasn't short on money, he couldn't hang a TV in the dorm. While he was thinking about this, Zhou Chu came over again. This guy was grinning widely, looking at him with a silly smile. "Zhang Che, can I discuss something with you?" Zhang Che looked at him and casually asked, "What is it?" "Go ahead." This guy rubbed his hands together. "Look, you've changed over 10,000 worth of fruit, so the phone you replaced is useless, right? So, can you give it to me?" The phone Zhang Che originally used was a $33.99 Honor, which he had just bought before coming to college, brand new. Calculating, he hadn't even used it for a month yet. Speaking of this, Zhao Qingtang poked his head out. "Zhang Che, how can you afford such a phone?" He was puzzled. Since he was so extravagant, why not just go all out? This question really needed a reason to brush off. The reason he chose this phone was, of course, because his family was ordinary before, and he only had this level of spending power. Now I'd become a humble sycophant, enduring humiliation every day just to earn this much money. The truth definitely can't be told, so I can only deceive. I have no choice. My dad doesn't let me spend money recklessly, always lecturing me about hardship. Not only is my phone average, but my clothes are also pretty ordinary. Zhao Qingdong pondered for a moment and responded with an "oh," feeling that there was some truth to it. However, she quickly felt something was off. Then why are you spending so lavishly? Zhang Che chuckled. Isn't it because the mountains are high and the emperor is far away? He can't control me anymore, so of course, I spend however I want. Well, that makes sense. Zhao Qingdong twitched her mouth. Li Yale then chimed in. If your dad doesn't let you spend money, he definitely won't give you that much pocket money. So where's your money coming from? Zhang Che laughed again. I secretly asked my mom for it. The three roommates. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chu couldn't help but sigh deeply. Damn, a loving mother really spoils her son. Zhou Chu was quite displeased, harboring resentment towards Zhang Che's mother. Hardship and simplicity are one thing, but why sneak him money? Just look at your son, he's become a sycophant because of you. After grumbling a bit, Zhou Chu continued rubbing his hands, looking at Zhang Che with a smirk. Zhang Che, what about the phone? Zhou Chu was currently using a Redmi, which should be in the same price range as his honor. Moreover, it was clear that he had just bought it for college. Zhou Chu wasn't without a phone, but since the topic had come up, Zhang Che felt it was no big deal to give him one. Just a phone, only a little over 3,000 yuan. He really didn't care at this point. Alright, if you want it, I'll give it to you. He agreed first, then quickly added, but you have to wait a bit. My game is on the B server, and I can't play it on iOS, so I still need this phone for gaming. Once I get a computer set up, I'll give you the phone. Zhao Qingdong was stunned. Wait, you bought all this and still need to get a computer? Zhang Che shrugged, feeling helpless. Isn't it for convenience in gaming? Playing games on an iPhone is still a bit lacking. Li Yale eagerly leaned in. Let's do it together. I have the same idea. When are you planning to do it? Let's research the specs together. Zhao Qingdong also became interested, and the three of them were excitedly about to start discussing building a PC and configurations. At that moment, Zhou Chu's face fell. He looked dark and snorted coldly. Zhang Che, are you really sincere about giving it? What's so fun about a trash game? You wouldn't be just making excuses to brush me off, would you? In front of Lin the campus flower, you're nothing. Buying her things costs tens of thousands. I'm your roommate, your brother, and you won't even give me a used phone? Zhang Che, what kind of logic is this? Zhang Che stared at Zhou Chu, trying to figure out what species he was. First of all, whether the game is trash or fun, that's for me to decide. It has nothing to do with you. And my money is mine to spend however I want. If I feel like buying something for someone, that's my choice, and it has nothing to do with you. Just because you're my roommate, does that mean I have to spend money on you? If that's the case, I won't give it to you. I'll just break this phone and not give it to you. Li Yale and Zhao Qingdong looked at him speechless, knowing he loved to take advantage, but they didn't expect it to be this ridiculous. It's not like you urgently need it. You even have a phone to use. He was willing to give it to you, just asking you to wait a bit, and the reason was quite valid. He wasn't brushing you off on purpose. And you're still not satisfied? Zhou Chu, shut the hell up and listen to what you're saying. Zhao Qingdong directly scolded her follower, feeling he was embarrassing her. Li Yale sensed the situation was getting out of hand and quickly stepped in to mediate. Alright, everyone say one less thing. Zhang Che didn't give him a good look. Even Zhao Qingtang, who was willing to take advantage of him, scolded him, leaving him without any confidence. However, he still felt unconvinced and muttered, Fine, if you don't want to talk, then don't. But Zhang Che, don't expect me to help you in the future. This was a threat. Zhang Che couldn't help but roll his eyes, almost rolling them to the sky. He had just said he wanted them to help, so did he think he couldn't do without him? Fine, if you're going to say that, then I definitely won't bother you in the future. Zhang Che said, too lazy to deal with this guy anymore, jumped out of bed, grabbed his phone, and walked straight out. Zhang Che, where are you going? Li Yale couldn't help but ask, and he heard Zhang Che's voice come back. Going to give Senior Lin a gift, to surprise her. Li Yale, come on, bro, don't you have a cooling off period for licking your goddess? He just bought a fruit family bucket, and now he has to rush to deliver a gift? Bah, dead sycophant. Zhou Chu scolded indignantly, and this time Zhao Qingtang didn't reprimand him. He also felt Zhou Chu was right. Calculating the time, it had already been over an hour since he agreed to meet Lin Ke. It was time to go claim this reward. Zhang Che didn't care what Zhou Chu and the others would think. As soon as he left the dormitory, he took out his phone to message Lin Ke. Senior, where are you now? You're not in the dorm anymore, right? This time, Lin Kei replied quickly. I'm in the auditorium of our art school, already starting to prepare for tonight's welcome party. Besides Zhang Che asking her every morning what she wanted for breakfast, this was the first time she replied to him so quickly. The art school auditorium was already bustling with activity. Lin Kei was not only the host of tonight's welcome party but also one of the main organizers. When Zhang Che arrived, she was busy directing the rehearsal. Senior. Zhang Che didn't immediately disturb her when he got there. He waited until she had a moment before calling out and moving closer. Zhang Che, is there something you need? Seeing him arrive, Lin Kei was genuinely puzzled, still trying to figure out what he meant by giving him an hour. People around were also looking over, curious about who had come to find this campus beauty. Many were asking, who is this guy? He's quite handsome. Those who knew him looked disdainful. Who else could it be? The one who's been licking Lin Kei the hardest. He completely ignored the whispers around him and took out a box containing a necklace. Senior, this is for you. I look forward to your wonderful performance tonight. Lin Kei was stunned upon seeing it. She recognized the Tiffany logo. Zhang Che, what good thing have you brought for Kei this time? Li Ling suddenly appeared from somewhere, rushing over and snatching the box to take a look. Zhang Che didn't mind at all, smiling as he explained. I saw Senior wearing such a beautiful dress, but it was missing a little embellishment. So, I specifically went to buy this necklace. Lin Kei finally understood the situation, and she was truly both surprised and delighted. Zhang Che, this. After instinctively calling out, her eyes fell on the box that Li Ling had opened and couldn't look away. She had already received Zhang Che's fruit family bucket today and was quite satisfied with it. Sending Zhang Che a photo was really just to give him a benefit, simply wanting him to feel close to her. The reason she hadn't put on the necklace was just that she had just changed clothes and hadn't properly dressed up yet. Even now, it was the same, since it was still rehearsal, she wasn't fully armed yet. In fact, she had prepared the necklace. It was not a deliberate scheme to trap Zhang Che. When she sent the photo, she didn't even realize this issue. However, on the other hand, it was surprising that Zhang Che could actively notice it without her having any intention. Then, he hurried to the mall to buy her such a necklace. Not only was he willing to spend money, but he also cared for her so much. Whether as a devoted admirer or a suitor, this was truly rare among all the men who revolved around her. Senior, good luck. I won't disturb you anymore, Zhang Che said with a brilliant smile, then turned to Li Ling. Senior Li Ling, preparing for the party must be tough. I'll leave it to you to take care of her, and I'll treat you to milk tea. Li Ling was very pleased to hear this and laughed heartily. Don't worry, I will definitely not let your senior get tired. Zhang Che nodded gently and turned to leave, not wanting to disturb them for even a moment. Li Ling took the necklace out of the box. Kui, hurry, and try it on. She couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Zhang Che really has a heart for you. You just haven't put the necklace on yet, and he went straight to buy you one. And it's Tiffany, it definitely won't be cheap. As soon as Zhang Che left, a group of girls gathered around. What a beautiful necklace. I want one too, but unfortunately, I don't have a man who treats me this well. That's why they say Kui is the campus belle. It's so enviable. Turns out Zhang Che not only brings breakfast but also gifts necklaces. How much is this necklace? Is it expensive? Just check online. It's Tiffany. Got it. Amidst the envy and jealousy of the girls, someone quickly found out the price of the necklace, 38,900. Seeing this price, the girls collectively gasped, while only Lin Kui and Li Ling remained calm. Zhang Che had already spent over 170,000 on a fruit bucket that morning. Could he really be bothered by this less than 40,000? However, such a price only made the group of girls feel even more sour. With the girls egging her on, Lin Kui put the necklace around her neck. After looking in the mirror, she felt it was really beautiful and suited her perfectly, which made her very happy. This also gave her a different feeling towards Zhang Che, her emotions quite complex. The fruit bucket worth over 80,000 plus the nearly 40,000 necklace meant that Zhang Che had spent 120,000 on her in just one day. Such a large sum of money could buy an economical car, enough for a down payment in a small county town. But in fact, those willing to spend so much money on her, or who had spent that much, were not just Zhang Che. However, those people would clearly state their demands before spending money. As long as she was willing to do something, then whatever it was could be hers, and they would give her a certain amount of money. These people were generally older, and some were even balding middle-aged men. Faced with such situations, no matter how high the price offered, she only felt disgusted and would not be swayed, directly turning them down. Others would immediately confess their feelings after giving her gifts, proposing to date her. If she felt the request was excessive, she would rather not accept those gifts and never allow herself to be coerced. In short, because of her beauty, many were willing to spend money on her, but no one wanted to spend money for nothing. Once the money reached a certain level, everyone had clear intentions. Those willing to let her spend money without any conditions were all poor losers who had no money to begin with. Only Zhang Che was an exception. Breakfast was just breakfast, fruit was just fruit, giving was giving, without any extra words. Now, sending a necklace worth nearly 40,000 was the same, he gave it in turn to leave. Don't say it's a request, I won't disturb her for even a minute longer. I'm completely unconcerned about being a nuisance, and it won't bring me the slightest annoyance. Such a devoted admirer is simply perfect. Just because Zhang Che is so perfect, she feels a mix of emotions towards him. Of course, she only thinks Zhang Che is more open, nothing more. Zhang Che, who walked out of the auditorium, was unaware that his status in Lin Kei's heart had risen another level. He had never cared about these things. If he could choose, he would still prefer Lin Kei to remain aloof. Even goddesses don't like being disturbed by admirers, and this admirer doesn't like being disturbed either. Unfortunately, if the goddess is unhappy, she can ignore the admirer. As an admirer, he has no choice. No matter how unhappy he is, he can only cope with it. There's no way around it. Money is hard to earn, and it's tough to eat. Fortunately, I've earned enough. Upon hearing the system notification that the maximum cashback of 100,000 yuan had been credited, he felt that putting up with a little discomfort was acceptable. His mood brightened again, and he took out his phone to order milk tea on a delivery platform. The goddess was busy working hard, and as an admirer, ordering her a cup of milk tea as a reward was very reasonable. Moreover, since the goddess wasn't working alone and was directing many people, it was also reasonable to order a cup for everyone, treating them to milk tea on behalf of the goddess. Thus, Zhang Che directly ordered 100 cups. Not only did he increase the quantity, but he also made sure the price was a bit higher, all for the cashback. An order of 100 cups of milk tea is considered a super large order at any milk tea shop. The milk tea shop was in a frenzy preparing the drinks, and the delivery guy worked hard to deliver them to the art school's auditorium. Lin Kei, your milk tea has arrived. After placing several boxes of milk tea on the ground, the delivery guy finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's a total of 100 cups, please confirm. Seeing the sweat on the delivery guy's forehead, Lin Kei quickly replied, no need, thank you for your hard work. Hearing her gratitude, the delivery guy felt that the effort was worth it. No need to be polite, Lin. It's my job. The delivery guy happily responded and left with a sense of accomplishment. The others, who had been busy, flocked over once again. Kei, did you buy so much milk tea to treat us? Lin Kei definitely couldn't finish all that milk tea herself. It was obvious who it was for. They were not polite at all, laughing and chatting as they opened the boxes and grabbed their favorites. In fact, Lin Kei had no idea so much milk tea would be delivered. However, even so, she had already guessed it must have been Zhang Che who ordered it. It really is Kei treating us, but she didn't buy it herself. Does our Lin University beauty need to buy milk tea herself? Li Ling laughed and explained to everyone. This was bought by Zhang Che, who just sent a necklace to Kei. Everyone, don't be shy. Take whatever flavor you like. Hey, boys over there, don't just stand there. Come over and have some milk tea. Li Ling was also a bit surprised. Although Zhang Che had said he would treat her to milk tea, she didn't expect him to buy so many. Thinking about how extravagant Zhang Che was, 100 cups of milk tea was nothing at all. She felt it was surprising but not worth making a fuss over. A full 100 cups were enough for everyone present, so she generously started to serve on behalf of Lin Kei. Thank you, Kei, for treating us to milk tea. This time we really benefited from Kei's generosity. I have to say, Zhang Che is really thoughtful. 3 parts sugar, 5 parts sugar, 7 parts sugar, full sugar, different sweetness and flavors are all covered, catering to everyone. Not only considerate, but also really generous. I love drinking the milk tea from this place, but it's quite expensive. The cheapest ones are 38 a cup. With us here, what does it matter, right, Li Ling? Amidst the teasing from her classmates, Lin Kei's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she felt a sense of accomplishment. She smiled lightly. All right, everyone, stop joking with me. Let's all have a cup of milk tea to relax, then we'll continue with the rehearsal. Saying this, she took out her phone and sent a message to Zhang Che. Zhang Che, thank you for the milk tea, it's really good. At that moment, Zhang Che had just received a system notification and was feeling pleased. If he only bought a cup of milk tea for Lin Kei, he would only get a basic cashback. After all, no matter how expensive the milk tea was, a cup wouldn't exceed 100 yuan. Now, having directly bought 100 cups, the most expensive at 58 and the cheapest at 38, he spent almost 5,000 yuan. With a 10 times cashback, that would be nearly 50,000 yuan, nice. Including this reward, he now had over 760,000 in his account, plus the more than 170,000 he spent in the morning. In just about a week, he had already earned over 900,000 in rewards from Lin Kei. This really is a gold mine. The more he calculated, the happier he felt when he received a message from Lin Kei. Senior, no need to be polite. It's you who have worked hard. Looking forward to your wonderful performance. Keep it up. Responding to Lin Kei, he made his way back to the dormitory. I said I would treat you all today. What do you want to eat? Li Yale insisted on splitting the bill for group meals, and he wasn't being pretentious about treating them. He just couldn't help but ask back. No need to say, your so-called help must be related to Lin Kei, right? It was not hard to guess. There wouldn't be any other possibilities besides Lin Kei. Zhou Chu hummed. Who else could it be related to? Zhao Qingtong was more curious. Zhang Che, what do you want us to help with? Zhang Che didn't beat around the bush and directly explained his plan. Isn't she the host of the welcome party? I thought of going up to give her flowers. Then we can buy some firecrackers or something to enhance the atmosphere. Now it made sense. The three roommates suddenly understood. This wasn't difficult. Zhao Qingtong nodded and then widened his eyes to look at Zhang Che, asking, you're not planning to confess to Lin the school beauty, are you? This question left Zhang Che stunned. Confess? What confession? No, it's just giving flowers, don't think too much. He just wanted to give flowers to earn another wave of rewards, without any other thoughts mixed in. How could he confess? He had never thought about pursuing Lin Kei. However, Zhao Qingtong and the others rolled their eyes, clearly not believing him. He didn't explain further and instead said, forget about what I want to do, let's think about what to eat. If we don't make the most of today, we'll have to wait 2 weeks for a good meal. Tomorrow, the school would arrange military training for these freshmen. The military training at Shanghai University is held at a military training base, with special buses coming to pick them up. The 2 weeks of military training is almost closed off. Zhao Qingtong's expression immediately fell when he remembered this. It really is like that. He looked miserable. I also heard that the cafeteria at the military training base is terrible. Forget about a feast. Just being able to eat comfortably in these 2 weeks would be good enough. Speaking of military training, Li Yale also had a worried look. Of course, that so-called military training base is for profit. Those people will do anything to make money off the students. Zhou Chu gritted his teeth. Then I'm going to eat freely. I must eat enough for these 2 weeks. At this moment, Zhou Chu seemed to have forgotten that he had just been harshly confronted by Zhang Che. This alone was enough to make people look at him differently. Zhang Che no longer wanted to have any unnecessary interactions with him, but after all, they had to live under the same roof for 4 years, so he couldn't be bothered to argue over trivial matters. Eating and drinking wouldn't cost much, and Zhou Chu approached them as if nothing was wrong, so Zhang Che didn't object. How about this? Let's go for Xinghao local cuisine. Zhang Che asked what they wanted to eat, but the topic was sidetracked, so he simply decided for himself. Since the 4 of them couldn't eat too much, they hadn't ordered many dishes last time. Considering the AA system, they hadn't gone all out either. Therefore, there were still many dishes at this restaurant that they hadn't tried, and it would take several visits for all 4 of them to taste everything. When he said this, Li Yale and Zhao Qingdong had no objections. Zhou Chu was even more delighted, as Xinghao local cuisine was indeed good in terms of taste, environment, and quality. Most importantly, it wasn't cheap, so it was worth enjoying the best. When Zhang Che and the others timed it just right, filled up and bought flowers to return to school, the welcome party was just about to start. The Fine Arts College auditorium was packed, and they sat in a corner with their flowers, not very conspicuous. Although the party was organized by the students of the department, it certainly lacked professionalism. However, the entertainment value was quite good. The atmosphere in the auditorium remained high and lively. Many students were talented, and the performances at the party were dazzling. When a boy or girl performed brilliantly, it would elicit waves of applause. Those good-looking and talented students had gained significant attention through this event. It could be said that they had secured priority in choosing partners. Of course, the most dazzling one was still Lin Kei. She was already a junior this year and seemed set to continue holding the title of the face of the Fine Arts College. Among the girls in Zhang Che's cohort, no one could shake her position. Lin Kei was the host of the party, so Zhang Che didn't rush up to present flowers. Instead, he adjusted the position of the freshman and happily watched the party until the end. Once again, welcome all the new students to Shanghai University, to our Fine Arts College. Today's welcome party is coming to an end. I wish all new students a perfect university life. When all the performances concluded and Lin Kei stepped on stage to announce the end of the party, Zhang Che finally stood up, called out to Li Yale and Zhao Qingdong, and strode onto the stage. Brothers, let's go. Just as the audience was about to leave, they saw him carrying a large bouquet of bright red roses onto the stage. Bang bang, Li Yale and Zhao Qingdong below set off confetti cannons, showering the stage with flowers, swirling in the air. Combined with the stage lights, this scene looked surprisingly romantic. Zhang Che handed the roses to Lin Kei, Sr. This bouquet is as beautiful as you. You've worked hard. Your performance today was wonderful. Lin Kei was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly accepted the flowers Zhang Che handed over. Oh, thank you. She didn't have time to say much more. Before her words of thanks had fully left her lips, Zhang Che had already smiled and nodded. Then, he turned and left the stage. He just went down? Down? Lin Kei was a bit dazed, staring at Zhang Che's back in a daze. When Zhang Che made such a scene with the confetti and roses, she thought he was going to take the opportunity to confess to her. After all, he had given her so many things beforehand, and the build-up was almost complete. If Zhang Che were to confess at this moment, she wouldn't be surprised at all, even thought it made sense this way. As a result, Zhang Che actually just came to give himself flowers? This is a tribute, not a gift? She had already prepared her refusal speech, but the reality was completely different from what she imagined, leaving her utterly confused. All the audience on site were equally baffled. They originally thought they would witness a grand confession, and many even took out their phones to record a video. Confessing to Lin Kei, whether successful or not, would definitely be a hot topic. If it succeeded, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the school. If it failed, they could have a good laugh at Zhang Che, like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. But this? Damn, I thought it was going to be a confession. What a waste of my expression. That's Zhang Che, a simp. What was I even expecting from him? As expected, a simp is just a simp. All he can do is simp. As Zhang Che finished giving the flowers and walked out of the auditorium, Lin Kei also went backstage. With no excitement to watch, the audience grumbled and dispersed. The host gave Lin Kei flowers, simp behavior confirmed, received cash reward of 10,000 yuan, gained 100 simp points. The host spent 1,888 yuan on flowers, received a 10x cashback, totaling 18,880 yuan. In the expressions of Li Yale and Zhao Qingdong, who were equally speechless, Zhang Che happily accepted the reward. Before he went on stage, these two roommates firmly believed he was going to confess. Who would have thought he would actually stick to his word and not confess? I'm leaving, going back to the dorm to sleep. With the reward in hand, Zhang Che had no more worries and called his roommates to head back to the dorm. At that moment, a boy in a casual suit, quite imposing, quickly caught up with him. Zhang Che, wait a minute. Zhang Che stopped and looked closely at the other person. I don't think I know you. The other person smiled. My name is Sun Yunja. See, now we know each other. Hearing his accent, he seemed to be a local from the Magic City. But why did he come to get to know me? Zhang Che was suspicious and asked, do you need something from me? Sun Yunja wore a confident and relaxed smile. Not really, I just wanted to chat with you. He spoke frankly. Bro, what does your family do? Zhang Che raised an eyebrow. Are you checking my household registration? Sun Yunja shook his head. Not at all. In fact, I'm also pursuing Lin Kei. I know you've been pursuing her closely since the day you met her, so we can be considered rivals. So that's how it is, Zhang Che suddenly understood. No wonder a guy came out of nowhere to get to know me. Damn, that startled me. I thought I was being hit on by a gay guy. Although we can't really be considered rivals, I'm still curious to ask, what does being rivals have to do with what our families do? He was genuinely curious and couldn't understand the connection. Sun Yunja countered, isn't that obvious? After a pause, he continued, of course, if your family's strength is greater than mine, then I'll back off. If I'm stronger, then you should know to retreat. Zhang Che. He guessed that Sun Yunja saw him as a rival, so he came to eliminate him. But he really didn't expect this method to be so simple and crude, so he became even more curious. Wait, man, I'm a bit confused. If my family's strength is greater than yours, would you really be willing to back off? Do you think if I feel my strength isn't as good as yours, I'll just automatically back off? He completely couldn't understand, while Sun Yunja seemed to think it was only natural. Otherwise, what else? The guy smiled again, looking at him with amusement. You're not going to tell me some nonsense about love being indifferent to wealth and poverty, that love isn't swayed by money, are you? No matter how you look at it, you don't seem that naive. So you must be very clear that maybe there are indeed people who prioritize love above all else in this world, but Lin Kei is obviously not one of them. With this statement, Sun Yunja was left speechless. He completely agreed with this sentiment. Those who fall in love without considering material conditions are often those who don't need to worry about material things in the first place. Or perhaps, they simply have no material concerns at all. If love could be unaffected by money, then why are there so many breakups over betrothal gifts? As for Lin Kei, the campus beauty, her purity lies in her appearance, not in her heart. In fact, She really doesn't possess the ethereal quality her demeanor suggests. Zhang Che never cared about what kind of person Lin Kei was. From beginning to end, all he cared about was the reward. He was just a simp, not a suitor, and he didn't want to compete with so-called rivals in love. Bro, you misunderstood. He patted Sun Yunja's shoulder and smiled as he explained, I'm not your rival, you don't need to compete with me. I'm just a simp. As everyone knows, a husky can't become a wolf, and a simp can't get into bed. Sun Yunja. Now Zhang Che was somewhat famous. Almost the entire art academy knew he was Lin Kei's simp. At this rate, his reputation as a simp would eventually spread throughout the school. But even so, Sun Yunja didn't directly call him that. Instead, he said he was pursuing Lin Kei closely. Sun Yunja didn't think he was the kind of simp who was humble to the bone. But unexpectedly, Zhang Che didn't shy away from labeling himself that way. Sun Yunja didn't know what to say about it. He continued, you know me, so you must know I deliver breakfast to Senior Lin every day. If one day you two end up together, I can make sure you get a share of the breakfast I deliver, so you can taste my cooking. If you need me to buy a set for you, I won't hesitate for a minute to deliver it. If you're willing, I can even push you. If Senior Lin gets pregnant and you want to ditch her, feel free to come find me. Whether it's accompanying her for an abortion or helping you raise the child, I'm fine with it. As he spoke, Zhang Che even patted his chest to assure him. However, Sun Yunja was already dumbfounded, not paying attention to these details. His words were like thunderclaps striking Sun Yunja's forehead. No, bro, I can understand all of this, but why can't I comprehend it? It wasn't just him. The expressions of Li Yale, Zhao Qingdong, and Zhou Chu were all identical. Damn, I can understand being a simp. But being a simp for what? You're so rich, yet you can still stoop to this level? No one knew what he was really thinking. His eyes were filled with confusion. I'm off. Unfortunately, Zhang Che didn't intend to provide any answers. He greeted them and turned to leave. The three roommates watched him with strange expressions, unable to make sense of it. Li Yale finally asked, Bro, what are you after? Zhou Chu shrugged. I can only say it's in his nature. They had the cause and effect all wrong. It wasn't that Zhang Che was so rich yet so simpy. Rather, it was that he was so simpy that he became so rich. Just consider me to have a strange kink. I just enjoy the process of simping. Zhang Che didn't care how they viewed him, humming a little tune as he went to wash up in the bathroom. After the lights went out in the dormitory, he sent a goodnight message to Lin Kei right on time. Senior, good night, may you have sweet dreams tonight. Lin Kei quickly replied, good night to you too. On this side, Zhang Che had already received the system reward, and after arranging for cyber wellness and cyber sports, he truly fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Lin Kei still had no intention of sleeping. Kei, I thought Zhang Che was going to confess to you just now, Li Ling said excitedly, still talking about the matter, while Lin Kei responded to her half-heartedly. Speaking of Zhang Che, the other two roommates were also in high spirits, calculating how much he had spent on Lin Kei today. Lin Kei herself was actually pondering the same thing. When she thought Zhang Che would confess to her, she had even prepared her refusal speech. Although choosing to refuse might mean losing this devoted admirer, she still didn't hesitate. Because, at present, Zhang Che's performance did not meet her expectations. Similar situations had occurred several times before. Those men who spent money on her were just trying to pursue her, and when they felt they had spent enough, they would confess. After she turned them down, those men would choose to give up and no longer spend money on her. She originally thought Zhang Che would follow the same pattern, but the situation she anticipated did not happen. This left her a bit confused, completely unsure of Zhang Che's attitude. Kei, when do you think Zhang Che will confess to you? Li Ling expressed her curiosity, looking quite expectant. After an enthusiastic discussion, they unanimously agreed that Zhang Che didn't confess today because he felt the timing wasn't right yet. So, under what circumstances, or rather, when would he feel the timing was right? The previous suitors who spent money on Lin Kei felt they had spent enough. So how much would Zhang Che need to spend before he felt it was enough? Lin Kei silently calculated that Zhang Che had already spent far more on her today than most of her suitors. And yet, this was still not Zhang Che's limit. Just how high was Zhang Che's limit? Lin Kei pondered these matters and didn't fall asleep until very late. When she woke up in the morning, Zhang Che had already sent her a morning greeting. The Zhang Che who had spent over 100,000 on her yesterday seemed as if nothing had happened. He still asked her what she wanted for breakfast early in the morning. Then, almost right on time, he delivered it to her. Senior, I won't be able to make and deliver breakfast for you for the next 2 weeks. I'm sorry. We have military training, and after breakfast, we have to gather. I'll make it up to you when I get back. For now, let me order you takeout. He had to seize every opportunity for rewards. With this attitude, even though he was going to military training today, Zhang Che still insisted on delivering breakfast. Moreover, he managed to secure the chance to order takeout for Lin Kei's breakfast. He couldn't let these rewards slip away just because he was going to military training. After receiving the reward, Zhang Che decisively left. "Senior, I'm off to gather now. See you when I get back." He left with a beaming smile, turned around, and opened the system interface, murmuring to himself, "System, draw a lottery now." After exhausting the rewards yesterday, in addition to gaining a large amount of money and devoted admirer points, with this breakfast delivery, his devoted admirer count had accumulated to 10 times, allowing him to draw again. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Breguet Classique 9068 watch. Breguet Classique 9068 BB watch market reference price, 250,000. Wow, I finally drew a men's watch. Wow, 250,000. Such a result made Zhang Che exclaim about his luck. It made his already wonderful mood even more delightful. Unable to resist, he immediately took out the watch from the system space, playing with it as he walked, wishing he could wear it right away. Unfortunately, he had been repeatedly reminded that wearing any jewelry, including watches, was strictly prohibited during military training. He was so delighted that he couldn't play with it for long before arriving at the assembly point. There was no choice but to toss it back into the system space for now. The 2 weeks of military training had everyone, especially the freshmen, complaining endlessly. Zhang Che's physical fitness was poor due to a long lack of exercise, and his classmates were no better off. In their class, there was even a female student who fainted while standing in military posture. Military training was not only exhausting, but the cafeteria at the training base was indeed as unappetizing as the seniors had said. This forced many students to find ways to order takeout, trying to outsmart the instructors for something better to eat. As a result, Zhou Chu ended up taking the blame with Zhao Qingtang, and after being caught, he was severely disciplined. However, he didn't feel too wronged, as he had indeed ordered takeout that included his share. In comparison, Zhang Che was much more comfortable. After this period of cyber training, his physical condition had indeed improved somewhat. Moreover, through the dog-licking therapy center, he could eliminate all negative effects on his body. Although he felt tired after a day of military training, he could bounce back immediately after a night's rest. Before the military training, he had accumulated quite a bit of dog-licking points. During this training period, by greeting Lin Kei 3 times a day and ordering takeout for her, he consistently earned 200 points. Occasionally, when he saw Lin Kei post on social media, he would treat her to a cup of milk tea or coffee, which could also yield extra rewards. With enough dog-licking points, he never neglected his daily cyber training and therapy. After accumulating 10 sessions, minor issues like nearsightedness and tendinitis had been completely eliminated. His body was now free of any ailments, though it wasn't quite in perfect condition yet. Therefore, after getting rid of the minor issues, he continued with the therapy. The result was that after military training, everyone got tanned, while he became fairer. Wow, Zhang Che, how did you do it? We all got tanned, but you, who wasn't even that fair to begin with, ended up whiter after military training. Is this even fair? Zhao Qingtang stared at Zhang Che, unable to accept this fact. In their area, the ultraviolet rays were quite strong, and people's skin generally tended to be darker. He was still considered lucky, as he didn't have much outdoor activity to get sun exposure. But compared to his 3 roommates, his skin tone was indeed darker. Yet now, he was even whiter than before they got tanned, which felt absurd. In fact, he hadn't just become fairer, his skin had also become more delicate. These were substantial changes resulting from the cyber therapy, and his body was genuinely improving in every aspect. There's nothing I can do. Everyone's physique is different, hee. Zhang Che attributed everything to his physique, and Zhao Qingtang and the others couldn't find any faults. After military training ended, the 3 roommates collapsed onto their beds like dead dogs, not wanting to move at all. Meanwhile, Zhang Che was happily scrolling through his phone, making plans. Next up was the real campus life. With the system in hand, he was pondering how to enjoy his little life while licking Lin Kei. The first goal was clear, to eat good food and have fun, fully enjoying life. The remaining task was figuring out how to achieve that. Various clubs at school are recruiting new members. It's a good choice to participate in those that interest you. Just as Zhang Che was contemplating this, a message popped up from Lin Kei. Zhang Che, military training is over, right? Are you back? Zhang Che replied instantly, I'm back in the dorm, just lying on the bed. Senior, is there something going on? You can say whatever you need, I have no problem here. He actually knew very well that Lin Kei would never be polite with him if she had any needs, even if he had just returned from military training. However, knowing is one thing, and what attitude to use is another. What he didn't expect was that Lin Kei would send him an invitation next. Military training is exhausting. Thank you for your hard work. After a cute emoji, this campus beauty continued. Actually, there's nothing special. It's just that I'm having a birthday party at Jingxiu Bun this weekend, and I want to invite you. Wow, a birthday? Zhang Che's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Celebrating the goddess's birthday, isn't this a perfect opportunity for a big reward? So it turns out this weekend is your birthday, senior. Happy early birthday, he quickly replied, preparing to take charge of Lin Kei's birthday. But then he realized that she had already decided on the venue, clearly having everything prepared. Jingxiu Bund is a Chinese restaurant located at the Bund, with an average cost of over 600 yuan per person. After a quick search, he got this result. Such high spending would definitely be rewarding. But how many people did Lin Kei invite for her birthday this time? He had already spent over 100,000 yuan on Lin Kei, buying her fruit family buckets and necklaces. If he were to celebrate her birthday, it certainly couldn't be too shabby. But if it exceeded 100,000, it would be a loss. As a beginner in the art of flattery, spending the most on Lin Kei could only yield a cashback of 100,000. If the expenditure exceeded that, it would be a loss. Celebrating a birthday doesn't seem like something that can be done piecemeal. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that not getting the chance to host Lin Kei's birthday was a good thing. If too many people attended and it became too grand, the more he spent, the more he would lose. Being a sycophant is fine, but losing money is not something he could do. However, there was one question he was very curious about. Who was celebrating Lin Kei's birthday? Given this campus beauty's popularity and style, he couldn't believe she was celebrating it alone. But such a question clearly couldn't be asked directly to Lin Kei. Should he ask Li Ling? She would definitely know. As soon as this thought crossed Zhang Che's mind, he quickly dismissed it. No matter who was celebrating Lin Kei's birthday, it seemed unrelated to him and had no impact on him. Originally, hosting the birthday could yield rewards, but if it turned out to be a losing deal, that layer of interest would no longer exist. So, all I need to do is take this opportunity to continue earning rewards. As for the rest, why should I care? He suddenly felt enlightened when he heard Zhou Chu's sarcastic voice nearby. I'm talking to you, and you're just zoning out? Are you thinking about how to flatter the campus beauty again? Zhang Che came back to his senses and looked over in confusion. Senior Lin just invited me to her birthday party. You guys were talking to me, what's up? He had been so lost in thought that he really hadn't heard anyone talking to him. However, as soon as he said this, Zhao Qingting and Zhou Chu both jumped up simultaneously. What? The campus beauty is having a birthday? The two looked at him with eager anticipation. Forget what we said. How did the campus beauty invite you? Can we go together? It's Lin Kei's birthday, and they wanted to go too. Zhang Che, Looking at their eyes, which were like children staring at candy, Zhang Che felt a bit reluctant to refuse. But unfortunately, Lin Kei hadn't said he could bring his roommates. Sorry, I can't. He could only shake his head, shattering their fantasies. On the weekend, it was Lin Kei's birthday party in the evening. In the girls' dormitory, Li Ling and the others were eagerly waiting for this moment to arrive. Kei, you invited Zhang Che, right? What did he say? He has given you so many gifts before, he can't just not show up on your big day, can he? Lin Kei smiled and nodded. I told him. As for the rest, it's hard to say. Though she said that, she was still quite hopeful. However, at the same time, she felt a bit anxious because Zhang Che's reaction was completely different from what she had imagined. Li Ling frowned upon hearing this. Wait, didn't he express anything proactively? The other two roommates chimed in. The birthday party hasn't even started yet. What is there to express? Of course, he's saving it for a big surprise for RK. It seemed that this was indeed the only possibility. Maybe. Lin Kei replied and asked, has he contacted you guys? Li Ling was taken aback. You mean Zhang Che? No. After a moment of shock, she suddenly realized. Oh right, he hasn't contacted us at all. Sun Yunjet and a bunch of others have reached out to us, asking all sorts of questions. Only Zhang Che hasn't. I almost thought you didn't invite him. Doesn't he care at all about who you invited or who was celebrating your birthday? Anyone who wanted to pursue Lin Kei should first acknowledge one thing, they had countless rivals. If someone wanted to do something for Lin Kei that she didn't need, there was only one possibility. Someone else was already doing it. Just like sending breakfast, if no one else was sending breakfast, it was because that track had already been monopolized by Zhang Che. And now, the matter of celebrating Lin Kei's birthday had also been claimed first. So normally, he should be inquiring everywhere about who that person was and thinking about how to compete with them. That's what others were doing. Countless people had already inquired about every aspect of Lin Kei's birthday party. As Lin Kei's closest roommates, Li Ling and the others were the primary source of information about her. Anyone wanting to indirectly obtain information about Lin Kei would go through them. However, Zhang Che had never contacted them from the beginning to the end. Among all of Lin Kei's suitors, no one had ever done this. Indeed, in Lin Kei's heart, his status had already risen to that of a suitor. When they first met, when he tied her shoelaces, Lin Kei felt he had the potential to be a devoted admirer. After delivering breakfast to her every day, he officially became a devoted admirer. The fruit bucket and necklace he gave before military training upgraded him to suitor level. But this suitor left Lin Kei completely confused, which puzzled her. Zhang Che had no idea that his simple desire to be a devoted admirer had left Lin Kei bewildered. The last time he visited a fruit brand experience store and splurged on rewards was an experience he still felt great about. Now, with this opportunity, his mind was filled with the desire to replicate that feeling. He was eagerly waiting for this day, unable to contain his excitement. One could say he was even more looking forward to Lin Kei's birthday than she was. After finishing lunch, he immediately sent a message to Lin Kei as soon as he had time. "Senior, do you have time now? Let's go to the International Financial Center and take a look." This time, he didn't waste any words and directly extended the invitation. He believed Lin Kei would definitely guess his intentions and would not refuse. Otherwise, how could Lin Kei be so favored and sought after? He guessed correctly. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Kei couldn't help but break into a radiant smile as soon as she received his message. Li Ling immediately asked, "What's going on?" Lin Kei shook her phone and replied with a smile, "Zhang Che invited me to go shopping at the IFC mall." Li Ling instantly became excited. "He must be planning to buy you a gift. Kei, you should hurry and agree to him. This time you don't have to worry about what to wear tonight." The IFC Mall is the most luxurious shopping center in Shanghai, if not the only one, at least one of them. On a day like this, being invited by such a wealthy person to such a place, what else could it be for? Without Li Ling saying anything, Lin Kei quickly replied, "Sure. Just in time, Ling Ling, and I also want to go shopping to see what else we need to buy for tonight's birthday party." Zhang Che, "Okay, let's meet at the school gate." After making the appointment, he got up to leave. Zhao Qingdong asked, "Didn't you just come back to the dorm? Where are you going now?" Zhang Che casually replied, "I'm going to shop with Senior Lin. Do you want to join?" Zhou Chu raised an eyebrow. "Shopping? Isn't it just spending money to curry favor with the school beauty, Lin? Last time I spent 70 or 80,000, and in the end, I got nothing out of it. How much are you planning to spend this time?" Zhang Che grinned at him. "I have money. I feel happy when I spend it. Today is Senior Lin's birthday. I can't spend less than last time, right? Damn it, why does this guy have so much money?" Zhou Chu had always been puzzled by this question, and thinking about it made him feel uneasy. "Just keep licking, keep licking. Your little money is nothing." Zhou Chu gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know who is celebrating Lin Kei's birthday today? It's Wang Junquan. Do you know who Wang Junquan is? He's the son of a family with assets worth several hundred million. He drives a Porsche 911 to school. You just have a little money, and you act all high and mighty with me. Compared to him, you're nothing." Now the whole school knows that Wang Junquan spent 180,000 to book a restaurant on the Bund for Lin's birthday. He is the real male host of Lin's birthday. No matter how much you add, you can only be a sidekick. 180,000? From Zhou Chu's passionate outburst, Zhang Che immediately caught the keyword he cared about the most. Booking a restaurant cost that much. Luckily, he wasn't the one hosting the birthday party. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot just from that. While feeling fortunate that there were other big spenders, his brain began to process other issues. Wang Junquan, worth several hundred million, drives a Porsche 911? If Zhou Chu hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known this information at all. Although he was Lin Kei's devoted admirer, he really didn't care about who else was pursuing her. He only knew about Sun Yunjia, and that was because he had approached her. He didn't know what level Sun Yunjia was compared to Wang Junquan, or who would voluntarily step back. It seemed that news about Lin Kei spread easily among people. It appeared that Wang Junquan was indeed not an ordinary person. However, Zhang Che didn't care at all. "I just enjoy being a sidekick. That's what I want as a devoted admirer. What's the problem?" That nonchalant remark left Zhou Chu speechless. Then, he hummed a little tune as he walked out the door. As long as it didn't affect his rewards, who Wang Junquan was or what the situation with Lin Kei was had nothing to do with him. Lin Kei never made people wait long. Zhang Che soon saw her at the school gate. Accompanying her was her loyal best friend and wingwoman, Li Ling. So far, she had never engaged in any activities alone with any man. No matter what they were doing or who they were with, there was always someone by her side. And this person, for the most part, is Li Ling. This has two advantages. First, it allows Li Ling to act as a facilitator, speaking on her behalf for things she finds inappropriate to say. Just like the last time at the Fruit Experience store, when she tricked Zhang Che. The other advantage is to inform others that this is not a date, and they do not share that kind of relationship. Her current high popularity and the many suitors willing to spend lavishly are also closely related to this. No matter how beautiful a woman is, if she frequently goes out alone with different men, it would tarnish her image, wouldn't it? Seeing the two come out, Zhang Che approached again to greet them. "Senior." Lin Kei smiled sweetly. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Zhang Che." Zhang Che shook his head. "Not at all, I just arrived too." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Ling chuckled and got straight to the point. "Junior, today is our Kei's birthday. What do you plan to give her later?" Lin Kei playfully hit Li Ling, pouting. "Stop it, don't talk nonsense. Is this how it's going to be? Fine, let's get started. On such a special day, of course, I hope the senior can dress beautifully. I also want to buy some clothes since I'm attending the senior's birthday party. I can't let the senior down. If the senior doesn't mind, we can look together and buy something suitable." Zhang Che perked up, entering work mode, looking at Lin Kei with anticipation. Lin Kei waved her hand. "Zhang Che, you don't have to do that. Actually, I just want to have a simple birthday, gathering and chatting with good friends like you. I'm already very happy that you can come to my birthday party." She spoke with deep emotion, and it seemed she was in a very good mood today. Giving gifts is a must, and pleasantries are naturally necessary. Li Ling didn't let them linger on this topic and timely shifted the conversation. "Zhang Che, speaking of which, your outfit can't be said to be shabby, but it's really quite ordinary. You're so extravagant, but dressing so plainly doesn't seem to fit your style, does it?" Although Li Ling was changing the subject, she was genuinely curious about this. Zhang Che shrugged his shoulders, using the same excuse he had for his 3 roommates. "My dad has been very strict with me since I was young, not letting me spend money recklessly, and my allowance isn't much. If I hadn't come to the Magic City for university, far from home, I really wouldn't be able to spend as I please. My current allowance is still secretly asked from my mom." This excuse was so clever that Lin Kei and Li Ling immediately believed it. Li Ling couldn't help but secretly sigh like Zhou Chu. A kind mother spoils her child. Clearly, his dad was right. The 3 of them chatted about parental discipline, and soon a taxi arrived at the International Finance Center in Lujiazui. This place gathers various luxury brands from around the world, claiming to provide a Noble-level shopping experience. Just as they arrived at the entrance, they saw the LV store on the left. "Let's check this out first." The car stopped at the mall entrance, and Zhang Che stopped the conversation, directly suggesting to Lin Kei and Li Ling. The two naturally had no objections. What could they say about LV? They were nominally here to accompany him anyway. However, as soon as they stepped into the store, the sales assistant came over to greet them. Li Ling cheered and rushed towards a new black dress. "Kei, come look, this is perfect for you." The sales assistant immediately went over to introduce. "This is our LV seasonal new arrival, made with." She spoke too professionally, and Zhang Che couldn't quite understand, feeling completely lost. However, while Zhang Che might not understand fashion, he could certainly comprehend the price tag. The price of this dress is 23,600. If it's for Lin Kei, that means a 100,000 cash back in hand. Sure enough, to earn rewards, one has to go for luxury items like this. He casually glanced around, and almost everything here was in the 5-digit range. "Senior, I think it really suits you. Why not try it on?" Zhang Che decisively chimed in and even asked the sales assistant to take the dress down. Lin Kei seemed a bit shy, half pushing and half accepting as she followed the sales assistant into the fitting room. Soon, she came out in the dress. Standing in front of the mirror, she twirled around and asked, "Zhang Che, Ling, what do you think?" Li Ling rushed over first, grabbing her hand and exclaiming, "Kei, it really fits perfectly." Zhang Che lagged a few steps behind and directly told the sales assistant, "Hello, please scan to check out." To maximize rewards, he couldn't buy everything at once, it had to be done piece by piece. Otherwise, not only would he miss out on rewards, but he might even lose money. Lin Kei and Li Ling chattered away, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Che's situation. Once the sales assistant successfully processed the order and the rewards were in hand, he picked out a bag that matched his aesthetic and handed it over. "Senior, try this bag on with the dress." Li Ling took it and helped Lin Kei put it on. She also complimented him. "Zhang Che, your taste is really good. This bag goes perfectly with the dress." Lin Kei held the bag, twirled again, and asked, "Really?" As the two discussed the outfit, Zhang Che had already pulled out his phone to speak to the sales assistant again. "I'll take this one too, please scan to check out." 22700. He completed the payment, and Lin Kei exchanged a smile with Li Ling. However, Li Ling propped her chin on one hand, scrutinizing Lin Kei. "It does match well, but it still feels like something's missing." Zhang Che chimed in, "Shoes." Li Ling immediately clapped her hands. Yes. A pair of high heels would make it perfect." In just a few minutes in the store, Zhang Che had already spent over 40,000, proving his spending power. The sales assistant wasted no time. Upon hearing their conversation, she quickly brought over a pair of high heels. These are also RLV's most popular new style this season. Zhang Che looked at the price, 10500, and thought it was reasonable. He nodded. No wonder you're a sales assistant. Your eye for detail is professional. Senior, try on the shoes to see how they look. The sales assistant smiled brightly at his suggestion. Sir, you're too kind. Mainly, your companion is beautiful, just like a clothes hanger. Everything looks good on her. She said this while squatting down to help Lin Kei put on the shoes. Then, she stepped back and let Lin Kei and Li Ling feel for themselves. Seeing Lin Kei looking around, her intentions were quite clear. Zhang Che smiled again and said, time to check out. The dress, bag, and high heels totaled 56800, earning a cashback of 300,000 plus a basic reward of 30,000. However, Zhang Che was still not satisfied, nor was Lin Kei. After all, last time they spent over 70,000 on fruit. Today was her birthday, and it couldn't be less than that, right? Everyone knew this wasn't his limit, so how could Lin Kei be easily satisfied? As for Zhang Che, he came with the mindset of maximizing rewards. He couldn't earn less than last time, could he? Thank you, but let's look at some other things. After taking a few photos in front of the mirror, Lin Kei changed out of the outfit. Her expression and tone suggested that she didn't intend to buy it. Dresses aren't always suitable to wear, senior. How about we look at some jeans instead? Zhang Che led Lin Kei to the denim section and turned to Li Ling. Li Ling, senior, I found that your taste is really great. Pick one for me. Li Ling stepped forward confidently. Don't worry, leave this to me. A pair of fitted jeans, 13,300. Paired with a silk shirt, 13,800. Boots 14,700. Long parka 38,500. After this outfit, the total cost had reached 137,100. And Zhang Che made a profit of 700,000 in cashback plus 70,000 in basic rewards. After deducting costs, the profit was 632,900 yuan. Silently calculating, Lin Kei felt it was about time. Although Zhang Che was much more generous than she had imagined, allowing her to enjoy the experience, it was precisely for this reason that she should be mindful of moderation. There was no need to take everything at once. She exclaimed, as if belatedly realizing, oh, how come it's always us looking? She apologized to Zhang Che. Sorry, Zhang Che, women just can't resist beautiful clothes. Look at me, I was so busy trying on clothes that I forgot we came here to pick clothes for you. Saying this, she ran to the men's section, seriously picking out an outfit for Zhang Che. Zhang Che, you should try this set. Zhang Che had never worn such expensive clothes before. It was also his first time trying luxury items. Besides the rewards he received from Lin Kei, he was also very much looking forward to it. I trust your taste, senior, you definitely can't go wrong. He didn't waste words, and soon the clothes were taken to the fitting room by the sales assistant. 10,800 for work pants, 10,800 for a crew neck t-shirt, 25,400 for a jacket, 12,000 for sneakers. With Lin Kei and Li Ling's references, Zhang Che also bought himself 2 outfits. Altogether, it was 100,500, a bit cheaper than Lin Kei's. After deducting his expenses, his earned rewards became 532,400. This result could only be described as passable, but it was just the beginning, so there was no rush. Back in the fitting room, Zhang Che pondered as he changed out of the clothes. Outside, Lin Kei and Li Ling were whispering together. Kei, I've been watching Zhang Che. He hasn't blinked while checking out. Lin Kei smiled. No matter if he blinks or not, let's just leave it at that this time. By the way, did you find anything you liked? You pick one too. I'll consider it as something I want, and after Zhang Che buys it, I'll give it to you. The two sisters communicated with great understanding, and when Zhang Che came out of the fitting room, he saw Lin Kei trying on a small bag. He didn't know that this was the one Li Ling had chosen, meant for him to check out under Lin Kei's name. Of course, even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. He wasn't willing to buy it directly for Li Ling. Their relationship wasn't at that level, and he couldn't trigger rewards. There was simply no reason to pay for Li Ling. But through Lin Kei, it was different. He could earn rewards, and he was happy about that. Hello, please help me wrap this up. And that bag, let's check out together. The bag Li Ling chose was priced at 20,100, just 1,600 cheaper than the one Lin Kei picked. Several sales assistants quickly wrapped up all the purchased items. At the same time, they also gave some makeup and other gifts. Sir, here's your receipt, please keep it safe. We have packed all the items you purchased and have activated your LV membership. This purchase counts towards points. You can keep an eye on it, the sales assistant said as she handed over the large and small bags. At this moment, Lin Kei let out a gasp. Ah, Junior, did you really buy everything I just tried on? The sales assistant didn't realize she was acting and smiled as she confirmed. Yes, ma'am, this gentleman bought everything you tried on. Your friend is handsome and treats you so well, you really are lucky. With over 200,000 in sales, the sales assistant was in a great mood and helped Zhang Che. She could naturally see that Zhang Che and Lin Kei were not in a romantic relationship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought Li Ling along as a third wheel while shopping. Zhang Che, you really don't have to do this. Lin Kei waved her hands in a flustered manner. Zhang Che held all the bags in his hands and smiled. Senior, today is your birthday. Even though it's your birthday and you have the final say, please let me arrange things today. Li Ling chimed in. Exactly. Kei, why are you being so polite with Zhang Che? If you keep being so distant, you'll make Zhang Che sad. Lin Kei hesitated and finally accepted. Alright then, thank you for your generosity, Zhang Che. Zhang Che shook his head. It's nothing. He continued to urge the two women. Come on, let's go look around some more. Ha! When he said that, Lin Kei and Li Ling were both taken aback. Over 100,000 on LV had already satisfied Lin Kei, and she had decided to call it a day and go home. But Zhang Che said he wanted to keep shopping. Zhang Che, is there anything else you want to buy? Zhang Che nodded and smiled. Since we're here, we should check out Dior and Chanel too, right? I heard they are the three giants in the luxury goods industry. We can't favor one over the other. We should take care of all of them. Lin Kei and Li Ling were stunned. Can you really say it like that? Hearing him say that, Lin Kei's heart couldn't help but race. If they really went to Dior and Chanel, it was unlikely she would leave empty-handed. Zhang Che would definitely buy her more things. If she bought another 100,000 worth there, wouldn't that mean she would have gotten almost 400,000 from Zhang Che today? Even though she had been holding beauty and committing crimes for many years and had played countless suitors, this experience was unprecedented. This time, she wasn't calm at all. She actually felt a bit nervous. Her mouth was dry. Entering the Dior boutique was almost a replica of what happened at LV. The difference was that neither Lin Kei nor Li Ling was as carefree anymore. Previously, they were actively choosing items. Now, it was Zhang Che who was stuffing things into their hands. Zhang Che, you've already bought a lot. You really don't have to. When Lin Kei refused again, she was no longer acting. She genuinely felt it was too much. Even though she was skilled at playing the game and had spent countless rich men's money, she had never encountered someone like Zhang Che who actively filled the game with money. After so many years of playing the game and catching countless rich men, this was the first time she met someone like Zhang Che who spent money like water. This had broken her record. She had never received so much from a single man before. Senior, I already said it. Even though today is your birthday and you have the final say, please listen to me. Although he was acting like a devoted admirer, Zhang Che now displayed an undeniable attitude, very domineering. And I've already paid. I can't just return it, right? Although he still had Lin Kei try on one item and pay for another, the two women were silently calculating. By the end of this trip, he had spent a total of 158,000 on Lin Kei's items, including a knitted sweater he also got for Li Ling in Lin Kei's name. It totaled exactly 180,000. Spending so much money in total bought 8 items, which means it was paid in 8 installments. A total of 800,000 was earned in cashback and 80,000 in basic rewards, netting a profit of 700,000. Of course, Zhang Che didn't sit idle either. He spent 175,000 on himself. After deducting these, he still made 525,000. Adding the 642,400 from LV, the rewards had already reached 1,167,400. Over a million, how exhilarating. He was overjoyed, yet it made Lin Kei and Li Ling even more confused. All along, it seems like the more he spends, the happier he gets. How can this man be like he has no limits? Just how rich is he? Li Ling was also unsettled. She was just tagging along, and a bag plus a knitted sweater was worth over 40,000. Lin Kei frowned. Ling, do you think he might be doing this on purpose to show me something? Li Ling's forehead popped up a question mark. Huh? She paused for a moment and asked, show what? Lin Kei lowered her voice and said, if I had told him in advance that today is my birthday, then I think he would definitely want to celebrate my birthday. But I chose Wang Junquan, who booked the Jingxiu bun for me and spent 180,000. Do you think he might want to prove to me that he is better than Wang Junquan, that he is more willing to spend money on me? Li Ling nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Now that you mention it, I think there is such a possibility. Since he likes you so much, he definitely doesn't want to lose to others. Knowing that other men are celebrating your birthday and spending 180,000, he must be unwilling to accept it. Since he is unwilling to accept it, he will definitely find a way to regain his face. Lin Kei continued, that's what I think. If he just wanted to buy me a birthday gift, he wouldn't need to buy so much. As she spoke, she pondered for a moment and then said, later, find an opportunity for you to test him out. Just as the two were talking, Zhang Che had already sorted everything out and walked over with bags in hand. Senior, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go. Next is Chanel. Although he had already mentioned before that he would visit all three luxury giants, hearing him say Chanel still made Lin Kei and Li Ling unable to suppress their rapid breathing. In the Chanel store, the sales assistant saw them carrying full bags of LV and Dior, and immediately knew that big clients had arrived. "Welcome to Chanel, sir. You can put your things down here first." After Zhang Che and the others placed their items down, the sales assistant directly asked, "Sir, what would you like to start looking at?" Zhang Che smiled at the sales assistant and gestured towards Lin Kei. "Hello, could you help me pick out 2 outfits for this companion?" The sales assistant immediately returned a brighter smile and gestured for Lin Kei to follow. "Ladies, please come with me." Lin Kei went to try on clothes, and Li Ling seized the opportunity to start asking questions. "Zhang Che, do you know Wang Junquan?" Wang Junquan? He didn't know this person before, but now he did, having heard about him from Zhou Chu. So he nodded. "Yeah, I heard he has several hundred million in assets and drives a Porsche 911 to school. By the way, this birthday party for the senior was organized by him, and he reportedly spent 180,000 to book the restaurant." Li Ling also nodded, confirming that these rumors were true. "He is the most aggressive suitor among all of Kei's admirers." Actually, Kei really didn't want to make such a big fuss for her birthday, but she couldn't refuse the warm invitation. Zhang Che nodded again. "I understand." Li Ling, "Wait, why is your reaction so flat upon hearing all this? What do you mean by understanding?" Seeing him completely indifferent, without a hint of jealousy, Li Ling was at a loss. "What do you mean by understanding?" Li Ling asked in disbelief. "That's the strongest suitor for Kui, and you don't care at all?" At that moment, Lin Kui had already walked out of the fitting room. Zhang Che looked at her with sincerity on his face. "As long as my senior is happy, I don't care about anything else. If she thinks that having Wang Junquan celebrate her birthday makes her happiest, then let Wang Junquan do it. If my senior thinks it's appropriate and chooses to be with Wang Junquan, I will bless her. No matter how my senior chooses in the future, how I feel about her now will remain the same." Zhang Che's words had a performative aspect, but the last sentence was definitely from the heart. Unless he couldn't get any rewards, he would remain unchanged through thick and thin. Li Ling, wow, should I say you are deeply in love? Li Ling felt completely confused. What are you talking about? Don't you want to compete with Wang Junquan? He spent only 180,000 on a restaurant, and you've already spent over 300,000 on Kui. Zhang Che looked at Li Ling, whose mouth was twitching, feeling very tired inside. Compete? I just want to get rewards. I don't think money should be used to measure these things. I spend this much on my senior just to make her happy, not to compare with others or prove anything. I'm easily satisfied. I already feel great like this. If I could choose, I would be happy to continue like this for a lifetime. There was no way around it. He could only keep performing. Although he felt helpless inside, he still spoke with great emotion, looking very much like a devoted admirer. But after saying that, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Clearly, Lin Kui was constantly playing him, and he was endlessly flattering her. It could be so simple and joyful. Why complicate things with some inexplicable elements? When it was Zhang Che's turn to try on clothes, Li Ling quickly relayed everything he had just said to Lin Kui. Kui, you didn't see it. When he said those words, there was light in his eyes looking at you. She didn't even miss his micro-expressions. So extravagant, yet so easily satisfied. After learning that he thought this way, Lin Kui's heart was also stirred. With LV and Dior, Zhang Che had already spent over 300,000 on her. This amount was something even those middle-aged Mediterranean men who wanted to keep her wouldn't dare to offer in a month. And just before Zhang Che went to try on clothes, the salesgirl had already completed the checkout for all the Chanel items she had picked out. Adding the long pants and shoes she chose for Li Ling, the total value reached 210,000. All added up, it was over 500,000, if you counted the 70,000 spent on fruits and the Tiffany necklace. Zhang Che had spent over 600,000 on her, nearly reaching 700,000. And all this was within less than a month of knowing each other. During this time, Zhang Che had also been in closed military training for 2 weeks. Thinking about this, she fell silent, feeling a tremendous shock. Seeing her not speaking, Li Ling pressed on. Kui, what do you think? Lin Kui was taken aback. What do you mean? She completely didn't react, not knowing what Li Ling was asking. I mean, what do you think of Zhang Che? Li Ling pressed. Do you like him? He has no demands on you, he just wants to see you happy. What about you? She was left bewildered. I don't know. At first, she had seen Zhang Che as a devoted admirer, After discovering that Zhang Che, this devoted admirer, was quite capable, she began to treat him as a sugar daddy. Now she found that this sugar daddy was even stronger than she had imagined, and more generous than any man she knew. She really didn't know how to categorize Zhang Che. As a suitor? As a backup? Or should she just consider him her boyfriend? She had never thought about this before, and now faced with it all at once, she was completely bewildered. Well, it doesn't really matter, Li Ling shrugged. Anyway, Zhang Che likes you so much, no matter what you think, he will always treat you well. So you really don't need to worry, just do whatever makes you happy. Even if you just treat him as an ATM, it's fine, he's happy to do it. Lin Kei felt that made sense, so why think so much? She cleared all the complicated thoughts from her mind and happened to see Zhang Che walking out of the fitting room. She didn't know if it was because women's fashion was generally more expensive than men's, or if it was simply due to aesthetic reasons, so she chose the cheaper options. Anyway, at Chanel, after Zhang Che spent 210,000 on Lin Kei, what he bought for himself didn't even add up to 200,000. The good news was that the more he spent, the more he earned. This time he selected 10 items for Lin Kei, each worth over 10,000, and the cashback reached 1 million, plus a 100,000 base reward, that totaled 1 million. After deducting over 400,000 in expenses, plus the previous rewards, he netted nearly 1.8 million in cash. Of course, there were also so many clothes. It was exhilarating. In a great mood, Zhang Che couldn't help but want to let out a long howl to the sky. But to avoid being seen as crazy, he had to suppress that excitement. Senior, is there anything else you want to see? After leaving Chanel, he still seemed a bit unsatisfied, feeling for the first time that shopping could be this enjoyable. Lin Kei was also thrilled, but when she heard him ask, she shook her head repeatedly. No more. Zhang Che, let's go back. We can't carry anymore. After shopping at 3 stores, Zhang Che, Lin Kei, and Li Ning were all loaded down. They could barely manage to carry everything, their hands aching from the weight. Alright then, Zhang Che thought for a moment and didn't get greedy, let's go back. After all, as long as he kept Lin Kei, this gold mine, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there was no need to rush. Exiting the mall, he hailed a taxi waiting at the door. Driver, open the trunk. We're going to Hu University. The shopping bags filled the taxi's trunk and the back seat completely. The driver was dumbfounded. Are students really this wealthy now? Not just the driver, but everyone who saw them on the way back to school was equally astonished. Lin Kei, already the center of attention, shone even brighter this time. So many LV, Dior, and Chanel items left everyone in her dorm, including her 2 roommates, in awe. Kei, did Zhang Che buy all these for you? There's such a variety. How much did Zhang Che spend on you? It was really envious, truly envious. Everyone has a birthday, but not everyone receives so many birthday gifts. The situation in the boys' dorm was similar. When Zhang Che returned, not just his roommates, but even those from the neighboring dorm came over. Damn, did you treat the luxury store like a wholesale market? This must have cost at least 200,000 or 300,000, right? 200,000 or 300,000? Hearing that number, Zhou Chu felt his brain explode with a bang. Spending 200,000 or 300,000 on clothes, he had long known that Zhang Che, this devoted admirer, was wealthy. But this still exceeded his imagination. Everyone was shocked by his grand gesture, but his gains today were far from over. In addition to the cash rewards and licking dog points, he had also essentially acquired a wealth of luxury goods for free. After a round of shopping, combined with the accumulated licking dog points, he had gained another 4 lottery chances. Ignoring his surprised roommate, he walked into the bathroom to relieve himself and pulled up the system interface. System, lottery. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Van Cleef & Arpels Clover Series earrings. Van Cleef & Arpels Lucky Alhambra Series 18K Gold Red Agate Earrings. Market reference price, 36,800. Damn, more women's jewelry. Seeing this result, Zhang Che felt a wave of frustration. During military training, the lottery chances he accumulated had also yielded women's jewelry. So far, the only thing suitable for him was that Breguet watch. Can't I get something I can actually use? He grumbled in dissatisfaction and continued to draw. Congratulations, host. You have won a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Zhang Che. No way, it's 2025, and there's still 1982 Lafite? Using this to show off now would just get laughed at. But then again, this was something he could use. It was a decent result, so he continued. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a bottle of Chanel No. 5 perfume. Perfume? Chanel? I just came back from Chanel, although it wasn't the makeup counter. Forget it, just destroy me. He had already lost hope and weakly muttered to continue. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a car lottery card. Car lottery card. With this card, you can draw 1 car. A car? Hearing this keyword, he suddenly felt energized, excitement coursing through him. A car is a man's romance. Who wouldn't want a flashy ride? He had no interest in jewelry or perfume, but when it came to cars, he was wide awake. That guy Wang Junquan, driving a Porsche 911, talked about it like it was his father's. If he could draw a Ferrari or Lamborghini, that 911 would be nothing. With the car lottery card in hand, he quickly opened the system space to check it out, where he found a detailed introduction. Level: beginner probability of drawing a top luxury car, like Bugatti, Rolls-Royce 1%. Probability of drawing a super luxury car, like Ferrari, Lamborghini 4%. Probability of drawing a high-end luxury car, like Mercedes-Maybach, Bentley 10%. Probability of drawing a regular luxury car, like BBA 78S 15%. Probability of drawing an entry-level luxury car, like BBA 34C 40%. Probability of drawing an economy car, like the common road cars 30%. Seeing this explanation, Zhang Che's heart sank. It didn't look optimistic. He wanted a Bugatti, Ferrari, or Lamborghini, but the odds were too low, only 5% combined. The highest probability was for entry-level luxury cars. The so-called 34C, if he guessed correctly, referred to the BMW 3 Series, Audi A4, and Mercedes C-Class. For an ordinary person, this level was already quite good. But looking at this explanation, Zhang Che felt that if he drew this level, it would be better not to draw at all. Damn it, it all depended on luck. Zhang Che hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and silently recited again. Use the car lottery card. With his heart racing, the lottery machine reappeared on the system interface, flashing a dazzling array of car brands and models. Ferrari Purosang, Ferrari 296, Lamborghini Rivuelto. The supercars flashing by continuously teased his nerves, making Zhang Che tense up. 3, 2, 1, the result was revealed. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the 2025 Model Up 410 km Exploration Plus version, license plate included. The purchase contract and related procedures have been placed in the system space. You can now go to the designated 4S store to pick up your car. Zhang Che. The corners of his mouth twitched, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. My Lamborghini, my Ferrari. Is my luck really that bad? What the hell is that? He couldn't help but take out his phone and search for it. He then let out a long sigh. You might as well just give me a fine, at least it's a new energy vehicle, environmentally friendly. As for supercars, I guess I'll have to wait for the next chance to draw a car selection card. If it really doesn't work out, once I rack up enough rewards, I'll just buy one myself. After all that, it really only took a moment. When Zhang Che washed his hands and walked out of the bathroom, his roommates were still marveling at the pile of clothes and shoes he had. Zhang Che, did you really spend 200,000 to 300,000 on these clothes and pants? Faced with such a question, he didn't show off. He just smiled and casually replied, about that. Zhao Qingdong immediately followed up, if you spent 200,000 to 300,000 on yourself, what about the gifts for Lin the school beauty? Li Yale sighed deeply. Based on his usual style, it must be even more. Tisk, a collective gasp echoed, leaving everyone speechless. 200,000 to 300,000 multiplied by 2 means between 400,000 and 600,000. In many people's minds, spending that much money in one go is something you do when buying a house. Alright, it's really not that big of a deal. Zhang Che tidied up his clothes and shoes and casually changed into a new outfit. Looking at the time, he prepared to go pick up the car. They say a person relies on their attire just as a horse relies on its saddle. Zhang Che's outfit, while not a complete transformation, certainly made an impression. The designs of these luxury brands are truly remarkable. Choosing the right ones makes a big difference. Zhao Qingdong was momentarily stunned, feeling increasingly left behind. Unable to help himself, he shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. Seeing Zhang Che about to leave again, he quickly asked, where are you off to now? The school beauty's birthday party isn't for a while, right? Zhang Che didn't stop his steps and casually replied, I ordered a car earlier. I need to go pick it up first. Once I have the car, I should just make it in time. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already out of sight. Zhao Qingdong felt like he was hearing things. What did he just say? Li Yale was completely stunned. He said he ordered a car and is going to pick it up. The entire dormitory fell into silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Is this what revenge spending looks like? If buying clothes costs hundreds of thousands, what would buying a car be like? Amidst his roommate's numb speculations, Zhang Che took a taxi to the 4S store mentioned in the purchase contract. Hello, I'm here to pick up my car. Hello, could you please show me your ID? With the help of the staff, he quickly found his badge. After a simple inspection to confirm there were no issues, he signed the paperwork. It was really just checking for obvious dents. If there were any problems not visible to the naked eye, he wouldn't be able to spot them either. He didn't know much about cars. This was his first time handling one since driving school. However, generally speaking, there shouldn't be any problems, so he didn't think much of it. Thanks. After expressing his gratitude, he placed the paper temporary license plate at the bottom of the front and rear windows and drove away from the 4S store. Just then, his phone rang. Taking it out, he saw it was a call from Li Ling. Zhang Che, where are you now? Do you want to come with us? Although it was Lin Kei's birthday, Li Ling was in a very good mood today. Following Zhang Che and Lin Kei out for a trip, she had also managed to get herself a set of luxurious gear, an LV bag, a Dior knit sweater, Chanel pants and shoes, all adding up to nearly 100,000 yuan. If Lin Kei could tolerate this rich guy, her benefits in the future would definitely not be few, so she felt it was necessary to pay more attention to Zhang Che. With that thought, she called Zhang Che to invite him to Lin Kei's birthday party. I'm at the 4S shop, just picked up a car, Zhang Che replied. I plan to go straight there. What's going on over there? How about the senior? Wow, Zhang Che quietly bought a car? Li Ling was first taken aback, then felt it was unnecessary to make a big deal out of it. After all, for someone who could spend over $1 million on clothes, what was buying a car? Then come pick us up, she immediately said. Wang Junquan has already said he would come to pick Kei, but his Porsche 911 only has 2 seats. It's certain that we have to go with Wang Junquan, so we'll have to find our own way there. I was going to ask if you wanted to share a ride with us, but now that you bought a car, that's even better. Come pick us up. As Lin Kei's good friend, she wasn't shy at all with Zhang Che. The goddess chose another man's supercar, while the devoted admirer had to go pick up her friend. This fact, it must be said, was truly pitiful for the admirer. However, Zhang Che still showed no hesitation. After all, if you're going to act, you have to go all out. Just picked up the car, and it was his first time driving anything other than a training car. He was quite excited and wanted to drive a bit more. The 4S shop where he picked up the car was not far from the school, and in just over 10 minutes, he drove the car directly to the girls' dormitory. I've arrived. After parking the car, he sent a message to Li Ling. In a few minutes, all the girls from their dorm came down, including Lin Kei. He quickly got out of the car to greet Lin Kei. Hey, senior, are you still here? Lin Kei was taken aback when she saw him get out of the car, then instinctively responded, Wang Junquan hasn't arrived yet, I'm waiting for him. Zhang Che, is this your car? In the dorm, Li Ling excitedly talked about him picking up the car and they all guessed what kind of car he would buy. They guessed everything from Mercedes to BMW to Porsche, but none of them expected it to be this one. Li Ling was dumbfounded, circling the car and dropping her jaw. Zhang Che, you bought this car? Zhang Che shrugged and asked back, what's wrong with it? That's a big problem, okay? Li Ling complained, you're so rich, I thought you would buy a sports car. He really wanted a sports car. The problem was, with his bad luck, what could he do? He could only pretend to wave it off. Hey, what car doesn't matter? This is still environmentally friendly. Is that really the case? Li Ling expressed doubt, her gaze meeting Lin Kei's, both seeing the other's confusion. She leaned in to whisper in Lin Kei's ear, Kei, he didn't spend all his money on clothes and has no money left for a car, did he? If you ask me, it would be better not to buy a car like this at all. It's too cheap. Wang Junquan drives a Porsche 911, and Sun Yunjia drives a BMW X5. With this thing, a domestic small car, I bet it definitely doesn't exceed 100,000 yuan. They looked down on such small cars and the people who drove them. Lin Kei frowned, it shouldn't be, right? I heard that buying a car usually requires a reservation in advance. It's generally not possible to pick it up on the same day. He must have booked this car several days ago, back when he hadn't bought us clothes yet. It can't be a money issue. The school beauty couldn't understand why Zhang Che, who was clearly so wealthy, would buy such a car. It was really embarrassing. Seeing the two girls whispering to each other and frowning at his car, Zhang Che couldn't help but chuckle silently. At that moment, Lin Kei had already changed into the clothes he had just bought for her. Wearing an LV dress, stepping in Chanel high heels, and carrying a Dior handbag. He even clearly remembered that Li Ling's outfit was also something he had just bought for Lin Kei. Just when he was still a bit confused about the situation, he didn't expect the two girls to already be disdainful of his car. He had just spent hundreds of thousands on it, and now, just because the car didn't meet their expectations, their faces fell immediately. I really can't help but laugh, but whether you like it or not is none of my business. As long as I like it, that's enough. Although he was most looking forward to a Ferrari or Lamborghini, he felt pretty good driving this car all the way here. Thinking about it, as a simp, driving a supercar didn't really fit the character, did it? Being looked down upon was fine. If Lin Kei could continue to return to her aloof and indifferent mode in the future, it would be easier for him to reward her. No more of that nonsense that affects his gaming. Just as the atmosphere became a bit subtle, a roaring engine sound came from afar. Vroom vroom, the sound grew closer, and a flashy red Porsche 911 stopped right in front of him. It had to be said, this car was indeed handsome, and the roar of the engine was pleasant, but the driver was a bit short. Is this Wang Junquan? Zhang Che looked at the boy with a square face who got out of the car, slightly shorter than him, and felt quite curious about him. Opening the door and getting out, this guy tried hard to strike a cool pose, but unfortunately, he could only be described as having well-defined features. He really didn't have the effect of a star from a drama. Kei, I'm here. Wang Junquan smiled at Lin Kei after getting out of the car and said, let's go, I've arranged everything. Lin Kei smiled and nodded at him, then introduced him. Junquan, this is my friend Zhang Che. I invited him today too. He's here to pick up Lingling and the others, so it works out that we can go together. Wang Junquan sized up Zhang Che and joked with a grin, so you're Zhang Che? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Zhang Che's car, and his expression changed from playful to disdainful. This is your car? It's quite cute. Clearly, as Lin Kei's new simp, Wang Junquan was aware of Zhang Che's existence. However, he didn't take Zhang Che seriously at all. How could a rich kid with a family fortune of several $100 million, driving a Porsche 911, possibly regard a simp? Isn't a simp just someone responsible for picking up the women they get tired of? When he heard about Zhang Che, he didn't care at all. Now that he saw him, he cared even less. What car he drove didn't deserve his attention. It's about time, so let's go. Wang Junquan opened the passenger door for Lin Kei to get in. Then he turned back to Zhang Che, hope you can see my taillights. Lin Kei got into Wang Junquan's Porsche 911. Although Li Ling was disdainful, she had no choice but to get into Zhang Che's small car with the other two roommates. She sat in the passenger seat while the other two sat in the back. Vroom vroom, Wang Junquan was in front, deliberately revving the engine a few times to mock Zhang Che with the roaring sound of the car. Li Ling, on the side, gloating, said, feeling looked down upon, huh? Who told you to buy such a car? She urged Zhang Che, hurry up, or you really won't even see his taillights. Zhang Che smiled faintly, too lazy to waste words with Li Ling, and followed at a leisurely pace, embodying calm and composure. If it came to a race, his little car could never outrun a 911. Wang Junquan truly wanted to leave him behind, to the point where he couldn't even see the taillights. The problem was, this was the Magic City, and it was already peak hour. Not to mention, even a 3.0T Porsche, with its horsepower, wasn't that impressive. Even if you brought a Bugatti with a V16 and 3 electric motors, an 8.3L displacement and a combined power of 1800 horsepower, at this hour, it would still be stuck in traffic in the city. So, while Wang Junquan had the intention, the reality simply wouldn't allow it. Just when he managed to create a bit of distance, a red light came back around. Zhang Che didn't even have to exert himself, though he really had no strength to spare, effortlessly keeping up with him. The two cars drove towards the Bund, and just a few kilometers away, Wang Junquan was stopped by the traffic police. Wang Junquan had been revving his engine all the way, making noise wherever he went. Zhang Che followed behind, and along the way, Li Ling kept chattering non-stop. Zhang Che, look at that Porsche 911, how many people turn their heads to look? I'm not saying you have money, why did you buy such a car? Have you ever thought about putting your car next to a Porsche 911 and seeing how she would choose? Anyone would pick the Porsche 911, right? You performed so well this afternoon, why did you drop the ball at such a crucial moment? Li Ling looked at his attitude, as if lamenting his misfortune and resenting his lack of ambition. He focused on driving, responding half-heartedly. Yes, yes, yes. Just as he was replying, he saw Wang Junquan pull over to the side of the road under the traffic police's direction. Li Ling's incessant chatter finally stopped, surprised. What happened? A little head popped up from the back seat. Is it a DUI checkpoint? Another person immediately denied. No way, it's just about dinner time. Isn't it a bit early for a DUI checkpoint? Zhang Che followed closely behind and also pulled over. Just a routine check. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the traffic police checking Wang Junquan's vehicle registration and driver's license, then instructing him to get out of the car. He immediately shut up and said, well, let's get out and take a look. On the Porsche, Lin Kei also got out of the car, confused, following Wang Junquan. The four of them from Zhang Che's car gathered around just in time to hear the traffic police issue a penalty to Wang Junquan. Your car has an out-of-town license plate. According to the traffic restrictions, you cannot drive here during this time period. We found that you have repeatedly violated the traffic restrictions. We are now imposing a double penalty, a fine of 400 yuan, and 6 points deducted. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood what was going on. In large cities like the capital and the Magic City, due to the high population and number of vehicles, there are corresponding traffic restrictions. If you violate the traffic restrictions, The usual penalty is a fine of 200 yuan and 3 points deducted. For someone like Wang Junquan, who drives a Porsche 911, a 200 yuan fine is practically no punishment at all. How could he care about such a small amount? Therefore, he had never taken the so-called traffic restrictions seriously. Unfortunately, while he could afford to ignore the fine, his driver's license also only had 12 points. When Wang Junquan looked embarrassed, the traffic police's words did not stop. Your driver's license has already accumulated 9 points, and now with another 6 points deducted, you have reached the maximum of 12 points in this scoring cycle. So we need to confiscate your driver's license, and please go to the designated location for education within 15 days. Wang Junquan had no temper left, only able to express his dejection. Yes, I understand. The traffic police took his driver's license, your license has been suspended, and you cannot drive anymore. You'd better have your companion drive the car away, or you can call a tow truck. Li Ling, still a bit dazed, foolishly asked, why can't Wang Junquan drive now? Zhang Che felt speechless but could only explain with a submissive attitude. His points have all been deducted, and his license has been temporarily suspended. If he drives again, it would be driving without a license. If caught driving without a license, he could be detained. Li Ling was startled again. Then what should they do now? Zhang Che, how many points do you have left on your license? She was worried that Zhang Che's points might not be enough, leaving both cars and people stranded on the road. Her startled reaction attracted the attention of the traffic police. The officer looked at Zhang Che's car and shouted, "It's rush hour, don't park on the roadside, hurry and leave." Zhang Che immediately responded, "Officer, we're together, we'll leave right away." Upon hearing that he was with Wang Junquan and Lin Kei, the traffic police didn't say anything more and continued with their duty. Li Ling was still a bit stunned. Zhang Che, why didn't the traffic police fine you? Zhang Che pointed to the temporary license plate placed in the lower right corner of the front window. Senior Li Ling, this is a Shanghai plate. The restrictions apply to out-of-town plates, so of course, he wouldn't be fined. The expressions of the group suddenly became a bit subtle, their eyes widening as they carefully looked at Zhang Che's license plate. Even Lin Kei couldn't help but lean in for a closer look. They hadn't paid attention before, just feeling that his car was embarrassing. Who would have thought that this little broken car on the road would actually be more useful than a supercar? Bro, your Porsche 911 isn't much use, huh? Zhang Che mimicked Wang Junquan's earlier tone and teased before asking, so what are you planning to do now? Are you going to have a senior drive for you, or call a tow truck? Wang Junquan remained silent, and half a second later, Lin Kei waved her hands repeatedly. No. Junquan, how about we just call a tow truck? I have a license, but I'm just a novice. I haven't touched a car since I graduated from driving school. With so many cars on the road now, I wouldn't dare to drive. Besides, your car is so nice, even if you don't care if it gets scratched, I would feel heartbroken. She was just saying nice things, actively trying to give Wang Junquan an out. It was precisely because she cared about the car and was afraid it would get scratched that Wang Junquan didn't want her to drive and didn't take Zhang Che's bait. Now this guy was just taking advantage of the situation and immediately replied, then it can only be this way. Zhang Che curled his lips, a look of disdain on his face. His contempt was written all over his face, but he didn't continue to mock. Li Ling went over and linked arms with Lin Kei. Kei, what about us? Should we go ahead first, or wait for you to go together? Lin Kei was also in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. She was the main character of the birthday party, whether it was Li Ling or others. If they arrived first, they would just have to wait for her. At this moment, many people should have already arrived, waiting for her to greet them. But calling a tow truck takes time. She couldn't just leave Wang Junquan here to handle it herself, right? Today was her birthday party, and they had spent 180,000 to book the venue for her. They had come in one car, they were companions, and leaving Wang Junquan behind would be too unreasonable. Even if one disregarded moral, conscience, politeness, and other factors, one still had to consider their own image and reputation. Just when she was indecisive, Zhang Che stepped forward. Senior, I think it would be better this way. You stay here with Wang Junquan to handle the issue, and I'll take senior sister Li Ling and the others over first. It's not far from the Bund, so by the time I come back to pick you up, it should be about the right time. At this hour, even if we want to take a taxi, it won't be easy. It's more convenient for me to pick you up. Lin Kei hesitated for a moment but quickly nodded in agreement. All right then, it can only be this way. After she finished speaking, she smiled and apologized to Zhang Che. Zhang Che, sorry to trouble you. Zhang Che's small car could fit 3 people in the back seat if they squeezed a bit. But the problem now was that there were 6 of them in total, so they could only make 2 trips. Anyway, this was suggested by Zhang Che himself, so it was settled. Lin Kei decided, and Zhang Che first took her 2 roommates to the Jingxiu Bund restaurant. As for Li Ling, she chose to stay and accompany Lin Kei. After all, Zhang Che still had to come back for another trip, and the car was already enough to fit. Moreover, at this point, there was no issue of being a third wheel, it was perfectly fine to stay. When Zhang Che returned, the tow truck had just taken away Wang Juinchuan's Porsche 911. At this moment, he looked quite gloomy and dejected. He had originally wanted to show off, but who would have thought that driving a Porsche 911 would lead to such a humiliation by a small, shabby car? Once everything was settled, Li Ling quickly hopped into the passenger seat, leaving the back seat for Lin Kei and Wang Junquan. Zhang Che felt no displeasure at all, as if he hadn't noticed anything special about it. Just as Wang Junquan got in the car and fastened his seatbelt, he turned back and teased, "Buddy, sorry for you, I bet you've never been in such a cheap car before?" He said this because he couldn't stand Wang Juinchuan's arrogant demeanor. However, to Lin Kei and Li Ling, it seemed like he was just being jealous. Wang Junquan was already feeling irritated, but hearing Zhang Che's sarcastic tone, he didn't retort. Instead, he crossed his arms and said, "How did you get your license plate? Help me get one too, you can name your price." In a place like Magic City, driving without a local license plate is really inconvenient. Unfortunately, even though his family had assets worth several hundred million, he still couldn't get a Magic City license plate. Magic City has restrictions on license plates. You must meet certain requirements to participate in the bidding. Even if you meet the conditions, the winning rate isn't high, not to mention he didn't meet the conditions at all. So, helplessly, after buying the Porsche 911, he had to register it in Su province. Without a license plate and wanting to drive a supercar to show off and pick up girls, he had no choice but to do this. However, Zhang Che also didn't meet the conditions but managed to get a license plate, which could only mean he had some special means or channels. His guess was actually not wrong. Zhang Che's channel was just the system. "I don't have that kind of ability." Zhang Che directly denied it, but to others, it seemed like a refusal. Li Ling rolled her eyes at him. How could he not show off at a time like this? "You say you don't have that ability, so how did you get this license plate?" As she spoke, Li Ling directly picked up the license plate from the glove compartment and curiously asked, "Zhang Che, is this your license plate number?" Zhang Che shook his head. "No, this is a temporary license plate. The number for the official plate is different." After explaining, he casually continued to mislead. "Actually, I rented this car, so the license plate has nothing to do with me." This sounded quite reasonable. In cities like Magic City and the capital, many people do rent cars or license plates. Oh, Wang Junquan was about to respond, and Lin Kei also felt like she had an epiphany at that moment. But Li Ling opened the glove compartment of the passenger seat and took out the documents and vehicle registration that were inside a file bag. "Liar, doesn't this have your name on it?" The lie was exposed in an instant, but Zhang Che didn't feel embarrassed at all. "I just wanted to refuse a bit more tactfully," he said, a bit petty. Lin Kei in the back row couldn't help but snort softly, laughing inwardly. He must be jealous. Li Ling shot him another eye roll, quite generous with other people's affairs. "Since you have a way to get a license plate from Magic City, why not help Wang Junquan get one? They said the price is up to you, it's not like they're asking for it for free." Hearing this, Zhang Che couldn't help but roll his eyes back. "Do you know why he said the price is up to you? Do you think getting a license plate from Magic City is that easy? Have him get me one too, the price is up to him." Li Ling was taken aback. She really didn't understand about license plates. It sounded like it was very difficult to obtain, even if one was willing to spend a lot of money. She couldn't help but ask again, "So how did you get this license plate?" Zhang Che didn't respond, directly driving into the parking lot, smoothly changing the subject. "We're here." His attitude clearly showed he was unwilling to say more. He really couldn't explain it, nor was there any need to. So, he simply kept quiet, appearing to avoid the topic. Wang Junquan, on the other hand, understood this, who would publicly announce such matters. Even when Zhang Che had unhesitatingly refused him, he felt it was only natural. This was indeed not something that could be solved with money. What kind of relationship did he have with Zhang Che that Zhang Che should help him? When Zhang Che and the others arrived, many of the people Lin Kei had invited were already there. Seeing Lin Kei actually get out of a small electric car instead of Wang Juinchuan's flashy Porsche 911, many people who were in the dark were completely confused, unable to grasp the situation, especially when they saw that even Wang Junquan had gotten out of that small electric car. Kei. A group of people rushed over, chattering around Lin Kei, crowding into the scenic bund. Zhang Che lagged behind, casually pulling up the system interface that had just sounded a reward notification. Proposing to make a couple of trips to pick people up was indeed the right choice. He had been deemed successful again and received a reward. Just as he was feeling pleased, a white BMW X5 parked nearby, and a familiar figure got out of the car. It was Sun Yunja, the one who had once seen him as a rival for Lin Kei's affection. "Is this your car?" Sun Yunja looked at his Jili Xingyuan with interest, giving it the same evaluation as Wang Junquan. It's quite cute. The difference was that Wang Junquan's comment was pure mockery, while Sun Yunja's was purely teasing. As a lickspittle, isn't this just fitting for my identity? Zhang Che was unimpressed and turned to ask, by the way, why did you come by yourself? Why didn't you go pick up the senior sisters? Sun Yunja smiled, though there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. This time, the one celebrating his birthday is Wang Junquan. He's the one driving the Porsche 911. Although it's the lowest configuration of the Porsche 911 and has no options, it's still a Porsche 911, a supercar. With Kay's personality, she would definitely only get in his car today. If I went over, I could only pick up Li Ling and the others. What would that make me? This was something he absolutely couldn't accept, yet Zhang Che had no psychological burden doing just that. Not only did Zhang Che go to pick up Li Ling and the others, but he also brought Wang Junquan over. Speaking of which, that guy drives a Porsche and acts all high and mighty, looking down on cars below supercars. But how did he and Kay just get out of your car? What's going on here? Sun Yunja was equally puzzled, completely unable to understand. Zhang Che being their driver was not surprising. To him, Zhang Che's actions were always so baffling. But it was quite unexpected for someone like Wang Junquan, who had such a high opinion of himself, to choose to ride in a car like Zhang Che's instead of his Porsche. Zhang Che didn't hide it either, mentioning that Wang Junquan had accumulated too many violations of the traffic restrictions and had no points left to deduct. Sun Yunja immediately burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he couldn't stop. Ha ha, with only 3 points left on his license but deducted 6 points. Ha ha ha, with his license suspended, he can only call a tow truck to take his car back. Seeing him nearly in tears from laughing, Zhang Che was quite speechless. It was needless to say that this guy must have suffered losses at Sun Yunja's hands. He drove a BMW X5, which must have been looked down upon by Wang Junquan's Porsche 911. After all, in the broadest sense, BBA is recognized as the representative of luxury cars, while Porsche stands head and shoulders above BBA. Many socialites only recognize Porsche and look down on those who drive BBA. Not to mention, Wang Junquan's car was the king of Porsches, the 911. Damn, why didn't I think of this before? If I had realized this, would I have let him be so arrogant in front of me? With Sun Yunja saying this, it further confirmed Zhang Che's suspicions. In other places, the BMW X5 could never compare to the Porsche 911. But in Magic City, a BMW X5 with a Shanghai license plate and a Porsche 911 with an out-of-town plate had a different weight to it. Speaking of which, I have a question. Zhang Che looked curiously at the still laughing Sun Yunja. Since you guys have already had a showdown, why hasn't anyone automatically withdrawn? Previously, Sun Yunja had treated him as a rival, but he had come in with a simple and crude comparison of family wealth. Didn't he do the same to Wang Junquan? Or was it that the loser was still unwilling to give up and continued to cling on? It's not that the loser is unwilling, but that neither of us is willing to back down. We haven't determined a winner. Sun Yunja sighed, feeling quite helpless. That kid may have a few $100 million in assets, but that doesn't mean he has a few $100 million to spend. Moreover, he comes from a small city in the north, and his family doesn't have any business in Magic City. Although my family doesn't have a few $100 million, I am a native of Magic City. He doesn't even have the qualification to buy a house in Magic City, while I own 3 properties. Overall, both of us feel that neither is inferior to the other. And Kui, probably for the same reasons, hasn't made a choice. Magic City is the most prosperous city in the country, a place filled with extravagance and the dazzling magic of the metropolis. If given a choice, I believe no one would give up Magic City for a small city. Of course, Wang Junquan's few $100 million in assets is a significant temptation. But Sun Yunja, with 3 properties to his name, is not lacking in conditions either. Plus he has the advantage of being a local. Hearing Sun Yunja say this, Zhang Che could already understand Lin Kei's dilemma. Even he would hesitate and be indecisive when faced with such a problem. Zhang Che could even guess that if possible, Lin Kei would want to choose someone with a few $100 million in assets from Magic City. Unfortunately, one cannot have both fish in bear's paw. Lin Kei was not without effort, but Wang Junquan and Sun Yunja were already the best options she could choose from now. There were other wealthy individuals at Hu University, but the others were not interested in her. With no options left at school, she could only look outside the campus, constantly searching for better choices. However, unfortunately, she had not encountered any better young talents outside. What she encountered were only some middle-aged men wanting to keep her, each one with a big belly and a Mediterranean hairstyle. Although she had faced many setbacks on this path, Lin Kei was not in a hurry. She had just celebrated her 21st birthday today, and there were still several years of great youth for her to choose from slowly. Whether she could eventually find someone to her liking would depend on fate. So, you're a second generation? Zhang Che teased, then patted Sun Yunja on the shoulder. Good luck. That guy really acts like he's something special. Compared to him, I'd rather help you push your luck. Between the two, Zhang Che had a better impression of Sun Yunja. However, Sun Yunja had a frown on his face and sighed again as he looked at him. Hey, but right now, I feel like the one who will end up laughing last will be you. If you can get a Shanghai license plate, that alone surpasses Sun Yunja and me. Zhang Che shrugged. Nuts. You didn't see the disdainful looks Li Ling and Senior Lin gave me when I went to pick them up in this car. Can this even catch their eye? He paused, then continued. Also, I'm really not interested in your love affairs. You guys can have your love triangles, just don't count me in. He almost swore that he really just wanted to be a devoted admirer. So I really can't see through you. What exactly do you consider your behavior towards Kei? Performance art? Sun Yunja felt he wasn't lying, but the more he thought about it, the more perplexing his actions became. Anyway, this is my attitude. Whether you believe it or not, that's just how it is, he said, not wanting to continue the entanglement, and changed the subject. Let's go, everyone else has gone in. The two walked into the restaurant together, and he seemed to remember something again, then spoke up once more. By the way, you just said Wang Juinchuan's 911 is the lowest configuration? How much does that cost? Sun Yunja's expression immediately turned disdainful, and he scoffed. Even the lowest configuration, commonly known as the beggar version, the lowest of the low, I've specifically checked. 2025 Carrera 3.0T model, 3.0L displacement, 394 horsepower. The official guide price for this car is $1.468 million, and my X5 has a bare car price of $830,000. For the vast majority of people, it is impossible to tell from the outside whether a car is high or low configuration. If Sun Yunja hadn't said it, Zhang Che would never have known. However, that $1.468 million is really not cheap. Even the beggar version is already quite impressive. Yet Sun Yunja was still rambling on with complaints. You should know that various kits are the essence of the 911. You've probably heard how Porsche has a high opinion of itself. Not only is the brand arrogant, but those who work at Porsche act like it's their family business. Wang Junquan chose a beggar version and didn't even select any options. Who knows how many disdainful looks he got when buying the car. To endure the scorn and discrimination just to buy it can only mean that wealthy people have their beliefs and don't care about these things. After Sun Yunja finished his complaints, he and Zhang Che had already walked into the restaurant. At this moment, the restaurant was already bustling with noise, incredibly lively. For her birthday this time, Lin Kei invited all her classmates and some other friends she was close to, and, like Zhang Che, who was a prominent admirer, and Sun Yunja, who was a more capable suitor, everyone she thought was worth inviting had already been invited. As the star of the birthday party, Lin Kei was undoubtedly the hostess. She warmly greeted everyone, occasionally receiving birthday gifts from classmates and friends. Li Ling and two other roommates acted as assistants, helping her handle the storage of gifts and other such chores. As the organizer of this birthday party, Wang Junquan also took on the role of the male host, greeting everyone alongside Lin Kei. It really looked like a couple, or even a married pair. Kei must have gotten together with Wang Junquan, right? Look at how in sync they are. Spending $180,000 just for a birthday, I couldn't handle that, let alone the fact that Wang Junquan drives a Porsche. But I heard that both Wang Junquan and Kei came here in a small electric car today, and the one driving seems to be Kei's devoted admirer, Zhang Che. In the eyes of many, Lin Kei and Wang Junquan had clearly become a couple. This made Sun Yunja quite angry. Damn it, why do these people think that? Just because this year it's Wang Junquan who was celebrating Kei's birthday? Last year, I was the one who celebrated her birthday. Why didn't they say anything then? Zhang Che quickly patted his shoulder. Calm down, calm down. You said that was last year. This year, he's the male host, so it's not surprising that this situation has arisen. If you can't stand it, you shouldn't have come. Wang Junquan spent so much money on Lin Kei's birthday, and creating this perception was one of his purposes. Zhang Che felt that since Sun Yunja had not fought for the hosting rights, he shouldn't have shown up. Who would have thought this guy would huff and say, "How can I miss Kei's birthday?" Zhang Che, bro, saying that actually sounds quite devoted. Amid Sun Yunja's discontent, all the people Lin Kei invited gradually arrived. Zhang Che roughly estimated that there were at least 100 people. Based on this restaurant's average cost of $600 per person, 100 people dining would cost $60,000. Looking at it this way, the price of $180,000 for booking the entire restaurant seemed quite reasonable. Most of Lin Kei's classmates and friends knew each other, gathering in small groups at familiar tables. Zhang Che was in a worse situation. Apart from Li Ling and her friends, the only person he could consider as an acquaintance was Sun Yunja, and this guy's situation was pretty much the same as his. The most awkward part of dining is this kind of scene, where no one knows each other and doesn't know what to do. Fortunately, Sun Yunja was one of Lin Kei's strongest pursuers, and he was Lin Kei's first devoted admirer. No matter how busy she was, Lin Kei couldn't neglect the two of them. Yunja, Zhang Che, you guys sit down, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Kei personally welcomed the two to the main table, inviting them to sit down together. As the absolute main character of the day, she naturally took the main seat, while Wang Junquan sat to her left. Sun Yunja, not to be outdone, directly sat to Lin Kei's right. Zhang Che didn't want to fight for a position, deliberately taking his time. Once everyone had almost settled in, he walked over and sat next to Sun Yunja, and beside him was Li Ling. Lin Kei's three roommates were separated, each responsible for attending to the people nearby. Aside from them, everyone else at the table was male. Wow, could this be the devoted admirer table? Zhang Che was shocked. He felt that the other boys at the table were probably also admirers of Lin Kei. Although he was different from these people, he was so devoted that he might even be seen as worse in others' eyes. He had heard that when someone gets married, they set up tables for ex-boyfriends/ex-girlfriends. He never expected that now, for a birthday, there could even be a devoted admirer table, although everyone else would definitely not want to admit they were devoted admirers. Once everyone was seated, soon all the good food and drinks were served. Lin Kei raised her glass and stood up, effortlessly beginning to speak. Dear classmates and friends, everyone sitting here is my brother and sister. Today is my birthday, and I am very happy that you all came to celebrate with me. I am even happier. Here, I want to especially thank Wang Junquan, who put in a lot of effort to prepare this birthday party for me. I won't say much more. Everyone enjoy the food and drinks. I hope that every birthday from now on, I can celebrate with all of you. Cheers! Everyone was very accommodating, all raising their glasses and standing up, responding loudly. Cheers! After Lin Kei sat down, Wang Junquan immediately stood up. Excuse me, everyone, on this special day, I would like to say a few words. First of all, of course, I want to wish Kei a happy birthday, wishing her many more happy birthdays to come. Just now, Kei said she wanted to thank me for organizing her birthday, but that is completely unnecessary. This year, every year, in the years to come, I will organize a birthday for Kei. As Kei just said, you are all her friends, and no one is allowed to be absent. Others cheered in agreement, also giving him face. After all, many believed that he and Lin Kei had already become a couple. Alright, we definitely won't be absent. Happy birthday, cheers! The voices of agreement grew louder, and the expressions of the boys at Zhang Che's table became increasingly grim. Among the large table of people, he was the only one joining in the cheer. However, Li Ling and the others instead cast strange looks at him. It felt as if his reaction was the odd one, while Sun Yunja and the others were the normal ones. What are you looking at me for? Zhang Che sat down and casually asked Li Ling beside him. Big brother, your mindset is really good. Li Ling whispered to him. Wang Junquan said he would organize a birthday party for Kei every year from now on. You could say everyone is friends, but he has excluded himself from that group. Don't you understand what that means? Who wouldn't understand? That's why Sun Yunja and the others were so displeased. But what did that have to do with Zhang Che? He didn't mind at all what Wang Junquan said. I understand. Wang Junquan is just positioning himself as the senior's boyfriend. He smiled and said, I see the senior is quite happy now, so I'm happy too. What Wang Junquan wants to express doesn't matter. I still say, as long as the senior is happy, I'm happy. Li Ling was once again stunned. Although it wasn't the first time she had heard Zhang Che say such things, she was still taken aback. No way, could he really love so selflessly? Is there really someone in this world who is so wealthy and extravagant, yet loves so unconditionally and gives silently? Such a presence would feel unreal in a drama, yet it truly exists in reality? She couldn't help but feel moved by Zhang Che. At that moment, Sun Yunja also stood up. Dear classmates, friends, brothers, and sisters, my name is Sun Yunja, and I believe most of you here know me. Taking this opportunity, I would like to say a few words. Everyone indeed knew him, so when he stood up, their expressions became somewhat strange. Is this where the jealousy begins? Under everyone's gaze, Sun Yunja spoke confidently. First of all, of course, I want to wish Kei a happy birthday, wishing her happiness every day of her life. As he spoke, he took out a beautifully crafted box from his pocket. It was unclear what was inside, but it was evident that it was valuable. Kei, this is for you. He handed over the gift, and Lin Kei didn't stand on ceremony, reaching out to take it. Thank you. He smiled and nodded, saying loudly, everyone here is the most important person to Kei. Since we have already agreed to celebrate Kei's birthday together every year from now on, then here, I officially extend an invitation to everyone. Next year on this day, everyone come to celebrate the birthday party I'm throwing for Kui, and no one is allowed to be absent. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. They knew there was jealousy among them, but they didn't expect it to be so confrontational. Many thought Lin Kui and Wang Junquan were already a couple, so they had just cheered along with Wang Junquan. Now that he pulled this stunt, what kind of reaction should everyone give? Alright. In the end, it was Zhang Che who stood up first to support him, echoing the cheers. With Zhang Che leading, others followed suit, ensuring the atmosphere didn't fall flat. Otherwise, he might have found it a bit difficult to step down. However, this earned him a glare from Li Ling, as if to say, "Dude, do you really think you're just here to join the fun?" Sun Yunja's words darkened Wang Junquan's expression. He understood what Sun Yunja meant, and naturally, Sun Yunja understood his meaning as well. As the two locked eyes, sparks flew, and neither seemed willing to back down, as if they might end up in a fight. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Li Ling quickly stood up to mediate. In any case, let's all wish Kui a happy birthday. She called everyone to raise a glass to Lin Kui, then shifted the topic. Today is Kui's birthday, and the most important thing is to have fun, so let's all enjoy ourselves. We have a piano and sound equipment here, so I welcome all talented classmates to show off their skills. As soon as she finished speaking, a boy across the room stood up. Let me play a piece, as a beautiful blessing for Kui. The boy appeared quite graceful as he sat down at the piano and played with ease. The pleasant sound of the piano filled the restaurant, instantly lifting the atmosphere. Zhang Che knew nothing about music, had no idea what piece was being played, nor did he know if it was good. However, judging by the boy's demeanor, his skill should be quite high. Among Lin Kui's admirers, he seemed to be the type with talent but not from a wealthy background. Unfortunately, Lin Kui knew exactly what she wanted. If a rich person was also talented, she would be very satisfied. But if he only had talent without enough money, she would have to express her regrets. With someone starting, the entire birthday party became lively. The restaurant was fully booked, and everyone present were classmates and alumni, all very relaxed. There were those playing the piano, singing various songs, telling jokes, or simply cheering. After a few drinks, with the help of alcohol, everyone was even less reserved. One would finish their performance, and another would take the stage, pushing the birthday party atmosphere to its peak. Zhang Che focused on eating, and after being well fed and drunk, he didn't forget to cheer and applaud, genuinely enjoying himself. This revelry lasted for several hours, and many had drunk enough and were feeling tired. More importantly, it was getting late. As the atmosphere gradually cooled down, Wang Junquan waved his hand, signaling the staff to bring out a huge multi-layered cake. You can't have a birthday without cake. Kui, make a wish. After all, it was still Wang Junquan who was celebrating Lin Kui's birthday. Even if Sun Yunjia and the others were unhappy, they could only cooperate with him at this moment. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Everyone sang the birthday song together, and amidst the singing, Lin Kui clasped her hands together and silently made a wish. When she opened her eyes, Wang Junquan called everyone. Come on, everyone help Kui blow out the candles. The cake was so large, with a total of 21 candles, that it was indeed difficult for Lin Kui to blow them out alone. Huff Li Ling and the other girls helped blow out the candles together. At that moment, Wang Junquan took a box out of his pocket and opened it, revealing a dazzling gemstone ring inside. At the same time, he knelt on one knee, striking a very standard proposal pose. Kui, I love you. From the first moment I saw you, I was hopelessly in love with you. Kui, I want to treat you well for a lifetime. Give me a chance to take care of you forever. Accept me, and be my girlfriend. The confession came a bit suddenly, but it felt reasonable. Wang Junquan had spent so much money and effort to celebrate Lin Kui's birthday, surely he hoped to seize the opportunity to win her over. After all this scheming, if he did nothing, would it be like Zhang Che, just for the rewards? Say yes, say yes. The people present, whether moved by Wang Junquan or having agreed in advance to play along, several of them took the lead in shouting, and soon more and more joined in. Everyone looked at Lin Kui, wanting to know what her choice would be. They seemed like a couple already, surely she wouldn't refuse? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Kui paused for a moment, her eyes scanning Zhang Che, Sun Yunjia, and others. Zhang Che couldn't help but twitch his mouth, quickly pretending to wipe his mouth to cover it up. Why are you looking at us now? She was hesitating, but is there really a need to hesitate in front of so many people? As Zhang Che silently complained, Lin Kui had already softly spoken. Junquan, I won't deny that I have feelings for you, but I can't accept your proposal. Thank you for organizing this birthday party for me. I'm really happy, but I don't want to date during my university years. I hope you can understand. Being rejected again, Wang Junquan's face fell instantly. What does it mean to not want to date during university? That reason is just too absurd. Wang Junquan understood that this was merely Lin Kui's excuse. In reality, she still couldn't make up her mind to choose one among her suitors. He had prepared so much, originally thinking he was bound to succeed. To put in so much effort without any return, and to be rejected in front of so many people, Wang Junquan felt a bit anxious. Kui, are you really not going to consider it? I've done so much for you. Before he could finish, Sun Yunjia, who had been displeased with him for a long time, stepped forward again. Wang Junquan, didn't you hear that Kui has already rejected you? What do you mean by that? You spent 180,000 to celebrate Kui's birthday, so she must be your girlfriend? What do you take her for? If you think that way, you're insulting Kui. These words were harsh, completely silencing Wang Junquan, leaving him with nothing to say. The entire Hu University knew that Wang Junquan had spent 180,000 to book a restaurant for Lin Kui's birthday. Lin Kui accepted his arrangements but rejected his confession. Such a situation was originally quite unreasonable. Now, with Sun Yunjia stepping up, his words completely dispelled that notion. Did Kui force you to do so much for her? Is throwing her a birthday party such a big deal? Isn't it Kui who asked you to do it? She has rejected you so many times, yet you insisted on throwing it for her. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who would. You think spending 180,000 will win her over? Do you take her for a servant? If you're not satisfied, I'll give you back that 180,000, just don't show up in front of her again. Zhang Che couldn't help but cheer for him. Although it was Wang Junquan who celebrated Lin Kui's birthday today, he had taken the spotlight for the whole day. Correspondingly, Sun Yunjia had been feeling frustrated all day. But in the end, he managed to turn the tables. In fact, for both Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia, 180,000 yuan, while not a huge amount, was still significant. If there was a return, they would feel that the money was well spent. If nothing was gained, then that money would be like throwing it away. Naturally, they would still feel a pinch. But no matter how much it hurt, Wang Junquan couldn't bring himself to ask for it back. First, he truly couldn't lower his pride, and second, he still held out hope for Lin Kui. If Sun Yunjia were to cover his losses, he might as well not show his face at Hu University anymore, especially not in front of Lin Kui. Sun Yunjia, what gives you the right to lecture me? He stood up at that moment. Don't you dare splash your dirty water on me, is that what I meant? Since Kei doesn't want a date right now, I can wait, no matter how long it takes. You think you can play tricks in front of me? You're not worthy. Seeing the two passionately hurling insults at each other, Zhang Che felt a deep respect for Lin Kui. Not only had she celebrated her birthday in style, but these two strongest and most determined suitors still had no complaints. They had made no promises, given nothing, yet took all the benefits. What could have stirred up a storm was effortlessly diffused without any action. Truly impressive. Junquan, thank you for understanding me. Lin Kui looked at Wang Junquan with tears in her eyes, expressing her gratitude in a trembling voice. Then she turned to Sun Yunjia. Yunjia, thank you for always being so good to me. Stop arguing. I know you both care for me the most. It's me who has let you down. She spoke with deep emotion, on the verge of tears, leaving Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia at a loss for words. Li Ling timely stepped in. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. It's time to cut the cake. Everyone, hurry up, or the dorm will close soon. Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia fell silent, and the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. Once the cake was divided, the birthday party officially came to an end. There were no plans for a night out. Up to now, Lin Kui had never stayed overnight off campus. In other words, she had never given any man the opportunity. Lin Kui knew better than anyone how to achieve what she desired. Thank you all, be careful on your way back. Lin Kui had drunk quite a bit, her face flushed, as she stood at the door with Wang Junquan to see everyone off. In the end, only the three of them, her, Li Ling, and Zhang Che, along with Sun Yunjia remained. Li Ling packed the gifts given to Lin Kui into large bags, filling 3 big bags in total. She and the other 2 roommates each took a large bag to the door, panting as they asked, Kay, it's just us left, how are we getting back? Now they had a total of people, but with 2 cars, it was actually enough. The best arrangement would be for Lin Kui to ride back in Sun Yunjia's BMW X5. His car was spacious enough to fit all those gifts. However, Sun Yunjia would definitely be unwilling to let Wang Junquan ride in his car, and Wang Junquan would absolutely disdain it. Given the situation today, Lin Kui could not possibly leave Wang Junquan stranded halfway. It would be like abandoning a donkey after it has carried the load. Therefore, today, she had to provide Wang Junquan with emotional value. Thus, letting Lin Kui ride in Sun Yunjia's BMW X5 was not feasible. In that case, they could only take Zhang Che's small electric car. This brought them back to the previous problem. His car couldn't fit everyone, including Wang Junquan and Li Ling. If they split up 2 roommates to ride in Sun Yunjia's BMW X5, would Sun Yunjia be willing? He had come directly to the restaurant for the same reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to pick anyone up. It's a bit difficult, and both Zhang Che and Yunjia have been drinking. Lin Kui also had a bit of a headache, Not only had the driver been drinking, but the school wasn't far from here. Running back and forth like before wasn't practical. Otherwise, they would have to take a taxi. Senior, I think we should do this. Just as she was about to suggest taking a taxi, Zhang Che interrupted her. I see that Senior Li Ling hasn't been drinking today. Why don't we let her drive my car? Wang Junquan, you guys take my car back. I'll stay and figure something out. He glanced at the pile of gifts Lin Kei had. These gift bags are already tied up, so they won't get lost. If you trust me, Senior, I can take them to the dorm for you. This was indeed a good idea, and everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing it. They could go back directly without the hassle of carrying the gifts, which was perfect. As for how Zhang Che would get back and manage all those gifts, that wasn't their concern. I got my period today, so I didn't drink. Li Ling rubbed her hands excitedly. Are you willing to let me drive your car? She had also learned to drive after the college entrance examination, but hadn't touched a car since. Now that she could finally get behind the wheel again, she was very much looking forward to it. Zhang Che smiled. What kind of relationship do we have? What kind of relationship do you have with Senior? How could I not be willing? He generously stated, drive as you like. If you crash it, it's on me, as long as you're safe. After saying that, he directly handed over the car keys. All right, then it's decided. Li Ling happily went to park and drive. Meanwhile, Lin Kei shot him a charming glare. Zhang Che, what are you talking about? What do you mean if I trust you? Could I not trust you? If these weren't birthday gifts given to me, it wouldn't be appropriate to pass them on to you. Otherwise, giving them all to you wouldn't be a problem. This was true. Lin Kei spoke with sincerity. After all, adding all these gifts together didn't compare to what Zhang Che had bought for her. If they were swapped, she would be the one profiting. Zhang Che smiled in response. Senior, I was just joking with you. I didn't think you would doubt me. By this time, Li Ling had already skillfully brought the car over. Their other two roommates quickly squeezed into the back seat, leaving only one empty spot. Wang Junquan had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat, not even getting a chance to squeeze in with them. Once they left, Zhang Che, waving goodbye, suddenly heard a system notification in his mind. The behavior of a sycophant has been successfully judged again, and the reward is coming. This decision was indeed not wrong. Zhang Che couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he was becoming more and more talented at being a sycophant. Not even sitting in his own car, giving it to the goddess and other men. How many people would be moved to tears if they heard about it? Watching Lin Kei and the others drive away in his car, Zhang Che turned to Sun Yunjia. Are you going back to school? For others, this question was pointless. Where else would someone who wasn't going back to school go? But Sun Yunjia was a local with 3 houses under his name, and he didn't necessarily have to go back to school to live. Upon hearing this question, Sun Yunjia jumped up. Damn, you gave the car to that Wang Junquan kid, but you're planning to have me take you back? He was quite unhappy, feeling that Zhang Che was siding with Wang Junquan. Isn't it on the way? Zhang Che shrugged. Besides, I'm not giving the car to Wang Junquan. I'm solving your goddess's problem, alright? Likewise, I'm also considering you. Sun Yunjia frowned and questioned, how so? Zhang Che replied, think about it. If Wang Junquan and Senior Lin were to take a taxi, this lonely man and woman in the dead of night, both having had quite a bit to drink, what if they turn the corner and go to a hotel? By then, I can only push Wang Juinchuan's, but for him, where will you go to cry? Sun Yunjia was taken aback. There was some truth to this. If Zhang Che didn't show his style, then Wang Junquan and Lin Kei would inevitably be alone together. No matter what, this was not something he wanted to see. Fine, I'll admit you have a point, he said as he took out his phone. Then let's go back to school together. But let me call a designated driver first. Today was Lin Kei's birthday, and he felt both happy and frustrated, having also drunk quite a bit. Drink and drive don't mix. If you drive, don't drink. Given the current situation, he could only find a designated driver. After placing the order, the designated driver quickly arrived on a small folding electric bike. The two of them first loaded Lin Kei's pile of gifts onto the car before squeezing into the back seat. Speaking of which, to others, Zhang Che already had the image of a wealthy person. But in fact, this was his first time riding in a BMW, and also his first time in a luxury car. The roads were relatively empty at night, and the car sped along, quickly returning to the school. Sun Yunjia really didn't want to see Wang Junquan, so as soon as they arrived at the school, he slipped away, leaving Zhang Che alone. As a sycophant, Zhang Che still had to carry these 3 large bags of gifts to the dormitory. You helped Lin Kei bring back her birthday gifts. Sycophant behavior confirmed. Earned 10,000 cash, earned 100 sycophant points. This kind of thing I'm happy to do. Please give me a bit more. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Che instantly felt energized, as if he had gained a lot of strength. When he arrived at the dormitory building with the gifts, he only saw Li Ling and her 2 other roommates. Where's the senior? he casually asked, which immediately made the other two look uncomfortable. Li Ling, however, was not evasive at all. There's still some time before the dormitory locks up, so Kui went for a walk with Wang Junquan. She comforted Zhang Che, don't think too much, they're just talking, expressing some gratitude to Wang Junquan. Think too much? Even if the two of them were rolling around in the small woods, Zhang Che wouldn't think too much about it. After hearing this, his emotions didn't change at all, he just said oh. Then he took out the Cartier balloon watch he had won during the first lottery and handed it to Li Ling. This is a birthday gift for Kui. Can you help me pass it on? Seeing the Cartier logo on the small bag, Li Ling knew it must not be cheap, but she wasn't shocked by that. What shocked her was that Zhang Che had already bought so many things for Lin Kei in the afternoon, and he still had a birthday gift? Didn't you already give her a birthday gift? She said as she picked up the bag and turned around, I even borrowed a set from Kui. Isn't this a birthday gift? This is shopping from the mall, not a birthday gift. If this counted as a birthday gift, could he still explode coins? Zhang Che casually replied, stuffing the Cartier into Li Ling's hands while taking back his car keys. I'll leave the rest to you, bye. Everything settled, Zhang Che yawned and turned to leave. With the reward in hand, there was nothing else worth remembering. When he returned to the dormitory, all three roommates were still playing games. Seeing him come back, they immediately perked up and asked, so, how was Lin's birthday party? Was it fun? Zhang Che nodded, it was really fun, the food was good, the drinks were good, it was lively and bustling, very enjoyable. Zhou Chu scoffed, pretending, keep pretending. Do you think we don't know anything? Wang Junquan confessed to Lin at the party, how can you, a sycophant, still be smiling? Hearing this, Zhang Che was taken aback. You knew about that? Li Yale explained to him, people have already posted about it on the school forum, in the friend circle, and even in the class group. Truly, this is the information age. The speed of dissemination is astonishing. But now that Wang Junquan's confession has spread, hasn't his rejection also circulated? If we talk about today's birthday party, the ones who might feel unhappy are Wang Junquan, Sun Yunjia, and the other suitors. They are all disheartened due to jealousy and unrequited love. As for those who have no feelings for Lin Kei, the ones who simply came to the birthday party are genuinely having a great time. Among them, the happiest must be Zhang Che. Lin Kei's birthday brought him so many rewards, he wishes Lin Kei could celebrate her birthday every day. Why can't I laugh since Wang Junquan confessed to Lin Kei? Even if I were to attend their wedding, I would be very happy. Just as Zhang Che finished speaking, the lights in the dormitory went out. He stopped talking, took out his phone to use as a flashlight, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Today was a big harvest. Combined with the cashback and rewards from the watch he just sent out, he had nearly reached 2 million. At this moment, he still hadn't forgotten his daily routine of greeting 3 times. Senior, you've been busy all day and have had quite a bit to drink, get some rest early. Good night. After Lin Kei received his message, the entire dormitory was still lit up with desk lamps and cool lights. This was the most glamorous and satisfying birthday she had ever had. Wang Junquan had spent 180,000 on a restaurant for her, and the videos and photos from the birthday party had already spread throughout the school. She also received many valuable gifts and was currently selecting which ones to photograph and post on her friend circle and little yellow book. However, how to post them required some skill. For everyone to see, she posted only the gifts from ordinary classmates and friends. As for the gifts from suitors like Sun Yunjia, she naturally had to post a special message expressing her gratitude. But, such posts would only be visible to the respective person. After posting one by one, only Zhang Che was left, and he happened to send her a greeting message. Sure enough, when it comes to giving gifts, it has to be Zhang Che. At that moment, the watch that Zhang Che had asked Li Ling to pass on to her was right beside Lin Kei. Lin Kei had already taken a photo and sent it to her little yellow book, but she didn't mention that it was a gift from Zhang Che. She happily hugged her phone and started chatting with Zhang Che. The next day, Zhang Che got up early but was yawning continuously. Last night, Lin Kei had pulled him into a conversation that lasted until dawn. This campus beauty had shared many heartfelt words with him, which could be considered a deep conversation, but he was very clear that this was part of a strategy. Lin Kei said she only regarded Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia as friends, but often found it hard to refuse their affections. She mentioned that she often felt confused and didn't know what kind of love she should pursue. She even candidly admitted that she was somewhat materialistic and desired a glamorous life. Moreover, she hoped he wouldn't mind and wouldn't look down on her for it, and so on. In short, it was as if she had a great day, was still very excited, and, fueled by alcohol, revealed her true feelings. She even made sure to add, I've only said these things to you. In Zhang Che's view, most of what she said was indeed her true feelings, but in some key areas, it was not quite the case. Some say the most skillful lie is one that mixes 1 part falsehood into 9 parts truth. Therefore, the most skillful strategy is to mix 1 part strategy into 9 parts sincerity. The same words, Lin Kei probably said to Sun Yunja, Wang Junquan, and all her suitors. To be precise, she likely said them to those she deemed valuable, whose strength she recognized. If Zhang Che really is her pursuer and has fallen for her, he must be completely lost in the clouds. Unfortunately, Zhang Che is genuinely only interested in rewards. Hearing Lin Kei say these things are only for him, he did not feel happy at all. He was just putting on a brave face, already complaining endlessly, lamenting when he could finally get some sleep. Regarding Lin Kei's special treatment, all he felt was resentment. The only consolation was that this chatting session was deemed successful by the system, earning him 10,000 yuan and 100 lick dog points. After washing up, he felt much better and was in higher spirits. At that moment, Li Yale asked, Zhang Che, what are your plans? Zhang Che replied, I'm going to deliver breakfast to Senior Lin. I do this every day. Why are you asking? Li Yale rolled his eyes. You know you do this every day. So what else could I be asking? What I mean is, there are no classes this morning. What are your plans? The school clubs are recruiting new members now. Do you want to go take a look? Zhang Che nodded repeatedly. Yes, we must go. He had long set a goal for himself to eat well, drink well, and enjoy life. Joining a club to try things he hadn't tried before was something he had planned early on. Previously, with the freshman orientation and military training, he hadn't had the time to think too much. Now that university life was on track and clubs were starting to recruit, he couldn't miss out. Of course, he couldn't miss the rewards either. Otherwise, how would he have money to enjoy life? He immediately added, you guys go have breakfast first. After I deliver breakfast to Senior Lin, I'll join you. With that, he didn't delay any longer and dashed out. He still can't forget Senior Lin's breakfast. Zhou Chu pouted and then asked Zhao Qington, Brother Qington, which club do you want to join? I can go with you. Joining a club requires paying a membership fee, and some clubs also require buying corresponding props. As long as he closely followed Zhao Qington, he wouldn't have to spend his own money. Li Yale was well aware of his intentions and casually asked, what if there's a club Zhao Qington wants to join that you don't like? Zhou Chu shrugged. I don't really have any preferences. I can go or not. I'll just accompany Brother Qington. Li Yale couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're awesome. Clearly, he was willing to participate as long as it was free. If he had to spend his own money, he would rather not join. Almost all universities now have various clubs. Some of these clubs are public service oriented, like various volunteer services and environmental protection. Others are learning oriented, such as English corners and various book clubs. After delivering breakfast, when Zhang Che returned to join them, they were in the midst of a heated discussion. Zhao Qingtong casually asked, Zhang Che, what type of club do you want to join? Zhang Che chuckled, learning types are out for me. I'm not that studious. For now, I want to join something that cultivates personal interests. As for which specific ones, I'll decide after taking a look. He just wanted to have fun and enjoy himself, so he wanted to satisfy those desires first. After trying everything he was interested in, he might consider broadening his horizons and doing some volunteer work. Which ones? You don't want to join just one? Zhou Chu pouted again upon hearing this. You're really greedy. Can you handle joining too many? Zhang Che couldn't be bothered to respond. You don't need to worry about that. At this time, the campus activity area was already filled with tents. Various clubs were energetically promoting themselves, shouting slogans to attract the attention of new students. As soon as he got close, someone immediately approached him and handed him a flyer without saying a word. Classmate, are you interested in the table tennis club? Debate club, come over if you're interested in debating. The literature club welcomes all friends who love literature to join. As he walked along, Zhang Che didn't stop his pace, already holding a stack of flyers in his hand. He wasn't particularly interested in sports, literature, music, and so on at the moment. After declining the invitation to learn more, he swayed and continued walking forward. Then, he saw an outdoor sports association. Outdoor sports? This is good. He suddenly perked up and called out to Li Yale, look over there. Li Yale followed his direction and then gasped. Wow, that's so beautiful, not at all inferior to Lin's campus flower. Especially those long legs, simply stunning. Zhang Che, huh? What the hell are you talking about? What did I want you to look at? Zhang Che was taken aback, only to realize that at the Outdoor Sports Association's promotional booth, a tall and beautiful woman was surrounded by a crowd. Because it was so crowded, he hadn't noticed her presence earlier. He had only seen the high-hanging promotional sign. Now, as the crowd shifted, Li Yale was the first to notice the tall beauty. He thought Zhang Che was pointing out this tall beauty, but he had to admit, this beauty was indeed very pretty, especially her long legs, which were particularly eye-catching. After realizing this, he couldn't take his eyes off her, momentarily forgetting all about outdoor sports. Just as he was mesmerized and lost in thought, a system prompt suddenly rang out. Detected a potential target for admiration. Guidance task released. Get to know the potential target. Zhang Che was already interested in outdoor sports, and discovering a gold mine like this was not something he could pass up. Let's go take a look, he called out and rushed over, looking incredibly excited. Li Yale was dumbfounded. What the hell? Aren't you Lin's campus flowers admirer? Why are you so excited? Zhang Che was indeed Lin Kei's admirer, but starting today, he would also be this tall beauty's admirer. Since binding the system on the first day of school, he had been searching for potential targets for admiration other than Lin Kei. Lin Kei, as a primary target, offered limited rewards each time, with a maximum cashback of only 100,000. Meanwhile, a supercar easily costs several million, and a luxury apartment in Shanghai can easily exceed 100 million. At this rate, when would he ever be able to drive a supercar or live in a big mansion? If the quality wasn't there, he could only rely on quantity to make up for it. Admiring one was 100,000, but admiring 10 would be a million. With this mindset, he had been exploring the art college during the new student orientation and military training, almost turning the place upside down. The result? Nothing at all. He couldn't help but wonder if he would only be able to admire Lin Kei for the next 4 years of college, feeling quite disappointed. He didn't expect that by participating in the club today, he would have an unexpected surprise. People really should broaden their horizons a bit. Spending all day in the art college, where Lin Kei was the face of the place, how could there be other goddesses to discover? But the art college was just one of the faculties at Hu University. Looking at the whole school, there were still people who could rival Lin Kei. The beauty in front of him, surrounded by a group of old lechers, was very tall, even taller than some boys. She wore gray tight-fitting sports shorts, fully showcasing her long legs. With a wheat-colored complexion, her thighs even appeared somewhat robust, with clear muscle lines. However, her legs were truly perfect. Whether it was the slightly robust thighs or the muscle lines, no one would find them unattractive. Instead, it was filled with a sense of power, a wild kind of feeling. What pencil legs, what chopstick legs. Before this, Zhang Che could only express a chuckle. This was his favorite kind of long legs. Just imagining how exhilarating it would be if such strong long legs wrapped around his waist was enough to make him shiver. While a pair of long legs was incredibly eye-catching, the tight-fitting sports shorts also accentuated her curvy and firm backside. On her upper body, she wore a fitted sports tank top, her hair tied up in a high ponytail with a headband. It exuded a very sporty vibe, giving off a heroic and spirited feeling. In front of her was a climbing wall, probably about 10 meters high. She was also secured with a safety rope, continuously introducing the Outdoor Sports Association and rock climbing. From time to time, she would personally demonstrate. However, just by looking at the drooling old men, it was clear that the vast majority of them were not there for rock climbing or the Outdoor Sports Association. They were simply there to see her. Especially when she demonstrated rock climbing, climbing up the wall, Zhang Che could even hear the sound of people swallowing. These guys were not watching rock climbing. They were all staring at her long legs and backside. I have a bold idea. What a great opportunity. Another day of loving sports. Are you guys also here to learn rock climbing? Li Yale's eyes were also filled with admiration, and the closer he got, the more he was amazed. The characteristic of the school beauty Lin is purity, excelling in being both pure and desirable. And this wild long-legged beauty is unmatched. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums are no match. It's quite surprising that we have someone at Hu University who can compete with the school beauty Lin. Li Yale clicked his tongue in wonder, and just as his words fell, a scoff came from Zhou Chu beside him. Who said there can only be one school beauty? Lin is the school beauty. Is Su not a school beauty? Let me tell you, her name is Su Mo, the face of the Finance Academy. Zhou Chu had the demeanor of a streetwise gossip, as if there was no rumor about the school he didn't know. Zhang Che couldn't help but express his approval, giving him a generous thumbs up. Zhou Chu, I admire people like you. Although no one is worthy, you seem to know all the school beauties by heart. Zhou Chu's face turned red upon hearing this. Pa, at least I don't go around licking. He glared at Zhang Che in embarrassment. What, licking Lin isn't enough, you want to lick Su too? Zhang Che shrugged nonchalantly. What's wrong with that? It's just spending a little more money. Don't say just adding one more. What's the harm in adding 10 more? He looked at Zhou Chu with eager anticipation and then asked, aren't the faces of other academies just as beautiful? Hu University has a total of 8 departments, encompassing 51 faculties. If every faculty had such beautiful faces, that would mean 51 potential targets. As long as he could deliver 51 breakfasts every day, that would be a profit of 510,000. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. However, unfortunately, Zhou Chu shot him a disdainful glance. Are you crazy? What are you thinking? Such level of beauty is 1 in a million. How could there be so many? That was true. Zhang Che knew he was being too greedy. It was better not to expect too much and to seize the moment. He then asked, "Are you interested in outdoor sports? Do you want to sign up together?" Zhao Qingting was still staring at the long-legged beauty named Suemo, dreamily saying, "Let's understand it a bit more first." Clearly, even if they didn't want to join, they were reluctant to leave just yet. When encountering a beauty of this caliber, everyone wanted to steal a few more glances. Zhang Che was no exception. For him, it was a win-win situation. He was first interested in the Outdoor Sports Association, and then he discovered a new object of affection. This way, he could do what he liked while also pursuing this Sumo, which was a perfect arrangement. Students who want to learn about the Outdoor Sports Association, please come this way. Those who want to try rock climbing, please line up here. The members on site were diligently maintaining order, constantly calling out to everyone while promoting various activities. Outdoor sports is a broad concept, so there are many sub-associations under the main association. Rock climbing is just one of them. At the same time, there were promotions for camping, orienteering, roller skating, mountaineering, diving, and more. However, because of Sumo's presence, all the boys were most eager to try rock climbing first. Other sub-associations were nearly deserted, while the line for rock climbing was long. There were already many people, and many boys were reluctant to come down after going up. Zhang Che was a bit anxious to complete the task of getting to know an object of affection, but seeing the situation, he realized he couldn't rush it. Fine, I might as well apply to join the association first. After all, I'm not just here for her. Once I join the club, won't I have the chance to get to know her? With this thought, he decided not to foolishly wait in line anymore and to choose a club first to avoid wasting time. After spending the whole morning, Zhang Che joined more than 10 clubs. He submitted applications to any that piqued his interest. It was indeed a bit greedy. Even if he did nothing all day but participate in club activities, he couldn't keep up with so many. However, many of these clubs did not have attendance requirements. There are many people in school who are interested in a particular club and want to try it out, but for various reasons, they cannot actively participate in club activities. Because of this consideration, most club management is quite lenient. Even for those with attendance requirements, the conditions are not harsh and can be easily met. Of course, within the same club, those who actively participate in activities and those who frequently absent are certainly different. If you keep skipping club activities, even if you won't be expelled, you'll only be an inconsequential peripheral member. If you truly like something, you still need to be proactive after joining the club to integrate. After Zhang Che finished all this, there were not many people left in the campus activity square. By lunchtime, everyone had gone to eat, and those with afternoon classes had to attend. When he returned to the Outdoor Sports Association, the crowd that had originally gathered around the rock climbing club had already reluctantly left. Suemo was sitting in front of the climbing wall, sweating and wiping herself down. The gains from this morning were quite substantial. The old perverts who had just lined up to experience rock climbing all eagerly submitted their membership applications. Whether they actually liked rock climbing was irrelevant. If they could see Suemo climbing every day, wouldn't that be quite enjoyable? Among all the clubs, Sumo's efficiency in attracting new members was absolutely unparalleled. Zhang Che walked over and handed her a bottle of mineral water. "Senior, here you go. Evian?" Suemo was momentarily stunned to see the mineral water said to be from the French Alps, then looked at Zhang Che. There weren't many people in school who were so extravagant as to drink water like this. Seeing that Zhang Che was also a stranger, she immediately assumed he was trying to curry favor because of his interest in her. No, she was about to refuse when Zhang Che smiled and spoke first. "Senior, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Che, and I'm a new student who just joined the outdoor club. There were too many people in line just now, so I went to check out other clubs before coming over. I actually came to find you to consult about some related matters." As soon as she heard it was for consultation, Suemo was about to refuse, but the words got swallowed back. In fact, she was well aware that among the many people just now, few were genuinely interested in rock climbing or the Outdoor Sports Association. However, the club specifically arranged for her to come over with the purpose of attracting people to join. Her job today was to provide consultation assistance to the new students, and even though she knew their true intentions were not about the consultation, she had to deal with it. "Thank you." She turned her refusal into gratitude, took a sip of water, and continued. "My name is Suemo. If you actively participate in club activities in the future, you will definitely see me often. Once you officially join the club, feel free to ask me anything you want to consult about. But I'm not just involved in the rock climbing club. This is only one of the outdoor sports sub-associations I joined." As she spoke these words, the system's prompt sound had already echoed in Zhang Che's mind. Task completed, earned 10,000 yuan in cash, earned 100 points in dog-licking value. With the reward in hand, Zhang Che's smile became even brighter. However, he still maintained a serious demeanor and continued to communicate with Sumo. What a coincidence, senior sister, I also joined several sub-associations at the same time. Besides rock climbing, I also signed up for mountaineering and downhill. That means I'll have to trouble you more, senior sister. Please take care of me in the future. Besides wanting to flatter Sumo for the rewards, Zhang Che was genuinely interested in these activities. So, when he said he wanted to consult her, it wasn't entirely an excuse. Senior sister, I would like to ask first, what kind of equipment do I need to buy to participate in these activities? How does the club usually organize activities? Do I need to find a professional coach to learn? Zhang Che asked many questions, all related to these sports and club activities. Sumo could tell that he was genuinely interested in these topics and not just using them to get closer to her. Therefore, she responded thoughtfully. The club's activity arrangements and the equipment you need to purchase all have a list of materials. Have you joined the club group? If you have, you can download it directly, or ask the management staff to send you a copy. As for professional skills, the club will definitely organize teaching and practice. But if you're not just looking to have fun and have higher aspirations, then the club may not be able to meet your needs. It might be better to hire a professional coach for one-on-one teaching. University clubs are spontaneously organized by students and are part of extracurricular life. Since it's said to be a hobby, it certainly can't compare to professional training. After joining the club, there will definitely be corresponding teaching. However, this teaching is aimed at all members, and whether they can manage with so many people is one issue, and the teaching attitude is another. To put it bluntly, the club is more inclined to have people with similar interests, skills, play together. After Zhang Che learned about it, he also found that some clubs require a certain foundation to apply for membership. In other words, these clubs might be willing to help you improve, but teaching a complete novice from scratch might not be feasible due to objective conditions. In that case, Zhang Che asked many more questions, all of which Sumo clarified for him. Not only did he understand the club activities and sports-related matters, but he also learned that Sumo was also part of the mountaineering and downhill sub-associations. Besides rock climbing, she was skilled in longboard downhill. As for mountaineering, she was striving to become a national-level mountaineer. According to the standards for mountaineers, there are 4 levels: national-level athlete, first-level athlete, and second-level athlete. There used to be a third-level athlete classification, but it has been abolished. As a woman, the standard for becoming a second-level athlete is to reach the summit of an independent peak over 7,000 meters in altitude within the country. Mountaineering, longboard downhill. Just thinking about it makes Zhang Che feel thrilled. It must be a lot of fun, especially if he could enjoy the rewards while playing. After pondering for a moment, he continued, Senior, I have an unusual request. Can I ask you to be my personal coach? I can pay you, and you can train me at your convenience, or take me along for training. I'll provide all the necessary equipment, and I'll give you 1,000 yuan for each session. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Sumo was momentarily stunned, then fell into silence. Sumo was indeed very skilled in mountaineering, rock climbing, and longboard downhill, but to be honest, she was only at the level of an enthusiast. She was already quite impressive in the amateur team, but there was still a significant gap compared to professionals. 1,000 yuan per session was enough to hire the most professional personal coach, yet Zhang Che was offering her such a price. Moreover, he also mentioned covering the necessary equipment. This made her suspect that Zhang Che had ulterior motives, and it seemed he was indeed interested in her as a person. Even so, she hesitated, wavering on whether to agree. Engaging in outdoor sports was a costly endeavor, and what she lacked most right now was money. Take her long-standing desire to challenge peaks over 7,000 meters and become a second-level mountaineer, for instance. Professional mountaineering training required money, travel and accommodation expenses required money, hiring a guiding company also required money. This week would end with a long holiday, and the mountaineering club had originally planned activities. But because she hadn't saved enough money, she was still hesitating about whether to participate, and the club had been urging her to sign up. If she agreed to Zhang Che, then perhaps in the next few days, she could earn a few thousand yuan, which would solve her financial problem. But the issue was, everyone knew he had ulterior motives, so should she agree to such a proposition? Sumo struggled for a while, but ultimately the thought of making money prevailed. The campus was still a greenhouse. Many people couldn't understand how cruel the real world could be and didn't realize how important money was. Since she started engaging in outdoor sports, she had a very clear understanding of this. Without money, she really couldn't do anything. Although she felt a bit reluctant, she still had to yield for the sake of money. She sighed inwardly and asked, "How do you want to learn?" After a pause, she felt like she hadn't expressed herself clearly, so she continued to explain. "What I mean is, do you want to learn every day, or just a few days a week? How many sessions do you plan to have in a week?" This was expressed quite clearly. If Zhang Che was indeed interested in her, and found that he couldn't achieve his goal, he might not be willing to continue learning. Or, if he only learned one session every few weeks, then although 1,000 yuan per session was high, it wouldn't provide her with substantial help, and it would be better not to agree. Once she said this, Zhang Che knew she was already tempted. His proposal was certainly not without ulterior motives. However, it wasn't as complicated as Su Mo thought. He was simply after the rewards. The reason he offered such a high price of 1,000 yuan per session was also carefully considered. First, it couldn't be too low, otherwise Su Mo wouldn't be tempted, and it wouldn't benefit him either. If it were 100 yuan per session, it would only cover the minimum. Of course, it couldn't be too high either. If it were set too high, the system would definitely not recognize it, and Su Mo would be scared off, which would be counterproductive. The price of 1,000 was just right. A tenfold return would be 10,000, which was enough to entice Su Mo. As for the specific study arrangement, he certainly wished he could attend 10 classes every day, just to maximize the cashback. "Senior, I really want to learn mountaineering, rock climbing, and downhill skiing, so if you have time, I have no problem following you to learn and practice every day," he said sincerely, and after thinking for a moment, he proposed again. "How about this? Let's agree that one class is 1 hour, and we settle up every day. If it's less than 1 hour, anything over 30 minutes counts as one class, and anything under 30 minutes counts as half a class. Whether you teach me directly or let me train with you counts. Let's set a 3-month period first, and after 3 months, we'll see the situation to decide whether to continue." Once he said this, Su Mo's concerns were completely dispelled. If calculated at about 1,000 a day, that would be 30,000 a month, totaling 90,000 over 3 months. This amount of money was basically enough for her to aim for becoming a national second-level mountaineering athlete. If she exceeded one class a day, she could earn even more. And since it was settled daily, she didn't have to worry about Zhang Che deceiving her. Even if Zhang Che was a fraud, she would only be spending 1 or 2 hours. In the club, as a senior, she would already be doing some guidance for newcomers, so this was nothing at all. "Okay." She immediately stopped hesitating and nodded in agreement. Having achieved his goal, Zhang Che smiled even brighter and quickly took out his phone. "Senior. Ah no, from now on you are my master, I'll just call you Master. Master, let's exchange contact information. You can reach me anytime when you're free. Of course, it has to be when I don't have class." Zhang Che had classes, and so did Su Mo, so there was no need to worry about that. They were already in college, which was nothing like the tough days of high school. As long as they were willing, it was definitely possible to carve out 1 or 2 hours every day. The two exchanged contact information and noted down their phone numbers, and then Zhang Che continued speaking. "Master, when do we start?" "Master?" Strictly speaking, this was Su Mo's first time taking on a disciple, and hearing him call her that felt quite subtle. It was a bit strange, but also very fulfilling. "Today, there are some trivial matters to handle for the club's recruitment, so let's wait until tomorrow. Either in the morning or in the evening, we can contact each other in advance to confirm our times." Zhang Che nodded, "Okay." After saying that, he waved goodbye and left. "Master, I have class in the afternoon, so I'll head to class now. See you tomorrow." Su Mo waved goodbye to him as well, watching his back with a bit of a daze. She really needed money, and then Zhang Che, who she had never met or interacted with before, came to spend money on her. To her, it felt no different from someone coming to give her money. She thought Zhang Che was coming for her, but after some conversation, he also behaved politely and respectfully. Honestly, because she always felt that Zhang Che had ulterior motives, her impression of him wasn't very good. But in their interactions, she didn't find him annoying, and she had originally planned to endure it for the sake of money. Now, looking at it, it seemed completely unnecessary. This made her even feel like she might be overthinking it. But there was no reason for that. What kind of coach couldn't be found for 1,000 per class? Why did it have to be her? Just as she was feeling a bit lost, a club member came over joking. "Su Mo, what were you chatting about with Zhang Che that made you so happy? You even exchanged contact information. So many people were lining up to add you. Why do you suddenly think highly of this Zhang Che?" Su Mo didn't answer but looked at the club member and asked back, "Do you know him?" The club member shrugged, "Not really, but I've heard of him. He is a freshman at the Academy of Fine Arts, the newly minted sycophant of Lin Ke, and his various sycophantic behaviors are known to everyone at the academy." Su Mo was taken aback upon hearing this. As the school beauty who was on par with him, she certainly knew Lin Ke. However, the two had always been beautiful in their own right, with no intersection. But now, Lin Kei's sycophant had become her disciple, which was a bit delicate. If that were the case, could Zhang Che still be interested in her? Suemo felt once again that she might have misunderstood. Attending classes in college was completely different from high school, which made all the freshmen feel fresh and excited. No matter what it was, during the rookie phase, they were always eager. In these past few days, almost all the classmates were looking forward to each class. Of course, aside from classes, everyone was also looking forward to the upcoming long holiday. Zhang Che, do you have any plans? Want to go out and have some fun during the long holiday? Zhao Qingdong eagerly invited Zhang Che, hoping to team up. He had previously invited Li Yale, but was rejected. Zhang Che did not directly refuse. Instead, he took out his phone. I hadn't thought of that until you mentioned it, he said as he quickly sent a message to Lin Kei, Sr. Do you have any plans for the long holiday? Lin Kei replied instantly, just as quickly as he had messaged her. Ling Ling and I, along with a few classmates from our class, are planning to climb Huashan. Zhang Che, what are your plans? Since it's your first time in the Magic City, aren't you planning to take the opportunity to explore it during the holiday? Taking the chance to explore the Magic City during the holiday was indeed the thought of many freshmen. However, it was not Zhang Che's idea. According to his thoughts, he naturally hoped to be with Lin Kei, not to hang out with her, but to treat her. Unfortunately, Lin Kei was already indicating that she did not plan to go with him. As for himself, it seemed there was really no need to stray too far. Besides the Magic City, there was also the Jiangsu and Zhejiang region he had never visited, which was close and worth exploring. However, going with Zhao Qingdong and the others was probably not a good idea. Just as he was about to refuse, Zhao Qingdong asked first, what did the school beauty say? Are you going with her? Without needing to look, Zhao Qingdong knew he was messaging Lin Kei. They are going to climb Huashan. Zhang Che replied and shook his head. I'm not going with them, but let's forget it. Going out to play in a group inevitably required mutual accommodation, which might not be enjoyable for him. After all, he wasn't short on money and just wanted to have a good time. Even though Zhao Qingdong often considered himself wealthy, he couldn't keep up with Zhang Che's spending. This was one aspect, and another was that he wasn't unwilling to accommodate others. He just didn't want to accommodate Zhou Chu. He earned money easily and didn't mind letting others take advantage. But the paradox was that those willing to take advantage of him wouldn't want to, like Li Yale. Zhou Chu was determined to take advantage of him, but he was unwilling. Li Yale had probably rejected Zhao Qingdong's invitation for similar reasons. Being alone was much more enjoyable. He could eat whatever he wanted and stay wherever he wanted. After refusing outright, he sent another message to Lin Kei. Senior, have you arranged your food and accommodation? Have you booked your flight? Since he couldn't go together and cover the expenses, Zhang Che still wanted to earn a little if possible. But unfortunately, Lin Kei didn't even give him that chance. Yes, everything has been arranged. It's a group arrangement. With no room for his own input, he could only respond. That's good. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Wish you a smooth journey and have fun, Senior. It was already impossible to expect rewards from Lin Kei during this long holiday. I wonder what the situation is like on Sumo's side. Although training starts tomorrow, he couldn't help but send her a message. Master, do you have any plans for the long holiday? Suemo replied quickly, almost immediately. He just didn't know if her response speed varied like Lin Kei's, depending on the person. I should participate in the mountaineering club's activities and go hiking. She first answered the question, then followed up with another message. Do you have any questions? If you want to train during the long holiday, I'm afraid I won't have time. She thought Zhang Che was asking because he wanted to train with her. It's nothing, I was just asking. Zhang Che said, since it's a mountaineering club activity, the food, accommodation, and travel must be arranged uniformly, right? Hearing Suemo say that, his heart sank. This question was pointless. He already knew the answer as soon as he asked. With no room for maneuvering with both potential targets, it seemed he could only take a break himself. Forget it, let's focus on the present and not think too much. If the long holiday is for resting, then he needed to make the most of these days. After all, this was a chance to gain double rewards. Senior, good night, may you have sweet dreams tonight. Master, good night, may you have sweet dreams tonight. 3 greetings in one day, directly copied and pasted, just changing the titles. Then there was 20,000 yuan in cash and 200 points of dog-licking value. The rewards doubled, making Zhang Che feel particularly good. Adding the newly acquired 200 points to the nearly 4,000 accumulated from yesterday and before, he felt less constrained for now. Cyber therapy and exercise needed to continue, and he also needed to expand his skills. Mountaineering, rock climbing, and rappelling. He found these 3 activities in the dog-licking gym, spending 100 points on each for learning. Outdoor sports generally require good physical condition. Not only does one need to be fit, but also possess a certain amount of strength. So, Zhang Che activated the dog-licking gym, spending 100 points of dog-licking value for cyber fitness. Jogging is an aerobic exercise that trains cardiovascular capacity, while strength training requires gym workouts. Thus, 700 dog-licking points were spent. In the following period, with therapy, fitness, and learning 3 sports, he would need 600 points daily. Now, he only had about 3,000 dog-licking points left, enough to last 5 days. He needed to lick more. If he delivered breakfast to Sumo every day, the fixed rewards could reach 400 points. He pondered these matters as he drifted off to sleep, waking up to bright daylight. The next morning, the first thing he did was greet Lin Kei, asking what she wanted to eat. Then, he copied the greeting message and sent one to Sumo. Just as he was about to ask Sumo what she wanted to eat and who he should deliver breakfast to, the system notification rang. Development guidance task issued. Please customize a meal plan for Sumo through the Dog Licking Therapy Center. Zhang Che, huh? So the Cyber Therapy Center has this function too? He quickly opened the dog licking base and saw that customizing a meal plan also required 100 dog licking points, which just balanced out. However, he still felt a bit pained. Sending breakfast required a specially customized meal plan. Was she that picky? He had been delivering breakfast to Lin Kei for so long, but it had never been like this. Completing the task assigned by the system, Zhang Che immediately understood upon seeing the customized meal plan for Sumo. No wonder it needed to be customized. This was the kind of nutritious meal for professional athletes. It wasn't just breakfast, but all 3 meals of the day were included. Breakfast mainly consisted of milk and eggs, along with oatmeal porridge paired with nuts and fresh fruits. Lunch was the most lavish, featuring steak, salmon, shrimp, broccoli, cherry tomatoes, brown rice, and quinoa. Dinner included chicken breast, beef and lamb, spinach, and cucumber paired with potatoes and sweet potatoes. Not all items had to be chosen, rather, the system provided different dishes using these ingredients for selection. While ensuring nutritional intake, it also considered taste and personal preferences. Zhang Che didn't pay much attention to these details. He would gradually learn them after putting in the effort. After delivering breakfast to Lin Kei for such a long time, he had already learned many breakfast recipes. What caught his eye now was that the system's meal plan included all 3 meals. So, did that mean he could deliver all 3 meals to Sumo? If that were the case, counting the 3 greetings each day, he could earn rewards 4 times a day. Just thinking about it made him excited. He quickly finished washing up and dashed out of the dormitory, heading to the nearby parking lot to find his car. Once in the car, he took out the food box from the system space and placed it on the seat. Having a car was quite convenient. At least it saved a lot of effort. Previously, to seem reasonable, he had to carry the food box from far away to Lin Kei's dormitory. To be clear, a breakfast for 4 people in a beautifully crafted wooden food box was not light. Now, he could drive directly to the dormitory building, and he didn't even have to get out of the car. Of course, saying that didn't quite fit the dog-like persona. "Senior, I'm here." As usual, he sent a message to Lin Kei when he arrived downstairs. By the time Lin Kei came down, he had already taken the food box out of the car and was waiting by the side of the vehicle. "Senior, take your time eating. I won't disturb you." After handing the food box to Lin Kei, he didn't linger. He still had to go to another dormitory building to deliver to Sumo. Watching him leave, Lin Kei furrowed her brows slightly. "Ling Ling, did you feel that Zhang Che seemed a bit rushed today?" Li Ling was taken aback, blinking her big eyes. "Did he?" Her perception wasn't as sharp as Lin Kei's. After all, Zhang Che wasn't her dog. Lin Kei nodded, and I also saw that there was another breakfast on his car. Li Ling was immediately shocked. "Are you saying that besides you, he's delivering breakfast to someone else? That can't be possible. He can't be as good to someone else as he is to you?" Lin Kei also found it hard to believe, and she didn't want to believe it, but she had a very uneasy feeling. Seeing her like this, Li Ling couldn't help but frown as well, her expression serious. If that's really the case, who could that woman be? Was Zhang Che delivering breakfast to someone else, and which woman was it? These questions seemed to have nothing to do with them. Lin Kei thought so, but still felt very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. Zhang Che was such a high-quality dog, and she had just begun to enjoy the sweetness. She didn't want to lose him like this. Right now, everything is still uncertain, but I shouldn't be overthinking. She took a deep breath and said, "In any case, let's observe for a while and see what the situation really is." On the other side, Zhang Che was completely unaware that his visible excitement had already made Lin Kei feel something was off. This was mainly because he had never thought about hiding anything from the start. Delivering breakfast was just that. It wasn't an affair, so what was there to hide? He was just Lin Kei's sycophant. unilaterally giving without expecting anything in return. Why should he care what I do while I'm fawning over you? Just take the good things I give you and don't get involved in anything else. With this mindset, when Zhang Che arrived at Sumo's dormitory building, he had long forgotten about Lin Kei. He happily picked up his phone and texted Sumo, "Master, I'm downstairs, and I brought you breakfast." In the dormitory, Sumo was washing up and paused for a moment upon receiving the message. After hearing from someone in the Outdoor Sports Association that he was Lin Kei's sycophant, Sumo had specifically inquired about it. She found out that he was indeed well known for delivering breakfast to Lin Kei's dormitory every day without fail. But why was he delivering breakfast to her? This question puzzled Sumo, but she didn't care and promptly declined. "No, thank you. I've been working on my physical fitness and strength training, so I don't eat just anything." Though she declined, Sumo still offered an explanation. Zhang Che wasn't surprised by this. If it weren't for that, how could the system have him customize a meal plan? Zhang Che smiled and used the same tactic that had attracted Lin Kei, sending a photo. "Ha, master, if that's the case, you'll be even more eager to accept the breakfast I brought you. Just look." Seeing the photo he sent, Sumo stared at it, unable to utter another refusal, instead swallowing hard. The high-protein, high-fiber food in the picture not only met her needs perfectly but also looked incredibly delicious, making her mouth water. To build her body and enhance her strength, a scientific diet is just as crucial as hard training. But nutritious meals are not cheaper than the cafeteria, and buying them can be quite expensive, while making them herself is very inconvenient. Usually, she just bought a breakfast machine online to make light meals in the dormitory. Dealing with various troubles and her roommate's disdain, the results could only be described as mediocre. And now, what Zhang Che sent was exactly what she had been dreaming of. "How did you think of bringing me nutritious breakfast?" This was indeed a question she wanted to ask, but asking it also meant she was no longer refusing. Zhang Che knew he had secured his position, so he continued to persuade her. "Starting today, aren't we supposed to begin training? I've looked through the materials in the group and know that improving physical fitness and strength is very necessary. So, I found a professional to customize a meal plan. I deliver breakfast to a senior in our art school every day, so I thought I'd bring one for you too." Upon hearing his explanation, Sumo no longer doubted anything. Instead, she sighed inwardly, thinking how nice it was to have money. What she sought after was something others could easily obtain. "Alright then, thank you." Sumo didn't hesitate any longer and quickly finished washing up before heading downstairs. She had a feeling that she was probably benefiting from Lin Kei's influence. If it weren't for this new disciple delivering breakfast to Lin Kei every day, she probably wouldn't enjoy such benefits. If Zhang Che were to deliver breakfast to her every day, it would truly solve a big problem. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but self-deprecate, realizing she was being too greedy. Just getting one meal was already quite good, yet she was still thinking about wanting to eat every day. In the small grove, Zhang Che and Sumo sat across from each other at a small stone table, enjoying breakfast together. Speaking of which, he had been delivering breakfast to Lin Kei for almost a month. However, the two had never eaten breakfast together. Even during the trip to the Fruit Experience store, he had only watched Lin Kei and her dorm mates eat. Now, it was his first time having breakfast with a girl. He did this intentionally, hoping to make it easier for Sumo to accept. He casually made an extra portion for them to share. At this stage, it is definitely easier to accept than if they had prepared a special meal and were being watched while eating. For Sumo, this experience was also a first. Passers-by who saw the two of them reacted with increasing surprise. As a highly regarded campus beauty, she was well aware of the kind of stir this could cause. However, she had never cared much about such things. After all, it was all for a serious matter. She found an excuse for herself and then asked, "Zhang Che, which one do you plan to start with, mountaineering, rock climbing, or longboard downhill?" Regarding this question, Zhang Che had indeed thought it over carefully. "For learning, I think it's best to start with the one that is more related. As for actually trying this, it seems I have no choice but to go with rock climbing." He looked a bit regretful. "Whether it's mountaineering or downhill, I definitely won't make it this long holiday, right? Mountaineering requires a long preparation time, especially for a novice like him with no experience. With the long holiday approaching, there was no way to be ready in just a few days. The same goes for downhill. It's not something you can just decide to do and find a mountain to go down immediately." They were still students, and to go mountaineering, they could only use the long holiday. Downhill could be done at other times, but there weren't suitable places for it in Magic City. They would have to go to Suzhou or Hangzhou. The most convenient option was rock climbing. Not only did the school have a climbing wall, but there were also many climbing gyms in Magic City. It wasn't just on weekends or holidays, they could go after a day of classes. "I think so too," Sumo nodded. "This club activity is challenging a high difficulty peak, which is completely unsuitable for you beginners. To be honest, I think your physique is a bit weak. No matter what you want to try, I think it's very necessary to first get your body in shape. This was the plain truth, and Zhang Che nodded in agreement. Although he had already started jogging training through the Lickdog gym, getting fit was not something that could be achieved overnight. Even if he could achieve 10 times the effect, the duration wouldn't be long. So, he could only say that his body had changed somewhat compared to before, but it was still far from good. As for strength, that was even more needless to say. Master, how about this? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Che proposed again. From now on, every morning, I'll do aerobic, strength, balance, and flexibility exercises with you. In the afternoon, we can specifically learn the skills and knowledge related to mountaineering, rock climbing, and downhill. What do you think? If it were like this, that would mean at least 2 class hours a day, representing an income of 2,000 yuan. This made it impossible for Su Mo to refuse, and she also felt that this arrangement was indeed more reasonable. It was quite reasonable, but it could be said that this was already a bit of a hardship for Zhang Che. Originally, he didn't need to train personally, he could achieve the desired effect just by clicking on the system interface. Practicing alongside Su Mo was actually quite redundant. Of course, this was also the reason why the system could determine that hiring Su Mo as a personal trainer was a lick dog behavior. There was no need for him to do this, yet he still spent a lot of money on it. What else could it be but licking? Fortunately, Zhang Che wasn't someone who liked to sleep in. Although personal training was tiring, it also provided a completely different life experience. Especially with such a beautiful girl accompanying him, his mood improved a lot. Moreover, the more time they spent together, the more opportunities he had to earn extra rewards. For example, during his first strength training session, he casually got Su Mo a yearly membership card. Many trainings were still most suitable in the gym, which had professional equipment. Su Mo had always been reluctant to get a yearly card directly. Sometimes, when she really had no choice, she had to find ways to sneak in, and this gave Zhang Che the opportunity to earn rewards. As soon as Su Mo thought about the necessity of it, she could only choose to accept it silently once again. After all, she had already received enough from Zhang Che, so she didn't mind this gym membership. Just because she mentioned that she wanted to gain muscle and increase her strength, Zhang Che took charge of her 3 meals a day. She felt quite embarrassed, but Zhang Che said she was the master, and it was only right for the disciple to do all this. She had never thought that being a master could come with such benefits. However, every time Zhang Che looked genuinely delighted, truly happy from the bottom of his heart. She couldn't understand what Zhang Che was thinking, how he could be so happy to give her things. She couldn't figure it out, and many classmates couldn't either. How did this campus beauty suddenly get so close to a devoted follower? To others, it seemed like they were inseparable, going in and out together every day. They said they were in the same club, training together. But with so many people in the sports association, she had joined the club long ago. Which boy in the entire association didn't want to train with her? But had she ever paid attention to anyone? In just a couple of days, the entire outdoor sports association was in an uproar, and the news spread throughout the school. Su Mo, who was already in the midst of rumors, felt very happy and excited. They had agreed on daily payment for teaching fees, and Zhang Che was indeed not dragging his feet at all. On the first day, there were 2 class hours in the morning and afternoon, totaling 2,000 yuan, and the next day, 2 hours each, totaling 4,000 yuan. As soon as the teaching ended that afternoon, he transferred the money directly to her. Besides the tuition she could collect, she didn't have to spend any of her own money on anything else. She was happy, and Zhang Che was even happier. After all, 3 meals a day meant 3 rewards. The longer the training and study time in the morning and evening, the more cashback she could get. Behind the 2,000 yuan given to Su Mo, he earned 20,000, and 40,000 meant 40,000. He even thought it wasn't enough, wondering if he could extend the class hours to 10 hours on the weekend. On their side, it was all joy. The only unhappy person was Lin Kei. Although Zhang Che hadn't forgotten her, still greeting her 3 times a day and bringing her breakfast, his attitude remained as devoted as ever. However, it was limited to that. This was fine. Lin Kei didn't like devoted followers clinging to her for no reason. But when she realized that Zhang Che was still delivering breakfast to someone else, and that this person was actually the campus beauty Su Mo, who shared her fame, she became completely unsettled. Especially after hearing the rumors about the two of them, she felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, starting to worry that Zhang Che, this devoted follower, might be taken away by Su Mo. Just thinking about it made her very uncomfortable. At first, when Lin Kei noticed that Zhang Che was still delivering breakfast to someone else, Li Ling was somewhat skeptical. But it didn't even require them to investigate. The rumors about Zhang Che and Su Mo had already spread like wildfire. It can now be confirmed that Zhang Che is indeed delivering breakfast to Su Mo. And not just breakfast, but all 3 meals a day. Many classmates have already seen them together, and some even took photos that can be seen on the school forum. In the girls' dormitory, Li Ling and the others felt that this matter was quite tricky. Now Zhang Che and that woman Su Mo are practically inseparable every day, only apart for classes. What exactly is going on? Why is Zhang Che doing this? Li Ling and the others couldn't understand, and Lin Kei couldn't understand even more. How could a devoted follower, so generous and completely unreserved, suddenly start to devote himself to someone else? She couldn't help but furrow her brows. How did he meet that woman? Li Ling said, "It is said that Zhang Che joined the Outdoor Sports Association and got to know Su Mo. Some people say they trained together, and some have seen them jogging together in the morning." Sumo's explanation to the outside world is that Zhang Che recognized her as his master. So he trains with her every day, and she teaches Zhang Che about mountaineering, rock climbing, and related knowledge. Although this sounds reasonable, everyone feels that things are not that simple. Lin Kei sneered, "Of course, things can't be that simple. With so many people in the Outdoor Association, how can she take other boys as apprentices? Why isn't she pairing up with other boys?" Li Ling agreed deeply and lowered her voice, saying, "Do you think Zhang Che has been targeted by that Su Mo? I also heard that Zhang Che got a gym membership for Su Mo, and it seems he spent several thousand on it. A few thousand isn't much, after all. Zhang Che has already spent around $1 million on Lin Kei." But this made Lin Kei feel a serious sense of crisis. Although it seemed that Zhang Che's attitude towards her hadn't changed, maybe it was just because he hadn't known Su Mo for long. Who knows what the situation will be like in the future? What if he stops fawning over her and starts fawning over Su Mo instead? Lin Kei really didn't care about fawning dogs. She had never lacked for them. The problem was that Zhang Che was too extravagant and generous as a fawning dog, and she hadn't even reached Zhang Che's limits yet. If Zhang Che were taken away, who would buy her clothes that easily cost hundreds of thousands? No, I have to do something. If that woman Su Mo finds out that Zhang Che is rich and generous, she will definitely not let him go. Putting herself in others' shoes, she felt that no one could resist such a gold mine. Li Ling nodded repeatedly. If Zhang Che were taken away, it wouldn't be good for her either. She lowered her voice even more and said, I think you really need to further test Zhang Che. Send him more signals. You need to make him have thoughts about you, so he can't live without you." These things didn't need Li Ling to elaborate. Lin Kei was absolutely skilled in handling men. Otherwise, Wang Junquan and Sun Yunja wouldn't have been so completely under her thumb. For Zhang Che, she hardly exerted any effort because it was Zhang Che who had been rushing to please her from the beginning. Because of this, she hadn't thought about how to handle Zhang Che at all. There was no need to think deeply when she could achieve her goals so easily. Now, suddenly feeling a sense of crisis, she realized that the situation was somewhat different. Whether it was Wang Junquan, Sun Yunja, or others, whether they were suitors or fawning dogs, all of them had clear things they wanted to gain from her. The humble fawning dog wanted her affirmation. People like Wang Junquan and Sun Yunja wanted to be her boyfriends. Even if that goal couldn't be achieved overnight, they wanted to get closer to her. They all hoped to have a unique position in her heart. As long as there was a thought, it would be easy to handle. As long as they felt that thought was being satisfied, it would be fine. But what about Zhang Che? Aside from the initial messages hinting that he liked her, he had never made any demands of her. He really was just working hard to please her, completely without asking for anything in return. Previously, she felt that this was worry-free and effortless, but now it felt a bit tricky. If Zhang Che was so unrequited, she didn't know how to handle him. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm the one being handled by him? Lin Kei couldn't help but smile bitterly, which shocked Li Ling. Are you saying that this is all Zhang Che's intention? The other two roommates immediately began to chatter and analyze, all feeling that it wasn't entirely impossible. Right now, everything is still uncertain. Lin Kei shook her head, whether it's that Su Mo is going to take Zhang Che away, or if everything is just Zhang Che's scheme. These things aren't really important. She didn't explicitly say what was important because everyone was very clear. Even if Zhang Che was manipulating her, she wouldn't draw a clear line with him and cut off all contact. What a joke! To give up such a high-quality sycophant and such a big gold mine just for that. It was just a matter of playing tricks on each other, and in the end, it depended on who was more skilled. She had encountered such situations before. Even so, she wasn't afraid, let alone now when the situation was still uncertain. It's a bit early to say anything now. Let me test him out first. Lin Kei took out her phone and sent a message to Zhang Che. Zhang Che, do you have time this afternoon? I haven't had seafood in a long time. At the end of the message, she added a cute crying emoji. Previously, she had been waiting for Zhang Che to fawn over her, but in the past few days, aside from delivering breakfast, they had no interaction. She hadn't thought much of it. After all, it was necessary to cool off after Zhang Che spent so much money on her birthday. But given the current situation, she had to take the initiative. At that moment, Zhang Che was drawing lots. He had accumulated another lottery chance from Su Mo and immediately opened the system interface. However, he received a result that made his heart race even faster. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a housing selection card. Housing selection card. With this card, you can draw for a residential property. Card level, beginner. The probability of drawing a property worth over 200 million is 1%. The probability of drawing a property worth over 100 million is 4%. The probability of drawing a property worth over 50 million is 25%. The probability of drawing a property worth over 10 million is 40%. The probability of drawing a property worth under 10 million is 30%. This probability is quite similar to that of the car selection card. However, the value is far higher than that of a car. Just as he was excitedly looking at this housing selection card, Lin Kei sent a message. At that moment, he didn't forget his role as a sycophant. He quickly replied, "Sure, I also want to eat seafood. Also, could you please help me find a suitable place to eat? I'll come pick you up. Looking forward to having dinner with you." In the end, he didn't forget to add a meme. Zhang Che's reply to Lin Kei was still the same as always, a perfect sycophant, with no flaws to pick at. However, this was entirely out of professional instinct. He was fixated on this housing selection card, his thoughts never straying for even a second. Is my buddy going to have a house too? And it's in the Magic City. His heart raced, even more than when he drew the car last time. After all, for cars, those over 10 million are already the best of the best, with very few in the world. Brands like Lamborghini and Ferrari basically wouldn't dare to sell at such prices. Even Rolls-Royce only has some special models that are that expensive. Among mass-produced cars, the most expensive Phantom has a manufacturer's suggested price of 9.86 million, and the most expensive Cullinan is 7.45 million. But houses worth over 10 million are everywhere in the Magic City. When drawing cars, the chances of getting a Rolls-Royce or Bugatti were already only 1%. But now, for houses, the probability of drawing one worth between 10 million and 50 million is the highest at 40%. In Zhang Che's hometown, a small city, a house worth over 10 million is already an absolute luxury. But this is the Magic City, where housing prices are elevated beyond just one level. A house worth over 10 million is really nothing. Although having a house in the Magic City is already quite good. However, since there's such an opportunity, let me hit the jackpot. Let my luck explode just this once. Zhang Che couldn't help but pray fervently, biting his teeth with an unprecedented sense of anxiety. System, use the residential lottery card. The lottery began, various house types spinning quickly on the lottery machine's interface. 3, 2, 1, the lottery ended. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 1200 square meter residence at Haitai North Bund. The purchase contract and related documents have been sent to the system space. Please go collect the house with the relevant materials. The property fee for this residence has been paid, and utilities and housekeeping services are all included. Please rest assured to move in. Haitai North Bund? Hearing this name, Zhang Che was completely confused. He had never heard of it before. So, is this house good or not? He had been to the Bund, but is the North Bund similar to the Bund? Is it just the difference between a wife and an old lady? He couldn't understand it all, but since it was as large as 1200 square meters, the standard shouldn't be too low, right? After the results came out, he clicked on the details again to check the detailed introduction. Then, he gasped, his entire face turning red. TSK. Over 200 million? In the detailed introduction, the system clearly stated the reference price, 204 million. Damn, this 1% chance really hit me. Zhang Che was so excited that he couldn't help but want to shout out loud, completely overwhelmed by the surprise. A mansion worth over 200 million now actually belonged to him. To know, even the small change of 4 million would be enough to buy a house that could be considered a mansion back in their hometown. After finally suppressing his excitement, he couldn't wait to go collect the house. But it seemed like time wasn't on his side. At this hour, the staff had probably already gotten off work. Well, better to go early tomorrow. Good things take time, haste makes waste. He comforted himself and shifted his focus to the message Lin Kei had sent him. Eating seafood, that's not bad. He quickly replied to Lin Kei, Senior, have you decided where we should eat? How are you preparing? Can I come pick you up now? He had long been thinking about trying all the delicious food in the Magic City. If he had been busy getting rewards from Sumo these past few days, he would have started acting already. It was even better that Lin Kei took the initiative. Going there alone would be a cost, and with her being the campus beauty, it would be profitable. In the future, they could often arrange such meals. However, he hadn't forgotten about Sumo. Before picking up Lin Kei, he had already delivered a nutritious dinner to her. "Master, I've brought you dinner. I have an appointment, so I won't be eating with you today." Suemo didn't think much of it, nodded, and saw Zhang Che hand her the food box before he hurriedly ran off. With the rewards already in hand, there were even greater benefits waiting for him, so he couldn't help but hurry. The beige electric scooter zipped through the campus and soon arrived at the dormitory building where Lin Kei was. Zhang Che instinctively picked up his phone to send a message, only to see Lin Kei already waiting downstairs. "Damn, she's actually waiting for me?" Seeing this scene, Zhang Che was stunned and couldn't help but rub his eyes. To know, although Lin Kei had never made him wait long, no matter how they arranged it, he had always been the one to arrive first. With the awareness that a devoted admirer shouldn't make the goddess wait, he would only message Lin Kei after he arrived. But this time, Lin Kei actually came downstairs early to wait for him. He wasn't mistaken. At the dormitory entrance, wearing a Chanel tweed dress and holding a handbag in front of her, was Lin Kei. Lin Kei was already extremely beautiful, and with such an outfit, she stood there like a scene from an idol drama. Not only the men, but even the girls in the same building were stunned. Lin Kei's outfit is so beautiful, it suits her perfectly. That Chanel, it must cost tens of thousands. Who is she waiting for? Lin the campus flower is actually waiting for someone? Isn't it usually others waiting for her? She probably has a date with Wang Junquan to go somewhere. If I could sit in a Porsche 911, I'd dress up beautifully too. Amidst the heated discussions, Wang Junquan's Porsche 911 didn't arrive, but Zhang Che's little electric car pulled up next to Lin Kei. "Senior, sorry to keep you waiting." Upon seeing his car, Lin Kei's eyes lit up from a distance. When his car stopped, she smiled brightly, opened the door, and got into the passenger seat. "Not at all, I just came down." She waved her little fist and shouted, "Let's go, go. So this senior has such a cute side? Damn, this is a bit hard to handle. Go. Zhang Che sighed inwardly, she really is a fairy, and echoed her shout. As his little car left the girls' dormitory, those behind were left dumbfounded. The person Lin the campus flower was waiting for is actually Zhang Che? Did you see how Lin the campus flower was beaming? What is going on? Lin the campus flower is leaving a Porsche 911 to ride in a little electric car and is so happy? Amid everyone's astonishment, the car had already sped away. Zhang Che drove out of the school and said to Lin Kei in the passenger seat, "Senior, why don't you set the navigation? The restaurant you mentioned, I just checked, and we still need navigation to find it." After all, he wasn't familiar with the Magic City. Without navigation, he couldn't go anywhere. "Okay, I'll get it for you right away." Lin Kei nodded immediately, took out her phone, and was about to set the navigation. At that moment, Zhang Che's phone, which was on the holder, rang, displaying an unknown number. He didn't pay much attention, as he was driving, and answered on speaker. "Hello, hi." His phone connected to the car system, and a middle-aged man's voice came through the car speakers. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Che?" Zhang Che replied, "This is Zhang Che, may I ask who you are?" After confirming his identity, the voice on the other end became even more courteous. "Mr. Zhang Che, hello. I am Feng Wentao, the property manager of Hai Taipei Weitan. I apologize for calling you, but I wanted to inform you that the house you purchased with us is ready for handover." Upon hearing this, Lin Kei in the passenger seat was instantly dumbfounded, completely taken aback. Sitting in the passenger seat, she was fiddling with her phone for navigation. When she heard Zhang Che's phone ring, she instinctively looked up but didn't pay much attention. She never expected such explosive news to come through the call. Zhang Che actually bought a house in the Magic City? Hai Taipei Weitan? The words from the property manager named Feng Wentao hit her like a thunderclap, leaving her mind in a daze. How could this be possible? She found it hard to believe, forgetting to set the navigation, and just listened blankly to Zhang Che on the phone. She didn't understand the license plates of the Magic City, but she was very familiar with the housing market there. Her dream was to settle down in the Magic City, to enjoy life in this vibrant city. From the moment she arrived in the Magic City, she had longed to own a house there. So she was very clear about the purchasing restrictions in the Magic City, which houses were the best, and what the average price per square meter was. But she also knew that for an ordinary person, achieving such a dream was as difficult as climbing to the sky. It had nothing to do with how hard one worked. Many people could work tirelessly for a year without eating or drinking, and still not be able to afford even 1 square meter in the Magic City. There are many things that you are born without, and so you can never have them in this lifetime. Fortunately, she was just like an ordinary person. She was a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. Although one cannot choose how to be born, one can choose whom to marry. She could use her extraordinary looks to make another choice and live the life she desired. But such an opportunity only comes once, and once a decision is made, there is no turning back, so it must be approached with utmost caution. She had many admirers, many suitors vying for her attention, treating many foolishly wealthy men as easy targets. Yet she had never had any intimate contact with any man, always deliberately keeping her distance, because she was very clear about what her assets were and knew how to maintain her worth. A beautiful woman with a chaotic private life is certainly viewed differently than a beautiful woman who is chaste, especially among those she wanted to find, who could help her realize her dreams. The difference was even more pronounced. It turned out she was completely right. People like Sun Yunjie and Wang Junquan could be completely captivated by her for this reason. Unfortunately, these men still did not meet her standards. Although both Wang Junkai and Sun Yunjie were already quite capable and were the dream partners of many girls, she still felt that with her looks and talent, she deserved better. She was tempted by the 3 properties under Sun Yunjie's name, but his family wasn't wealthy enough. Most of their assets were tied up in real estate. Wang Junquan's family had several hundred million in assets, but they were in a small city in the north, which was not where she wanted to live. She was not satisfied with either of them, but for the time being, there were no better options, so she could only keep them hanging, treating them as backups. She was looking for a better option, not knowing when she would find it, and sometimes it felt quite urgent. After all, even the most beautiful woman has only a few years of her prime. Time is a killer. What if in the blink of an eye her youth faded away and she still couldn't find a satisfactory partner? But now it seemed that heaven had finally favored her. Among a group of suitors she was not satisfied with, Zhang Che unexpectedly emerged as a devoted admirer. In the Magic City, where car plates are limited, many eligible people couldn't get a plate, but Zhang Che managed to obtain one easily. The housing market in the Magic City also had purchasing restrictions, and he did not meet the criteria, yet he still bought a house. Moreover, it was at Haiban Bei Weitan. Zhang Che did not know what this place was, but Lin Kei was very clear about it. When it came to luxury apartments in the Magic City, many people had heard of Tang Chengipin, Kafko No. 1, and Tang Palace, among others. These were indeed luxury apartments, but they were all developments from over a decade or even earlier, and could be considered old properties. Haiban Bei Weitan, on the other hand, was a newly opened project that had just begun to be delivered, and it was currently the hottest property in the Magic City. Therefore, this development had a great reputation, and it was said that all the wealthy people in the Magic City were looking at it. That was also why Lin Kei knew so much about it. She had also heard that the properties in this development were not sold by the square meter, but rather by the unit, and they supported private customization. As for the price, it easily reached tens of millions, even over 100 million. Even with enough self-confidence, she had never dared to think of reaching such a level in the goals she had set for herself. And Zhang Che, who was so obedient to her yet had the risk of being snatched away, could actually buy a house in such a community? She found it hard to believe, was greatly shocked, and lost her ability to think. As for Zhang Che, when he received the call, he was also momentarily stunned. Originally, he was eager to go collect the keys to the house, but thinking it was already close to the end of the workday, he feared he would have to wait until tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the so-called property manager called at this hour. "Oh, I see, thank you," he replied, and Feng Wentao continued, "Mr. Shang, when would you be available to come over?" Of course, he hoped it would be as soon as possible. He had been impatient for a long time. However, glancing at Lin Kei in the passenger seat, he couldn't help but hesitate a bit. Is any time okay?" When he asked this, Feng Wentao responded repeatedly on the other end. "Of course, I am ready to serve you at any time. Whenever is convenient for you, just let me know." This service was indeed thoughtful. It seemed he had overthought things earlier. Zhang Che thought to himself and casually asked, "Isn't it already after work? Is it okay now?" To which Feng Wentao smiled and replied, "Of course, Mr. Zhang Che, we are not like civil servants. Your free time is our working hours." The way he said it seemed quite profound. Zhang Che had never been treated this way before, and he couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. At this moment, Lin Kei, suppressing her excitement, spoke up. "Then let's go over now." She responded and looked at Zhang Che, saying, "The manager called personally, so let's go collect the keys first." It seemed that delaying dinner wouldn't be a big issue. Moreover, since Lin Kei had said so, there was even less of a problem. As for the fact that he had bought a house, since she already knew, there was no need to hide it. Letting her further understand his capabilities might even make her less hesitant in dealing with him. This would also be beneficial for his future rewards. After thinking it over, Zhang Che felt it was necessary to let Lin Kei see his financial strength appropriately. Only when this campus belle was willing to spend her money could he earn more cash back. He had been eager to see his mansion, and considering this factor, he immediately said, "Manager Feng, if there are no issues, we will come over now. Lin Kei's sudden interjection did not surprise Feng Wentao. After receiving his confirmation, he quickly replied, "No problem, of course no problem, I look forward to your arrival." Zhang Che and Lin Kei were originally headed to a restaurant. However, before they even had a chance to open the navigation app, they quickly changed their destination. As for how to get to Haitaibei Weitan, he also had no idea. "I'll navigate for you right away." Lin Kei's face flushed with excitement, and as she spoke, she gestured animatedly, looking even happier than he was. "Zhang Che, you actually bought a house in the Magic City. You're amazing." Lin Kei's heart raced. She wanted to see what Zhang Che's house was like. If it really was the legendary mansion, if it truly cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, then what kind of house would it be? This would determine her attitude towards Zhang Che. That's why she had just blurted out that they should go collect the keys now without thinking too much. She was afraid that if she missed this opportunity, she wouldn't find another chance to verify it later. She was now very glad she had invited Zhang Che to dinner today. If the property manager hadn't called, she might have remained in the dark about Zhang Che already buying a house in the Magic City. After all, Zhang Che was generous yet very low-key, not showing off at all, as evidenced by his car. If she hadn't known that Zhang Che had bought a house at Haitaibei Weitan, she would have been sitting on a gold mine without realizing it. Zhang Che had no idea how rich her thoughts were at that moment. Seeing the little stars in her eyes, he smiled and said, "It's nothing impressive. I was just thinking that since I've come to the Magic City for university, I should probably stay here to develop in the future. In that case, it would be more convenient to buy a house." This sounded quite pretentious, but it wasn't that Zhang Che was trying to show off. It was mainly to give Lin Kei a reasonable explanation. While he was dealing with Lin Kei, his thoughts were entirely on the house. What kind of place was this house that he had drawn with such luck? After quite a while, Zhang Che finally drove to the entrance of Haitaibei Weitan with the help of the navigation. At this time, Feng Wentao had already been waiting for them at the door. Along with Feng Wentao was the property manager of the community, a lady wearing black-framed glasses named Jiang Ying. When they saw his little electric car approaching, both of them were a bit stunned and couldn't help but exchange glances. Zhang Che parked the car, rolled down the window, and spoke first. "Hello, are you Manager Feng?" The voice on the phone was that of a middle-aged man, and now there was a man and a woman here, so he shouldn't be mistaken. Feng Wentao recognized his voice and was taken aback. "Mr. Zhang Che, is it really you? I have to say, your car is really quite low-key. It stands out especially in our community." Feng Wentao's words made Zhang Che feel a bit speechless. In his impression, no one lived in a mansion but drove such a car. Zhang Che was indifferent and replied lightly, "I'm more environmentally conscious and like to pursue new things." After Feng Wentao finished speaking, he realized that it was somewhat inappropriate and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, new energy vehicles are all the rage now. Many residents in our community have switched to new energy cars. After responding, he hurriedly changed the subject. "Mr. Zhang Che, let me introduce you to our property manager, Jiang Ying. Today, the two of us will assist you with the procedures and explain the situation of our community and your house in detail." Haitaibei Weitan has a total of 3 buildings, and Zhang Che's house is located on the 18th floor of Building 1. Yes, the entire 18th floor is his. 1,200 square meters, with a layout of 6 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 8 bathrooms. Zhang Che parked the car properly, and under Jiang Ying's enthusiastic introduction and Feng Wentao's supplements, they quickly went upstairs. When the door was opened and they stepped into the house, Lin Kei was immediately stunned. The style of this house was simple yet luxurious, with modern smart features complemented by traditional Chinese elements everywhere. The beautifully designed decor, high-end furniture, and appliances, everything needed was all there. This is the master bedroom. From the community to this house itself, Jiang Ying continued to explain the layout, functions, and so on to Zhang Che. This was in addition to the introduction, also taking Zhang Che through the inspection. In the 1,200 square meter large house, it took more than an hour to finish looking at all the functional areas and corners. By this time, Lin Kei was already numb. She finally realized what a true mansion looked like. As for Zhang Che, he was actually feeling quite similar, but he appeared calm and collected, showing no special reaction at all. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city, at the Huangpu River, and at the distant Oriental Pearl Tower. In fact, Zhang Che was also itching to let out a long howl to express the excitement in his heart, but that would seem too cheap and not in line with his style, so he could only hold it in. Until all the procedures were completed, the group returned to the living room. "Mr. Zhang Che, this house has been built entirely according to your requirements. Now that you have seen the house, if there are no issues, please sign here to confirm." The house has been viewed, and Zhang Ying and Feng Wentao have introduced everything that needed to be introduced. What remains is to complete the final procedures and finalize the connection. After confirming that everything is in order, Zhang Che signed his name on all the necessary documents. At the same time, he received the property certificate with his name on it from Feng Wentao's hands. From now on, this house completely belongs to him. Mr. Zhang Che, all the procedures have been completed, so we won't disturb you any longer. We have already entered your and your girlfriend's information into the property system. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call us. Zhang Ying neatly organized all the documents, and she and Feng Wentao took their leave. Thank you both. Sorry for the trouble, Zhang Che said politely, seeing them out the door. When he returned, he saw Lin Kei holding the purchase contract in one hand and the property certificate in the other, her expression exceptionally vivid. 2.04 billion? Zhang Che, you actually spent 2.04 billion on this house? She had long known that houses here were not cheap, and just listening to Zhang Ying and Feng Wentao's introduction had already left her in shock. But she never expected the value of this house to be 2.04 billion, which exceeded her imagination once again. This was not a purchase, it was a stroke of luck for Zhang Che. However, there was no way to explain this, nor was there a need to. He just smiled and replied nonchalantly, Lin Kei put down the purchase contract and property certificate, and her gaze towards him became very intense. Zhang Che, Lin Kei called out softly, biting her lip as she leaned closer to Zhang Che, resting in his embrace. Zhang Che, He felt a rush of fragrance, and his body and nerves tensed up immediately. Zhang Che, I want to be with you. Lin Kei's delicate arm wrapped around his neck, her whole body hanging on him. Zhang Che, He was stunned. What was happening? With such a fragrant beauty hanging on him, Zhang Che felt his heart racing and his mouth dry, especially as Lin Kei twisted in his arms. Who could withstand that? This softness, this feeling, made him weak all over, except for one part that was hard. Senior, calm down, you must calm down. You are a goddess, and I am just a devoted admirer. This isn't suitable for us. But Lin Kei did not loosen her grip around his neck. Instead, she pouted her lips in a somewhat resentful manner. Zhang Che, are you making fun of me? Is my performance in your eyes so unworthy? She now understood that Zhang Che was not the kind of devoted admirer she could easily manipulate. A man of this caliber, could she really control him? As for whether Zhang Che was manipulating her, that no longer mattered. She didn't care at all. This 1,200 square meter flat, a luxury worth 2.04 billion, had already overwhelmed her. All she wanted now was to be Zhang Che's woman, to live in this flat. Everything else was irrelevant to her. Although this came a bit suddenly, not to mention Zhang Che was a bit dazed. Even she herself hadn't thought about surrendering just over an hour ago. But after searching for so long and reeling in so many wealthy men, she just wanted to find an opportunity like this. Now that this opportunity was right in front of her, how could she hesitate? She had always known that opportunities only come once, and now, she chose to go all in. Zhang Che, I know I am vain and materialistic, but please believe me, I just want to live a good and comfortable life. I am not a casual woman. From now on, I will wholeheartedly follow you and cut off all ties with other men. If I ever wrong you, feel free to kick me out, I will have no complaints at all. This time, Lin Kei was completely sincere, with no hint of acting at all. She was very skilled at playing games, having done so with all the men before. But now, she offered her genuine self. Zhang Che understood her well and knew that she was just that kind of person. As long as he could satisfy her materially, she would be wholeheartedly devoted. The problem was that from the beginning, Zhang Che only thought about reaping rewards from her, never considering her as a person. He was just a sycophant, hoping to gain rewards from the goddess. If he ended up in a relationship with a woman, and the sycophant had slept with the goddess, would there still be rewards? This question just arose, making him feel a bit uneasy amidst his wandering thoughts. After Lin Kei poured out her heart, she closed her eyes, stood on her tiptoes, and puckered her lips to kiss him. Their lips met, soft and smooth. Boom! Zhang Che felt as if his brain had exploded, losing all rationality and ability to think, leaving only instinct. After a long while, a rumble from his stomach awakened the two still entangled in the master bedroom. We haven't eaten yet. Zhang Che, feeling the warmth in his arms, rubbed his belly, and his clear mind finally returned. Looking at the school beauty in his arms, her face still flushed and even more stunning, his feelings were quite complex. To be honest, growing up was a wonderful process. Especially when the one cuddling in his arms was such a beautiful woman, it felt even more fulfilling. But at the same time, his heart sank. Oh no, it was a disaster. He ultimately couldn't hold back. So, could this sycophant still be a sycophant? Would there still be rewards? Swapping sycophant rewards for such a delicate beauty, he didn't know if he had gained or lost. I'm hungry too. Lin Kei also felt a bit embarrassed, just remembering that they had come out to eat. But then, everything had happened too suddenly. Of course, she had no regrets at all, and she felt very accomplished. The dream she had longed for had finally come true, and it was even better than she had imagined. It's all your fault. She nestled in Zhang Che's arms, her slender fingers circling on his chest. Can you really say that? Zhang Che was speechless, he was the one who had been pushed down. Lin Kei's face turned even redder as she squirmed in his embrace. I don't care, it's all your fault. TSK, this little enchantress. Zhang Che took a deep breath and quickly begged for mercy. Okay, it's all my fault. Stop squirming. If you keep squirming, we'll really have to go hungry tonight. There's nothing at home right now. Let's get up, wash up, go out to eat, and then buy some things to bring back. As soon as Lin Kei heard this, she became excited and stopped teasing him, jumping up and directly pulling his hand. Right, we just moved in. We need to buy all the living supplies. It's already dark outside. Hurry up. We can't dawdle any longer. Zhang Che looked at her speechlessly. It was clearly her who had been dawdling. Lin Kei had clearly taken this place as her home, treating herself as the hostess, and she was acting like a housekeeper. Toothpaste and toothbrushes, cleaning supplies. While washing up, she kept calculating what they needed to buy, enjoying herself, radiating happiness. In fact, Zhang Che could use the system to cook, but he couldn't explain that to Lin Kei, so he had to give up. Better to just order takeout. There were indeed quite a few things to buy. Seeing Lin Kei so enthusiastic, he didn't want to dampen her spirits. The two went downstairs and drove out. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Kei was still jotting down the things they needed to buy on her phone, afraid of forgetting. With her being so attentive, it saved Zhang Che from worrying. 100000100, 183101830, 1000010, 30, LV. Each person had 3 sets of clothes, and as before, all payments for Lin Kei were made separately. Spending nearly 500,000, he also received over 1 million in cashback, making a significant profit once again. At the same time, his dog-licking value also saw a rebound. Recently, he needed to recuperate, exercise, and get fit, while also learning mountaineering, rock climbing, and downhill skiing, with daily expenses reaching 600. Honey, you're so good to me, kiss kiss. Back in the car, Lin Kei put away the shopping bags, climbed over to the passenger seat, and hugged him for a kiss. This kind of infatuation made Zhang Che feel like he had fallen into a gentle paradise, and he began to understand the feelings of those ancient foolish monarchs. However, he genuinely felt that this was quite nice. Previously, he had wanted to gain rewards from Lin Kei but had never fantasized about anything happening between them. Just now, Lin Kei had decisively pushed him away, and he felt like he had fallen for a beauty trap, worried that there would be no rewards to gain. In the end, the scene he feared did not occur. Upon reflection, it was understandable. It wasn't that once a dog got the goddess, he would no longer be a dog. In love or marriage, there were plenty of humbled dogs. Not all romantic or marital relationships were equal. Of course, none of this mattered. What was important was that he found it seemed even easier to gain rewards after Lin Kei became his woman. Having Lin Kei by his side allowed him to arrange everything for her clearly. Rewards could be gained anytime and anywhere, not only increasing the opportunities but also making it convenient and quick. He hadn't realized these things before, but now he had come to understand, which changed some of his previous views. They bought too many things, and it took 2 trips for the two of them to bring everything home. Zhang Che felt a bit tired, lying on the sofa and too lazy to move, while Lin Kei was still full of energy. She put toiletries, toilet paper, and other items in the bathroom, placed trash cans in every space, and fitted them with garbage bags. Generally speaking, people living in such houses would have a dedicated maid for these tasks. However, Zhang Che didn't feel the need to find a nanny for himself at the moment. There was a dedicated housekeeping service that would come regularly, provided by the system. For everyday small issues, handling them himself added more flavor to life. Moreover, it was clear that Lin Kei genuinely enjoyed doing these things, completely immersed in them. Perhaps it was because it made her feel more like a hostess. After putting the newly bought clothes and shoes into the wardrobe, Lin Kei came over and directly straddled him. Honey! She hugged Zhang Che and called out sweetly. Zhang Che responded, and she looked at him intently and said, I love you. Boom! This made Zhang Che, who was still full of vigor and had tasted sweetness, unable to hold back, igniting another spark. The two moved from the living room to the balcony, from the balcony to the kitchen, from the kitchen to the bedroom, and from the bedroom to the bathroom. Finally, they rolled back to the bedroom. When Zhang Che was awakened by his biological clock, he couldn't help but yawn several times, feeling a bit sleep-deprived. Looking at Lin Kei, the campus beauty was still fast asleep. He quietly got up and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. This time, he really made breakfast by hand, not just clicking on the system interface. Last night, he had also bought kitchen and dining supplies, including ingredients. Up to now, he had delivered breakfast to Lin Kei dozens of times, and making it himself was no longer a problem. While he was focused on his task, a pair of small hands wrapped around his waist from behind. Lin Kei pressed her whole body against his back, saying, "Honey, these things should have been done by me. Let me do them from now on." Previously, she had accepted the breakfast Zhang Che brought without any qualms, but now she felt that as Zhang Che's woman, she should be the one to make breakfast for him. The awkward part was that she didn't know how, so she could only say it would be in the future. It didn't matter that she couldn't do it now, she decided to learn well later. With Zhang Che taking care of her like this, she already felt uneasy, completely losing the sense of comfort she had before. But if she didn't make him breakfast, that would mean losing 10,000 yuan and 100 dog value points every day. Missing out on this reward for a few days due to various reasons was acceptable, but if it continued like this, how could that be? After a month, that would be 300,000 yuan and 3,000 points of dog value. At this moment, he still had to coax Lin Kei. What should or shouldn't be done? I just like doing these things. In the future, I'll handle the cooking, and you can take care of washing the dishes and cleaning. There were no rewards for cleaning, so those trivial matters could be completely tossed aside without burden. Lin Kei nodded repeatedly, having no objections to this. She was even moved to tears. "Husband, you are so good." Zhang Che made breakfast for 3 people. Besides himself and Lin Kei, he naturally didn't forget to prepare a nutritious breakfast for Sumo. Other things could be forgotten, but how could he forget about the rewards? Lin Kei had long known about Sumo's existence, and it was precisely because of this that a series of events had unfolded yesterday. Speaking of which, she was now a bit grateful to Sumo. If it weren't for Sumo's presence, how would she have known that Zhang Che had hidden so much? A 204 million yuan mansion, a prime location in the city center, and opening the curtains revealed the Huangpu River and the Oriental Pearl Tower. Just waking up, she found herself lying in a luxurious bedroom, sleeping on a high-end, comfortable bed. All of this made her feel as if she were still dreaming. However, now, seeing Zhang Che packing the nutritious breakfast for Sumo, she still asked knowingly, "Husband, what's this?" Zhang Che didn't hide anything and directly explained, "Oh, this is for my master." Master? This time, Lin Kei was genuinely taken aback. She knew Zhang Che had joined the Outdoor Sports Association and was training with Sumo, but she hadn't heard that Zhang Che had taken Sumo as his master. What kind of game was this? "I'm learning mountaineering, rock climbing, and rappelling from Senior Sumo in the finance department." Zhang Che explained everything in detail and then asked, "Are you interested in these? Do you want to join?" His idea was simple. Outdoor sports cost a lot of money, and if Lin Kei also spent some, it would be a huge profit. However, in Lin Kei's view, this was his honesty, showing that he wasn't hiding anything from her. At the same time, it meant he recognized her, which was why he was willing to bring her along. She had seen many pampered canaries who couldn't participate in their benefactor's life at all. As for Zhang Che, she was even prepared for that. As long as Zhang Che didn't neglect her, she could ignore everything else. But unexpectedly, Zhang Che actually invited her, showing her his complete openness. Yes. She quickly nodded in agreement, eagerly expressing, "No matter what you do, I want to follow you." Since Zhang Che had given her this opportunity, how could she not seize it? Moreover, activities like mountaineering, rock climbing, and rappelling were also very popular among many people nowadays. Opening a little yellow book to see, there were plenty of people sharing this kind of life, which was very enviable. Even without considering Zhang Che, this lifestyle was what she longed for. "Alright, from now on, you can follow me to learn from Sumo. When the time comes, whether it's mountaineering, rock climbing, or rappelling, we can all go play together." Speaking of playing, Lin Kei immediately thought of the upcoming long holiday. Previously, when Zhang Che asked her about her plans, she had rejected him, not intending to go together. In fact, she had mentioned that she and a few classmates, including Li Ling, were going to climb Huashan, which was arranged by one of her admirers. Although that admirer wasn't as bold as Zhang Che, he couldn't compare to Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia either. But as a classmate, he could offer her a lot of help academically. This trip during the long holiday to climb Huashan was actually also a field research activity. With that relationship in place, she certainly couldn't let Zhang Che or Sun Yunjia, Wang Junquan, and the others tag along. But now the situation was different. Zhang Che was already her man, and everyone else had to take a back seat. Speaking of going out, "Husband, what are your plans for the long holiday? Just hanging out in the Magic City?" She quickly changed her mind and brought up the topic again. As for plans, Zhang Che really hadn't made any, but it was likely to be something like that. So he nodded and said, "Pretty much, I haven't thought too much about it." Lin Kei immediately looked at him with a pitiful expression. "Husband, I'm sorry. Because the trip to climb Huashan during the long holiday is actually a project group activity, and the group leader is my admirer. So, I didn't explain it to you back then. How about you come with us to Chang'an? We can climb Huashan together then." Zhang Che was clear about what Lin Kei had been thinking before. Now that she wanted to kick all her admirers to the curb, her previous concerns were naturally no longer an issue. The only thing she needed to worry about now was Zhang Che. Going out to play during the long holiday was naturally also about wanting to be with Zhang Che. Zhang Che thought for a moment, and this proposal seemed pretty good. Climbing a mountain might not meet the conditions for now, but hiking was definitely not a problem. With so many famous mountains and rivers in our country, and so many beautiful sceneries, wouldn't it be a pity not to go see them? Sounds good, but is it convenient? Although he was tempted, he hesitated for a moment. After all, there was still the element of field research involved, not just pure fun. It's convenient, of course it's convenient. At worst, we can just pay for ourselves. Lin Kei nodded repeatedly. What I said about field research actually only accounts for a small part. Most of it is still for fun. As she spoke, she began to act cute. "Husband, just think of it as accompanying me, okay?" Once she started to act like that, Zhang Che felt his bones go soft. Okay. Anyway, I don't have any plans. Send me your flight and hotel information, and I'll see if I can book the same ones." If they couldn't book the same flight and hotel, they would have to meet up at the destination, which would be much more troublesome. "Okay, but I need to ask first." Lin Kei felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't paid attention to these things before because everything was handled perfectly by others. Once it was confirmed that they would go to climb Huashan together during the long holiday, the two finished breakfast and drove back to school. Zhang Che directly dropped Lin Kei off at the dormitory entrance, and Lin Kei leaned over to give him a kiss before getting out of the car. "Mua! Goodbye, husband." Unlike before, she didn't turn and leave immediately after getting out. Instead, she watched Zhang Che leave before going upstairs. Seeing this scene, the entire dormitory and the people coming and going were once again left in shock. Wow, how did Lin the school flower get out of Zhang Che's car so early in the morning? Usually, in this situation, isn't Zhang Che the one bringing breakfast to Lin the school flower? So where did they go? What exactly happened between the two? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must be overthinking it. Everyone guessed something, but they didn't dare to believe it. In a very good mood, Lin Kei completely didn't notice the whispers of others and hummed a little tune as she returned to her dorm. "Sisters, I'm back." She pushed the door open and shouted. While brushing her teeth, Li Ling rushed out with her toothbrush in her mouth, pulling along with her two other roommates to confront Lin Kei. "Kei, you finally came back. What on earth happened? Why did you stay out all night? Weren't you supposed to be testing Zhang Che by going out for seafood? How did you end up losing him instead? I called and sent you messages all night, and you didn't respond at all." Lin Kei chuckled awkwardly. Last night, given the situation, she couldn't care less about replying to Li Ling. Staying out all night and coming back in a different outfit, one could easily guess what had happened to Lin Kei. However, it was precisely because of this that Li Ling and the others were so shocked. They knew better than anyone that although Lin Kei liked to attract rich men and keep admirers, she never let those men take advantage of her. She had always played her cards close to her chest, saving everything for a chance to change her fate. But now, she had suddenly thrown caution to the wind. Could it be? Li Ling could only think of one possibility. Lin Kei had gotten what she wanted, which was why she chose to go all in. But the question was, wasn't she supposed to be testing Zhang Che? So what was going on? Had Zhang Che actually met her expectations? Zhang Che. Li Ling didn't finish her sentence, but Lin Kei understood what she meant. She didn't hide it and nodded with a smile. "That's right, Zhang Che is deeper than we imagined. It's just as you think, I'm with Zhang Che now." Hearing her admit it, Li Ling and the others became even more curious, crowding around to ask questions. "Kai, what exactly happened? Tell us." Yeah, why did you suddenly reveal your trump card? What else has Zhang Che been hiding?" In response to her roommate's questions, Lin Kei recounted the events in detail. However, she didn't go into specifics about some things, like mentioning that Zhang Che bought a house without revealing it was worth 204 million. Just this alone made her roommates envious, and if she had mentioned that the house was in Haitaibai Weitan and was 1,200 square meters, it would have turned envy into jealousy. Lin Kei felt it was necessary to keep some things hidden from the other two roommates, but with Li Ling, she had more thoughts. Zhang Che's status far exceeded her expectations, and such a man would surely attract more than just her. There were plenty of women in the world who could be just as bold as she was, and there would likely be all kinds of competition in the future. As seen in dramas, if one wanted to play the game of power, they needed their own trusted allies and to cultivate their own people. As her best friend, Li Ling was naturally the best choice. This thought flashed through her mind, but that was a matter for later. What she needed to do now was to draw a clear line with all men except Zhang Che. After satisfying her roommate's curiosity and once the other two had left, Lin Kei grabbed Li Ling's hand. "Ling Ling, do you have any spare cash? Lend me some." Upon hearing she wanted to borrow money, Li Ling didn't hesitate at all. "How much do you need?" Lin Kei replied, "The more, the better." She then explained, "I'm with Zhang Che now, so there's no need to play tricks like before. Wang Junquan spent 180,000 on my birthday, and I need to pay him back. Otherwise, it would make me seem petty and affect my image in Zhang Che's eyes." Li Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? 180,000 was not a small amount for them, yet Lin Kei was actually trying to scrape together money to pay Wang Junquan back. How powerful is Zhang Che that he can make Lin Kei reach this point? Thinking about future plans, Lin Kei no longer hid anything and directly took out the photo she had taken last night. "This is the house Zhang Che just bought, take a look." Li Ling's pupils dilated sharply as she gasped. Haitai North Bund? 1,200 square meters? She was stunned. "Kei, is this real? Don't tell me Zhang Che set you up. Could he know someone over there and is tricking you?" Renting cars and houses to deceive people is a trick that two scumbags have often used. Li Ling found it hard to believe, feeling like it was a scam. Lin Kei smiled and said, "We stayed there for a night, and the property management has already entered my information into the system. Now, I am the owner of Haitai North Bund. How could this be fake? And I just said, I went with Zhang Che to collect the house, and I saw the purchase contract and property certificate with my own eyes." Not only did she see them, but she also took pictures. With her slender fingers sliding across the phone screen, she showed Li Ling the property certificate and purchase contract with Zhang Che's name on them. 204 million? Seeing this number, Li Ling felt everything fall into place. How much money must one have to afford such a luxury home? No wonder Lin Kei acted decisively and swiftly. Who could resist that? If it were her, she would do the same. She was enviously impressed. Seeing her envious yet complicated emotions, Lin Kei hugged her. "Ling, we are good sisters. How could I forget you now that I've made it? Some things you already know without me saying. If you're willing, we can plan in detail moving forward. Now I need to show my attitude and eliminate all elements that might make Zhang Che unhappy." Li Ling understood this logic. Being Zhang Che's woman, it would be unpleasant to still be entangled with other suitors. Any man would be unhappy about that, and Zhang Che would definitely not be pleased. She said, "I do have a bit of money, but I don't know if it's enough for you." Lin Kei had already made plans and smiled. "If it's not enough, I'll just have to borrow more. The important thing is to gather enough money first. I have so many clothes, so many bags, and a lot of jewelry. I can sell some of them and pay you back later." 180,000 is indeed not a small amount, but for Lin Kei, it wouldn't be too difficult to gather. Since school started, their breakfasts had all been provided by Zhang Che, and before he enrolled, there were other admirers who treated them. Just from saving on breakfast, they could set aside a sum, and there were often people treating them to meals. Then there were the red envelopes received during various holidays and birthdays, which added up to quite a bit. After all, she wouldn't even look at amounts like 100 or so. Plus, with her living expenses, she could ask her family for a bit more, and borrow a little to gather the 180,000. In fact, she was just eager to express her stance to Zhang Che, otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Buying some bags, clothes, and jewelry would suffice. However, selling second-hand items takes time, and she didn't want to delay for even a minute. Once she gathered the 180,000, she urgently arranged to meet Wang Junquan right away, just outside the teaching building. Kei. Seeing Lin Kei come to find him, Wang Junquan was instantly very happy. "Is there something you need? Let's talk over there, it's less crowded." He thought Lin Kei was coming to him with good news, as such situations were rare. Little did he expect that Lin Kei was there to sever ties with him. "Wang Junquan." Lin Kei called out his full name. "Thank you for always being so good to me and taking care of me. But I've realized that we are not suitable for each other. We shouldn't keep in touch anymore." As soon as she said this, Wang Junquan's face turned pale, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Wang Junquan felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at Lin Kei, completely unable to react. Just a few days ago, he had spent 180,000 to give Lin Kei a grand birthday celebration. Clearly, that night, Lin Kei had poured her heart out to him, sharing many of her innermost thoughts. But how could it be that in the blink of an eye, she was severing ties with him? His lips trembled, and after several attempts, he finally managed to produce a hoarse voice. Kei, what on earth is going on? Why are you saying this?" Lin Kei appeared more sincere than ever, devoid of any pretense, completely genuine. "Wang Junquan, I'm sorry. When I told you I didn't want to date in college, I lied to you. I have a boyfriend now, and I don't want him to misunderstand." As she spoke, Lin Kei bowed directly to Wang Junquan. Then she took out her phone and transferred money to him. "You spent 180,000 on my birthday, and I shouldn't have used your money. Now I'm returning it to you. From now on, we are clear. I hope you won't bother me again." After transferring the money back to Wang Junquan, Lin Kei immediately deleted him from her friends and blocked his number without hesitation. After doing all this, she turned and left, utterly resolute. Wang Junquan felt as if the sky had fallen and the earth had caved in. Even after Lin Kei had disappeared from sight, he still couldn't come to his senses. The same thing happened to Sun Yunja. Lin Kei returned the birthday gift he had given her, and then severed all ties, blocking all means of contact. However, Sun Yunja did not react as dramatically as Wang Junquan. Instead, he seemed to find everything quite predictable. Despite the pain evident on his face, he remained calm. "Can I ask who that man is?" His voice was a bit hoarse and slightly trembling. Lin Kei did not answer, and he continued, "It's Zhang Che, right?" After a pause, Lin Kei nodded. Having received his answer, he didn't say anything more. He had already guessed this outcome long ago. He truly couldn't understand Zhang Che. He had anticipated that such a situation would arise. Yet, when the moment came, he still felt a twinge of unwillingness. Zhang Che, oh Zhang Che. Watching Lin Kei leave, he couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Che had always said he just wanted to be a devoted admirer, and Wang Junquan had never doubted his words. But did Lin Kei think the same? As long as Lin Kei truly understood him, such a situation would be unavoidable. The facts ultimately proved that this was indeed the result, without a doubt. Meanwhile, Lin Kei was busy kicking away all the admirers, drawing a clear line with all her suitors. Once again, she taught these people a lesson: devoted admirers end up with nothing. If you don't have a system backing you up, and no rewards to gain, it's best not to be a devoted admirer. Zhang Che himself hadn't expected that being a devoted admirer would not only earn him money but also bring him people. He delivered breakfast to Su Mo and strolled back to the dormitory. At that moment, 3 roommates were preparing to go to class. Seeing him return, they all jumped in surprise. "Damn, you finally came back. Where did you go last night? It's only been a short time since school started, and you already stayed out all night." Zhou Chu was startled, as usual, with his sarcastic tone. Zhang Che climbed onto his bed and took out his tablet, responding casually, "You're not even the dorm leader. Why do I need to report to you about where I go?" Although there were occasional checks in the dormitory, it was common for students to stay out overnight. Not to mention, Zhou Chu wasn't the dorm leader. Even if he were, he couldn't really control it. Even dorm leaders would face such situations. Zhou Chu, feeling rebuffed, leaned over with a grin and sniffed at him. Then he exclaimed, "Damn, there's still a woman's fragrance on you. Did you really go to a hotel with a woman?" Upon hearing this, Li Yale and Zhao Qingdong also lost their composure and hurried over to sniff him. Zhang Che was startled. "Damn. What are you all sniffing me for? You guys are perverts." Li Yale and Zhao Qingdong ignored him, exchanging glances to communicate silently. "There is indeed a faint fragrance, and it's definitely a woman's scent. Zhang Che, we didn't expect you to be the first one in our dorm to get lucky." Zhao Qingdong put his arm around his shoulder with a teasing expression. "Quick, tell us who that woman is. You really are something, quietly finding a girlfriend. I thought you only knew how to fawn over Lin, the school beauty." Zhou Chu's eyes turned red with envy, jealousy twisting his expression. He snorted and said, "You all know he only fawns over Lin. What girlfriend could he possibly have? I guess he probably went to a brothel, right?" "Zhang Che, be honest with me. With all your money, did you go for a massage?" Zhao Qingdong's eyes lit up at this, and he whispered, "Zhang Che, how much does a massage cost?" He was thinking that finding a girlfriend in a short time was not easy, but he still had money for a massage. "What the hell, it's you who's going to a brothel. Your whole family is going." Zhang Che shot Zhou Chu a sideways glance and cursed back. Li Yale believed he wasn't that kind of person, but aside from fawning over Lin Kei, he only fawned over Su Mo. In fact, it was impossible for him to have a girlfriend. So what was going on? "Zhang Che, is this not a woman's fragrance on you?" Li Yale frowned. Although he was a virgin, he shouldn't be unable to recognize this scent, right? "It's definitely a woman's fragrance, and it's Lin Xuejie's scent." He didn't hide it. There was nothing to hide, and he couldn't hide it anyway. He just didn't expect Lin Kei to leave her scent on him. He had clearly taken a shower. How could it still be detectable? He couldn't help but raise his hand to sniff himself but found nothing special. At this moment, the 3 roommates were already dumbfounded. "What? Lin the school beauty? Damn, you actually slept with Lin the school beauty?" Zhou Chu jumped up immediately. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You, a fawning dog, could never get into Lin the school beauty's bed." Zhao Qingdong's eyes also turned red. "Fake, it must be fake. Stop bragging here. I don't believe you. Zhang Che curled his lips, originally too lazy to bother with them, but seeing their reaction so intense, as if they had stepped on their tails and wanted to tear him apart, he said, of course, that's not the case. In fact, it wasn't me who slept with Lin the school beauty, it was her who slept with me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingdong were even less inclined to believe him. Not to mention these two, even Li Yale, the one who believed him the most, found it absurd. Stop inflating your own ego. What are you that Lin the school beauty would sleep with you? You're just a fawning dog. Wanting to sleep with Lin the school beauty is like a pipe dream, and you even dream of her sleeping with you? Clearly, in front of Lin Kei, he was nothing, and she didn't even remember these two. But at this moment, the two were completely furious, incredibly embarrassed, as if Lin Kei was their mother. Zhang Che merely stated a fact, but he didn't expect it to make Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingdong so agitated. Seeing the two of them looking like they would fight him if he continued to slander them, he found it amusing and interesting. However, he didn't continue to tease them, worried they might really come at him. It was just a joke, why take it so seriously? He shrugged, took his tablet, and headed out the door to go to class. The tablet was for taking notes. In the classroom, Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingtang looked at him, still fuming. What kind of joke is this? This isn't a joke, this is daydreaming. Li Yale was suspicious. Zhang Che didn't seem like the type to make such jokes, but Lin Kei sleeping with him was indeed a bit too absurd. So, what is the truth? It didn't seem important. Wasn't it just that he stayed out all night and came back smelling like a woman? Although at this age, everyone was full of vigor and particularly interested in such topics. But no matter the situation, it was Zhang Che's privacy, and there was no need to pay too much attention. He couldn't figure it out, and he was too lazy to think about it. Just as he had almost forgotten about it, the morning class ended. The students rushed out, and Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingtang still wanted to tease Zhang Che a bit. At that moment, there was a commotion at the entrance of the teaching building. Quick, look, it's Lin the campus beauty. Is Lin the campus beauty coming to class too? She's so beautiful. Every time I see Lin the campus beauty, I feel like I'm in love. Amidst the students' amazement, Lin Kei, who was waiting at the door, brightened up when she saw Zhang Che come out. Hubby, she called out sweetly, opened her arms, and rushed over to hug him, pulling him forward after diving into his embrace. Completely ignoring the dumbfounded looks from those around them, she happily chattered away while holding Zhang Che's hand. The once noisy teaching building fell silent instantly, everyone standing there dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingtang's eyes were about to pop out, nearly falling to the ground. What did I just hear? Hubby, how is this possible? After a brief silence, the students who witnessed the scene erupted in excitement. Then, the entire art college was in an uproar. The face of the art college, the campus beauty of Shanghai University, who had countless admirers but had remained single, Lin Kei. She was actually in a relationship, and she actually called a boy hubby so affectionately? Everyone found it hard to believe, everyone thought it was impossible, and everyone felt very unwilling. Soon after, everyone also heard the news that Lin Kei had severed ties with all her suitors, including Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia. She even spent the 180,000 she had received for her birthday on Wang Junquan. This news was like a heavy bomb dropped on the art college and the entire Shanghai University. When it exploded throughout the campus, the instigator, the person involved, seemed completely unaware and indifferent. After leaving the teaching building, Zhang Che and Lin Kei got into the car. It was already lunchtime, and at this pace, he should be accompanying Lin Kei to eat. He could choose a luxurious restaurant, like Bulgari, which socialites in those little yellow books loved. He could enjoy delicious food, show off, and earn rewards. However, Su Mo was also waiting for him to feed her. He couldn't neglect one for the other. He could use the system to make a nutritious meal, but he had to do it without Lin Kei knowing, and now the campus beauty was sitting in his car. After thinking it over, he decided to change his plan. So he asked, "Senior, do you have sportswear?" Lin Kei was taken aback by the question and instinctively nodded. "I do have some, but what do you need it for?" Zhang Che rolled his eyes at her. "Didn't you say you wanted to learn mountain climbing, rock climbing, and rappelling with me? Come with me to find Suemo to study at noon. It's more convenient to change into sportswear. If you don't have any, it's fine, we can go buy some now, we have plenty of time." Zhang Che naturally preferred to buy some now, and it gave him another chance to spend on Lin Kei, which meant he could earn cashback. Oh, Lin Kei responded excitedly and nodded vigorously. Yes, I just bought my sportswear not long ago, so I don't need to buy another set." This result left Zhang Che quite disappointed, but it didn't matter. Once they officially started playing, there would be plenty of opportunities to buy various equipment. "Then I'll take you back to the dormitory first, and you can change your clothes. I'll change my clothes too and make you guys a nutritious meal, that way, the workout will be more effective." Lin Kei already knew that he had taken care of Sumo's 3 meals a day, so she wasn't surprised by this. She initially wanted to pretend she didn't know and not get involved in Zhang Che and Sumo's matters, but now that Zhang Che had included her, not hiding anything from her, she was naturally happy about it. "Hubby, you've worked hard." When they arrived at the dormitory building, she leaned over and kissed Zhang Che before getting out of the car. Similarly, she waited for Zhang Che's car to leave before turning to go upstairs. At this point, the gossip about them had already spread like wildfire. Many girls gathered around, curiously asking, "Kei, are you really with Zhang Che?" Lin Kei rolled her eyes at these gossiping girls. "You all saw it. How could it be fake?" These girls not only saw her get out of Zhang Che's car but even witnessed her kissing him inside the car. The reason they asked was that they felt the situation was absurd and ridiculous. "Kei, what's going on with you? Why did you choose a car like this instead of a Porsche 911? What does it say on the front of the car, GM? What the heck is that? I've never even heard of it." Even if you didn't choose a Porsche, at least go for a BMW X5. The guy is a local from Magic City and owns 3 properties. No one understood. Lin Kei had always been very shrewd, so how could she suddenly seem blind? Lin Kei found it amusing. What did a Porsche 911 or a BMW X5 with 3 properties even mean? Combined, they couldn't compare to Zhang Che's 1 property, right? Of course, she wouldn't say this out loud. First, Zhang Che was low-key, and she couldn't promote him high-profile. Moreover, it wouldn't benefit her either. The more people knew about Zhang Che's hidden strength, the more competition it would attract. Right now was the best. She could quietly amass wealth on her own. She said seriously, "What are you all talking about? Is choosing a boyfriend like how you choose a car? Wang Junquan and Sun Yunja are indeed great, but they don't understand me. Only Zhang Che truly understands me. No matter what car he drives, he is my true love, and I have decided on him for life." This statement left everyone stunned. Wow, is this something Lin Kei could say? "I believe in love again." Amidst everyone's astonishment, Lin Kei proudly snorted. Besides, how can Zhang Che's car be considered a no-name brand? It's a domestic new energy vehicle that's sweeping the globe, okay? It's called Xingyuan, a Geely car. Is it wrong for me to want some good fortune? Throughout the art college and Shanghai University, countless girls envied Lin Kei. Beautiful, with countless suitors, able to choose between a Porsche 911 and a BMW X5, with numerous men rushing to fawn over her. Glamorous, always being pampered wherever she went, even her birthday cost 180,000. But no one expected that between a Porsche and a BMW, she would actually choose a Geely. Because of this, many people specifically searched online for Zhang Che's car. Geely could never have imagined that their car would become popular at Shanghai University for such a reason, greatly increasing its visibility. The more they learned, the more detailed the comparisons became. Wang Junquan's Porsche 911 was about 1.5 million, while Sun Yunja's BMW X5 was around 800,000. Zhang Che's top configuration is 98,800. Many people guessed correctly. This thing is less than 100,000. Yet, Zhang Che managed to win the heart of a beauty with such a small electric car that costs less than 100,000. This left everyone astonished. Could it really be for good luck? Is Lin Kei really that environmentally conscious? They couldn't figure it out, and the onlookers could only attribute it to love. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I used to think Lin the school beauty was quite materialistic, keeping so many people hanging. I didn't expect that Lin the school beauty would give up a Porsche 911 and a BMW X5 for love. Wang Junquan, with a net worth of several hundred million, didn't move her. Sun Yunja, who has 3 houses in the Magic City, didn't move her either. But she was moved by Zhang Che, who laughed at Zhang Che for being a sycophant before. Damn, it turns out sending breakfast really works. Countless people envied and resented Zhang Che, replaying how he managed to win over Lin Kei. They were surprised to find that aside from delivering breakfast to Lin Kei every day, he didn't seem to have anything special. Compared to other sycophants who delivered breakfast to Lin Kei, the difference was that he made it himself. It was said to be very delicious. Wow, could it be that Zhang Che is actually a chef? Is it really true that to win a person's heart, you must first win their stomach? Many people, unaware of the truth, thought they had discovered some profound wisdom. In no time, the number of chefs at Shanghai University surged, and delivering breakfast became the mainstream pursuit. After coaxing Lin Kei to change clothes, Zhang Che returned to the dormitory. Pretending to make lunch took some time, but he couldn't just wander around aimlessly, nor did he want to sit in the car doing nothing. So, he strolled back to the dormitory, planning to play a game to clear his stamina first. When he returned to the dormitory, all 3 of his roommates were there, and upon seeing him, they all jumped up. "What the hell? Are you trying to scare me instead of going to eat?" He was startled and complained irritably. Zhao Qingting's eyes were red, tightly gripping his arm. "Zhang Che, how did you do it?" Zhang Che pretended to be confused. pulling his hand back and asking, "What are you talking about? How did I do what?" Zhao Qingting's voice became sharp. "Lin the school beauty, how did you do it? You're just a sycophant. How could Lin the school beauty really like you?" Although they were unwilling to believe it, the facts spoke louder than words, and they could no longer deceive themselves. "You know, I was curious too," Zhang Che said seriously. "I don't know why, I just got a bit muddled and ended up sleeping with her. Now that I think about it, I regret it a bit. My first kiss, I was still a virgin before, and she took it all away." In Zhao Qingting and Zhou Chu's eyes, this was just taking advantage and acting coy. The two were so angry they felt like spitting blood. They thought Zhang Che was just shamelessly boasting. But the fact was, Lin Ke had indeed been won over by him. Even if he was bragging now, what could it change? "Humph, you're so proud now. Boasting here, but in front of Lin the school beauty, you must be so humble. I see Lin the school beauty couldn't stand your relentless pursuit, and she slept with you. Isn't that disgusting?" Zhou Chu was indignant, muttering incessantly, and Zhao Qingting kept grumbling. This time, it seemed both of them were deeply affected and were acting a bit neurotic. Zhang Che couldn't help but smirk, playfully saying, "Why are you guys so excited? Whether Lin the school beauty slept with me or I relentlessly pursued her, what does it have to do with you?" Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingtang had nothing to say to each other. They couldn't possibly admit that it was purely due to excessive jealousy that had twisted their perceptions. "Zhang Che, you are this." Li Yale gave him a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. "I'm actually quite curious about this issue. Mainly, I want to learn your methods. I also want to find a girlfriend. I also want to pursue a campus beauty. But upon careful thought, I realize I can't learn your methods." He sighed deeply. "I don't have that much money to buy clothes for girls." The money Zhang Che spent on Lin Ke was considerable, at least from what he had seen. Who knew how much he hadn't seen? He was clear-headed, having thought from the beginning that Lin Ke was not someone easy to deal with. In this situation, it could only be said that Zhang Che's level was higher than Lin Ke's. This exceeded his imagination, and the fact that Zhang Che had managed to win over Lin Ke truly surprised him. Therefore, he was also very concerned about how Zhang Che did it. However, upon calming down and thinking it through, he understood that he couldn't learn this. Now he realized that despite Zhang Che not being bad-looking and having money, why did he have to pursue Lin Ke? It turned out that everything was under his control. He was in awe of Zhang Che, while Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingtang were dismissive. Isn't it just that he bought Lin the campus beauty a fruit bucket and some luxury clothes? What does that count for? Wang Junquan spent 180,000 on Lin's birthday. Isn't that worth more than a fruit bucket? He drives a Porsche 911, and his family has assets worth several hundred million. Zhang Che is indeed wealthy, but compared to him, what does it count for? If Lin could be won over just by buying some clothes, would it still be his turn? So, it can't possibly be for this reason. He must have used other means. This was what made Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingtang the most indignant. If Zhang Che was rich, it didn't seem like he was that rich. Among Lin Ke's suitors, he didn't count for much. If Lin Ke had been won over by Wang Junquan or Sun Yunjia, they would have nothing to say. But Lin Ke had chosen to give up those two rich kids and instead picked the unremarkable Zhang Che. Did that mean that Lin Ke didn't value money and that they still had a chance? The fact that Zhang Che had managed to win over the campus beauty and even spent the night with her, leaving nothing untouched, made Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingtang incredibly jealous. When they felt they could also do it, yet this good fortune fell to Zhang Che, their hearts were completely unbalanced. Seeing the two of them seething with jealousy, Zhang Che couldn't help but tease them. "Since you think this is impossible and that is impossible, then it can only be one possibility." The two of them immediately asked in unison, "What possibility?" Zhang Che uttered two words, "Love." Lin Ke chose love. Such positivity left everyone stunned. In this day and age, love in college wasn't that innocent. At least, it wasn't for girls like Lin Ke. Besides having wealthy suitors like Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjia at school, she had also attended many events similar to business banquets and had seen far too much. But now, having experienced the world, she had washed away the superficiality. Who could have imagined that? Damn it, if I had known it would be like this, I would have gone for it too. And that kid wouldn't have gotten the advantage. Many people regretted it, pounding their chests and stomping their feet. If Zhang Che were also a rich kid, then everyone would have nothing to say. After all, if you have money, you're impressive. We really can't compare to you, and we accept that. But Zhang Che isn't, so why him? We can't provide material wealth, but can't we provide love? In the dormitory, Zhao Qingtang and Zhou Chu were completely frantic. If they could have been bolder that day, would everything have been different? Enjoying their frantic expressions, Zhang Che leisurely finished his game stamina. Looking at the time, it was about time, so he jumped out of bed and went out again. "I'm going on a date with Senior Lin, probably won't be back to sleep tonight, bye." This sentence made Zhou Chu and Zhao Qingtang blush instantly. He drove to the girls' dormitory again, feeling that the way people around him looked at him had changed a bit. He was a bit puzzled, but didn't pay much attention, picking up his phone to message Lin Kei. "Senior, I'm here." Lin Kei replied immediately, "I'll be down soon." In less than 3 minutes, she changed into yoga pants, wore a sports bra under a jacket, tied her hair in a ponytail, and put on a baseball cap. The Lin Kei who appeared in Zhang Chei's site was completely a different style from before. "Honey, let's go." Lin Kei got into the car quickly and fastened her seatbelt. Zhang Chei's eyes widened a bit. Having just opened the door to a new world, he felt a bit overwhelmed. "You call this sportswear?" Lin Kei noticed the heat in his gaze, giggled, and wiggled her hips towards him. "It is sportswear. Honey, am I sexy?" Zhang Chei reached out his hand. "Well, if you put it that way, it's not wrong." Although he didn't know when it became popular, it seemed that many women now considered yoga pants as sportswear. Frisbee, camping, cycling, different sports were popular at different times, but yoga pants remained eternal. For a man, this was certainly a welcome sight. "If you dare to wear it, I dare to look." Yoga pants were indeed pleasing to the eye and felt good to the touch. Not just sexy, but simply stunning. "Let's hurry up, we don't want Suemo to wait too long." Zhang Chei retracted his hand and started the car. Once the car was stable, Lin Kei held his hand and placed it on her thigh. When a beauty is sitting in the passenger seat, one-handed driving becomes a necessary skill. He had already sent a message to Suemo, heading directly to the small woods with Lin Kei. He placed the food box on the small stone table they often sat at and introduced the two campus beauties. "Senior, this is my master Suemo, from the finance department. Master, this is Lin Kei. She will be training and learning with me from now on." Although both were campus beauties, they had never interacted before, only knowing of each other's existence. Now that they met, they couldn't help but size each other up, both feeling amazed. Lin Kei's pure allure was something Suemo didn't possess, while Sumo's long legs made Lin Kei feel dizzy. "Hello." The two nodded at each other and sat down across from each other. Zhang Chei took out the nutritious meals from the food box and handed them to Suemo and Lin Kei respectively. Then, he asked with great anticipation, "Master, now that there's one more person learning, should I pay you an extra tuition fee?" He paid Suemo 1,000 yuan for each session, which could be refunded 10,000 yuan. If he helped Lin Kei pay 1,000 yuan, he could get another 10,000 back. However, upon hearing this, Suemo quickly waved his hands. No need. Lin Kei is not an outsider to you. Now that I consider myself your personal trainer, I certainly have no objection to Lin Kei learning with you." 1,000 yuan was already quite a lot, adding Lin Kei was not a problem at all. Moreover, with Lin Kei's demeanor, it didn't seem like she genuinely wanted to learn anything, she was just there to hang out with Zhang Chei. Speaking of which, she was also quite confused seeing how close Lin Kei and Zhang Chei were. Previously, she had heard that Zhang Chei was Lin Kei's devoted admirer, and she could sense that everyone looked at him with disdain and contempt. But now, just a few days later, the whole school was already spreading rumors that Lin Kei had found true love. She had given up the Porsche 911 and BMW X5, choosing Geely instead. This matter left her feeling quite bewildered. At that moment, seeing the two of them so inseparable, especially with Lin Kei taking the initiative, she found it even harder to understand. She originally didn't care much about these things, as they had nothing to do with her. But suddenly, she felt a bit worried, her heart filled with a sense of gain and loss. Now that Zhang Chei was with Lin Kei, would she still allow him to bring her 3 meals a day? If Lin Kei was going to train and study alongside him, it seemed that the teaching fees could still be earned. However, how much time would he have left to study each day? Wouldn't he have to go on dates? Just as she was lost in thought while eating, she saw Lin Kei wiping Zhang Chei's face. "Honey, why are you acting like a child, getting food all over your face?" Zhang Chei seemed completely unconcerned, simply responding with an "oh" and letting Lin Kei do as she pleased. Suemo wanted to roll her eyes, feeling that these two were showing off their affection in front of her, a single dog. At the same time, she was increasingly astonished. In her perception, Lin Kei didn't seem like someone who would be so gentle and considerate towards a man. Just as she was getting more confused, Lin Kei took out her phone. "By the way, honey, I just asked Lingling, and I'll send you our flight information. You should check if there are still tickets available, they better not be sold out." Suemo was left in a fog by this statement, but Zhang Chei quickly remembered. They had agreed to climb Huashan together. Since they had confirmed Lin Kei's flight information, it was indeed time to book the tickets quickly. During the Golden Week holiday, people who rarely had time to go out were all rushing to travel, making tickets hard to come by. "What flight?" Seeing Zhang Chei hurriedly pull out his phone, Suemo casually asked. "The flight to Chang'an. We're going to climb Huashan during the holiday." Zhang Chei responded and then casually asked, "Master, when are you guys leaving? Has the time been set?" Speaking of this made Suemo feel a bit dejected. and she replied sulkily, "I'm not going. I missed the chance." Zhang Che was taken aback, not understanding the situation. However, if Suemo had missed the chance to go climbing with the club, could she then serve as his money-making tool? He felt a little excited and asked repeatedly, "Master, if that's the case, do you want to go climb Huashan with us?" Before Zhang Che showed up, Sumo had planned to work during the holiday. She wanted to become a level 3 mountaineer, and both her body and wallet needed to be prepared for that. She also wanted to participate in the climbing club's holiday activities to gain experience and get more training. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough money. After Zhang Che appeared and hired her as his personal trainer, a high hourly rate reignited her hopes. However, time ultimately didn't wait for her. By the time she earned some money from Zhang Che and felt it was enough to make arrangements, she had already missed the registration deadline. After all, climbing wasn't a trip that could be taken on a whim. Many things needed to be arranged in advance. By the time she confirmed she wanted to register, it was already too late. So, this opportunity for training was ultimately missed. She was also quite tempted by Zhang Che's suggestion to climb Huashan. "I can go, but..." However, she still hesitated a bit. She joined the Outdoor Sports Association because she was very interested in all outdoor activities. The reason she chose to focus on climbing, bouldering, and longboard downhill was simply a result of comprehensive consideration. The underlying reason was still related to money. Compared to other outdoor sports she longed for, these three were relatively more economical. In her plans, she hoped to achieve certain results in these three sports before looking for opportunities to try others. Although climbing mountains is completely different from hiking, she likes it just the same. However, going out to climb and have fun is quite an expense. If all the money is spent on this, how can she aim to become a level 3 mountaineer? So, she is really torn between saving money and going out to have some fun. Seeing that she didn't directly refuse but was instead hesitating, Zhang Che immediately saw an opportunity. "Master, give me your ID number. You are my master, my coach, so of course, I need you to guide me when I go climbing. This is my first time climbing too, and I don't understand anything." Zhang Che first found an excuse, and then his words directly dispelled Sumo's doubts. "Of course, I can't let you guide me for free. You're my guest, so I'll cover all your food and accommodation. Whatever I eat, you eat. Whatever I stay in, you stay in. Master, what do you think?" Suemo felt that this was not appropriate. She was completely taking advantage of Zhang Che. "It's just climbing Mount Huashan, there's no need for any guidance, just look up some tips online." She also knew this was an excuse Zhang Che made, but she didn't want to refuse. She liked climbing and had never been to Mount Huashan. The idea of going without spending money was indeed very tempting. Actually, our Outdoor Sports Association's climbing club is also organizing a trip to Mount Huashan. After all, many people join the club just for fun, and climbing has exceeded the intensity that many can handle. What she meant was that Zhang Che could actually go with the club members. But deep down, she didn't want Zhang Che to choose that option, so her words were somewhat vague. "If I meet someone to have fun with, that's fine, but I still prefer to arrange my own itinerary. If it were a club activity, the itinerary would definitely be arranged uniformly, which wouldn't meet his requirements." He was now thinking about making money and enjoying life, so of course, everything had to be arranged by himself to avoid constraints. "Master, hurry up and give me your ID number, or we might really not be able to book the tickets," Zhang Che urged again, already looking anxious. Suemo glanced at Lin Kei, who was just leaning next to Zhang Che watching him book tickets, without any other reaction. "All right then." Although feeling a bit guilty, she still sent her ID number over. "Honey, can we still book tickets?" Lin Kei tightly grabbed Zhang Che's arm, quite concerned about this issue. As for why Zhang Che insisted on bringing Suemo along, she didn't care and didn't think too much about it. She was already very satisfied with the current situation. "Economy class is sold out, but first class is still available, so we still have time." Zhang Che opened the ticket booking app and found the flight for Lin Kei and the others. At this point, not to mention that the economy class tickets were sold out, even if there were any left, they weren't in his consideration. Seeing that there were still tickets for first class, he breathed a sigh of relief and decisively booked tickets for himself and Suemo. "Senior sister, give me your booking information too. Since there are still tickets for first class, I'll upgrade you as well." The reason there are still tickets for first class is that the price is relatively high, and many people are reluctant to buy them. Lin Kei and the others had booked their tickets early, saving quite a bit compared to this last-minute booking. Now Zhang Che could not only accompany her but also upgrade her. How could she not be delighted? "Okay, honey, you're so nice." She acted as if Suemo didn't exist, giving Zhang Che a big kiss. Then, she handed her booking information to Zhang Che. "And your hotel information." Zhang Che rolled his eyes at her, wiping the drool off his cheek. Suemo watched from the side, feeling like an outsider, not daring to speak. she had also taken quite a few flights. However, to be honest, it was her first time flying first class. When Zhang Che confirmed the ticket, her phone received the confirmation message, and she felt a little excited inside. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It really was true that people could make you feel inferior. In the past, every time she traveled, she would start checking various ticket information early on. Even when buying tickets, she would switch between different apps to see if other places offered cheaper prices. Sometimes, to save money, she would even give up flying and choose the most ordinary train. She had never even thought about first class. But now, Zhang Che booked it without blinking, and it was a full-price ticket with no discounts, costing 7,420 yuan for one person. The price of this ticket was already enough to cover all expenses for a round trip to Huashan, and even less than that. Yet Zhang Che didn't care at all, not even blinking. On the contrary, when booking the hotel, her smile never faded. She couldn't help but lean in a bit to take a look, and saw that Zhang Che was only looking at 5-star luxury hotels. Moreover, they were the best suites in those 5-star hotels. Of course, the prices were the highest. Let's go with this one. Zhang Che finally settled on the booking page for the Ritz-Carlton in Chang'an, choosing a suite that cost 29,958 yuan per night. This made Sumo gasp again, but then she saw that Zhang Che was definitely booking 3 rooms. She filled in the information for Zhang Che, Lin Kei, and herself. 3 people, each in the most luxurious suite of the hotel, totaling nearly 90,000 yuan for one night. At this point, she was really panicking. She had always stayed in hostels when going out, the kind that cost dozens of yuan for a bed. She couldn't even dare to think about a hotel that cost nearly 30,000 yuan a night, and quickly refused. Zhang Che, this is too expensive. You don't have to book this for me. Just get an economy one. But Zhang Che firmly shook her head. No way, we agreed that I would book what I want and you would book what you want. Ridiculous, the cashback for an economy ticket was just a few bucks. With the flight tickets booked and the hotel settled, everything was done. Zhang Che and Lin Kei excitedly packed their luggage and headed straight to the airport after their last class. Both of them were very excited, their joy evident. Coming to the Magic City for university was Zhang Che's first time traveling far, and this trip to Chang'an was also her first vacation trip. Chang'an was an ancient capital of 13 dynasties, which held a special attraction for Zhang Che, who loved history and took pride in it. And Huashan, the West Peak, was also famous, and she longed to see it. Her excitement was pure, simply happy to be able to travel. As for Lin Kei, she was used to going out during long holidays. However, in the past, when she traveled, she would either fly economy class or take second-class seats on high-speed trains. As for accommodation, it was mostly regular hotels, and that was under the condition that the paying dog was quite generous. For instance, this time, their project group had originally arranged for a budget hotel. 2 beds, 2 people sharing 1 room. Now, Zhang Che had directly upgraded the flight to first class and booked the most expensive suite. This finally allowed her to experience the luxury of VIP travel, living the life she had always dreamed of. Compared to the trip itself, this fact made her even happier. As for Sumo, who was closely following the two, she wasn't unhappy, just feeling very complicated. First class, nearly 30,000 yuan a night for a luxury suite, this kind of treatment she had never even dared to imagine before. And this so-called disciple of hers had casually found a reason to provide it for her. In the end, she couldn't resist Zhang Che and accepted her arrangement. It seemed like she couldn't argue against Zhang Che, but she knew very well that, in the end, she just couldn't bear to refuse. Others provide food and accommodation, so they can do what they like, and with such specifications, who can refuse? She was also filled with anticipation for this trip. Just thinking about such travel arrangements made her excited. But deep down, she still felt a bit uneasy, thinking she shouldn't accept such kindness. She couldn't help but wonder what Zhang Che's intentions were, as his behavior could only be described as that of a devoted admirer. If he claimed it was just to learn mountain climbing, rock climbing, and rappelling from her, she no longer believed it. All in all, her feelings at this moment could be described as confused yet happy. "Honey, over here, over here." Dressed in Dior, Lin Kei fluttered like a butterfly, joyfully leading Zhang Che towards the VIP passage. The feeling of not having to stand in a long line was simply wonderful. She held her head high, looking at the long queue beside her with a sense of superiority. She almost wanted to shout out loud, directly telling everyone, "We are VIPs." Seeing her strut like a proud peacock, Lin Kei couldn't help but feel disdain. However, under the gaze of countless tourists in line, she too felt a sense of superiority. How could she look down on Lin Kei now? She could only disdain herself, realizing she was just as vain. Vanity is not good, but the VIP treatment was indeed very enjoyable. From the VIP passage, they directly entered the VIP lounge. Inside were spacious and comfortable sofas, various drinks and snacks, and even a movie screening. "Honey, do you want coffee or tea?" Lin Kei happily brewed herself a cup of coffee and then asked Zhang Che. "I'll have a cup of coffee too," he said, turning to Suemo. "Master, would you like something to drink?" Suemo smiled at her. "I'll manage on my own." As a devoted admirer, making coffee or tea should have been his duty to serve the goddess. However, Lin Kei was quicker than him, pouring coffee for him first. Suemo also didn't give him that opportunity. Now, this campus beauty couldn't just let him serve her comfortably. "Zhang Che, do you want some fruit?" After pouring herself a cup of coffee, Suemo even brought him a plate of fruit. "Zhang Che, I'm the devoted admirer, but why do I feel like I'm the one being pampered now?" "Forget it, there might not be any rewards anyway, since they are willing, I'll take it easy." Eating fruit and drinking coffee, seeing Lin Kei and Suemo excitedly taking photos, he took a couple of shots too. Then, he posted a status update with the flight information. "Travel light, moving upward." As soon as this status was posted, it quickly attracted many likes and comments from netizens. "Wow, Zhang Che, you've made it big, sitting in first class waiting in the VIP lounge." "Zhang Che, there are beauties, hurry and get their contact information." "No wonder it's a VIP lounge, these two girls are too beautiful, just my type." Laughing to death, "You actually let Zhang Che hit on such level beauties, do you think they would pay him any attention?" These comments came from Zhang Che's high school classmates. Their perception of him was still stuck in high school, so such comments were completely reasonable. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Zhang Che could change so much, taking off directly? While his junior and senior high school classmates were still discussing him secretly taking pictures of beauties, even betting on whether he would dare to hit on them, his roommates, college classmates, and club group were in an uproar. "Wow, how come there's also Suemo?" This was Zhao Qingting. "Zhang Che, you're impressive, you've managed to win over two campus beauties." This was Li Yale. Zhang Che unexpectedly picked the school beauty Lin Kei without any warning, leaving everyone unable to accept it even now. People were still indignant about it, but then they saw that Suemo was also going out to play with them. Although everyone already knew that Zhang Che had been fawning over Suemo, when the goddess wanted to go out, a sycophant only needed to pay, so when would he ever get a chance to tag along? If anyone could travel with the school beauty, there would be more people willing to be that sycophant. "It's just a trip, it doesn't mean anything will happen. What's there to be so surprised about?" "Zhang Che, you're just showing off that you sat in first class and could wait in the VIP lounge, right?" Without a doubt, the two comments were from Zhou Chu. Seeing Zhang Che actually with the two major school beauties, he immediately lost his composure. They knew Zhang Che was going to climb Mount Hua with Lin Kei, which had already made him envious beyond measure. Who would have thought that Suemo would deliver another blow? "Damn, I also want to climb Mount Hua, with the school beauty." He couldn't help but curse, then sighed heavily, feeling even more unbalanced. He couldn't even afford to climb Mount Hua because he didn't have the financial means, let alone going with the school beauty. Even if the school beauty was willing to go with him, he didn't have that capability. Zhang Che didn't often post on social media. In his social network, his posts received very average attention. This was his first time blowing up on social media, and looking at the comments from various classmates gave him a sense of accomplishment. No wonder many people like to show off. The feeling of pretending to be impressive is indeed quite enjoyable. Looking at the flood of comments, he selectively picked a few replies. He didn't care about the mocking or sour comments. "Senior, what's the situation with Li Ling and the others?" He replied to another comment, casually inquiring about Lin Kei's three roommates. Lin Kei was supposed to go with the entire research group, but he upgraded her seat and snatched her away. "Ling Ling just sent me a message, they're still in line for security," Lin Kei said as she leaned against him, showing him the photo Li Ling had just sent her. The security line was long, and their entire research group was squeezed in the queue, looking somewhat lifeless. Suemo sat across from them, smiling contentedly. During long holidays, everywhere is crowded. There are especially many people at the airport today, and they still have to wait. Happiness is all about comparison. The longer Li Ling and the others waited in line, the more superiority Suemo and Lin Kei felt. "Fortunately, we don't have to wait." "Suemo, you really have to thank my husband well." Lin Kei giggled and kissed Zhang Che on the cheek, looking proud of him. This made Zhang Che feel a bit dazed. He still remembered when Lin Kei was very aloof and proud at first, never giving him a good face. Yet now she was so clingy and proactive, providing him with emotional value, making him feel that all his previous memories were false. "That's the truth." Suemo agreed with Lin Kei's words, sincerely nodding at Zhang Che to express her gratitude. "Zhang Che, thank you so much for letting me enjoy such high treatment." She was no longer conflicted, since she had already accepted everything Zhang Che offered. There was no need to be pretentious. Now that she was here, Zhang Che was someone who didn't lack money. What was astonishing to her was nothing to Zhang Che. Why be polite? As for whether he had other motives, they would just deal with it as it came. Master, you are my master. There's no need for thanks. Zhang Che waved his hand, looking very grand and carefree. This is also the truth. If anyone should be thanked, it should be Su Mo and Lin Ke. The tickets cost 74.20 each, and the cashback is 75,420 each, totaling over 150,000. The rooms cost nearly 30,000 each, and with the cashback, it's a profit of 200,000, and that's just for one night. To maximize the cashback, he didn't book a long vacation all at once but planned to book one night at a time. This seemed a bit unreasonable. After all, booking everything at once is more convenient. What if a date gets booked by someone else? His explanation was that booking rooms according to the travel plan is more flexible. Chang'an City is so large, and to climb Huashan, one has to go to Weinan. Being stuck in one place would be inconvenient. As for whether the rooms would be booked by someone else, he was a bit worried before. But then he thought, with money, is there really a worry about not being able to book a hotel? Although the Golden Week is indeed crowded, luxury hotel rooms should still be available. After joking with Su Mo, Zhang Che's gaze returned to Lin Ke's phone. He saw the campus beauty happily sharing the travel plan on a social media platform. Not only did she post the tickets and hotel information, but she also included him in the posts. She even rated the VIP lounge and wrote a guide. Since he went all in with Zhang Che, Lin Ke had completely avoided the behavior of other girls who only posted photos without him. Instead, she showed no hesitation, posting about him every time she shared on social media. Moreover, she always looked like she adored him. However, at this moment, Zhang Che's focus was entirely on the hotel information in Lin Ke's grid of pictures. He had just posted on social media, sharing only the boarding pass and the VIP lounge, along with photos of the two campus beauties. He hadn't even thought to share the hotel information. When it came to showing off, he indeed lacked experience. He couldn't even post a decent update, and then he looked at Lin Ke, who had it all figured out. Now, it was too late to delete and repost. There were already so many comments. Whether he reposted now or waited until they were at the hotel, it would seem too deliberate and low-key. Well, he'd have to be more careful next time and keep a low profile again. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone kept buzzing incessantly. He looked at it and realized it was his high school classmates' group chat, where a bunch of people were frantically at ing him. Zhang Che, come out and tell us if you've flirted yet? I bet he definitely didn't dare. The betting has started. We're betting on whether Zhang Che went to flirt, and the loser has to send red envelopes. Let's add another one. If Zhang Che did flirt, let's bet on whether he can get the contact information of two beauties. Zhang Che, be a man. I bet you'll definitely go flirt. Bro, come on, don't be timid. Seeing these chat messages, Zhang Che was speechless. It was clear that with the long holiday, everyone was just bored, right? Noticing his expression, Lin Ke leaned over to take a look and couldn't help but laugh. Honey, why don't you take a picture to prove it? Let them see if you dare. As she spoke, she called out, Su Mo, come sit here for a bit. Zhang Che's classmates are saying he doesn't dare to flirt with us. Let's prove them wrong. This was just wanting Zhang Che to show off in front of his classmates. Having taken such a big advantage, she was eager to help. Sure, she smiled and sat down, crossing her long, beautiful legs. Although the sofa in the lounge was quite spacious, the three of them sitting together felt a bit cramped. Lin Ke pressed closely against Zhang Che, snuggling into his arms. Zhang Che maintained a certain distance from Su Mo. Honey, let me come, honey, let me come. Lin Ke giggled as she took Zhang Che's phone, pouted, and kissed him on the cheek. Su Mo made a V sign. Click. The photo was taken, and Lin Ke immediately posted it in Zhang Che's high school class group. As soon as this photo was shared, the entire class group erupted. Wow, is this actually Zhang Che's girl? We were so naive, still betting on whether Zhang Che would dare to flirt, while he's already hooked up with a beauty. It's only been about a month, and Zhang Che has managed to get such a high-level beauty, and there are actually two? Come on, what two? Can't you see that only the pure-looking one is the real deal? That's already enough to make people envious, okay? Zhang Che, come out and tell us how you did it. After the class group exploded, Zhang Che's private messages also blew up, with many male classmates messaging him to ask for details. One by one, they all wanted to learn a few tricks from him. The news of Su Mo traveling with Zhang Che spread like wildfire at Hu University. Lin Ke's photo made all the high school classmates even more excited. Foster father, please allow me to call you foster father. Considering our 3 years as classmates, please be sure to teach me. Zhang Che, quickly tell me how you managed to get such a high-level beauty. Coach, I want to learn how to pick up girls from you. Seeing the flood of messages, Lin Ke laughed heartily, and even Su Mo found it amusing. She loved to play, and Zhang Che indulged her. Wasn't this also a form of showing off, and a rather pretentious one at that? Lin Kei didn't reply to each message individually but instead sent a voice message in the class group. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Chei's girlfriend Lin Kei, also from the Hu University Academy of Fine Arts, in my third year this year. I see many of you are interested in how Zhang Chei pursued me and want to learn from him. Unfortunately, he actually has nothing to teach you about this, because it wasn't him who pursued me, it was me who relentlessly chased after him. On the first day of school, when I was volunteering, I set my sights on him the moment I saw him. As she spoke, Sumo, sitting on the opposite sofa, looked at her with a playful expression. The whole Hu University knew that Zhang Chei was initially just her devoted admirer. If anyone was relentless, it was Zhang Chei. So everyone at Hu University couldn't understand why she would quickly choose Zhang Chei. But now, her words really helped Zhang Chei save face and provided emotional value. Sumo had heard about her pride before, after all, they were both campus beauties and had often been compared. But in front of Zhang Chei, there was no sign of pride at all, she was simply clingy and obedient. How could she go to such lengths for Zhang Chei? What kind of magic had he cast on her? As Sumo looked at Lin Kei with great interest, Zhang Chei's high school classmates were even more stirred up, all in shock. Wow, the senior is pursuing him? Not only is she beautiful, like a big star, but her voice is also very pleasant. I feel like I've been hit hard. Why does Zhang Chei get to have this? I'm not convinced. Zhang Chei, hurry back home and check. Your ancestral grave is smoking. I don't believe it. You must be saying this on purpose. Wah, even if you are saying it on purpose, I'm still very envious. I also want a girlfriend who is this beautiful and brings honor to her boyfriend. Everyone, don't rush to cry, there's something even more enviable. As far as I know, Zhang Chei's family conditions are just average, he probably couldn't afford to sit in first class. So, he might be living off a rich girlfriend. Look at the lady, dressed in Dior, clearly a rich beauty. So beautiful, with money, and she's the one pursuing him? Is this even livable? All the classmates were stunned, envious of Zhang Chei to the point of cursing him. Lin Kei watched these responses with a smile, her beautiful eyes glinting with secret satisfaction. From the reactions of these classmates, it was clear they had no idea that Zhang Chei was actually very wealthy, completely kept in the dark. Until now, only she knew what a treasure Zhang Chei truly was. After teasing Zhang Chei and his high school classmates for a while, a staff member approached and gently reminded them, Sir, ma'am, you may board now. Zhang Chei nodded in acknowledgement, thank you. He then stood up, stretched, and called to Lin Kei and Sumo. Let's go, we'll be in Chang'an soon. First-class passengers boarded first. Once they got on the plane, they curiously examined the layout of the first class and fiddled with their seats for a while. Then, a commotion came from behind as the economy class passengers began to board. Ling Ling and the others have boarded, I'll go take a look. Taking advantage of the fact that the economy class passengers hadn't settled in yet, Lin Kei squeezed out. Li Ling and the others had chosen seats relatively close to the front, so it didn't take much effort to gather. This time, their group had as many as 12 people, evenly split between men and women. The entire dormitory had come, along with 2 other girls. Leading the group was Xinwei, who had been the most eager to curry favor with her in class. Kei. Xinwei greeted her excitedly upon seeing her. I was just asking Li Ling, wondering what your situation was, if you had boarded yet. I saw you posted about the hotel on your Moments, and it seems like it's not far from us. That's great. It'll be convenient to contact each other then. In the past, to get Xinwei to help her with group assignments and such, she would occasionally provide him with emotional value, throwing him a sweet date now and then. But now, she would rather do everything herself than go back to that. She couldn't let Zhang Chei feel uncomfortable, otherwise, she might lose control. Xinwei, thank you for always taking care of me. But I told you before, I already have a boyfriend now. You should call me by my full name. I'm afraid my boyfriend might misunderstand. Xinwei felt as if his heart had been stabbed, still unable to accept this fact. Okay, Lin Kei, I'll remember. Enduring the pain, he managed to force a bitter smile and agreed. Lin Kei ignored him and took Li Ling's hand. Ling Ling, Zhang Chei booked 3 suites, you guys should stay with us. Before she could finish, a flight attendant came over to remind them. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane is about to take off, please return to your seats. There was no time to elaborate, so she could only say, let's talk more after we land. With that, she quickly returned to first class. Xinwei watched her disappearing figure, unable to regain his composure for a long time. The companions beside him couldn't help but sigh, patting his shoulder in comfort. Buddy, think it through, she's in first class. The separation between first class and economy class was just a curtain, yet it felt like 2 different worlds. Xinwei still felt somewhat unconvinced, unwilling to give up. The ticket price for first class, even with a discount, wasn't exorbitantly high. For their flight, the economy class ticket was less than 600 yuan. First class was just over 1,600. He gritted his teeth, he could still afford it. Moreover, he felt that since Lin Kei chose Zhang Che, it meant she wasn't after money. As long as love remained just love, he still had a chance. However, Lin Kei turned back to the first-class cabin and had already thrown him out of her mind. She happily sat down, fastened her seatbelt, and leaned against Zhang Che, who was flipping through a magazine. "Honey, what are you looking at?" Zhang Che flipped through the magazine. "Isn't the phone in flight mode?" "Just browsing." Lin Kei responded, "I just told Lingling that after the plane lands, they can come stay with us." Zhang Che had no objections. "You can arrange your room as you like. The flight from the Magic City to Chang'an takes 2 hours and 40 minutes. This isn't a long time. However, being squeezed into the cramped economy class isn't very pleasant either. In comparison, first class is indeed worth the price. Not only is there better service and better in-flight meals, but more importantly, the seat space is much larger, allowing for more movement. First class varies from plane to plane and airline to airline. On this trip, Zhang Che and the others couldn't compare to the legendary airborne hotels. It wasn't even a private space. But fortunately, the seats could almost lie flat, making it much more comfortable to lie down and watch movies with Lin Kei, making the time pass quickly. It seemed like it wasn't long before the announcement came that the plane was about to land. The plane landed smoothly, and first-class passengers disembarked first. Zhang Che entered the terminal first, found a spot to sit and wait for a while until he saw Li Ling and the others. From a distance, he saw Lin Kei and Suemo, two campus beauties, walking beside Zhang Che, one on each side, and Xinwei's face turned green. Lin Kei chose him, and Xinwei had nothing to say. But he already had Lin Kei and was still entangled with Suemo, which made him feel that Lin Kei deserved better. Bah, what a sycophant, he's just a scumbag. That was all his tactic. He was using sycophantic behavior to cover up his scumbag nature. Xinwei's eyes turned red, but he didn't confront Zhang Che, even hiding his hostility completely. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Che, he didn't want to embarrass Lin Kei. From a distance, he had already adjusted his emotions. "Lin Kei, how are you going to the hotel? Do you need me to call a car for you?" He said this calmly, but Zhang Che felt a kindred spirit from him. The difference was that his sycophant was just looking for some rewards, but ended up in bed. And this guy in front of him, he didn't know what he could get and was still so sycophantic. "No need, we have our own arrangements, thank you." Lin Kei straightforwardly rejected him and then called her 3 roommates. "Lingling, Zhang Che arranged a business car to pick us up. The 4 of you can come with us just fine." A 7-seater business car, excluding the driver, was just enough to carry the 6 of them. Seeing this, Xinwei nodded. "Alright, I'll send you the itinerary for the next part. Lin Kei, if you need any help, just let me know, and I'll arrange it." He looked at Zhang Che. "Bro, take good care of Lin Kei, please." Zhang Che. "Bro, to be honest, do you have some cheat too? Otherwise, should we exchange tips on getting rewards?" He really wanted to discuss this with the guy, but Lin Kei took his hand and left, not giving him the chance. Xinwei silently watched them leave until the other companions reminded him. "Let's go, let's find out where to catch the subway." By the time they found the subway, Zhang Che and the others had already boarded the business car that was there to pick them up, heading straight for the hotel. Lin Kei's 3 roommates sat in the back row, chattering excitedly all the way. "Kei, can we really stay at the Ritz-Carlton with you?" This was a 5-star luxury hotel. They had never stayed in one before. Not to mention, this is the most luxurious suite in the luxury hotel, costing nearly 30,000 a night. Zhang Che booked 3 suites, and the extra one is prepared for you, since you are my good sisters, Lin Kei said proudly. But this suite originally only has 1 bed, so it can only accommodate 2 people. Fortunately, since I booked that room under my name, an extra bed can be added. I've already asked the hotel to add 1. The room is prepared for you, but you'll have to squeeze a bit. Lin Kei, of course, would share a room with Zhang Che. When Zhang Che was arranging the itinerary, she thought it was excessive for Suemo and the other 2 to book 3 rooms. Even if money wasn't an issue, there was no need to show off. The reason Zhang Che did this was, of course, to maximize rewards. By giving Lin Kei and Suemo each a room, he could earn 200,000 plus 20,000 in cash. After deducting the bonus expenses of 90,000, there would still be 130,000 left. Not giving Lin Kei a separate room seemed to save nearly 30,000, but in reality, it was a loss of 80,000. But the rewards were in hand, and that room was indeed unnecessary, so what to do? Zhang Che coaxed Lin Kei. "Senior Li Ling and the others are your good sisters, so take care of them." But when Lin Kei heard this, she immediately hugged him and kissed him several times. "Hubby, you are too good to me, I will definitely perform well in the future." The room was already booked, and since it was empty anyway, it was better to let Lin Kei show off. For the sake of the goddess, spending money to book a room for the goddess's roommate was also a form of flattery. Unfortunately, there were no extra rewards for that. Not a bit wronged, not at all wronged, Li Ling and the others said in unison, happily adding, we have to thank our Zhang Xiao. In their eyes, Zhang Che had directly been promoted to Zhang Xiao. This felt a bit awkward, and he quickly waved his hand. No, you should still call me Junior, or just call me by my name. What Xiao or not, I get goosebumps just hearing it. Li Ling and the others burst into laughter. Alright, we all know you're Loki, Junior. The three of them truly felt no sense of grievance at all. They didn't think it was difficult to squeeze together. Nonsense, those socialites who share a pair of stockings wouldn't feel wronged even if 7 people took turns wearing them. Now, to stay in a luxurious suite costing 30,000 a night, just having 2 people squeeze together, what was that? For girls, especially among close friends, it was common to squeeze together to sleep for no reason. Such an opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. Would they really give it up for this? Moreover, this was a suite, with a spacious and comfortable sofa. Even if they didn't like to squeeze together, they could still sleep on the sofa. Those socialites who pooled money to book luxury hotel rooms were willing to just go in and take a picture. The suite Zhang Che booked was of a higher standard, and it was indeed livable. How could there be any grievance? What they felt now was only uncontrollable excitement. All the way, they chatted and laughed, with Li Ling and the others being exceptionally lively, showing Zhang Che great enthusiasm, completely adoring him. No matter what he said, they could respond and extend the conversation, absolutely not letting the conversation die. They would never let any of his words fall to the ground. Su Mo sat in the passenger seat, occasionally picking up her phone to check. She didn't know Li Ling and the others, and seeing them fawn over Zhang Che so passionately made it hard for her to join in. She felt goosebumps. To her, Li Ling and the others' adoration for Zhang Che was just too cheesy. The driver was a middle-aged man, frequently glancing in the rearview mirror. Seeing Zhang Che surrounded by several girls, and those girls being so enthusiastic, he didn't find it cheesy at all. He was just enviously overwhelmed. Damn! Which man wouldn't want such treatment? He had lived for half his life and it was the first time he saw a girl being so enthusiastic towards a guy. Amid the excitement of Lin Kei and the others, the driver quickly took Zhang Che and them to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Zhang Che, accompanied by 5 beautiful girls, went to check in, leaving everyone at the hotel stunned. As the campus beauty of Shanghai University, Lin Kei and Su Mo were stunning wherever they went. Even if Li Ling was taken out alone, she could be considered a beauty. Lin Kei's other 2 roommates, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, had always had a low profile, but that was entirely due to the brilliance of those around them. They were not bad looking either. Yet, with these 5 youthful and beautiful girls all surrounding one boy, who could not widen their eyes in surprise, the front desk lady watched the group approach, and seeing Zhang Che at the front filled her with a sense of grandeur. She blinked her big eyes at Zhang Che but did not forget her duty. Hello, welcome to the Ritz-Carlton. May I help you with check-in? Zhang Che nodded. Hello, we booked a room online, he said as he handed over his ID, and Lin Kei and the others quickly took out their IDs as well. Since only 2 people could stay in one room, they had to be flexible while filling out the information. Zhang Che shared a room with Lin Kei, while Su Mo actually had a room to herself. However, Zhao Xiaolan was also listed in her room registration, leaving Li Ling and Feng Qi. Once the room registration was done, how they chose to stay was their business, but it was not allowed to register 3 people's information in one room, as it exceeded the occupancy standard. Upon discovering that Zhang Che had booked the best suite in the hotel, the front desk lady looked at the group with some relief. It seemed she suddenly understood why he was surrounded by these 5 girls. Soon, all the procedures were completed, and the staff took them to their rooms. The 3 suites were all on the 28th floor, not far apart, making it convenient to visit each other. Wow, what an amazing room! As soon as Lin Kei stepped into the room, she cheered and immediately took out her phone. She tried this and touched that, quickly giving the entire suite a tour. Even the bathroom was not overlooked. The same scene occurred in the other 2 suites as well. Li Ling and the others were very excited all the way, and at this moment, their excitement finally erupted. This room is so big. This bed is enough for the 3 of us. No wonder it costs nearly 30,000 a night. Just one word, luxurious. If I could have such treatment for a lifetime, I would be willing to do anything. You think you're K? Wanting to live like this for a lifetime? Just getting to experience it once is already great. Although that's true, what if I want to experience it a few more times in the future? The 3 roommates chattered nonstop, unable to contain their excitement. On the other hand, Sumo's reaction was not as exaggerated. She even felt that Li Ling and the others were a bit over the top. But once she stepped into the room, her heart was equally unsettled and excited. She enjoyed it but also felt emotional. For the outdoor sports she loved, she had been working hard to earn money. To label herself, she chose mountaineering, aiming to become a second-level mountaineer. However, due to not saving enough money, she had never been able to achieve it. And Zhang Che, he spent so much money just to stay in a hotel for one night. That night, staying in such a luxurious room, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Eventually, she got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, silently gazing at the night view of this unfamiliar city. At this moment, Li Ling and the others were still chattering away, maintaining their excited state. In Zhang Che's room, after Lin Kei finished taking photos, she dove into Zhang Che's arms. "Honey, am I like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden? You can't laugh at me. It's my first time staying in such a luxurious hotel." Zhang Che himself was no different, but his mindset was ultimately different, so he didn't show it. "Actually, it's my first time too," he replied with a smile, holding Lin Kei as they sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Holding a beautiful girl in his arms, he looked down at the night view of Chang'an. To be honest, this feeling was truly refreshing. Lin Kei leaned in his arms, her sparkling big eyes looking at him, then she kissed him. After a while, the charming senior girl got up and gave him a flirtatious glance, squatting in front of the sofa. Ding dong! The phone on the armrest of the sofa rang with a message notification, and Zhang Che casually picked it up to take a look. "Senior, Li Ling sent you a message." Lin Kei replied, oh. She hesitated, her words unclear. "They haven't gone to bed yet? What did she say?" Zhang Che now knew her phone password, but still handed the phone directly to her. "You might as well read it yourself." Well, that didn't really matter. Lin Kei took the phone, unlocked it, and glanced at the message. After about 10 to 20 seconds, she said, "It's about our itinerary for tomorrow." They came to climb Huashan, but with the entire long holiday, there was plenty of time. Now that they were in Chang'an, they certainly wouldn't just go to climb Huashan. Zhang Che reclined on the sofa, his head resting on his arm, feeling incredibly comfortable. "I feel like we don't need to rush straight to Huashan. We can go see the terracotta warriors first. Huashan is quite far, it's better to schedule it for last. After we come back from Huashan, we can rest for a day before heading back." Lin Kei had no objections and listened to all his arrangements. She responded twice while replying to Li Ling's message. Just as she put her phone down, Li Ling's message came through again. "This girl, is there anything that can't wait until tomorrow morning?" She picked up her phone again to complain, then directly replied with a voice message. "My dear sister, disturbing others' intimacy is going to get you struck by lightning. Whatever it is, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm busy." Zhang Che. Conversations between men can be quite explicit, without any reservations. It seems that girls are the same, even someone as pure as Lin Kei is no exception. Watching Lin Kei bury herself in her phone, ignoring her good friend, Zhang Che felt a sense of guilt. Her purity was refreshing and transcendent, making it hard to defile, yet he was defiling her. And Lin Kei was not only pure but also had desires, which often made Zhang Che's blood rush. Thus, he oscillated between crime and indulgence, feeling quite strange. On the other side, Li Ling and the other two stared at each other. They came with the research group, and although the purpose was tourism, they also had tasks. However, compared to following the group for market research, they were certainly more willing to hang out with Zhang Che and the others. But Lin Kei was definitely leaving the group, and it wouldn't make sense for the three of them to follow her. While feeling conflicted about this, they wanted to discuss with Lin Kei how to arrange things. In the end, they were all adults. How could they not know what the situation was? "Alright, let's sleep. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Although they said this, the three of them, who originally couldn't sleep, found it even harder to do so now. The first day of the long holiday, in Chang'an, just waking up. As Zhang Che opened his eyes, he saw Lin Kei's sparkling eyes. "Honey, good morning." The campus beauty, senior sister, wore a blissful expression and greeted him with a good morning kiss. "Morning." Zhang Che yawned and got up. "Are we going down for breakfast or having it delivered to the room?" Lin Kei, still in her pajamas, quickly handed him his clothes to help him get dressed. Let's have it delivered to the room. Anyway, our suite has a big enough living room. We can call Ling Ling and the others over to eat together." The suite included double breakfasts, and the hotel had taken care of his duties as a devoted admirer, leaving him with one less reward. The breakfast delivery was only temporary. He could continue to earn points when he returned from the long holiday. The fixed source of rewards from greeting each other 3 times a day had already gone beyond just the long holiday. Ever since Lin Kei had directly devoted herself to him, he had been waking up and falling asleep holding her every day. This greeting no longer belonged to the behavior of a devoted admirer, so the system wouldn't reward him. Not to mention, it often happened like just now, where Lin Kei greeted him first. After getting dressed and freshening up, Zhang Che sent a message to Sumo, while Lin Kei notified Li Ling and the others. When the 4 girls finished getting ready and gathered, The hotel also delivered breakfast. The hotel breakfast was lavish, featuring various local noodles from Chang'an, as well as waffles and other Western dishes. As someone determined to taste the world's delicacies, he naturally wanted to try the local flavors first. As for the Western dishes, he only ordered a few as a side. If he wanted to eat Western cuisine, he could wait until he traveled abroad to savor it properly. Biangbiang noodles paired with meat sandwiches, regardless of authenticity, he decided to indulge first. It was also a good opportunity to compare the hotel's offerings with those from other places. Perfect, we can also write in the little yellow book about where the best food is. Lin Kei giggled in agreement, still eager to continue her travel notes. Good morning. When Li Ling and the others came in, they initially looked a bit sluggish, but as soon as they caught a whiff of the food, they perked up immediately. Enjoy your meal, and let us know if you need anything, the room service staff said as they brought in the breakfast, smiling as they prepared to leave. Actually, we do need something. Zhang Che took the opportunity to say, could you help us extend our stay for another day? I'll go down to pay later. The staff nodded repeatedly, sure, we'll take care of it. You just need to confirm it later. Nearby, Li Ling and the other three, along with Su Mo, felt a wave of excitement upon hearing he extended the stay. Although they had already guessed that since Zhang Che booked such a high-end room, he wouldn't just stay for one night, confirming that they could continue to experience such luxury still made them feel thrilled. With the extension successful, Zhang Che was in high spirits, feeling even more excited. With the breakfast delivery and the fixed rewards for greetings paused, he needed to find other ways to make up for it. Once he paid the room fee, he would net a profit of 130,000, which would help recover some of his losses. Seeing his usual radiant smile that grew brighter the more money he spent, Li Ling couldn't help but tease, Zhang Che, what good news do you have that makes you so happy? Zhao Xiaolan winked, casting a suggestive glance at Zhang Che and Lin Kei. This early in the morning, besides our Kei, what other good news could there be? Look at those two, so refreshed and radiant. It's no wonder love nourishes people. Feng Qi joined in the teasing, it really is nourishing. They can't even be bothered to reply to our messages. Last night, Lin Kei had been quite bold, speaking without any reservations. However, being brought up now, especially with Su Mo, who wasn't very familiar, made her feel a bit shy, a blush creeping up to her ears. Li Ling laughed heartily and deliberately asked, Kei, so what were you really busy with last night? On this side, the four were in a ruckus, while on the other side, Su Mo looked on, feeling a bit dumbfounded again. In the Outdoor Sports Association, there were always some immature boys who liked to make lewd jokes in front of girls. Every time she encountered such a situation, she felt disgusted and had no good feelings for those boys at all. But unexpectedly, the situation had now reversed, turning into a few girls making lewd jokes. This breakfast was almost finished amidst the playful banter of Lin Kei and her three friends. Zhang Che didn't feel anything was wrong and was actually enjoying it. After all, even if they were making lewd jokes, Li Ling and the others were actually providing him with emotional value. Even in the lewd jokes, he was the one benefiting. And the one being taken advantage of was not just Lin Kei. Ling, you're in the wrong here. How can you ask that? Do you want to try it too? As they spoke more and more explicitly, Su Mo felt she really couldn't listen any longer. In that moment, she truly felt that they really didn't mind Zhang Che taking advantage of them. She seized the opportunity to draw their attention and then asked, Zhang Che, where are we going today? To see the Terracotta Army? After finishing breakfast, when it came to serious matters, Li Ling and the others finally stopped their playful banter. Upon hearing the keyword Terracotta Army, they immediately expressed their agreement. Going to the Terracotta Army sounds good, our group's plan is also to go there first. If you're going too, we can go together, we can visit the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum together when we get there. They had been quite conflicted about whether to split up or not. If everyone had the same destination, it would be perfect. Lin Kei also thought this arrangement was best and confirmed by linking her arm with Zhang Che. Honey, let's decide to go see the Terracotta Army first, okay? Zhang Che readily agreed, sure, that's what I was thinking too. He pondered for a moment, I was thinking about how we should get there, how about we rent a car? There were many attractions worth visiting in Chang'an, and places like the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum were relatively far away. Although there were buses and tourist lines, driving would be more convenient. On the other hand, he was also considering if he could earn some extra rewards along the way. Renting a car is a good idea. Su Mo nodded in agreement but then added, however, there are 6 of us, so if we rent, we might only be able to get a van. If they only rented one car, that would definitely be the arrangement. But why only rent one? Rent one for Su Mo and another for Lin Kei. Wouldn't that allow them to earn double rewards? I don't think a van will work. Let's get a better one. If one can't fit us, we can rent two. Zhang Che said, then asked Sumo, "Master, can you drive?" Although Li Ling and the others all had driver's licenses, their driving experience was basically zero. They only dared to drive when there were fewer people in cars. If they were to rent 2 cars, they would need 2 drivers, and the only one he could rely on was Sumo. Sumo smiled brightly and confidently said, "Of course I can. I often do designated driving, you know." Once it was confirmed that they would rent a car, Zhang Che immediately took out his phone and opened the app. He skipped over the economy and comfort options and chose the most expensive luxury type. He opened the subpage, scrolled to the very end, and found the most expensive model, the Bentley Continental GT. The price to rent this car for a day was 4,000 yuan. Actually, there were sports cars available for rent on the app, and they were even more expensive. He casually exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't know you could rent a Ferrari too." Sumo immediately interjected, "Don't. We're here to have fun. Although supercars are flashy, the riding experience is really terrible. If it takes too long, it'll just be torture, and then we won't be able to enjoy ourselves." Lin Kei nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Hubby, let's rent something more comfortable." The 2 goddesses expressed their opposition, saying that even if they rented, there would be no rewards to gain. Moreover, if they were to rent a sports car, 3 drivers would be needed. Li Ling and the others didn't even dare to drive a regular car, so asking them to drive a supercar would clearly be putting them in a difficult position. "I'm just curious how convenient it is to rent a supercar," Zhang Che said with a smile. "Actually, I think renting a supercar for travel is a bit extravagant." He said this, but inside, he was silently crying. Judging by Sumo's reaction, he probably had ridden in a Ferrari before, otherwise, how would he have such an experience? Lin Kei didn't need to mention it. Before choosing his Geely, Wang Juinchuan's Porsche 911 was always at his beck and call. So far, the best car he had ridden in was still Sun Yunja's BMW X5. If he were to say this out loud, no one present would believe him. After choosing the 4,000 Bentley Flying Spur, as per the usual practice, they placed the order under Sumo and Lin Kei's names. After the payment was successful, the cash reward of 20,200 SIM points was credited. Then, there was a 10x cashback on the 4,000, totaling 80,000 yuan, which was quite a lot, and Zhang Che's spirits soared. "The rental company will deliver the car directly to the hotel. Let's head down." Go. They went downstairs, needing to confirm the room extension. Or rather, they could say they were going to collect 130,000 in a free room. The rental company was also quick. They handled the trivial matters on their end. Meanwhile, the cars had already been delivered. Looking at the 2 identical black Bentleys parked at the entrance, Li Ling and the others felt like they were walking on air. Staying in a luxury hotel and riding in luxury cars, this travel experience was truly unprecedented. After posting on social media last night, the number of likes had shattered previous records. In fact, it wasn't just Zhang Che who had stirred up his past social circle. Li Ling and her 2 friends, as well as Lin Kei and Sumo, were in almost the same situation. This also greatly satisfied their vanity, allowing them to feel the thrill of showing off. They were so excited last night that they couldn't sleep, which left them a bit sluggish when they got up. A large part of that was the reason. And now, this experience was still ongoing. The 6 of them got into 2 cars, with Zhang Che, Lin Kei, and Li Ling in the front. Sumo drove Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi closely behind. Upon arriving at the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum parking lot, the staff thought such cars must have brought some VIPs. Directing them to park, they were surprised to see handsome men and beautiful women getting out of the cars. Moreover, it was a configuration of 1 man and 5 women, making their eyes nearly pop out. Equally astonished were Shinwei and the others, who had arrived earlier and were waiting for them. Shinwei had confirmed Lin Kei's itinerary with Li Ling early in the morning. Knowing they were coming to the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum today, he decided to wait for them since it was on the way. Because of this, Shinwei's group knew Zhang Che had rented a car. But no one expected he would rent a Bentley. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi were the first to rush over after getting out of the car. They saw envy on the faces of the group members. Especially the looks in the eyes of those 2 girls made them feel particularly accomplished. Due to the parking situation, Zhang Che ended up last. Lin Kei naturally waited for him, and Sumo, knowing so many people, also waited for him. To others, it seemed like the 2 beauties were inseparable, which made Shinwei's expression quite complicated. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Zhang Che greeted Shinwei and his group. Unlike Zhao Xiaolan and the others, he genuinely felt a bit embarrassed to keep people waiting, rather than just putting on a show. Just as he waited for Lin Kei and Sumo without any complaints, Shinwei was the same. "No, we just arrived too." Shinwei, wearing a small vest and with a long-lens DSLR camera hanging around his neck, really had the demeanor of a team leader. Zhang Che and Lin Kei walked at the front, and he maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far from Lin Kei. He kept greeting everyone, making sure everything was arranged perfectly. He also acted like a tour guide, enthusiastically introducing Lin Kei and everyone else to various topics. He could speak eloquently about the historical and anecdotal accounts of Qin Shi Huang and the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum. He could easily recount all sorts of related strange tales. Everything about the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum was like a treasure trove of knowledge to him. A less competent tour guide would probably not compare to him. Zhang Che couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Bro, have you been here before? Shinwei shook his head in denial, glancing at Lin Kei inadvertently. No, I just did some research specifically for this trip, sorry to make you laugh. This was really impressive. Wait, this guy just stole my reward. Zhang Che was just reflecting on this in his mind when he suddenly realized, when the goddess goes on a trip, making plans with her is a basic skill of a devoted admirer. If he could travel with the goddess, he certainly had to act as her most considerate tour guide. If he achieved that, the system notification would definitely have sounded by now. Damn, I was careless. This guy is on a higher level than me, better at flattering. It's necessary to reflect on this. These past few days surrounded by beautiful women have made me a bit complacent. In the past, he did everything for the rewards, with the mindset of helping others. But now, that person had become Shinwei. Bro, although your awareness is high, I'm not someone to be underestimated. He decided to reclaim his position. He couldn't let Shinwei take all the rewards for himself. Bro, I heard from a senior that you guys are mainly here for research and fieldwork. Am I interrupting you by butting in like this? Determined to compete with Shinwei, Zhang Che asked tentatively. Of course not, Shinwei waved his hands repeatedly. What we call market research is actually just looking at current trends. We can handle these matters, so you don't need to worry about Lin Kei. Upon hearing this, Zhang Che quickly replied, then I appreciate it, I'm really sorry. He pretended to ponder for a moment, then waved his hand to indicate. How about this? To thank you for taking care of the senior, I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. If the itinerary allows for it in the next few days, I'll cover all your meals. Treating Lin Kei to dinner could yield rewards, and bringing Shinwei and the others along could mean spending more money and earning more cashback. After saying this, Zhang Che provocatively glanced at Shinwei. Aren't I also not bad? Speaking of which, does this guy get any rewards for all this flattery? Why does it feel like, even though he can flatter well, he doesn't seem to enjoy it as much as I do? After some deep reflection, Zhang Che adjusted his attitude again. Although he had set a principle for himself to enjoy life, the premise of enjoying life was built on being a good admirer. He couldn't lose sight of the fundamentals. Even though it was a long holiday and he was out traveling, that didn't conflict with being a good admirer and earning rewards. The only two potential objects of admiration were right beside him, so he could achieve both goals at once. He could have fun and also earn rewards. Senior, master, have some water. Under Shinwei's influence, Zhang Che became attentive again. After finishing at Pit No. 1, he quickly brought over a case of mineral water. He first handed it to Lin Kei and Su Mo, then generously invited the others. Thirsty, right? Everyone come and have some water. 1424 10000100 61000 10000100 61000 2341. Lin Kei had been holding Zhang Che's hand all along, and she always wanted to take photos with him. So, to be precise, Shinwei was actually their photographer. Isn't this also a form of pushing boundaries? Even Su Mo couldn't help but ask him to take a few pictures. Since the year cameras became available, taking photos while out having fun has been an essential part of the experience. Even now, many tourist spots still have places that offer to take photos. Zhang Che himself had taken quite a few pictures, but he used his phone. Shinwei, on the other hand, was using a professional DSLR camera, equipped with a professional lens. Not only was his equipment professional, but his photography skills were also excellent. Even Zhang Che had to admit that the photos he took were indeed quite good. Whether for posting on social media or sharing in private groups, they were definitely a plus. Damn it, this guy won again. Not to mention others, since they weren't recognized as desirable targets by the system. But when it came to taking photos of Lin Kei and Su Mo, that was something I should do myself. I was careless. Zhang Che reflected on this again. Cameras had hardly ever appeared in his life. With the popularity of smartphones and the rapid development of mobile photography, cameras had only survived in professional fields. In everyday life, they had almost been replaced by phones. In the past, many people would bring a digital camera when going out, but now they only needed to bring their phones. It was for this reason that Zhang Che had never thought about getting a camera. After realizing this, he deliberately observed and found that there were still quite a few tourists with cameras hanging around their necks. Each one looked very professional, though he couldn't tell if they were truly skilled. Anyway, they certainly looked the part, quite pretentious. Speaking of which, those studying design could somewhat relate to photography. During the freshman orientation week, the seniors had specifically mentioned it when introducing their majors. Their visual communication design actually involved photography courses as well. Just as he was thinking about this, Suemo had already finished taking the photos. Seeing him lost in thought, she casually asked, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly zoning out?" He crossed his arms and stroked his chin. "When we get back to the city, we should buy a camera. We must get a camera. Since he would need to learn it in the future, buying one to play with in advance wouldn't hurt. Plus, this thing could be used to show off and also earn rewards. Not to mention being their personal photographer, giving them a camera would also be a chance to earn rewards, right?" Suemo couldn't help but laugh at what he said. Why was he acting like a child, insisting on this? Although Shinwei was indeed quite flattering, who would think Shinwei could be his rival, needing to compete with him? Along the same route as the Qinshi Huang Mausoleum, there were also the famous Lishan and Huaqing Palace scenic spots. Inside Huaqing Palace, there was a Huaqing pool, said to be the place where Yang Guifei bathed. It was just a pit, and there was really nothing to see. Everyone who had been there exclaimed they had been fooled. But even so, in the spirit of having come all this way, many people would still stop by to take a look. Zhang Che and the others were no exception. After visiting the scheduled scenic spots for the day, when the group returned to the city, it wasn't too late. Zhang Che was eager to buy a camera, and it was the perfect time to get it done. On the way there, they had not traveled with Shinwei's group, and the same was true for the return trip. The difference was that this time, each car had one more person. Besides Li Ling and the others, 2 other girls had also hitched a ride with them. Since they could ride in a Bentley, why would they want to squeeze onto a bus or a tourist coach? "Kei, can we join you?" When the 2 girls came over, linking arms and eagerly asking Lin Kei, she looked over at Zhang Che. "You are the seniors' classmates, and also my seniors, so of course, there's no problem." Zhang Che naturally had an attitude that as long as it was related to Lin Kei, it was not an issue. He smiled warmly. "Besides, I still want to treat you to a meal, so we should go together." While thinking about buying a camera, he also did not forget the promise he made at the beginning. He originally planned to head straight to the restaurant after returning from the scenic area, but it was still a bit early. Moreover, Shinwei and the others were still lagging behind, so there was no rush. They could first take care of the camera matter. Now they were in 2 cars, 8 people, changing from 1 man and 5 women to 1 man and 7 women. In fact, both cars could still fit 1 more person, and the few boys were quite tempted. However, faced with such a situation, no one felt comfortable squeezing into the car. "Let's go, it's just the 6 of us bachelors left." Seeing the girls running after Zhang Che, the group could only sigh. In fact, they felt a bit resentful towards Zhang Che and Lin Kei. On one hand, there was a sense of imbalance in their hearts, and on the other hand, it did cause them some inconvenience. Clearly, Lin Kei was also a member of the group, with assignments and tasks, yet she didn't need to participate. Why was that? But since Shinwei, the leader, was willing, what could they say? Plus, after getting to know Zhang Che, they felt he was actually quite nice and was even treating them to a meal. That little bit of resentment quickly dissipated. It wasn't a big deal, a meal could indeed resolve it. "What do you think Zhang Che will treat us to? I see he seems quite wealthy, the standard shouldn't be low. Of course, if the food is too poor, how could it match Lin Kei's image? Anyway, no matter what he treats us to, I won't be polite with him. How can I miss this chance to take advantage of a big spender? Shinwei, I suggest you turn your grief into strength and eat him out of house and home." Just as Lin Kei's male classmates were filled with anticipation for tonight's dinner, on the other side, Zhang Che, following the navigation, had already driven the car to the Leica flagship store in Chang'an. 2 Bentleys parked neatly at the entrance, and the combination of 1 man and 7 women turned heads at an astonishing rate. "Zhang Che, the camera you want to buy is a Leica?" Seeing the little red Coca-Cola logo, Suemo realized that he was actually interested in a Leica. The Leica camera once had an unparalleled glory. Even when Boss Chow released the iPhone 4, he said it was as beautiful as an old-fashioned Leica camera. However, that was already the tear of an old era. Since digital cameras replaced film cameras, Leica could not escape the pains of the times. If one were to engage in professional photography, Leica cameras were clearly not recommended. They were not strong, and the prices were exorbitantly high. However, Zhang Che did not need professional photography. Although their major in visual communication would involve some photography, the requirements were not high. Everyday shooting was sufficient, and it could also boast a sense of sentimentality, as many liked Leica's imaging style. It was expensive and had a great pretentious effect, which was why Zhang Che chose it. "Let's try this first. If I'm not satisfied, I'll buy something else," Zhang Che casually said as he stepped into the Leica flagship store. The group of 8 entered with great momentum, startling the staff. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" The staff was momentarily stunned and quickly approached to inquire. "Hello, I want to take a look at the cameras." The staff was a bit confused. In all the time working here, they had never seen someone come in with 7 girls to buy a camera. The 2 in front were truly beautiful, so pure, with those heavily long legs. "Ahem, please follow me." Realizing they had lost composure, the staff cleared their throat and quickly began their work. Amid the staff's enthusiastic introduction, Zhang Che ultimately chose the flagship model currently on sale from Leica, the M11, black version. He chose this model, of course, because it was the most expensive, priced at 72,000 yuan. "How does it feel?" He played with it in his hands for a moment before handing it to Lin Kei and Su Mo. Both women were very interested, leaning in together to examine it closely. "The appearance is undeniable, it's really beautiful. But how is this different from other cameras?" It seems like it doesn't have automatic zoom?" Su Mo and Lin Kei blinked their beautiful eyes at him, looking incredulous. In 2025, can you believe a camera priced at 72,000 yuan doesn't even have autofocus? Moreover, this was a rangefinder camera. Otherwise, how could it be called nostalgia? Zhang Che smiled and directly told the salesperson, "I'll take 3 of these." Seeing the astonished expressions of the 2 beauties, the salesperson felt a bit awkward. Just as he was about to explain the features of Leica to them, Zhang Che had already pulled out his phone to check out. The salesperson was momentarily confused. He could understand Zhang Che wanting to buy. After all, he was in the store, so he must have some knowledge of the product. One could even say he came specifically for it. However, what was with buying 3 at once? Did he mishear, or is it possible to collect, appreciate, and promote cameras all at once? "I said, give me 3. Zhang Che confirmed again, and then completed the payment while the salesperson was still in a daze. One camera cost 72,000, so 3 would be 216,000. This time, Zhang Che didn't deliberately split the payment because he wasn't giving it to just one person, which wouldn't affect getting double rewards. "Senior, this is for you. Master, this is for you." After paying, he took the brand new, unopened cameras from the salesperson and stuffed them into Lin Kei and Su Mo's hands. At that moment, the salesperson finally understood why he wanted to buy 3 at once. Li Ling and the other 2 had long since gotten used to his behavior. The other 2 girls, however, were seeing this for the first time, their eyes widening even more than the salesperson's. He spent over 200,000 on 3 cameras? That car of his, what's it called, Jili Xingyuan, isn't it less than 100,000? What kind of consumption concept is this? The 2 girls were completely confused. Li Ling rolled her eyes at them and, with a wealth of experience, said, "What's this?" "You 2 keep watching." The 2 girls looked back at Zhang Che, who had picked up another lens to examine. "Cameras need to be paired with lenses. This one is pretty good, give me 3 of these too. This is Leica's dual A lens, let's get a DSLR lens as well. Of course, also 3. Seeing these camera lenses, which were not any cheaper than the cameras themselves, the 2 girls were utterly stunned. The price difference is not significant compared to the camera body, and the final calculation is about the same, just a small profit. If it ended like this, it would basically mean coming here and getting 3 cameras and 6 lenses for free. But camera accessories are not just lenses. Let's pick some other things, otherwise, it won't be easy to carry this camera, Zhang Che said with his signature bright smile, making everyone feel his confidence. "Senior sister, Kui, what else do you want? This photography bag is nice. Which color do you like?" At this moment, Su Mo was already in a daze. Lin Kui had long been used to it and directly started picking without any pretentiousness. "Honey, Ling, what do you think of this color?" She wanted to live this kind of life, believing that Zhang Che could provide her with it. That's why she chose to go all in. Now it was just like she had dreamed, filled only with happiness and enjoyment. As for the Aoboi custom photography bag, Zhang Che really didn't understand, but he was very satisfied with the price. One was 6,500, and with a 10-fold cashback, that would be 65,000 x 2. Then there were wrist straps at 750 each, and protective cases for 3,000. There was no need to deliberately split the payments. After gathering over 10,000, the cashback would be 100,000 x 2. After over 300,000 was credited, he finally found the balance between explosive rewards and quality of life again. "Is there anything else you want to see?" he said, sounding a bit reluctant to end. However, the group fell silent, and Li Ling and the others' gazes were fixed on Lin Kui and Su Mo. They all knew that this question wasn't directed at them. In the past, Li Ling and the other 2 often played the role of Lin Kui's assistants, helping her to charm rich guys. Now Lin Kui no longer did that and didn't need their help anymore. There was no need for tricks. Zhang Che had already bought everything that could be bought in the store. Over 200,000 was spent without a blink, leaving Suemo still in shock. Who said Zhang Che is broke? The other two girls watched the whole thing unfold, feeling thrilled, and couldn't help but whisper to each other. The whole Hude is mocking Zhang Che for driving a Geely, lamenting that Kui chose love. Our group leader, Xin Wei, firmly believes that. But someone who can casually spend over 600,000 on a camera, would he care about a Porsche 911? As for the BMW X5, that's enough to buy one, right? Even if it's love, it's clearly the love of a wealthy person, okay? Amidst the shocked whispers of the two girls, Lin Kui linked her arm with Zhang Che's. Honey, we've already bought everything we needed. If we missed anything, we can talk about it later. It's about time. Xinwei and the others should be back too. Let's go eat. As the group left with the staff's farewell, Zhang Che's mind was once again filled with the system's prompt. Host has accumulated 10 instances of dog-licking behavior, successfully triggering a random reward opportunity. Would you like to draw? Since discovering Suemo as a second target for flattery, the speed of obtaining lottery chances had doubled. Unless something special happened, he would casually draw whenever he heard the system prompt. Over this time, he had drawn dozens of times. However, aside from one stroke of luck where he won a mansion worth 204 million, the rest were mostly jewelry, various random items he couldn't use, and he didn't have many excuses to give them to Lin Kui and Suemo. So, he just tossed them into the system space for later use. Now that he had another chance to draw, he reflexively thought in his mind. Draw. 3, 2, 1, the result was revealed. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a reservation-free membership card. With this card, the host can freely enter and exit all membership venues at any time, enjoying services that usually require a reservation. Each time this card is used, it consumes a corresponding amount of licking dog points. So this is essentially a universal membership card. And it's reservation-free, which is really nice. Finally, I've drawn a rather special reward, and it looks quite good. Zhang Che is very satisfied. Returning to the parking spot, he first placed the large and small bags in the car and turned to ask Li Ling. Li Ling, what did Xinwei and the others say? Li Ling had just finished contacting them and immediately replied, they've returned as well and tidied up at the hotel. They asked me to ask you where you want to eat. Once the location is confirmed, they'll head straight over. Where should they go for dinner? Chang'an is quite unfamiliar to them. Let's check online. If you find something good, just recommend it, Zhang Che said as he took out his phone, looking while adding, today, I'm treating everyone to dinner to thank Xinwei and the others for taking care of you, senior sister. It can't be too shabby. So, everyone, please make sure to choose something expensive. If it were before, even Suemo would definitely weigh the price. But now, even those two girls who had just met Zhang Che were not being polite, really looking for something pricey. What a joke! He had just impulsively spent over 600,000 on a camera. Why hesitate? He had already said to choose something expensive, so why be polite? Such an opportunity to treat like this doesn't come often. Hey, I found a place. This one is called Treasure Pavilion, in the style of the Tang Dynasty. This restaurant looks like a palace, very luxurious. The introduction says it's over 700 per person, definitely not cheap. But it needs to be reserved in advance. After hearing the shout, Zhang Che went over to take a look and felt it was indeed quite nice. Treasure Pavilion Xujiang National Banquet. The name sounds impressive. If you have no other objections, shall we go here? Lin Kei was also quite satisfied with this, though a bit hesitant. Honey, but the introduction says this place requires a reservation. Zhang Che waved his hand grandly and said, that's no problem. I'll take care of it. The reservation-free membership card he had just drawn was just the thing for this. Treasure Pavilion, that name doesn't sound like a restaurant at all. In fact, it's not just a simple restaurant. After sending the location to Xinwei and the others, Zhang Che and his group drove there first. This building, which doesn't look extraordinary from the outside, has a total of 5 floors, with the lower 4 floors being art exhibition halls. The name Treasure Pavilion comes from this. Only the 5th floor is the restaurant, so there's a suffix to the name. It's Xujiang National Banquet. Xujiang is the location, and National Banquet refers to a banquet of national level, immediately indicating it's a high-end banquet venue. In this restaurant, the most luxurious part is the National Banquet Hall, which requires a reservation and does not accept walk-ins. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? Zhang Che and the others were quite interested in looking at the exhibition for a while, and when Xinwei and the others arrived and went upstairs, the waiter immediately came to greet them. Zhang Che nodded. Hello, my surname is Zhang. The waiter confirmed with the tools in hand and immediately gestured for them to follow. Mr. Zhang, please come with me. The well-trained waiter respectfully led them into the National Banquet Hall, immediately starting the attentive reception. This so-called National Banquet Hall is resplendent, like an ancient palace. It can't just be said to resemble one, it was directly decorated in imitation of a palace, with a dragon throne even placed in the middle. However, it was cordoned off, looking like it could only be viewed from a distance and not sat upon to try out. The entire hall had only one large round table, and with all 14 of them seated, it felt very spacious. From the moment they entered, everyone was curiously observing, occasionally gasping in amazement. They were astonished not only by the restaurant's luxury and uniqueness but also by Zhang Che's capabilities. Arriving in this unfamiliar Chang'an, he had effortlessly secured a reservation at a restaurant that required booking several days in advance. Lin Ke looked at him with starry eyes, filled with admiration and pride. Even Xinwei and the others were curious, unable to hold back their questions. Zhang Che, we checked when we came over. This restaurant requires a reservation. Did you already book it before you came? In fact, Zhang Che had used the reservation-free membership card he had just drawn. Moreover, he had spent 10 points of his licking dog value to enjoy this privilege. However, Zhang Che certainly wouldn't mention this, so he just smiled lightly. Sort of, I did decide to treat you all to dinner when I came. His words were clearly dismissive, prompting Li Ling and the others to roll their eyes at him. Well, these things aren't important. Everyone, feel free to order whatever you want to eat or drink. Zhang Che changed the subject, picking up the menu first while inviting everyone. To Li Ling and the others, it seemed he just didn't want to elaborate on these matters and was being low-key. At this moment, everyone was indeed hungry, and when it came to food, they couldn't care less about anything else. Zhang Che, then we won't be polite. He's a big spender. Why would you be polite with him? Anyway, thanks for the treat, and thanks to Lin Ke too. A group of people laughed and joked, indeed ordering a large table of dishes without any reservations. The restaurant's menu featured not only the regional specialties of Chang'an but also incorporated elements of the prosperous Tang culture. In addition to classic Shaanxi dishes like gourd chicken and chrysanthemum fish, there were also many high-end creative dishes like sea cucumbers and abalone. When the dishes were served, the presentation was at a state banquet level. The surroundings were filled with elements of the Tang dynasty's court, and the tableware was equally exquisite. Everyone was amazed, including Zhang Che, who was experiencing such a luxurious banquet for the first time. In this era where every meal must be shared on social media first, the first thing to do was, of course, take photos. He couldn't escape this trend either, snapping pictures while chatting with Su Mo and Lin Ke on either side. After all, at that moment, everyone in their high school class group was still buzzing about how he managed to win over Lin Ke. If he sent out a few photos, it would surely stir up excitement among his classmates. Once everyone had taken their photos and posted them on social media, showing off, Zhang Che finally stood up. Everyone here is a classmate, a brother, so don't be polite with me, and I won't be formal with you either. In short, thank you all for taking care of my senior. Now, without further ado, let's dig in. Everyone eat and drink well. If the dishes aren't enough, order more. If the drinks aren't enough, ask for more. Make sure to enjoy yourselves. After he finished speaking, he received a round of enthusiastic applause. They were all young people, and it was easy to get along and become familiar with each other. Besides, with such a high-level banquet, one had to give face, right? Okay. Everyone responded in unison. Only Xinwei's expression seemed a bit unnatural, because right across from him, after Zhang Che finished speaking and sat down, a delighted Lin Ke leaned over and gave him a kiss. This extravagant meal was indeed a treat Zhang Che had arranged for her. Such luxury and abundance, how much do you think this feast would cost us? Several thousand? You didn't see the introduction that said this restaurant has an average consumption of 700 per person? With 14 of us, that's already 9,800, okay? We also ordered quite a bit of alcohol, and the prices aren't cheap either, so it has to be at least 15 or 16,000. Damn, then I better eat and drink more. These classmates were enjoying their meal while unable to stop discussing. Looking over at Zhang Che and Lin Ke, who were laughing and chatting, the girls were so amused they didn't notice what was happening on this side. The large round table was indeed a bit big, and the distance between them was not short, so they weren't afraid of Zhang Che and the others overhearing them. Zhang Che is still so extravagant, but I heard he doesn't seem to be that wealthy? That's compared to someone like Wang Junquan, who has a net worth of several hundred million, or Sun Yunjia, who's a local from Shanghai. Compared to us, he's a rich guy. He's just a bit better off than us. Why did Lin Ke choose him instead of Wang Junquan or Sun Yunjia? Xinwei, who had just adjusted his mood, said, "You don't understand anything, this is love." The two girls who had just hitchhiked with Zhang Che to the Leica flagship store couldn't hold back anymore. Love my ass. Considering that Xinwei usually took good care of them, the two exchanged glances and sighed deeply. Xinwei, I advise you not to use love as an excuse and hold on to those unrealistic thoughts. I can't say what the relationship between Kei and Zhang Che is like, but you all definitely underestimate Zhang Che. When it comes to wealth, I think if you add Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjie together, they probably can't match Zhang Che. As soon as this was said, the few people who had been discussing animatedly suddenly gaped, unable to make a sound. The entire Shanghai University was laughing. Wang Junquan drives a Porsche 911, and Sun Yunjie drives a BMW X5. Meanwhile, Zhang Che just drives a Geely. And now you're saying that the guy who drives a Geely is richer than those who drive a Porsche and a BMW combined? Saying that Zhang Che is richer than Wang Junquan and Sun Yunjie together, Shinwei and the others simply didn't believe it. You're so rich but acting like a sycophant? You're so rich but driving a Geely? Perhaps it was because Zhang Che ultimately won the heart of a beauty that made people very resentful. So many were more willing to mock him and belittle him. It could also be because, if Zhang Che really wasn't that wealthy, they would feel they still had a chance. However, after the two girls vividly recounted what had just happened at the Leica flagship store, everyone fell silent, especially Shinwei. Spent over 600,000 to buy 3 sets of cameras, and each of them has one? Cough cough cough. After the story was finished, some were choked up, and coughing echoed throughout the banquet hall. Zhang Che and the others' attention was drawn over, but they didn't mind. Once they realized it was just choking, Lin Kei and the others continued to joke and laugh, creating a warm atmosphere. Confirming that the two girls weren't lying, the group suddenly fell into silence. After a moment of quiet, they resumed their feasting. If that's the case, spending over 10,000 to treat us to a meal really isn't much. They live in a suite that costs nearly 30,000. Can they care about this little? Speaking of which, it should have been obvious. Someone who pays over 30,000 for a suite can only afford a Geely? I heard that car costs less than 100,000. 3 suites together cost 90,000 for a night, okay? A group of people, realizing the truth of the matter, couldn't help but express their feelings. Then, they raised their glasses towards Shinwei. Old Shin, just let it go, you really can't argue with this. This drink is for you, let's get drunk tonight and wake up as men tomorrow. Shinwei was indeed feeling the impact, all his beliefs had vanished in an instant. When Lin Kei was hanging out with the Porsche 911 and BMW X5, he could only silently help Lin Kei with her homework. It was hard to feel that if Lin Kei was willing to choose Geely, then he could also compete for her. As a result, the one driving the Geely turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, stronger than both the Porsche and BMW combined. How was he supposed to play this game? His heart was dead, yet he still felt a sense of injustice. If Zhang Che is really this rich, then he is truly a complete scumbag. Shinwei's eyes were red, and his face was flushed, not sure if it was from the alcohol or from embarrassment. The so-called licking dog is just his way of getting close to Lin Kei. That's one thing, but he already has Lin Kei and is still using the same tricks on Sumo. What does that count as? If being a licking dog was really just Zhang Che's method of flirting, then he was flirting with Sumo. Moreover, he was doing it right in front of Lin Kei. Realizing this, the group fell silent again and couldn't help but look over. They saw Zhang Che adding shrimp to Lin Kei's plate, and then Lin Kei directly took his chopsticks into her mouth. Li Ling said something, and the few of them immediately burst into laughter. Sumo was laughing along, but she felt somewhat absent-minded. Zhang Che turned around and also served Sumo some food, but this time he used serving chopsticks. Even so, it made Shinwei furious. Pa, scumbag. I wonder if Sumo realizes this is his tactic. I'm worried that even Lin Kei hasn't realized it. So, do you want to remind them? After a few murmurs, the two girls sighed again. Shinwei, I don't think you should do that. Just let it go. The two girls felt that Lin Kei and Sumo were not easy to fool, neither of them was stupid. If Shinwei could realize something, could they not? But facing such a wealthy and generous person who also looked decent, that really didn't matter at all. If it were them, even if they realized it, they would pretend not to. How could Shinwei be sure that Lin Kei and Sumo weren't doing the same? They were originally in sync, accepting everything, and if he insisted on breaking that illusion, wouldn't that just be self-defeating? They were also considering Shinwei's feelings. However, Shinwei looked troubled and did not respond. After a pause, he stood up and raised his glass to Zhang Che. Zhang Che, thank you for your hospitality today, this glass is for you. No one knew what he was planning, and everyone else was afraid he would lose control, so they hurriedly echoed him. Zhang Che, this meal has been delightful for all of us, we should toast you properly. At this point, everyone had filled their stomachs, and the atmosphere became lively with the toasting. They no longer chatted among themselves, instead, they became very animated. As the host, Zhang Che was attentive and considerate, and Lin Kei was equally enthusiastic following his lead. This even surprised everyone, including Shinwei. Lin Kei, who had previously been aloof and cold in front of Zhang Che, was the same in front of these classmates. They could hardly imagine that this school beauty could smile so charmingly and be so warm. Their enthusiasm made the atmosphere even more intense. After a round of toasting and exchanging drinks, they only realized it was getting late when everyone was satisfied. After eating and drinking enough, they prepared to leave, and Zhang Che went to settle the bill, which totaled 24,350 yuan. The dishes cost over 10,000, and the rest was all for drinks and beverages, plus a certain percentage for service. He really didn't understand. You run a restaurant here, and I come to eat, so it's only natural for you to serve me. I spent quite a bit on food and drinks, so why should there be an extra service charge? The flight attendants on the plane provide such good service, and they don't even charge a service fee. He really couldn't understand it, but the whole industry was like this. It didn't matter if he was unhappy, he still had to pay. What comforted him was that the money spent would immediately bring back double the rewards in cash back. Treating Lin Kei to a meal counted as one, and Sumo another, netting him nearly 200,000. Alright, let's go. Hearing the prompt from the system, Zhang Che stopped thinking about those trivial matters and felt happy again. After he instinctively called out, he realized no one responded. Lin Kei was nowhere to be seen, and neither was Sumo. Only Li Ling and others were waiting for him ahead. What's going on? Where are my senior and my master? Li Ling looked at him, hesitating for a moment. Well, Zhang Che, Shenwei said he has something to say to Kei and Sumo, so they went down first. Li Ling's reaction seemed to suggest she thought he would be unhappy, but in fact, he didn't care at all. It wasn't a big deal. Oh, I see. Then let's go too. It's agreed. You'll drive the car later, he said as he handed the car keys to Li Ling. By this time, the flow of cars and people had decreased, so Li Ling felt more confident to drive, and he could take the opportunity to relax and have a drink. He quite liked to drink a little, but it was inconvenient since he couldn't drive after drinking. It seemed necessary to cultivate a driver, and Li Ling was quite good. However, her driving skills were really average, and he needed to find more opportunities for her to practice. After eating and drinking enough, Zhang Che went to settle the bill. As the hostess, Lin Kei didn't cling to him at this moment but deliberately stayed back to greet others. Everyone, pay attention, don't leave anything behind. Whose code is this? Did you take the phone that was charging? After everyone had taken a few steps ahead and confirmed that nothing was left behind, she followed them. This meal completely overturned her image in the eyes of these classmates, especially for boys like Shenwei. Perhaps even the proudest goddess has a gentle side, it just wasn't within their view. If it weren't for Zhang Che, they might never have seen this side of Lin Kei. However, this only made Shenwei feel even more choked. Earlier, he actually wanted to take advantage of the alcohol to question Zhang Che about whether he was a scumbag, who he really liked, and why he was still entangled with Sumo despite Lin Kei being around. Unfortunately, after others deliberately lifted the atmosphere, he never found the opportunity. Now that the moment had passed, he felt that confronting Zhang Che wasn't a good idea and was inappropriate. But seeing Lin Kei's gentle and virtuous side, he felt very defensive. How could such a good woman be deceived by a scumbag? With such a good woman, how could he still be unsatisfied? He deliberately lagged a few steps behind, took a deep breath, and approached. Lin Kei, I have something to say to you. Lin Kei, Although she didn't know what he wanted to say, she looked at him and nodded. She had already made her attitude clear before. If he still didn't give up, it was indeed necessary to completely cut off his thoughts to prevent him from entangling her again. No one expected that Shenwei would turn to Sumo. Sumo, could you come here too? Sumo, Since she wasn't familiar with the others, she was waiting for Zhang Che. She didn't expect that Shenwei would bring her along to talk to Lin Kei. What was going on? Me? She pointed to her own nose for confirmation. After getting Shenwei's confirmation, she expressed her confusion. Alright then, let's go down first. After Zhang Che finished paying the bill and was waiting for Li Ling and the others to come down, Shenwei had already finished talking to the two campus beauties. Hubby, Lin Kei called out sweetly and came over to hug his arm. Zhang Che then pinched her cheek and asked Shenwei, how are you all getting back to the hotel? At this time, the subway and buses should have stopped running. Did you call a cab? The hotel where Shenwei and the others were staying was not close, and taking a taxi would cost quite a bit, but there was no other choice since public transport had stopped. It was expensive, but they had just spent over 20,000 on dinner, so what was a little extra for the ride? If it really came down to it, they could split the fare. After all, they had agreed to go Dutch. Be careful on the way. After watching the 8 of them leave in 2 cars, Zhang Che yawned. Let's go back too. He seemed to have forgotten that Shenwei had talked to Lin Kei and Sumo, but Li Ling was quite curious about it. Kei, what did Shenwei say to you just now? Lin Kei immediately pouted, looking displeased. Don't mention it, he probably got drunk and was acting crazy. He told me and Sumo that he wanted to expose the true colors of the junior, to make us see through the junior and not be fooled. We have sternly reprimanded him for meddling and won't give him the chance to say such nonsense again. Zhang Che, he hadn't planned to ask more. He really didn't care about such things. But now he was curious. What was his true self? How come he didn't know? He was just diligently being a sycophant. What other true self could he have? What do you mean? What is my true self? What am I being fooled about? His tone and expression seemed a bit wronged. Lin Kei giggled and nudged him, saying, "Hubby, Shinwei said you're actually a big scumbag. He said that being nice to me and Sumo is just your way of confusing us. You're just eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl, never satisfied with your flirty ways. He also said that if this goes on, only we will get hurt, and you won't take responsibility for us." As Lin Kei spoke about this, it sounded like a joke. Li Ling and the others really started to giggle, finding it quite funny. Only Sumo, who was already in a complicated mood, looked even more complicated watching Lin Kei and the others. Zhang Che. As the main character, he was completely bewildered and felt deeply wronged. For heaven's sake, he really just wanted to be a sycophant, enjoying life with a few rewards. While being nice to Lin Kei, he also wanted to be nice to Sumo, just to get a little extra reward. Besides the rewards, he had no other thoughts. Lin Kei had previously teamed up with Li Ling to take advantage of him. He had always been sincere, never crossing any lines. The current situation was all brought about by Lin Kei's initiative. This wasn't an experienced driver getting a new car, it was him, a novice, being dragged into the car. And this car was automatic. No, it should be said that it was self-driving. I'm really wronged here. I never thought of being a scumbag to you. Zhang Che sighed in frustration, feeling powerless to explain. All right, let them say what they want, let's go back. Seeing him so speechless, Lin Kei wrapped her arms around his waist and comforted him. Okay, hubby, don't be angry. I don't care what others say, no matter what, you're still my dear hubby. From now on, Shinwei won't have any chances. I don't care what he says, but he can't come to me with nonsense again. Li Ling and the others chimed in, each saying a word. Zhang Che, you're right, let them say what they want, don't mind it. Others may not understand you, but we do. They're just jealous. 100000100, 100000100, 100000100. What exactly are you plotting against me? Or rather, what do you want to get from me? Stop saying things like I'm your master. That doesn't make any sense. Last night, her thoughts were very complicated, filled with emotions. For the outdoor sports she loves, she spends most of her time working various jobs. She wants to challenge herself to become a level 2 mountaineer, but due to financial reasons, she hasn't been able to achieve it yet. And Zhang Che, well, the money for one night in a hotel is enough for her to reach her goal. That's not all. Today he even directly gifted her a camera worth over 200,000. If she had that much money, she could freely enjoy more outdoor sports she loves, like paragliding, skydiving, diving, surfing. Speaking of mountaineering, with that much money, she could even plan to summit Everest. But the current situation is that while she is troubled about money, she is carrying a camera and lens worth over 200,000. How can such a reality not leave her feeling dazed? This is over 200,000, not just 20. Not to mention that Zhang Che has been finding all sorts of excuses to give her things. Whether as a master or a personal trainer, it has long exceeded that scope. However, she really does need money, and training does require nutritional meals. Although she feels it's not quite appropriate, she still couldn't firmly refuse. As a result, now that the figure of over 200,000 has exploded, she is completely panicked. Hearing her question, Zhang Che also felt a bit of a headache. The previous Lin Kei was a green tea bitch, completely unconcerned about these issues. No matter what he gave her, she would accept it as a matter of course. She could even take the initiative to set him up. But Sumo is different. She doesn't fish for rich men or keep sycophants, and she has never thought about spending a man's money. If it weren't for her love of outdoor sports and her obsession with them, she probably wouldn't even accept a 1,000 yuan lesson fee or 3 meals a day. If he can't win her over, how will he get rewards from her in the future? But how can he win her over? Zhang Che quickly turned his mind, pulling her along in conversation. What do you think I'm plotting against you? Sumo rolled her eyes at him. Do I need to ask you to know? After saying this, both fell silent, taking a sip of water. After a pause, Sumo continued. At first, I thought you were after me as a person. That guy named Shinwei said you're a scumbag, that you're nice to me and Lin Kei just to pursue us. Actually, I thought the same at first, and I strongly believed it. But after these days of interaction, although you are really good to me, absurdly good, I haven't felt even a hint of you pursuing me. My woman's intuition tells me that you're not a jerk and aren't coveting anything from me. But the more it is like this, the stranger it becomes. You're neither trying to pursue me nor do you have any malice towards me. so why are you being so nice to me? Zhang Che knew without guessing that Xinwei's wording was definitely that of a sycophant. However, whether it was Lin Ke or Su Mo, neither of them could directly say that word to him, so they just referred to it as being nice to them. In summary, what Su Mo currently cannot understand is, while sycophants still fantasize about taking over, why is Zhang Che, who is so sycophantic, asking for nothing in return? If you were really a scumbag, I could actually understand, Su Mo said with a bitter smile, shaking her head. But from my observation, your relationship with Lin Ke is also initiated by her, right? So I really don't understand what it is you want to gain? What Zhang Che wants, of course, is the system rewards. The reason is simple, not complicated at all, but it's just hard to explain. After pondering for a while, he could only say, Master, why do you insist on thinking about what I want? As you said, I have no ill intentions and I don't covet anything of yours. Then why do you still focus on me instead of yourself? Why don't you think more about what you can gain rather than what I can gain? Lin Ke fell silent. She had indeed thought about this point. It was because of this thought that she felt so unsettled inside. Otherwise, why would she need to think so much? Seeing her silent, Zhang Che continued, Otherwise, you might as well consider me a scumbag. I'm just someone who eats from one bowl while looking at the pot, wanting to scheme against you. So it's only natural for me to treat you well. No matter how I treat you, it's not excessive. And you can easily prevent me from succeeding while enjoying my kindness. You don't have to feel guilty. I'm a scumbag, and what you're doing is like acting on heaven's will. Su Mo looked at Zhang Che, speechless. Is there really someone who openly admits to being a scumbag and then asks the other person to punish him? Is he willing to be a doormat to this extent? But this still doesn't solve her own problem. Why, with all this money, does he want to be a doormat, and why is he willing to go so far? Seeing her expression, still unable to let go, Zhang Che almost cried. When he was broke, he hated women for being vulgar. Now that he has money, he wishes women would be vulgar. Isn't it better if I pamper you, and we both benefit? Why does Su Mo have to stubbornly entangle herself in this? Just consider me to have a special kink. Zhang Che sighed, stood up, and looked out at the lights. I wasn't always this extravagant, throwing money around. In fact, before entering university, I hadn't gone anywhere or played anything. My life was quite simple. There was no way around it. He had to bring out the same old story about his father's strict discipline, not allowing him to waste money. Maybe it's because I was suppressed for too long that I developed such a quirk. I'm obsessed with revenge spending, and I can't stop. Spending money on you and Kui gives me a greater thrill of revenge spending, and the reason it's you two is simply because you're both beautiful. Although I really do enjoy the thrill of revenge spending, I am still a man. Zhang Che racked his brain and finally found what he thought was a very reasonable explanation. He could only try to persuade her like this. If it didn't work, he really had no other way. Senior, am I being very perverted? He turned to look at Su Mo, forcing a bitter smile, trying to act pitiful. Su Mo, the tall school beauty's brain seemed to crash. Is there really such a situation? But it does sound somewhat reasonable. Too much suppression leading to psychological distortion, resulting in revenge behavior. In real life, there are indeed many such examples. Senior, you wouldn't really want me to be psychologically distorted, would you? Being good to you and being a doormat is the only way I can relieve my psychological pressure. He pitifully put Su Mo in a moral bind, making it hard for her to refuse his being a doormat. Then, he sighed again. How should I put it? I guess I am a scumbag. As a normal man with a healthy orientation, a man full of vigor, I chose you, who are recognized as the school beauty, not just to satisfy my revenge spending. At the same time, I can't say there are no ulterior motives. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this situation with Senior Kui. I just don't take the initiative, but I also don't refuse. Senior, you must have heard of the 3 no principles, right? The 3 no principles of scumbags: no initiative, no refusal, no responsibility. In fact, Zhang Che really hadn't thought that much. He just suddenly remembered this and added it. In his past 18 years of life, it had only been about studying and exams. Every day was almost just a straight line between school and home. Those female classmates who went to vocational school, it was said that some even gave birth in the bathroom. He hadn't even dared to think about dating, nor had he ever had any one-on-one contact with the opposite sex. Such a pure-hearted boy, it would be difficult for him to act like a scumbag. Everything now, and being able to do all this, was because the system had given too much, so he was willing to go all out. He really just wanted to earn rewards. Everything was just for the rewards. His thoughts weren't that complicated. Senior, just consider it as helping me, and accept my kindness without getting tangled up in these things. Now that we've cleared the air, as the saying goes, a ghost that explains won't harm people. As long as you don't take the initiative, I really can't be a scumbag towards you, so you don't have to worry about being hurt. And my twisted psychology gets to be expressed, while you can achieve your dreams, it's a win-win. After pouring out his heart, he even made a plea. This was all to persuade Sumo to dispel her concerns, and he, in order to get the goddess to accept him spending money on her, was trying every means to find reasons while being so humble. This alone was already quite the sycophant, right? The host racked his brains just to continue being a sycophant for Sumo. The sycophant behavior has been deemed successful. Earned cash 10,000 yuan, sycophant points 100. The system prompt suddenly rang out, as if it had been moved by the system. Zhang Che felt a deep sense of relief, instantly feeling that everything was worth it. He didn't know if Sumo would accept this line of reasoning, or if he could really persuade her. At this moment, Lin Kui had finished her shower and walked out in a bathrobe, drying her hair. She already looked pure, and at this moment, she truly had a fresh and innocent vibe. Sumo looked at her and couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Have you finished your conversation? Zhang Che didn't even know if it could be considered finished. Anyway, if it continued, he wouldn't be able to keep talking. Master, think about it carefully, he said to Sumo, then quickly went to get the hairdryer. Senior, I'll dry your hair. He found an excuse to slip away, conveniently ending the conversation and resolving the predicament at hand. Sumo nodded at Lin Kui and stood up. Sorry to interrupt you. It's getting late, so I'll head back first. Good night. Sumo said her goodbyes, but her expression and gaze were still quite complex, as if she had more to say. Zhang Che couldn't help but feel relieved. He was indeed a clever little guy. If Lin Kui hadn't come out, and if he hadn't found an excuse to escape, he might have had to continue being interrogated. Hubby, what did Sumo say to you? Why does it seem so serious? Zhang Che took out the hairdryer, and she couldn't help but ask curiously. She asked me why I was so nice to her and what my ulterior motives were. Zhang Che didn't hide it. While drying her hair, he completely recounted Sumo's doubts. After finishing, he sighed. Senior, you must have felt the same way before, right? I spent money on you both, but never asked for anything in return. Actually, it's this kind of retaliatory consumption psychology at play. I simply enjoy the feeling of spending. 100,000,100. Staying one night at the hotel costs nearly 30,000, and a camera with 2 lenses is over 200,000. She was indeed frightened and felt it was inappropriate to accept such kindness, but to some extent, it was a case of saying one thing while meaning another. She said she didn't want it, but it felt more like she was trying to find a reason to accept it calmly. Realizing this, Sumo couldn't help but despise herself. However, this couldn't change her true feelings deep down. There was no way around it. Zhang Che really gave too much. If one had checked the execution information regularly, they would find many people had become deadbeats and were publicly listed for various reasons, but what they owed was only a few thousand yuan. If one had followed criminal case trials, they would see that many people ended up in prison for just a few hundred yuan. Take the most common theft case, for instance. As long as the stolen amount reached 1,000 to 3,000 yuan, it would be considered a significant amount. The sentence could be up to 3 years. How many people risked everything for money, yet even selling drugs to earn 200,000 was not easy. And if caught, it was a crime severe enough to warrant the death penalty. Now, Sumo was facing a situation where Zhang Che casually gave her so much. Moreover, this was not all. It was just the beginning. She was truly reaping without sowing, needing to pay no price at all, happier than if a pie fell from the sky. How many people could refuse such good fortune? If Zhang Che had marked everything with a price and required her to pay with her body or something similar, she wouldn't even glance at it, not even for 2 million. She had encountered such people before. The problem was that Zhang Che genuinely had no malice and no ulterior motives towards her. Based on this, the seemingly absurd words convinced her. She was still very conflicted, feeling it was inappropriate and even despising herself for wanting to take advantage. But no matter what, her body was very honest. The next morning, she gathered again in Zhang Che's room for breakfast. When she arrived, yawning, Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi had already gotten there first. The 3 of them hadn't slept well the previous night, purely due to excitement. After calmly accepting all of this, the only thing left was enjoyment, and they slept particularly soundly. Only she, having thought too much, still lacked sleep. Lin Kei knew why she hadn't slept well and smiled as she greeted her. Good morning, hurry up and eat breakfast, it's all ready for you. Sumo perked up and walked over to sit down, thanked her, and then asked while eating breakfast, where are we going today? The Great Tang Furong Garden, the Great Tang Nightless City, the History Museum, the Bell Tower and Drum Tower, the Ming City Wall. Over the next 3 days, Zhang Che and the others carried their newly bought Leica cameras and explored the entire city of Chang'an. In the morning, they enjoyed various delicious snacks like rujiamo, yengru palma, satsiman, and kademan, and in the afternoon, they indulged in all kinds of mountain delicacies and seafood. They explored and tasted everything in Chang'an. They even visited the legendary Big Wild Goose Pagoda and spent extra money to climb to the top. Since that day when she tried to expose Zhang Chei's true nature but was angrily rebuffed by Lin Ke and Su Mo, Shinwei and his research team had not met with Zhang Chei and the others again. However, Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi did not forget they still had tasks. They would meet with their group when needed, but regardless of whether they were doing market research or gathering inspiration, they would return immediately after finishing. After all, they had a Bentley to ride in, a suite costing nearly 30,000 to stay in, and all kinds of delicious food to enjoy. Moreover, there was no need to split the bill. This made everyone very happy. Lin Ke took a bunch of photos and updated her little yellow book every night. Not only did she showcase various beautiful sights and foods, but she also wrote guides and shared her experiences. Even the tools she used for taking photos were part of her display. After all, it was a Leica. Just by looking at her every time, full of excitement and grinning from ear to ear, one could guess that the feedback on her content was quite good. Zhang Chei was equally delighted, unable to contain his smile. With daily extensions for the room and car, and all sorts of chaotic outings, the rewards had indeed been plentiful. When people had fun, they also earned big. So, should we set off for Huashan tomorrow? With 3 days left of the long holiday, the final destination was the only one remaining, the very place they had aimed for from the start. In Chang'an City, everyone was having a great time, and there was particular anticipation for the last stop at Huashan. Even Su Mo was no exception. Upon realizing that she was being critical while her body was honest, her mind was torn between two little voices, which only left her feeling frustrated. So, she decided not to think about anything and let everything take its course. This way, her thoughts became clear, she slept well, ate heartily, and had fun. Ladies, get ready, we're setting off. After Zhang Chei shouted, he went back to the bedroom to change into a set of clothes and put on a pair of suitable hiking shoes. When he came out again, he saw Lin Ke, Su Mo, Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi. 5 youthful and beautiful female college students, each with a different style, but all in yoga pants. Are you all ready? He scanned each of them and couldn't help but confirm. We're all ready, Su Mo said, picking up her backpack. I bought some high-calorie snacks, like Snickers. Things like water are sold along the way, so no need to prepare in advance, which saves trouble carrying it. Zhang Chei nodded. You really do wear yoga pants as workout pants. While Su Mo was rummaging through her bag, Li Ling and the others didn't pay attention to this side. He couldn't help but lean closer to Lin Ke and pinch her perky backside. Because yoga pants are really great, they show off the figure and are convenient for movement, plus they're comfortable to wear. Li Ling giggled and twirled in front of Zhang Chei. How do I look? Zhang Chei, they do look quite good. Zhao Xiaolan also twirled around, then put her hands on her hips and stuck out her butt, playfully asking, Zhang Chei, whose butt is the perkier among us three? Zhang Chei, well, they're all perky. Zhao Xiaolan rolled her eyes at him. You're trying not to offend anyone. Feng Qi laughed and gave Zhao Xiaolan a light slap. Don't tease the junior too much, or Kei might stand up for him. Li Ling grabbed Zhang Chei's hand and suddenly slapped it on Zhao Xiaolan's butt. Still comparing with us? Look, when you bend over, the panty lines are showing. Zhao Xiaolan didn't mind being slapped. She was more concerned about what Li Ling said. She quickly bent over to take a closer look. Really? I'm wearing super thin ones. Feng Qi also bent over and stuck out her butt. Ling, Kei, can you help me check? Do I have panty lines? Zhang Chei. Ladies, you really don't treat me like an outsider. Why do I feel a bit stirred seeing the panty lines under the yoga pants? Is this some new kink being developed? Ahem. He cleared his throat. Ladies, do you need to prepare anything else? If not, we'll set off. He once again paid for the 2 rented Bentleys, and the 6 of them drove straight to Huashan. As for the room, he didn't cancel it either. On one hand, it was convenient for storing luggage, and on the other, they would need to stay another night after returning from Huashan. Besides, they weren't setting off early in the morning, so keeping the room was more convenient. As long as he could find a reason to earn rewards, he was more than happy to do so. Tonight, no one is staying, and the room has been extended, which is a waste of nearly 90,000 yuan. Such things do not exist for him. Although, Su Mo feels quite distressed about it. Climbing Huashan, the most classic way is to climb at night. Departing around 9 p.m. after 5 to 7 hours, you reach the East Peak just in time to watch the sunrise. Starting from the foot of the mountain at Yushuan Temple, passing through Waliguan, Mauna Cave, Qianchizhuang, Baichixia, and Liajunligu, first reaching the North Peak, then passing through Tsanglong Ridge and Jinsua Pass, finally arriving at the East Peak. Many people climb Huashan at night every day, and now that it's still a holiday, it's even more crowded. The sky has darkened, yet the entire Yushuan Temple is as noisy as a bustling market. It's past 9, and just as Zhang Chei and the others are preparing to set off, they finally see Shinwei and his group again. Since ancient times, there has only been one path up Huashan, and if everyone climbs at the same time, it's indeed easy to run into each other. Although Shenwei seems somewhat reluctant, he has no choice but to accept this fact. Zhang Che sees them first and takes the initiative to greet them. Oh, what a coincidence! You guys are here to climb Huashan today too? Zhang Che, it's you guys, what a coincidence. Yeah, nice to see you again. The others are very enthusiastic and greet Zhang Che and his group one after another. Only Shenwei remains resentful, cursing silently in his heart. Damn, scumbag. He feels unwilling, as he clearly did it for Lin Kei and Su Mo's sake, clearly exposing Zhang Che's true colors. But why do Lin Kei and Su Mo both scold him, blaming him for meddling? This directly leads to Lin Kei no longer paying attention to him. Not only does she not give him a good face, she completely ignores him. Zhang Che even takes the initiative to greet him, which she sees as a provocation. So what if you see through my true colors? What can you do to me? Seeing his expression fluctuate with hostility towards him, Zhang Che can guess the general situation. Originally, Zhang Che thought this was a rival, someone who could flatter even better than himself, and he admired him a bit. But he didn't expect him to crash because of such a reason. Not everyone in deep water and fire needs to be rescued. How do you know they're not enjoying it? Now, it's even worse, there's not even a chance to flatter. Zhang Che has no opinion of him, but since he has this attitude, Zhang Che naturally doesn't bother with him. Master, senior sister, it's about time, let's set off. You two give me your bags, I'll carry them. Without further ado, Zhang Che directly took Lin Kei and Su Mo's bags. In fact, there's not much in the bags, they're not heavy. With Su Mo challenging the physical fitness of a level 2 mountaineer, carrying such a bag to climb Huashan is really no big deal. However, since he has taken the bags, he didn't say much more. With so many people, it's not appropriate to argue over it. She just said, alright, give it back to me when you're tired. Zhang Che nodded and smiled. Let's go, you guys go ahead. Climbing Huashan is still quite challenging. A journey of 5 to 7 hours is tiring just walking, let alone climbing. If it were in the past, Zhang Che wouldn't have had the confidence to reach the top. After all, according to the system's assessment, he had a weak physique due to a long-term lack of exercise. But now, the situation is different. Ever since he started the flattery base and realized this point, he has been engaging in cyber sports to train his body. With 10 times the effect every day, it has been over a month now. To put it simply, it's equivalent to someone receiving the best guided training for 10 months. Plus, with the assistance of the flattery sanatorium, his physique has long since left the realm of weakness. Lin Kei feels this the most. Although she's not strong to any extent yet, climbing Huashan is definitely not a problem. Seeing Zhang Che and the others walking ahead, Shenwei quickly called out to his companions to catch up. Looking at Zhang Che, his eyes were filled with envy, and he felt quite frustrated. Carrying Lin Kei's backpack was something he should have done. Besides cyber rehabilitation and cyber sports, Zhang Che had also started cyber fitness, which also had a tenfold effect. However, since it had only been a short time, he hadn't seen any significant results from fitness yet. Every night before going to sleep, he had to go to the dog-licking base to arrange various learning tasks. In addition to mountaineering, rock climbing, and downhill skiing, he had also started learning photography because he bought a camera. These skills also had a tenfold effect, with one class at the dog-licking base equivalent to 10 classes for others. Moreover, it was the most professional kind. So now, Zhang Che could be said to have a basic mastery of mountaineering. He just hadn't forgotten that Su Mo was still his personal trainer in name, his master. He still needed to use this as an excuse to flatter Su Mo, allowing her to accept it without guilt. Therefore, he chose to hide his abilities and not show off. The road ahead of Huashan is relatively flat, but everyone should not rush, she said. Climbing mountains requires the tortoise speed principle, which means maintaining a steady pace and strictly controlling your heart rate. Your heart rate should not exceed 180 minus your h per minute. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi were at the front, with Su Mo in the middle, followed by Li Ling and Lin Kei. Zhang Che stayed at the back, with Shenwei and the others behind him. Having received so many benefits, his personal trainer was finally proving useful, and Su Mo was particularly enthusiastic. While climbing, she explained relevant knowledge to everyone and emphasized precautions. When going uphill, take small steps, and make sure your entire foot is on the ground. If you can't manage, you can buy a trekking pole at the supply point. Using a trekking pole can reduce knee pressure. When they were at the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, Shenwei had easily taken on the role of a tour guide. If it weren't for Zhang Che's interruption, Su Mo would definitely be the one doing this now. He just didn't know if he could be as professional as Su Mo when it came to climbing mountains. Anyway, at this moment, he was just listening to Su Mo, essentially tagging along as a tour guide. At first, no one realized what it meant to reach the top of the mountain. Many people were still walking quickly, and some were even jogging and laughing, creating a cheerful atmosphere. When they reached the supply point, they drank water and munched on cucumbers, looking more like they were on a picnic than climbing a mountain. Gradually, the situation changed. The higher they climbed, the fewer the laughs, and the heavier the breathing around them became, with the sounds of groans starting to be heard. Although Suemo said to keep the whole foot on the ground, Huashan was famous for its dangers, and some steps were not wide enough. "How are you doing? Still okay?" On the stairs, Zhang Che supported Lin Kei's waist as they walked. "How about we take a break?" Upon reaching a flat area, Lin Kei was panting heavily. "We do need to rest, I can't go on." Li Ling leaned on her knees, looking at Zhang Che and Suemo with nothing but admiration left. "How are you two so strong? We're all exhausted, and you two seem so relaxed." Zhang Che took out water from his bag and handed it to Lin Kei and Suemo. "That's because you lack exercise. Senior Suemo is from the Outdoor Sports Association, she's a professional. Otherwise, why do you think I took her as my master?" Suemo took a sip of water and added, "You really need to strengthen your exercise." She looked at Li Ling. "Don't lean on your knees like that, and don't sit down. If you can't stand, lean against a tree or a wall. We'll rest for 10 minutes and then continue." As she said this, several people behind Shinwei had already plopped down on the ground. "This is a bit awkward," but Suemo didn't say anything to them and pretended not to hear. They walked slowly, stopping occasionally, and eventually even helped each other. "Zhang Che, give me a hand." Besides Lin Kei, even Li Ling and the others occasionally reached out to Zhang Che for help. Who could blame them for seeking his assistance, given his good physical condition? Even Li Ling and the others were willing to ask him for help. However, in Sumo's view, this was entirely because they didn't mind letting Zhang Che take advantage of them. Behind them were Shinwei and the others, and they hadn't asked Shinwei for help at all. Of course, it could also be said that Shinwei and the others were too exhausted to care about anyone else. The comforting thing was that despite being tired, they all managed to climb to the top of the mountain. There were so many who gave up halfway. "We finally made it." When they reached the top of Dongfeng Mountain, everyone let out a sigh of relief. No matter how much one complains during the climb, the moment of reaching the summit makes everything feel worthwhile. According to the sign at the foot of the mountain, the sunrise at Huashan today is around 6:24. Zhang Che and the others took a brief nap during this time and woke up 10 minutes early. As dawn broke, everyone became alert. "Are you all awake? The sun is about to rise," Suemo said like a diligent team leader, checking everyone's condition, worried that someone might oversleep. If they missed it, they would probably want to slap themselves. "Honey, look quickly, you can faintly see the sun already." When the red clouds appeared on the horizon, Lin Kei instantly perked up. At that moment, Zhang Che's hands were still held in her embrace. As the red sun leaped over the horizon, gradually dyeing the morning clouds crimson, the sea of clouds seemed to be coated in gold. It was like a beautiful painting slowly unfolding, the dreamlike scenery enchanting everyone. Zhang Che sat cross-legged, gazing at the sky and the peaks shining together, lost in such a stunning view. So beautiful, Lin Kei sighed dreamily, then quickly grabbed her camera to take snapshots. Next, she leaned over and gave Zhang Che a long, wet kiss. Kissing in such a breathtaking scene made it seem extraordinarily romantic. Li Ling smiled at the two and borrowed Sumo's camera to snap a picture of them as well. At this moment, most people were immersed in the beauty of the sunrise, and no one paid attention to what others were doing. There were actually quite a few couples like Zhang Che and Lin Kei, snuggled together. Only Shinwei, not far from them, watched this scene with a heart full of envy. "Honey, I love you." After a while, Lin Kei finally pulled away, whispering as she nestled back into his arms to watch the sunrise. Under the coat, she still held his hand. "Isn't it beautiful?" Zhang Che asked with a smile, and Lin Kei nodded vigorously. Yes, it's so beautiful, I love it so much." At that moment, Zhang Che's heart surged with excitement, feeling an unprecedented longing for such beauty. Although he had long thought about wanting to see the world's beautiful sights, it was only at this moment that he truly felt that desire. What are the sunrises like in other places? How different will they be from Huashan? If you all like it, we should go see more sunrises together when we have the chance. Zhang Che said this not only to Lin Kei but also to Suemo. Li Ling and the others might not offer rewards, but he wouldn't mind if they could have more opportunities to hang out like this. Sure, I heard the sunrise at Taishan is also very beautiful. Lin Kei eagerly agreed, and Li Ling and the others looked very excited as well. And Huangshan, I've always longed to go there, it would be great if we could go together. The girls chattered away, each as excited as Zhang Che. Speaking of mountains, the 5 great mountains are the most famous. As the saying goes, after returning from the 5 great mountains, one should not look at other mountains. However, there's also the saying, after returning from Huangshan, one should not look at the peaks. Standing on the steep Huashan, Witnessing such a beautiful sunrise made Zhang Che even more eager to see other mountains. The group chatted enthusiastically while continuing to admire the sunrise. Until the sunlight became blinding, they finally got up, satisfied. Zhang Che first withdrew his hands, helped Lin Kei adjust her clothes, and then they both stood up. He raised his hand to sniff. It seems to smell like milk. Lin Kei immediately hit him a few times, playfully scolding, "You're so bad, don't say that." Zhang Che chuckled and stopped teasing her. "Let's return the coats first. How does everyone feel? Should we catch up on some sleep? There is a Dongfeng hotel at the top of Dongfeng Mountain that can provide food and lodging. The price is quite high, and it's still a shared room." Everyone stayed up all night to climb up, and they only managed to sleep for a little while before sunrise. If Lin Kei and Sumo want to rest, then the reward will be theirs. However, being young, they surprisingly looked energetic at that moment. Isn't it unnecessary? The environment on the mountain isn't conducive to sleep. It's better to have some fun first and then sleep back at the hotel. I just slept for a bit, so I'm not feeling sleepy for now. Everyone expressed the same sentiment and reached a consensus. They watched the sunrise from the East Peak and could also experience the second most dangerous spot on Huashan, the Eagle Flips. Going down from the Eagle Flips leads to the Chess Pavilion. From the East Peak to the South Peak, for those who enjoy thrills, there's also the most perilous and famous long sky path. Once at Huashan, this is an experience not to be missed. From the South Peak to the West Peak, and from the West Peak to the Central Peak. They spent most of the day exploring Huashan, experiencing everything they could. Finally, they returned from the Central Peak to the West Peak and took the cable car down the mountain. By the time they arrived, only the 6 of them remained, having parted ways with Xinwei and the others midway. When they drove back to the city, it was just in time for dinner. They enjoyed a lavish meal at the Ritz-Carlton, concluding their day's itinerary. "Let's stay one more night, and tomorrow we head back. Honey, Chang'an is really nice. I feel a bit reluctant to leave." Zhang Che yawned. "Then let's come back next time. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." He felt a bit sleepy and was contemplating whether to rest. At that moment, Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi knocked on the door. "Zhang Che, Kei, it's still early, let's go swimming. The hotel pool seems really nice. Speaking of which, we've been here for several days, but we haven't really experienced the hotel." Lin Kei was immediately excited upon hearing this. These could be materials for her little yellow book. "Your suggestion is great. I want to swim too." She eagerly looked at Zhang Che, but he kept shaking his head. "You all go ahead, I won't join the fun." Li Ling was disappointed upon hearing this. "Zhang Che, we were looking forward to you the most. It's not appropriate for you to dampen the mood." Zhang Che rolled his eyes and jokingly scolded, "Go. You all slept the whole way back in the car, and I haven't rested at all. Besides, I can't swim, I can only dog paddle a bit, and I don't want to embarrass myself." However, Li Ling and the others wouldn't let him off that easily and directly grabbed his arms. "What does it matter if you can't swim? We can teach you. With so many beauties in swimsuits for you to see, what are you hesitating for? You're not so tired that you need to rest. Come play with us. Later, you can help us pick out swimsuits. Whatever you choose, we'll wear." Wow, they're actually using beauty tactics. Zhang Che rolled his eyes. "You want me to pick for you, and I still have to pay for you? Wait, pay?" Thinking of this, Zhang Che suddenly became alert. If he buys a set of swimsuits for Lin Kei and Sumo, that would be 2 rewards. This could work. As he realized this, Li Ling and the others had already dragged him out without giving him a chance to protest. Li Ling was pulling Zhang Che's right hand, Zhao Xiaolan was pulling his left hand, and Feng Qi was pushing him from behind. All right, I'll go with you, okay? Let me go, I can walk by myself." Realizing there were rewards to be had, he was no longer reluctant, even more eager than anyone else. But no matter what he said, Li Ling and the others didn't let go, afraid that if they released him, he would run away. "I'm not a husky. Are you really going to let me go?" While Li Ling and the others were teasing him, Lin Kei called Sumo to join them. Sumo had also driven back without resting. However, Zhang Che was relieved that she came excitedly, not missing out on her reward. "Let's go buy swimsuits." When Sumo came out, Lin Kei linked arms with her, closely following behind Zhang Che and the others. After some time together, the two had become quite familiar. Under the curious and envious gazes of others, Zhang Che felt like he was being led to the gallows as they arrived at the swimsuit store. At this moment, Li Ling and the others finally let him go. "We agreed that you would help us pick out swimsuits. Here, you choose." Before Sumo even understood the situation, Zhang Che had already shoved a swimsuit into her hands. Sumo was taken aback, and Lin Kei smiled as she explained. "This is the condition for Ling Ling and the others to drag Zhang Che along. Don't mind them, just go try it on. Swimsuits are pretty much the same." Zhang Che just glanced around and picked 2 styles for each of the 5 of them. "The swimsuits sold here are from the brand Sicily. which translates to Sicily in Chinese. It was his first time encountering swimsuits and also the first time he learned about this brand. As for the brand's quality, he had no idea. Anyway, there wasn't much choice, so he didn't care. What mattered to him was the price, as it related to how much cashback he could get. Although he was quick in selecting, he still made some distinctions. First of all, he definitely wouldn't consider one-piece swimsuits. Although swimsuits are pretty much the same, a bikini is definitely more eye-catching than a one-piece. As for how sexy it looks when worn, that actually has little to do with the swimsuit itself, it mainly depends on the figure. And whether it was Lin Ke, Su Mo, or Li Ling, they all had pretty good figures. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, on the other hand, were relatively weaker, with smaller busts. After deciding on the styles to choose, it was time to look at the prices. Among these swimsuits, the most expensive was $13.80 for a full-coverage halter style. Then there was a style for $10.80, with a larger opening that could show half a ball. Based on the principle of being eye-catching while also considering cashback, Zhang Che picked one style for Lin Ke and the others. As for himself, it was too easy for a big man to choose swim trunks. He just picked a color he liked. The host bought swimsuits for Lin Ke. The host bought swimsuits for Su Mo. Hearing the system's prompt about receiving rewards, Zhang Che walked into the changing room. When he came out in his swim trunks, Lin Ke and the others were already in front of the mirror, taking photos. Among the five, only Su Mo chose the relatively more conservative swimsuit. Even so, she felt a bit shy looking at Zhang Che. It was hard to tell if it was because she wasn't used to wearing swimsuits or because it was chosen by Zhang Che. As soon as she came out, she wanted to return the other set to the staff. "Sorry, could you please take this back? I'll choose this one." Even Lin Ke and the others were surprised that Zhang Che had picked two styles for them to choose from. In the end, the staff smiled and said, "Hello, ma'am, this swimsuit has already been paid for by this gentleman." Meeting the gazes of the five women, Zhang Che smiled and shrugged. "It's not like you can only wear it today, you can still go swimming in the future and wear it again. Since we're buying, we definitely can't just say no." This set of swimsuits cost over 1,000. And for Su Mo and Li Ling, the clothes they usually wore weren't even this expensive. Of course, the clothes they borrowed from Lin Ke didn't count. Though it was said, they had long since become accustomed to Zhang Che's generosity and didn't care at all. 5 people with 10 sets of swimwear only amounted to a little over 10,000 yuan, which wasn't even enough for a meal. "Zhang Che, I have to say, your taste is really quite good. The swimsuits you picked for us are quite suitable. Indeed, we are all very satisfied, giving you a thumbs up." Li Ling and the others quickly shifted their focus to the swimwear, confidently posing to showcase their figures. At the same time, they also turned their attention to Zhang Che. "Zhang Che, not only is your taste good, but your physique is also quite nice. If we hadn't dragged you out to swim today, we wouldn't have noticed. Tisk tsk, is this what they mean by looking slim in clothes and having curves without them? Wow, it seems like you even have abs. Can I touch them? You don't mind, right?" Li Ling and the others giggled as they surrounded Zhang Che, playfully touching him as they spoke. To be honest, Zhang Che's physique was indeed not bad. After all, he had undergone a long period of cyber therapy and exercise, reaching an excellent level in all aspects. However, since he hadn't been working out with Su Mo for long, his muscles weren't very developed. He didn't want to be a muscle man. He was already satisfied as long as his muscle lines were a bit more defined than they were now. To be frank, his current situation could be described as having a beautiful shape, but his physique was still slightly lacking. It could be understood as having a very good foundation, definitely the base of a super male model, but there was still room for improvement. The reaction from Li Ling and the others was somewhat exaggerated. Before Zhang Che could react, he was suddenly attacked. His abdomen, chest, and arms were touched several times by the giggling trio. They even pinched his butt a couple of times. I was teased? I, a grown man, was actually teased. Zhang Che was a bit dazed, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Lin Ke had already hugged him tightly, standing in front of him and swatting away Li Ling and the others' hands. "Go away, you little perverts. Don't take advantage of my husband." Li Ling and the others were unfazed, chuckling as they continued to close in. "Kai, don't be so stingy. Yeah, what's the harm in letting us touch? It won't take away a piece of meat. We're good sisters. What's wrong with admiring your boyfriend's physique?" Lin Ke made a face at them and pulled Zhang Che away. "Husband, let's go, don't mind these female wolves." Lin Ke dragged Zhang Che out, while Li Ling and the others chased after them, shouting. Only Su Mo remained, watching the stunned staff and other customers in the swimwear store, feeling quite speechless. She understood their reactions. Such a scene was indeed not something one could easily witness. The swimming pool at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Chang'an is 18 meters long, 8 meters wide, and has a depth ranging from 1.4 to 1.6 meters. The water is clear, and the temperature is just right. There are beds by the pool for resting, and a massage pool that resembles a hot spring. This was Zhang Che's first time staying in a 5-star luxury hotel, and naturally, it was also his first experience with the hotel's swimming pool, so he simply felt it was quite nice, and the overall space was spacious. As for how it compared to other hotels, he had no concept at all. The swimming pool had an extra charge, but Zhang Che and the others were exempted from the fee. After all, they had been staying in a suite that cost nearly 30,000 yuan a night for 3 nights. He was now an SVIP at the hotel, and they offered this as a complimentary benefit. Although Zhang Che would rather not have such a benefit, as it meant he lost out on 2 rewards, the problem was that they had waived the fee, so he couldn't insist on paying, could he? Arriving at the edge of the pool, Zhang Che was still eagerly surveying the surroundings when Li Ling suddenly pushed him in. Splash! Soaked, Zhang Che stood up and splashed water at Li Ling on the shore. "Are you trying to kill me for my money?" Li Ling giggled, hands on her hips, looking quite pleased with herself. "Don't say the water is only 1.6 meters deep. Even if it could drown someone, it wouldn't happen with me around." As she spoke, she dove into the pool, showcasing her skills by swimming back and forth. Butterfly stroke, breaststroke, freestyle, she handled them all with ease. Not only did she swim well, but she also swam beautifully, truly resembling a mermaid. "Wow, you're actually this good?" Zhang Che looked at Li Ling with newfound respect, making her even prouder. "What did you expect?" Lin Kei also jumped in, splashing Li Ling playfully. "Stop showing off. Your tail is about to stick up." Rolling her eyes, Lin Kei then explained to Zhang Che, "Honey, she chose swimming for her PE class. Even if she chose swimming, to swim at this level surely required effort." Li Ling's swimming was indeed impressive, and Lin Kei, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi were not bad either. The least impressive were surprisingly the physically strongest, Zhang Che and Su Mo. "I only run up the mountains, I'm really not good at swimming." Su Mo felt a bit embarrassed. As a sports department beauty, she didn't expect to be outdone in swimming. Zhang Che was even worse, but he had a thicker skin. It would be an exaggeration to say Zhang Che swam like a dog, but he wasn't much better. Before this, he had only swum a few times in a reservoir, completely self-taught. Lin Kei and the others found it hilarious, and even Su Mo couldn't help but laugh, feeling less embarrassed. "What are you laughing at? I told you I can dog paddle." Zhang Che shot a glare at the 5 girls, which only made them laugh even harder. After spending so much time together, he had always been spirited, his smile brighter the more money he spent. This was the first time they had seen him humbled. "Honey, it's okay." Lin Kei swam over and gave Zhang Che a kiss. "Let Lingling teach you, we actually learned from her too." Li Ling swam over as well, readily agreeing. "Of course, I won't hold back on this. We agreed on it beforehand. There would definitely be many more opportunities to swim in the future." And with a ready-made coach, Zhang Che was eager to learn. He looked at Li Ling with anticipation. "Where do we start?" Li Ling thought for a moment. "Although you have some basics, your foundation is a bit wild. So I think we should start with the basic kicking." Li Ling said, extending her hand. "There are no kickboards here, so just let me support you, hold onto my arm." She let Zhang Che grab her arm to help him float. Li Ling continued, "Now stretch your legs straight and alternate kicking. You need to use your hips for power, and your toes should point inward." While guiding Zhang Che's movements, Li Ling led him to swim forward. Once he got the hang of this, they would move on to putting his head underwater to exhale while practicing breathing. Then, it would be one-handed support from Li Ling while kicking sideways to practice balance in the water. Zhang Che actually quite liked swimming, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the reservoir for wild swimming. Under Li Ling's guidance, he was learning earnestly and having fun. Just as he was focused on practicing, Li Ling, acting as his human float, suddenly stopped, and he bumped right into her. Soft. The moment he felt that sensation, he quickly stepped back 2 paces. "Senior, you're my coach now. Can't you focus a bit more?" He couldn't help but complain, following Li Ling's gaze. Even Lin Kei and the others didn't know where they found a big, inflatable transparent ball. The 4 of them were tossing the ball back and forth, grabbing it from each other, having a great time. "Zhang Che, let's join in," Li Ling said excitedly, pulling him over. Zhang Che was speechless. "Didn't we agree you'd teach me how to swim? It's only been a little while." Li Ling giggled. "Let's play for a bit first, consider it a break. Besides, we're not just swimming this once, I'm not just teaching you for one day. We can always go swimming again later, as long as you want, I'll always be your swimming coach." "Well, that sounds good too." Li Ling wanted to play with Lin Kei and the others, and Zhang Che didn't want to dampen her spirits. Learning to swim doesn't seem like something you can master all at once. If that's the case, when to learn doesn't really matter. "We're joining too." Li Ling cheerfully brought Zhang Che into the game. Then, Su Mo noticed that this simple game changed dramatically with Zhang Che's participation. the atmosphere instantly became different. Lin Ke, along with Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, were visibly happier and more enthusiastic. At the same time, they were more carefree. As the new addition, Li Ling was responsible for grabbing the ball, and whoever got it would take over. Honey, catch! Whether it was Lin Ke, Zhao Xiaolan, or Feng Qi, they would throw the ball towards Zhang Che at any opportunity. Li Ling, without hesitation, swam over and pounced on Zhang Che. Li Ling was like this, so were Lin Ke, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi. It goes without saying that Lin Ke was Zhang Che's girlfriend, but the other three didn't care at all that Zhang Che was a boy. The situation escalated, and when two or more people started grabbing the ball together, the three of them even hugged Zhang Che like octopuses. This was swimming, everyone was in swimsuits, and any contact was skin to skin. Li Ling and the others weren't just touching, they were pulling and tugging, directly clinging to Zhang Che. Various forms of closeness, rubbing, and playful shoving. Even though it was clear that Li Ling and the others didn't mind being taken advantage of by Zhang Che. Watching this heated scene, Su Mo felt it was quite subtle. It was as if Li Ling and the others were actively offering tofu to Zhang Che, directly feeding it to him. On the contrary, Zhang Che didn't make any inappropriate moves. He had always been proper and never took advantage of the situation. This made Su Mo even feel that Zhang Che was the one being taken advantage of. In the swimming pool, the sound of silver bell-like laughter was continuous. One moment Lin Ke was riding on Zhang Che's neck, the next moment Li Ling was lying on Zhang Che's back. Then, Zhao Xiaolan or Feng Qi would be chest to chest with Zhang Che. The more they played, the more they lost themselves in the fun. Su Mo was speechless, but she was also caught up in the atmosphere and enjoyed the game. However, she didn't pounce on Zhang Che. This scene made the other people in the pool widen their eyes. Wow, can you play like this? Three men had just entered the pool and, seeing Zhang Che being bombarded by various girls, felt a surge of envy. Such beautiful women, such great figures, all desperately clinging to one man. So this is how fun it is to play ball in the water? The three men exchanged glances and immediately swam over excitedly. Ladies, let's play together. The fastest swimmer leered and waved vigorously at Lin Ke and the others. The more, the merrier, it'll be more fun with more people. This sudden voice interrupted Zhang Che in their game, and Lin Ke, who was holding the ball, stopped. Who didn't know that these three were just there to take advantage? They had been having a great time, and suddenly being interrupted made Lin Ke and the others very unhappy. Looking at the three of them again, their faces were all twisted in a lewd manner, which was even more disgusting. Without giving them a good look, I said directly, "Sorry, we're not interested in playing with you." The one in front smiled lewdly, unfazed. "Beautiful lady, don't be so stingy. Weren't you having a great time just now? If you play with us, you'll have even more fun." This sounded really disgusting, and Su Mo frowned at the words. With this disruption, she had already lost interest in continuing to play. Seeing how repulsive these three were, she didn't even want to stay in the pool anymore. "Zhang Che, Kui, everyone is tired of playing, let's go back," Su Mo said as she swam to the edge and grabbed the handrail to climb up. Emerging from the water, her long legs were fully displayed before everyone, causing the three men to feel a rush of excitement. Damn, she could play for a whole year. The three lewd men felt a fire burning in their hearts, wishing they could possess her immediately. However, unfortunately, they had already been rejected without any consideration. "What are you pretending to be high and mighty for, a bunch of sluts? Look at how lewd you were just now, thinking you're some pure saint?" The one in front muttered indignantly, deliberately using a tone loud enough for everyone to hear. Upon hearing this, Su Mo and the others' expressions turned sour. Zhang Che was not far from this guy, but he had been ignoring him all along, only seeing Lin Kui and the others in the eyes of these three. It's not surprising for a man to have thoughts about beautiful women. However, if rejected, one should know when to back off. If it were just that, he wouldn't think there was any problem and wouldn't say much. But to still be disgusting after being rejected, that was truly nauseating. Brother, did your mom give birth to you through your ass? Otherwise, how could you be so disgusting? This lewd man dared to insult Lin Kui and the others, clearly not taking Zhang Che into account. But unexpectedly, he faced three people and was not intimidated at all, directly insulting them. "What, you fucking..." The lewd man's face changed, about to curse back. Slap. Without saying a word, Zhang Che slapped him before he could finish. Although it was hard to exert force in the water, this slap was not light, directly stunning the lewd man. He didn't stop there but instead grabbed the lewd man's hair and pulled him over. At the same time, he pressed him down into the water. He held the lewd man's head, forcing his body to tilt, while the other struggled desperately but couldn't break free. The other two companions of the lewd man originally wanted to rush over to help, but upon seeing this, they were directly scared silly. "You better let go. Are you trying to kill him?" The two turned pale, dumbfounded, watching and repeatedly trying to stop him. Zhang Che turned a deaf ear, still pressing the lewd man down. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Nearly 30 seconds passed before he finally pulled the lewd man up, but just for 2 breaths, he pressed him down again. This time, he shortened the duration significantly, pulling him up after just over 10 seconds. Then, after another 2 breaths, he pressed him down again. This cycle repeated multiple times, and the lewd man didn't know how much water he had swallowed, his face turning red from being held down before Zhang Che finally let go. Cough, cough, cough. After being pulled up to the shore by his 2 companions, the lewd man coughed hard and collapsed onto the ground. He felt firsthand what it meant to have walked through the gates of hell. Zhang Che also got on shore, squatting in front of him and patting his face. Brother, keep your mouth clean from now on. Being like this is really low. If you have any grievances, just come find me. I live at 2801. After Zhang Che finished speaking, he stood up, gave a disdainful glance, and then called out to Lin Kei and the others. Let's go, we're heading back. Lin Kei and the others cheered in unison and hurried to catch up. Hubby, you're so handsome. The pure school beauty was so excited, looking at Zhang Che with stars in her eyes. Zhang Che's earlier actions had startled them, but he was standing up for them. They all felt that Zhang Che was very imposing and powerful, filled with a sense of security from being protected. Even Su Mo was no exception. Which girl wouldn't want a man to protect her in such situations? Seeing the lewd man's painful and awkward expression and his 2 companions scared into silence, Su Mo felt a sense of relief, her pent-up frustration dissipating instantly. Hubby, you're amazing. Chattering away, they reached the dressing room door, and Lin Kei gave Zhang Che several passionate kisses. Alright, why are you all so excited? Zhang Che laughed, trying to stop Lin Kei. Let's go change clothes first. However, he didn't finish his sentence before Li Ling leaned in and gave him a heavy kiss on the cheek. Zhang Che, Li Ling blushed. You defended us so well just now. This is a reward for you. Kei, don't misunderstand. This is really just to show gratitude. Zhao Xiaolan also came over, hugging Zhang Che's head and giving him a kiss. They both kissed him. If I don't kiss him, won't that seem out of place? Feng Chi's face also turned slightly red, but without any hesitation, she gave him a fierce kiss. Then, feeling embarrassed to look at Zhang Che, she buried her head and rushed into the dressing room. Finally, only Su Mo was left. Zhang Che instinctively raised his hand to his chest and took 2 steps back. This posture seemed like he was afraid of her. Su Mo glared at him. Am I that scary? What are you thinking? I'm not going to kiss you, you're blocking the door. Zhang Che quickly moved aside, inexplicably relieved. Goodness, this was a bit overwhelming. They were all so enthusiastic. How could he handle it? Lin Kei and the others were very excited, but Zhang Che's heart was not calm either. It was his first time encountering such a situation where he had a conflict with someone. To be honest, if it weren't for being in the water, he would have taken the initiative to go all out. In that case, the one who would suffer in this conflict would most likely be him. If he really had to fight those 3 on the ground, he definitely wouldn't be a match for them alone. But at such times, as a man, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Even if he would suffer, he had to take action. The host defended Lin Kei. The host defended Su Mo. The system prompt sounded, and he received rewards of 10,000 x2 and 100 dog-licking points x2. This didn't surprise Zhang Che. His attention wasn't on the rewards. Although it was a society governed by law, one still couldn't avoid encountering various clueless idiots. Sometimes, in the heat of the moment, unexpected things could happen. When faced with a situation, calling the police was always the best solution. But before the police arrived, one should ensure they don't suffer losses. Therefore, the ability to protect oneself was still very necessary, especially when encountering some darker situations. Zhang Che had never thought about these things before. This incident served as a wake-up call for him. Now that he could earn a lot of money by being a dog licker, he couldn't afford to capsize in the gutter. The public security in the country was relatively good, but if he were to travel abroad in the future, he would need the ability to protect himself even more. Thinking about all this, Zhang Che changed his clothes and said goodnight to the still excited Li Ling and the others before heading back to his room to rest. After washing up and lying down on the bed, he couldn't wait to call up the system interface and open the dog licker base. Therapy, exercise, fitness, mountaineering, rock climbing, and speed descending, as well as photography. He arranged these activities first, then found the Dog Licker Martial Arts Hall on the big map. Through the Dog Licker Martial Arts Hall, he could learn martial arts, not the kind used for performance, but real combat skills. Just like the gym and the sanatorium, it also required 100 dog licker points to activate. Then, he could use it once a day, costing 100 dog licker points each time. If he could master martial arts like the male protagonists in action movies, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a fight. However, this was the age of technology. No matter how skilled one was, a kitchen knife could still be a threat. After some thought, he felt that this alone wasn't very secure. So, he found the dog liquor shooting range on the big map. After lighting it up with 100 dog liquor points, he could learn to use various firearms and practice shooting. Moreover, he could purchase firearms from the shooting range, just like buying food boxes and related products at the dog liquor restaurant. Since he had plenty of dog liquor points now, he arranged that without hesitation. If he was ever pushed to the edge, he could draw a gun for self-defense. If a conflict arose and he fired a gun, he could just toss it into the system space, and even a deity wouldn't be able to find the weapon. After sorting all this out, he finally felt at ease. With personal safety guaranteed, he could enjoy life better. Yawn. Once he relaxed, a wave of drowsiness hit him. Click. The bedroom door opened, and Lin Kei came back with 2 cups. "What is this?" he casually asked, and Lin Kei cheerfully replied, "1 cup of ice water, 1 cup of tea." Yawn. He yawned again, pulled the blanket tighter, and said, "Going to sleep now, why did you get ice water and tea?" Tisk wow. The next day, Zhang Che slept until noon. He was so tired, he hadn't rested properly since he got up the day before yesterday. After climbing Huashan all night, he had only napped for less than 2 hours while waiting for the sunrise. Then he spent most of the day playing on Huashan, drove back to the hotel, went swimming, and was also worn out by Lin Kei. His ability to endure this was thanks to the results of cyber sports and cyber therapy. So this sleep was deep and dreamless. When he woke up, it was almost lunchtime, and Su Mo, Li Ling, and the others were already in the living room drinking tea and chatting. The table was filled with various shopping bags. "What is this?" Zhang Che walked over to take a look and found they were all local specialties. Crystal cakes, oil-splashed chili, stone cakes. "Honey, you're awake." Lin Kei sat cross-legged on the sofa, beaming as she said, "We just went out for a stroll. You were so tired before, and seeing you sleep so soundly, we didn't wake you." Knowing he was really exhausted, they couldn't bear to disturb him. "These are all some gifts. We bought quite a few, and we'll share them later." Li Ling leaned over. "Let's see if there's anything you're interested in, and take a few more." It had always been Zhang Che buying things for them, but now it had turned around. He had just taken a nap and missed out on a chance for rewards. Fortunately, these items weren't expensive, so the loss wasn't significant. Lin Kei jumped off the sofa and hugged Zhang Che's waist. "These are mainly bought by Ling Ling and the others. They wanted to give you one as a thank you for taking care of them. It's standard practice to buy some local specialties when going out to play. As for whether the food was good or the items useful, that was another matter. They could be given to relatives and friends to try." Pretty good, thank you." Zhang Che nodded, not being polite. Seeing that he liked Li Ling and the others even more, they were delighted and patted him on the shoulder, laughing. "What are you being so polite for? Compared to how you take care of us, this is nothing. As long as you don't mind," Li Ling said with a smile, and she, along with Zhao Xiaolin, Feng Qi, and Su Mo, started organizing the local specialties. They had indeed bought quite a lot, and their intentions were clear. While sorting, they discussed who would give what to whom. Lin Kei had bought some too, but compared to them, it was really too little. Zhang Che couldn't help but ask, "Senior, why did you buy so little? Aren't you giving gifts?" Lin Kei leaned on his back, just smiling at him. "I don't need to, it's already enough." Li Ling, being straightforward, said, "Oh, Kei has borrowed quite a bit of money now, so she doesn't dare to spend." Upon hearing this, Zhang Che realized. To draw a line with those sycophants and pursuers, Lin Kei had paid a hefty price. She had returned all the gifts she needed to, and even paid back the 180,000 Wang Junquan had given her for her birthday. For this, she had borrowed a lot of money and was even planning to sell second-hand items to pay off her debts. Although she looked glamorous now, her pockets were indeed emptied. "I see, then let's go buy some more," Zhang Che said, patting Lin Kei's backside as a signal. "No need, darling. It's really enough." Lin Kei firmly declined, "And it's about time. After breakfast, we should head to the airport. Besides, Li Ling and the others have given you so much. If I need anything, you can just give it to me, right?" Well, that seems reasonable." Zhang Che didn't insist any further and took out his phone to transfer some money to Lin Kei. 300,000. Zhang Che transferred 300,000 to Lin Kei, but the system showed no reaction. He wasn't surprised at all, it was all expected. Undoubtedly, giving money to a woman for no reason was definitely a sycophantic act. But if that could earn him rewards, wouldn't he just blow up the system with 10,000 each time? Clearly, the system wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. But knowing there wouldn't be any rewards, he still generously transferred 300,000 to Lin Kei. This could completely be understood as an investment. Why did Lin Kei choose to go all in on him, directly pushing him down and putting in so much effort? To let Lin Kei live the life she wanted, occasionally giving her some sweet rewards. This way, she would work harder and be more devoted. Not only would he enjoy it, but it would also be more beneficial for him to receive rewards from her. To expand the scope, one must be willing to invest to gain more returns. His transfer was sudden, and Lin Kei was startled when she received the text notification on her phone. "Darling, why did you transfer so much money to me?" Zhang Che pinched Lin Kei's pretty face. "To pay off your debts. The rest is to properly thank Senior Li Ling and the others. The 3 seniors have taken such good care of you. I've always been grateful to them. But many times I might not have the chance or know how to express my gratitude. So this is something you should handle." Li Ling and the others were becoming increasingly warm towards Zhang Che, lifting him up into the clouds, and he was very clear about why this was happening. He had taken so much advantage, and it wouldn't be right to take it for free. Although he couldn't get any rewards from them, he could still make use of it. If he couldn't give directly to them, he could do it indirectly in Lin Kei's name. The more people involved, the more demand there would be. Anyway, it was given to Lin Kei, which could lead to more rewards. As for who Lin Kei wanted to give to, that was her freedom, right? Just like on Lin Kei's birthday before, when she discussed with Li Ling that Zhang Che had also prepared a set of clothes and a bag for Li Ling. "Honey, I'm sorry." Upon hearing Zhang Che say this, Lin Kei sincerely buried her head in Zhang Che's arms to apologize. "It's nothing. Speaking of which, you will owe money, and it's still because of me." Zhang Che was completely unconcerned and patted Lin Kei's bottom to comfort her. "Honey, you're so nice." Lin Kei was so moved that she tiptoed to give him a kiss. Nearby, Li Ling and the others' eyes lit up, their brows raised in joy. Although they still didn't know how much Zhang Che had transferred to Lin Kei, his intentions were already very clear. This meant that they would still be able to benefit more in the future, which was simply delightful. Just thinking about this made them wish they could also come over and give a kiss. Seeing them so excited, Suemo remained calm and unperturbed. Neither envious nor surprised, this tall school beauty had long since become numb. She wouldn't be astonished by anything Zhang Che did. As for envy, there was no need for that. She knew very well that as long as she wanted, Zhang Che would give her even more. All right, let's go have breakfast." After a while, Zhang Che, finally freed by Lin Kei, called out. Then, Li Ling and the others cheered and surrounded him as they headed to the restaurant. They had rented 2 Bentleys, but after their rental expired this morning, they did not renew. While Zhang Che was still asleep, the rental company had already come to take the cars back. The 3 suites were booked until noon today, but he was now an SVIP, enjoying the late checkout service. After leisurely having breakfast and getting the rewards, by the time they packed their bags and left, it was almost 3 p.m. The hotel kindly provided a shuttle service, directly taking them to the airport in a business vehicle. "Ling, let's go in first. Contact me by phone, send me messages like before." Entering the terminal, Lin Kei had to part ways with her 3 best friends once again. The flight was still the same. Zhang Che and the others were still in first class, while Li Ling and her friends were still in economy class. Li Ling and her friends' tickets were booked together before the long holiday even started, along with the tickets for their arrival. In fact, when they were just having breakfast, Lin Kei had thought about upgrading them. After all, she now had money in hand, and with Zhang Che's permission, she didn't have to be sneaky about taking care of her roommates and friends. She was even thinking about pulling her friends in to build a team. Sharing blessings together from now on would be nice. But unfortunately, tickets for the long holiday were really hard to come by, and first-class seats were already sold out, so upgrades were naturally impossible. Not to mention upgrading Li Ling and her friends. If it weren't for Zhang Che's quick actions, they would have almost missed out on tickets for him and Suemo. As a result, Lin Kei could only go along and sit in economy class. It's fine, you all go in first." After the failed upgrade, Li Ling and the others didn't feel too regretful. Good days were still ahead. Speaking of which, since it's the same flight, Shinwei and the others should have arrived by now, right? Zhang Che was a bit nostalgic for this sycophant, wondering what Shinwei's reaction would be when they met again. Who cares about them? Mentioning Shinwei made Lin Kei unhappy, and she adorably pouted. Ling, let's go in first, okay?" After saying goodbye to Li Ling and the others, Lin Kei took Zhang Che's hand and walked towards the VIP passage. She was afraid that if she walked too slowly, she would really run into Shinwei. Although she didn't like Shinwei very much now, it was a bit difficult not to run into him since they were on the same flight, especially since they still needed to wait for Li Ling and the others. As for Li Ling and her friends, they had already run into him at the boarding gate after passing through security. "Li Ling, where's Kei?" Seeing Li Ling, Shinwei immediately came over to ask. Li Ling looked at him playfully and patted his shoulder. "Shinwei, Kui has asked you to change how you address her. Are you still not giving up?" Zhang Che upgraded Kui's cabin. They are now in the VIP lounge. "It was like this when you came. Why are you asking?" This was really unnecessary. Shinwei knew it himself, but he just couldn't help it. Looking back, he didn't even know what had happened, how suddenly Zhang Che had appeared. Clearly, when they first made plans to climb Mount Hua, Lin Kui had treated him very well. He distinctly felt that at that time, Lin Kui had given him many signals, and he might have had a chance with her. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, and since then, he had been looking forward to the long holiday arriving soon. But before he could be happy for long, the long holiday hadn't even arrived, and Lin Kui's spring had come first. He was very unwilling, especially after realizing that Zhang Che was a scumbag. But when he tried to expose Zhang Che's true nature, it only made Lin Kui even more unhappy, and she completely hated him. He knew he had no chance anymore, but he was still worried that Lin Kui would be hurt by Zhang Che, so he was still very concerned, anxious, and heartbroken. What should he do? He spent a week eating and playing all over Chang'an. Zhang Che took a perfect step towards his goal of tasting the world's delicacies and enjoying the world's scenery. Although the small goal of playing with beautiful women was a bit lacking, he still enjoyed the benefits. Having fun, he also earned rewards. This was definitely the most enjoyable long holiday he had ever had. Back at school, he felt like his heart hadn't returned yet. "Brothers, I'm back." He stuffed various local specialties he brought back into the cabinet, preparing to find a suitable opportunity to give them to Li Yale. The reason for finding a suitable opportunity was, of course, because he only wanted to give them to Li Yale, even though he didn't care about these things, and they were bought by Li Ling and the others. Even so, he was unwilling to share with Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu was needless to say, and he had seen through Zhao Qingdong as well. Living under the same roof, contact was unavoidable, but deep friendship was out of the question. It wasn't worth it. "Did you have fun?" Zhou Chu greeted him with a sarcastic tone as soon as he saw him. "Watching the sunrise on Mount Hua, kissing the school flower Lin under the morning glow, how romantic." Zhang Che didn't care about the sarcasm. From Zhou Chu's tone to Zhao Qingdong's expression, all he saw was jealousy. They were envious of him, jealous of him. Why should he care? What puzzled him was, how did you guys know? After a week apart, Li Yale had set up a computer and was fiddling with it. He smiled and explained to Zhang Che, "The school flower Lin has been posting little yellow books all the time. They followed her." As soon as Zhang Che heard this, he suddenly realized. Speaking of which, Lin Kui had indeed been fiddling with her phone, writing various travel logs and guides whenever she had time these days. Su Mo, Li Ling, and the others also posted, documenting their lives and showing off a bit. However, they weren't as invested as Lin Kui. "So you guys have been paying so much attention to us, always watching us play." Zhang Che looked enlightened. "You should have told me earlier. I would have sent you guys the links and taken you on a virtual tour." This remark made Zhou Chu lose his composure. Zhang Che was mocking them for not being able to go to Chang'an and only being able to quietly watch others have fun. And that was indeed the case, so he got anxious. "Come on, what's so great about going to Chang'an? As if you can't go with anyone." Zhao Qingdong didn't have this situation, so he wasn't as anxious as Zhou Chu and could squeeze Zhang Che once more. With his conditions, he could indeed go anywhere in the country. Zhang Che chuckled. "Where to go isn't important. What's important is who you go with." This time, Zhao Qingdong also broke down. "You." The guy's face turned from green to white. "Zhang Che, don't get too smug. You scumbag, thinking you can have your cake and eat it too. Just wait and see. You'll capsize sooner or later." Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu glared at Zhang Che with resentment. "Lin Xiaohua and Su Xiaohua will see through your true colors sooner or later. You can deceive them for a while, but can you deceive them for a lifetime? When that time comes, let's see how proud you are." Zhang Che. He was a bit confused. How did he come back and suddenly Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu were calling him a scumbag? Am I not a simp? Isn't my reputation as a simp already known throughout the school? How did I come back from a vacation and everyone is calling me a scumbag? Since last night, the rumor of your true colors has been spreading in the school. Seeing his bewildered expression, it was Li Yale who explained to him. "They say you, relying on your wealth, pretended to be a simp to treat Lin Xiaohua and Su Xiaohua well. You put on a humble facade, but you're actually using tricks to deceive Lin Xiaohua and Su Xiaohua. You clearly have a lot of money, staying in a room that costs 30,000 a night, yet you deliberately bought a small electric car that costs less than 100,000. As Li Yale spoke, he kept staring at Zhang Che, seemingly trying to confirm if he was really that kind of person. In short, everyone is saying you're a scumbag with ulterior motives, wanting to have it all. Lin Xiaohua has already fallen for your tricks and has been toyed with by you. Now, you've set your sights on Su Xiaohua, which has made many people feel indignant." Zhang Che. He was completely speechless, not knowing what to say. Is this what it feels like to be misunderstood by the world? So, you all don't really think this is true, do you? Zhang Che felt quite frustrated. I diligently played the role of a simp. How did I suddenly become a scumbag? No need to say, this must have been spread by that kid Shinwei. It was Shinwei who first thought he had discovered Zhang Che's true colors and wanted to expose him. After being scolded by Lin Ke and Su Mo, he probably felt that the two school beauties had been deceived too deeply. To rescue them, he had to find another way. So, as soon as he returned, he spread the so-called truth widely, wanting the whole world to know Zhang Che's true colors. Zhao Qingtong and Zhou Chu were already convinced of this, otherwise, how could they be so harsh in their criticism? As for Li Yale, he just chuckled. Bro, I have to say, I think this makes a lot of sense. Although I don't think you're the kind of person who likes to toy with women, I don't believe you have any malice towards the two school beauties. But considering your actions, it only makes sense that you have thoughts about the two school beauties. Li Yale had always been puzzled as to why someone so wealthy would want to be a simp. He had even tried to persuade him many times. Yet, Zhang Che, clearly a person of clarity, was completely different from other simps, yet still acted so enthusiastically. This was obviously unreasonable. There must be some ulterior motive for it to make sense. Alright, it does seem quite reasonable. Zhang Che had to admit that it was understandable for so many people, including Li Yale, to think this way. He couldn't help but take out his phone to check, and then his eyes widened. The campus forum and confession wall were filled with people cursing him. Since the first day of the long holiday, when Lin Kei and Su Mo, the two major school beauties, went on a trip with him, the entire Hu University had already erupted, causing a huge uproar. This has already caused a lot of people to feel indignant and quite displeased with him, filled with various feelings of envy and hatred. As a result, the so-called revelations about his true nature were exposed. Thus, naturally, it ignited a fire. Those who were already unhappy turned their ire towards him. Overnight, he transformed from a despised sycophant into a scorned scumbag. This change was quite drastic, even feeling absurd. However, it seemed to not affect anything, right? When Xinwei earnestly tried to make Lin Kei realize the truth, Lin Kei ended up cursing him out instead. The current situation was the same. Even if everyone in the school called him a scumbag, Lin Kei and Li Ling wouldn't think that way. As for Su Mo, she felt that whether Zhang Che was a scumbag or not had nothing to do with her. They were not in that kind of relationship. Therefore, Xinwei and all those who fanned the flames were destined to struggle in vain. This wouldn't change anything or rescue what they believed to be Lin Kei and Su Mo in dire straits. As for Zhang Che, as long as it didn't affect his rewards, it wasn't worth his concern. Returning to school meant returning to the original rhythm of life. Every day, he woke up in his 1,200 square meter mansion, made a nutritious breakfast, and drove Lin Kei to school in his little electric car. Then, he would find Su Mo to have breakfast together. Ever since Lin Kei got together with Zhang Che, she hadn't returned to the dormitory. She went back to the apartment with him every day. He himself wasn't someone who couldn't adapt to dorm life just because he had a mansion. It was just that, facing three big men, and not getting along with two of them, how could it be as pleasant as being held to sleep by the campus beauty? Senior, it's time for breakfast. As always, Zhang Che texted Su Mo in advance. It was still that small stone table, still sitting across from each other. Su Mo hesitated for a moment but then said, Zhang Che, don't send me nutritious meals anymore. Zhang Che was feeling quite pleased because his rewards had just come in, and he was taken aback by this statement. What's wrong? Do you think I'm a scumbag and want to distance yourself from me? Now the whole school was calling Zhang Che a scumbag. Even Sumo's roommates were advising her to open her eyes. However, she already understood Zhang Che very well and knew that he was actually a harmless person. Although Zhang Che himself admitted that he was quite scummy, the fact that it didn't stick to him was actually non-existent. No. Su Mo shook her head, first denying it, then explaining. It's just that I don't need to train like this for now. I've trained for such a long time, and there has been some effect on muscle gain. From the current situation, the earliest I can have a chance to challenge for the second-level mountaineering athlete is during the winter break. If I can go then, I just need to do some targeted training half a month in advance. Su Mo had always wanted to achieve this goal, and the obstacle in front of it was money. If Zhang Che hadn't asked her to be his personal trainer and recognized her as a master, she wouldn't know when she could achieve it. Now, at least there was hope. She could see a glimmer of it. Of course, this premise still required Zhang Che to continue learning mountaineering, rock climbing, and speed descent from her, still paying her 1,000 yuan per session. Master, how about this? Zhang Che thought for a moment and gave Su Mo two options. If you're eager to achieve this goal, why not let me sponsor you directly? During this time, I've also learned some information about mountaineering and know that personal sponsorship of mountaineering athletes is actually quite common. Any sport has sponsorship, but the vast majority of sponsorships are commercially driven. Su Mo had no fame, no achievements, and no corresponding connections, so naturally, she couldn't find sponsors. However, mountaineering is different from other sports. There are still many non-commercial factors in sponsorship. For example, some people love climbing mountains, but due to physical reasons, they can't do it themselves. If they have the financial means, they will sponsor others. In the climbing enthusiast community, experienced climbers with strong financial capabilities also sponsor newcomers. Zhang Che's proposal to sponsor Sumo, of course, is primarily for the rewards. When you tally up various equipment, travel expenses, and so on, it can definitely lead to a significant profit for him. This is actually a pretty good choice, allowing everyone to be happy again. However, he is genuinely interested in climbing and wants to try the sport himself. That's why he gave Sumo 2 options. If you're not in a hurry, then train me first. When I can also challenge mountains at an altitude of 7,000 meters, we can go together. By then, he would still cover all the expenses, and there would still be rewards to gain. He wasn't in a rush. He just noticed that Sumo had been thinking about this, so he let her choose. After hearing this, Sumo let out a long sigh. Let me think about it. She really couldn't make up her mind. If she accepted Zhang Che's sponsorship, it would be more than just a secondary climbers challenge. With Zhang Che's financial power and his generosity, she could challenge all the outdoor sports she loved. But Zhang Che sponsoring her wasn't a commercial act, meaning it wouldn't benefit him at all. It was essentially like spending Zhang Che's money for nothing. She still felt that this was inappropriate and preferred to rely on her own efforts to achieve her dreams. But if she were to rely solely on herself, could those dreams be realized? When would they be realized? Deep down, there was another voice persuading her. Just agree, you've already accepted over 200,000 for the camera. What's one more sponsorship? 2 little figures were pulling at her mind, making her feel conflicted once again. Alright, take your time to consider it. After all, the long holiday has just begun, so there's no rush. Zhang Che smiled, and after Suemo finished eating, he put away the food box. It's fine if you don't eat nutritional meals anymore. I'll bring you other breakfasts. Let me tell you, I'm really good at making breakfast. If you don't believe me, ask Senior Lin. Of course, we can also go out to eat, trying different varieties. Suemo didn't refuse this suggestion. She was already used to it. She thought for a moment and asked, so, are we continuing our previous training? Zhang Che nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course, we will continue. I don't have classes in the afternoon. If you have time, Master, let's go to the climbing gym together. Suemo nodded and then asked, should we invite Kui along? Lin Kui's thoughts were similar to Zhang Che's. She just wanted to enjoy life and live a luxurious and exquisite life. The more upscale and high class it was, the more she was willing to try. In her view, climbing was just like that, and since Zhang Che liked it, she definitely wanted to accompany him. Previously, she had already trained with Zhang Che and Suemo for a few days, but it was interrupted by the long holiday. Now that they were going to the climbing gym, she could update her little yellow book again, and she would definitely go. Zhang Che nodded, then took out his phone and sent a message in the group. My master and I are going to the climbing gym this afternoon. If anyone wants to join, just pop up. The name of this group is Eat Well, Play Well. The group was created by Lin Kui on the night they returned from Chang'an, and the members are Zhang Che, Suemo, and the 4 girls from their dormitory. As for the name, it was changed later by someone unknown. Lin Kui created this group to discuss what they wanted to play or eat in the future, and then go together. She was so enthusiastic, and Zhang Che, adhering to the principle of earning more cashback, naturally had no objections. From this perspective, the name of the group was indeed fitting. Once Zhang Che's message was sent, Li Ling was the first to respond. Zhang Che, don't you and Suemo have classes this afternoon? Just right, we don't have class either, so this is really great. I want to go, we've already told Kui. After Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi also jumped out excitedly. This small group of 6 suddenly became lively. I've never been to a climbing gym, by the way. Do we need to buy climbing shoes to go rock climbing? How do you play rock climbing? What equipment do you need to buy? Li Ling and the others chattered away, searching and at Suemo for advice. Zhang Che looked at them, his face beaming. Buying equipment was another chance to earn cashback. Indoor rock climbing gyms actually provide equipment, so if you want to experience it, you can just go. If you really like it and want to keep playing, many people prefer to use their own gear. It's also very convenient to buy equipment. Almost all climbing gyms sell it. The larger the climbing gym, the more complete the equipment they sell. Suemo introduced relevant information to Lin Kui and everyone in the group. However, after learning this, they didn't stop. Instead, they chatted even more enthusiastically. When Zhang Che said goodbye to Suemo and returned to class, the group messages were still buzzing. In class, during the Introduction to Design course, the middle-aged professor was speaking passionately. While listening, he also took the time to check messages and reply. What are you chatting about, so happily? Li Yilei casually asked. You and Lin the school beauty are so close. No need to chat endlessly, right? Zhang Che replied softly, no. I'm discussing with Lin Sr. and her roommates about going to the climbing gym this afternoon. Do you want to join? Climbing? Li Yalei was a bit tempted, but when Zhang Che mentioned going with Lin Kui and her roommates, he hesitated. He wasn't familiar with Lin Kui and felt that she probably didn't think much of him either. Since they weren't from the same world, there was really no need to get involved. Climbing? Li Yalei didn't speak, but Zhao Qingtang beside him spoke up first. That actually sounds pretty good. Let's go have some fun, he said, actively inviting Li Yalei. We can all go together. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Che. It's fine for us to go, right? Zhang Che shrugged, put away his phone after replying. Of course it's fine. It's not like I own the climbing gym. Can I really stop you from going? Hearing Zhao Qingtang say this, Li Yalei didn't refuse. He was also quite eager to try climbing. Since Zhao Qingtang and Zhou Chu were going too, he could just consider it as going with them, which was fine. As for Zhou Chu, he was visibly excited. Qingtang, are we really going climbing? What do we need to prepare for climbing? His excitement made his voice a bit loud, and the whole classroom heard his shouting. The middle-aged professor looked over. That boy with the little mustache, stand up, I have a question for you. After being called up to answer, Zhou Chu had a pained expression. Faced with the professor's deliberately tricky question, he stammered and couldn't answer at all. After finally getting through it, the professor didn't let him sit down, so he stood for the entire class. Finally, when class ended, the professor hadn't left the classroom yet, and he jumped up excitedly again. Qingtang, when are we going? Can we leave now? When he shouted this, he caught the professor's attention again, who frowned slightly. However, since class was already over, the professor ultimately didn't say anything more. But with this, it would probably be quite difficult for him to pass this course. He remained excited, completely unaware that something was off. He asked Zhao Qingtang, while Zhao Qingtang looked at Zhang Che. When are you guys going? In fact, Zhao Qingtang had no interest in rock climbing. It was just that Zhang Che was going with Lin Kei, and Su Mo would definitely join them as well. He was completely drawn to these two campus beauties, so of course, he would follow Zhang Che's schedule. In reality, he would have preferred to go together directly, but he knew that wasn't realistic. Without any pressure, Zhou Chu muttered, why don't we just go together? Before Zhang Che could speak, Li Yalei had already said, that depends on whether his car can fit us. His small car was a bit cramped even for 5 people, let alone with Su Mo and the others, making it 6. I need to install the license plate first, and then of course, we'll go eat. Zhang Che thought for a moment, if you all want to go together, let's just meet at the climbing gym then. Zhao Qingtang and Zhou Chu chimed in, and Li Yalei was also more inclined to go with them, so he didn't say much more. After making plans, he drove to pick up a package, then skillfully headed to the girls' dormitory. Zhang Che, what are you doing? When Lin Kei and the others came down, Zhang Che was installing the license plate. Li Ling had never seen this before and curiously came over to squat next to him. I just got the license plate, so I'm hurrying to install it. Zhao Xiaolan was also curious. When did you go to get the license plate? Zhang Che. The fact that she could ask such a question showed that they knew nothing about car registration. A car must be registered and have a license plate to be on the road. Many people choose to have the 4S shop handle it. So, when we pick up the car, these procedures are actually already taken care of. It's just that making the license plate takes time, so they give you a temporary plate to use. Once the license plate is ready, you need to replace the temporary one. It's not that the 4S shop gives you a temporary plate and then you have to find time to go to the vehicle management office to register. There are generally 2 ways to get a license plate. You can drive to the vehicle management office, where there are people to help with the registration, but you have to wait in line. The other way is to have it mailed to your home, and then you install it yourself. Zhang Che didn't want to make a trip to the vehicle management office, so he chose to have it mailed. This mailing took some time, and then there was a long holiday, which delayed everything until now. Zhang Che explained the entire process to them in detail and finally reminded them, if anyone tells you that you can register a car with the 4S shop and buy a fancy number plate from them, just roll your eyes at them. Li Ling blinked her big eyes. Why? Zhang Che replied irritably, because you can only register at the vehicle management office. The 4S shop can at most handle it for you. Also, license plates can be inherited but not transferred, so they can't be bought or sold. If you could buy a license plate at the 4S shop, then wouldn't Beijing and Shanghai plates be in high demand? After Zhang Che finished his rant, both the front and rear license plates were installed, and the temporary plate could be torn off and thrown away. Feng Qi curiously took a look. Zhang Che, your license plate number is really different from the temporary one. So, is this considered a fancy number? Zhang Che's license plate was Hi AD00001. This was an electric vehicle, so it had an extra letter compared to traditional fuel vehicles. This probably doesn't count. right? It seemed that only consecutive numbers, like 88888 or 66,666, could be considered fancy numbers. However, he didn't care much about that and was quite satisfied with this license plate. Although the 4S shop couldn't provide a license plate, the system could, which made much more sense. Forget it, let's not dwell on the license plate issue, let's go eat. But we still need to call Sumo, my car can't fit everyone. There were 6 people, but the car only had 5 seats, which was a headache. Li Ling and the others were completely unconcerned. Hey, what's the big deal? You can go pick up Sumo. We'll just take a taxi ourselves. They all knew very well that they were just riding on someone else's coattails. Being able to ride along was good enough. Why would they fight over something so ungrateful? For lunch, of course, they had to go off campus. Ever since Lin Kei took the initiative to get close to Zhang Che, he hadn't been to the school cafeteria again. A meal in the cafeteria only costs a few bucks. What good food could you get? It felt awkward just thinking about shouting in the cafeteria that he would treat everyone. I'll cover today's expenses. Who doesn't have a meal card? In the past, he would bring breakfast to Lin Kei and the others, while he took care of his own lunch and dinner. Later, after discovering Sumo as a new object of affection, he directly delivered her 3 meals a day. Occasionally, he would also take Lin Kei to eat with Sumo. However, although the nutritional meals were healthy, for foodies like Zhang Che and Lin Kei, eating them every day was unbearable. So, after delivering meals to Sumo, they often went out for a feast. As for breakfast, they would eat first and then deliver it to Sumo. This way, they could satisfy their cravings and also earn more rewards. Now that Sumo no longer needed to eat nutritional meals, it was even more convenient. Chinese food, Western food, there were so many restaurants in the big city offering both Chinese and foreign cuisines, all waiting for him to taste. At a restaurant with an average cost of 200 yuan per person, if it was just him, Lin Kei, and Sumo, the total would be around 600 yuan, and with a 10x cashback, that would be 6,000 by 2. Adding Li Ling, Zhao Xiulan, and Feng Qi, the total cost would double. The cashback would also double. Under such circumstances, how could he not take these girls out for lavish meals every day? He enjoyed himself and earned a lot, and Li Ling and the others were even more enthusiastic towards him. Zhang Che, thank you. I've wanted to check in at this restaurant for a long time. They ate heartily, took many photos, and while completing their check-in, they didn't forget to gratefully thank Zhang Che. No need to thank me, you should thank the senior. Zhang Che waved his hand. The restaurant was chosen by the senior. As long as the senior is satisfied, she can choose any restaurant, you all just eat as you please. Li Ling and the others giggled. Of course, we also have to thank you for letting us ride along, you both should be grateful. They thanked Lin Kei, and Lin Kei thanked Zhang Che. Hubby, you're so nice, kiss kiss. Lin Kei snuggled up to Zhang Che, while Li Ling and the others cheered from the side. At times like this, Sumo felt like an outsider, even feeling a bit superfluous. Alright, now that we've eaten and rested, let's go to the climbing gym as planned. Zhang Che led the group out of the restaurant, while Li Ling and the others still needed to take a taxi. He paused at the door, and Lin Kei immediately asked, Hubby, what's wrong? Zhang Che rubbed his chin. This is ultimately inconvenient. Let me think for a moment. Li Ling pushed him towards the parking lot. Hey, what's there to think about? If you want to think, it shouldn't be now. We've already called a taxi. You all hurry up and see who can get there first. While driving, they were also calling for a taxi. However, the latest to arrive at the climbing gym was neither of their group but Zhao Qingdong, Zhou Chu, and Li Yale who were with them. The climbing gym they were going to was recommended by Sumo, located right in the university town. The reason Sumo chose this one was mainly because it was close to the school. Moreover, it was quite large and could meet all the requirements for indoor climbing. Sumo had always been quiet, just watching Li Ling and the others joke around with Zhang Che. Now, they had finally arrived at his territory. Hello, Senior Lin, hello, Senior Su. As soon as Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu saw them coming, they immediately greeted them. Although it wasn't their first time meeting Lin Kei, and it wasn't even their first time greeting her, their performance was still as lacking as ever. Their tone was so excited that it trembled a bit, and their eyes were wide open. At that moment, Lin Kei and the others were all wearing yoga pants, which were so hot that the two of them couldn't control themselves at all. Naturally, their behavior was met with disdain from the girls. Since both of them were Zhang Che's roommates, they didn't say anything, just lazily ignored them. Let me introduce, this is my roommate Li Yale. Through his introduction, Lin Kei and the others could sense his different attitude towards the 3 roommates. They could also clearly see why he had a better relationship with Li Yale compared to the others. Therefore, Lin Kei and the others were quite friendly towards Li Yale. For Li Yale, it was all about the idea that Zhang Che's friends were his friends. This made Li Yale a bit flattered. Alright, stop dawdling, let's go in. Zhang Che took the lead and walked ahead, with a group of girls following closely. Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu lagged behind, still feeling a bit aggrieved about Li Yale. Why are Lin and Su, as well as the other 3 girls, so polite to you, but so cold to us? This question made Li Yale unable to help but curl his lips. Dude, you two are practically drooling over them. Do you think they would want to pay attention to you? Zhao Qingdong's face turned red, and he let out a series of dry coughs. I can't help it. Both of those school beauties are so beautiful, and those yoga pants are so sexy. Don't just blame us. I don't believe you can stay unaffected either. Li Yale rolled his eyes. I didn't stare at them like you two. You guys are practically staring with your mouths open. How could they not be put off by you? Zhou Chu felt a bit embarrassed and interjected. Let's stop talking about this and hurry inside. The climbing gym's price wasn't too expensive, 170 yuan per person for unlimited time, allowing you to play from morning till night. If you found it enjoyable and wanted to come often, you could buy a seasonal or annual pass, which would be more cost-effective. Of course, for Zhang Che, this so-called cost-effectiveness wasn't cost-effective at all. A one-time payment only earned a one-time reward, with a maximum cashback limit of 100,000 yuan. In contrast, with per-visit payments, you could earn rewards every time. A cashback of 1,700 yuan meant that after 100 visits, you could reach 170,000 yuan, not to mention the basic rewards. No need for a membership card. Let's just check out the equipment. Just as Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu rushed over, Zhang Che had just politely declined the staff's offer for a membership card. He confidently scanned the code to pay for the entrance fee, and after looking at his 3 roommates, he decided to pay for their share as well. He originally only intended to pay for Li Yale. However, since Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu were also joining, despite their mutual dislike, it wouldn't be too awkward. The entrance fee of 170 yuan per person wasn't a big deal. For Zhou Chu, he was happy to take advantage of any discount, whether it was from Zhao Qingdong or Li Yale. Seeing that Zhang Che had also bought tickets for them, he was delighted but a bit hesitant. Do we need to buy equipment after getting the tickets? It was clear they were first-timers, and the staff quickly explained. It's not necessary, our tickets include equipment. Of course, if you want to buy your own equipment to use, that's also fine. While the staff in charge of the fees was explaining, Zhang Che and the others had already walked towards the equipment area. Seeing this, Zhou Chu immediately left Zhao Qingdong and Li Yale behind and was the first to chase after them. Rock climbing. This sport originally originated from climbing natural rock walls in the wild, an absolute extreme sport. With development, artificial rock walls began to be created to simulate outdoor rock walls, leading to the current sport of indoor rock climbing. Indoor rock climbing can be divided into indoor and outdoor, mainly depending on where the rock wall is placed. For example, the climbing wall at Shanghai University is outdoors, while this climbing gym is entirely indoors. Climbing is divided into free climbing, aid climbing, top rope climbing, and lead climbing. Free climbing means climbing without any protective equipment, relying solely on hands, feet, and body. This is the most extreme way to play, and many have paid the ultimate price for it. Aid climbing involves using protective equipment for climbing, ensuring personal safety. Top rope climbing involves setting up a safety rope at the top of the artificial rock wall, providing protection without needing to operate it oneself. Lead climbing, on the other hand, involves setting up quick draws along the climbing route. When reaching the appropriate position, one must clip in the protection carabiner to ensure safety. For indoor climbing, the most important equipment is climbing shoes. Then there's the harness, chalk bag. With Suemo around, there was no need to listen to the staff's introduction, and of course, he wouldn't be fooled. Zhang Che picked up a pair of the most expensive shoes, the brand being La Sportiva. Just like when he bought swimwear before, this was another area of knowledge he was unfamiliar with. He had never heard of this brand and didn't know what level it belonged to. How is this brand? He couldn't help but ask, receiving a positive response from Suemo. This is an Italian brand, founded in 1928, and their mountaineering and climbing shoes are quite good. This brand has nearly 100 years of history. It indeed sounds impressive. Okay, then I'll take this. I see these shoes seem to be unisex, so I'll just choose my own size. He expressed his satisfaction, nodding as he said this, and Zhou Chu was the first to jump up. I wear size 39, get me a pair in size 39. Zhang Che glanced at Zhou Chu, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn, this guy is still as relentless as ever, always taking advantage of a good deal. Is it because he bought him a ticket that he now has the illusion that he would buy him gear too? Seeing this guy happily shouting and casually grabbing a chalk bag, Zhang Che deliberately expressed surprise. Zhou Chu, these shoes are 1540. Adding the harness and chalk bag, it's about 3,000. You like climbing so much, you're actually willing to spend so much money. Zhou Chu's expression suddenly stiffened. Aren't you the one spending the money? Zhang Che immediately laughed, pretending to be puzzled, and retorted, "Really? How come I didn't know? May I ask why I should spend money on you?" Zhou Chu frowned. "You just said to choose our own shoe sizes. Are you only buying for the girls and not for us?" He was quite dissatisfied, muttering, "Zhang Che, you can't be like this, prioritizing girls over friends." Since he had said prioritizing girls over friends, Zhang Che couldn't help but roll his eyes. If he were worth the word friend, Zhang Che wouldn't mind sponsoring everything he wanted. Unfortunately, he wasn't worth it. "I buy for Senior Sumo because she is my master, our private coach. I buy for Senior Lin because she is my girlfriend, which is only natural. I buy for Senior Li Ling and the others because they are Senior Lin's close friends and roommates. So, I need to please them so they can speak well of me in front of Senior Lin. As for you, why should I buy for you? Give me a reason first." If this were someone else, they would probably have turned red with embarrassment, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But Zhou Chu was not an ordinary person. He muttered with a hint of dissatisfaction, "But you even bought us the tickets." Zhang Che finally rolled his eyes to the heavens. "So, I bought you the tickets and still got it wrong, right? Fine, then please return the ticket money to me." The duck that had been swallowed could not be spat out, and the advantage Zhou Chu had taken could not be returned either. "Why should I? You insisted on paying for us." He huffed and put down the bag of magnesium powder in his hand. "If you don't want to buy it, then don't. What's the big deal?" Lin Kei, Sumo, and Li Ling looked at Zhou Chu in shock. They could hardly imagine that someone could be so shameless. Seeing their reaction, Zhao Qingtang felt embarrassed himself, as if he had lost face along with them. "You better get the hell out of here and stop embarrassing yourself. Zhang Che was kind enough to buy you the tickets, and you're still not satisfied?" Zhao Qingtang's words were very effective, and Zhou Chu dared not say more, awkwardly moving behind him. As his follower, Zhou Chu had been trained to be much more obedient. At first, Zhou Chu often disregarded Zhao Qingtang, not listening to him much. Later, after a few practical demonstrations showed that if Zhou Chu didn't listen, he wouldn't gain any benefits, he became much more honest. "We're just here to experience it. You don't have to spend a single cent. What more do you want? The staff just said that the ticket includes the equipment. It's not mandatory to buy it. If you really like it, then come and spend your own money next time. Stop fixating on others." Li Yale also disdainfully added a few words, then followed the staff to change equipment. Zhang Che, adhering to the principle that the more money spent, the more cashback received, was seen as extravagant in the eyes of Lin Kei and the others. He bought one of everything sold in the climbing gym, many of which were not even needed at the moment. In fact, some were completely unnecessary for indoor climbing, such as dynamic ropes and various styles of quick draws. Indoor climbing, also known as competition climbing, is generally divided into three types: difficulty, speed, and bouldering. Difficulty is about who can climb higher in the same amount of time. Speed is about who can touch the top in the shortest time. Bouldering refers to climbing without ropes, relying solely on personal strength. This climbing gym is relatively large and has all three modes. This time, Zhang Che and the others mainly wanted to try bouldering. Bouldering only requires two essential pieces of equipment: climbing shoes and a magnesium powder bag filled with magnesium powder. Climbing shoes are lightweight and soft, with strong adhesion and high friction, making it easy to perform various technical moves on the rock wall. Magnesium powder is used to absorb sweat and increase the friction of the palms to avoid slipping due to sweating during climbing. Therefore, aside from these two, the others are not really necessities. However, no one said anything. They had already gotten used to his way of spending money. Just because we can't use it now doesn't mean we won't need it later. Once we learn climbing well enough, we'll have the chance to go outdoor climbing on natural rock walls together. Zhang Che said as he called Lin Kei and the others to change equipment. He was already eager to go. Except for Sumo, everyone else was visiting the climbing gym for the first time. After changing into climbing shoes, paired with yoga pants and a sports tank top, they slung the magnesium powder bag around their lower back. Then, they took photos to post on social media and send to their group chat. Clearly, they were all novices, yet they were excitedly cheering and dressed as if they were quite experienced. Following the usual practice of taking photos and posting on social media, they eagerly pulled Zhang Che inside. At this point, Li Yale, Zhao Qingtang, and Zhou Chu had already entered first and were curiously trying things out. The three of them knew nothing about rock climbing. They were just climbing the wall based on instinct and intuition, which looked quite amusing. For complete novices like them, the shop actually offered professional guidance. Different climbing gyms had varying fees, and this one charged 300 yuan per session, one instructor for 2 students. If Zhou Chu had to spend 300 yuan on a private coach, he definitely wouldn't be willing. Li Yale also thought it was just a trial, with no intention of playing for a long time, so there was no need to hire a private coach. As for Zhao Qingdong, he wasn't short of the 300 yuan, he was just considering whether it was necessary. After all, they had come with Zhang Che, who had a very professional sumo with him. Hiring a private coach at the climbing gym couldn't compare to learning from the campus beauty. Zhang Che, you guys finally made it. How are we supposed to play? Seeing Zhang Che and the others come in, Zhao Qingdong seemed to have found a savior. This was clearly an attempt to tag along for the lesson, but Zhang Che didn't mind. He had given Suemo 1,000 yuan per session. No matter how Suemo taught, as long as he was present, he could get a rebate. As long as it didn't affect his reward points, letting Zhao Qingdong and the others audit the class was fine. In fact, after days of cyber learning at the dog-licking base, Zhang Che had basically mastered rock climbing. However, to continue earning the rebate for the session fee, he still had to pretend to be a novice. It's my first time here too, how would I know? This was Sumo's domain, and everyone turned their attention to her. Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu didn't need to pay her any mind and were too lazy to do so. However, Lin Kei and the others were also eagerly watching her. Well, let's start with the basics. Sumo's climbing skills were learned from senior members in the climbing club, and this was her first time teaching others. Before encountering a big spender like Zhang Che, no one had ever asked her to be a private coach. After all, there were plenty of professionals in the climbing gym who were more qualified than her. But even so, she taught with great flair, definitely enough for beginners. Not to mention Zhang Che's 1,000 yuan session fee, just being friends with Lin Kei and the others was enough for her to give her all. I'll first take you on a tour of this climbing gym and introduce you to the different types of climbing. Under Sumo's guidance, Zhang Che and the others toured the various facilities. As Suemo led them around, she provided detailed explanations and even demonstrated personally. It was their first time at a climbing gym, and they were all very curious, watching with great interest. Only Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu were eager to get started, but the introductions seemed to drag on, making them anxious and fidgety. "Su Campus Beauty, just teach us how to play already," Zhou Chu shouted out in frustration, drawing angry glares from Lin Kei and the others. "Get lost, Suemo is our coach," Li Lingxiu exclaimed, glaring at him. "Do you even have any shame? You're getting a free lesson and still not satisfied? If you're so impatient, why don't you spend your own money to hire a private coach? Hire a private coach, and they'll teach you however you want." Li Ling showed no mercy, leaving Zhou Chu speechless. Zhao Qingdong resolutely distanced himself from him, looking at him with disdain. "Senior, don't bother with this guy, he's always been ungrateful." Suemo ignored Zhou Chu and continued according to Zhang Che and the others' requests and her own pace. They were more interested in bouldering, so they decided to start their experience there. A climbing wall actually contained many different routes of varying difficulty levels, usually distinguished by color. Below the rock points, there would also be corresponding markers. Choosing what kind of rock points and routes to start with means that during the climbing process, you can only select the corresponding rock points and advance along the route. Among all the difficulty levels, V0 is the lowest, commonly known as anyone can do it. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty and the more challenging it becomes. After Suemo explained these basic concepts, he personally demonstrated them again, further explaining how to maintain balance and so on. Rock climbing is a sport that tests arm strength and has high requirements for body flexibility. Conversely, climbing can also help develop arm strength and body flexibility. Lin Kei and the others have decent flexibility, but their strength is indeed lacking. Under Sumo's attentive guidance, they still couldn't complete even the V0 level difficulty. However, even so, everyone was still having a great time. As for the men, Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu were not much better off. Only Li Yale was able to complete the V0 level route, but then he fell on the V1. With Zhang Che's current level, he was already capable of challenging higher difficulties. However, to hide his shortcomings, he also accidentally fell while attempting the V2 route. Moreover, he tried several times but couldn't break through V2. Just for your first time at this bouldering gym, your level is already enough to impress everyone. This is mainly due to your body being stronger and more flexible than average. His outstanding performance also amazed Suemo. In fact, just over a month ago, his physical fitness was similar to that of Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu. Now, reaching such a level is entirely thanks to the efforts at the dog-licking base. So, cyber therapy, sports, and fitness cannot be neglected. Regardless of skill level, it doesn't affect everyone's enjoyment. Everyone is immersed in it, having a great time. Lin Kei, Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi were all sweating profusely and panting, yet their enthusiasm remained undiminished. Zhao Qingdong soon had a forehead full of sweat as well. Seeing Zhang Che performing excellently, he wiped his sweat and approached. He proactively handed Zhang Che a bottle of water and, looking at the girls who were climbing, lowered his voice. "Zhang Che, can you introduce me?" Taking a break, Zhang Che was holding his Lycra camera, taking pictures of Lin Kei. When he suddenly received the mineral water and heard Zhao Qingdong say that, he was momentarily stunned. Ha, what do you mean? He looked confused, not understanding what Zhao Qingdong meant. He saw Zhao Qingdong staring intently at Li Ling, revealing a dreamy smile. How about you introduce me to Senior Li Ling? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. You create an opportunity for me. This guy actually has his eyes on Li Ling? How sudden. Just as Zhang Che was astonished, Zhou Chu suddenly poked his head out from behind. Then can you introduce me to? Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi are both fine. I think they're great. Zhang Che. He was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu had no connection to Lin Kei at all. Before the long holiday, they had felt extremely unbalanced psychologically because Lin Kei chose to follow Zhang Che, which led to jealousy that twisted their feelings to the point of almost confronting Zhang Che directly. Zhang Che taking Lin Kei and Su Mo, the two school beauties, to Chang'an had stirred up a frenzy at Hu University. This made their jealousy towards Zhang Che even stronger. And now, Zhao Qingdong suddenly had his sights set on Li Ling. Zhou Chu was even more outrageous, saying either Zhao Xiaolan or Feng Qi would do. Zhang Che really couldn't figure out what was going on with them. Damn it, seeing you and Lin, the school beauty, so lovey-dovey. Can we not have thoughts about finding a girlfriend? I also want to be sweet with a girl. I also want to go to a hotel with a girl and live a shameless life. Zhao Qingdong was filled with desire for the opposite sex, while Zhou Chu was completely in a state of lust. At their age, this was understandable. So, you guys have set your sights on Senior Li Ling and the others? Zhang Che realized that Zhao Qingdong couldn't hold back any longer. He was eager to grow up. I want to focus on the school beauty. But from Lin to Su, do they even want to pay attention to me? Zhao Qingdong looked gloomy, appearing quite miserable. After a pause, he sighed deeply. I dare not hope for the school beauty anymore. After giving up on that thought, I found that Li Ling is also quite good. Although she can't compare to Lin and Su, she's still very pretty. And I think her personality is also quite nice, very suitable for me. He suddenly came to this realization, which was quite miraculous. Moreover, from what he said, it seemed he had been secretly observing Li Ling all along. After he finished speaking, Zhou Chu nodded vigorously beside him. Yes, I think so too. I think Xiao Xiaolan and Feng Qi are also quite good. Zhang Che, you already have the school beauty. You wouldn't be so stingy, would you? Zhang Che curled his lips, looking at Zhou Chu as if he were an idiot. I say, you too, if you want to pursue Li Ling or Zhao Xiaolan or Feng Qi, that's your business with them. What does that have to do with me? Why am I being called stingy? After expressing his speechlessness, he paused before continuing. They're all here. If you like someone, you can just go directly to ask them out. They already know you, and you know them. Do I need to introduce you? You can directly ask them to go eat, and there won't be so many third wheels getting in the way. You always say the school beauty ignores you, but you don't look at yourselves. In front of the school beauty, you can't even speak properly. What's the use of thinking about them every day? If you can't even dare to ask them out, how can you expect others to help? Even if I help you call them to go eat together, what good would that do? His words left Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu in silence. Then, over there, Li Ling and the others were already waving at him. Zhang Che, what are you dawdling over there for? Come over quickly. Hurry up. There are two people playing the route over here. Hearing the call, Zhang Che left Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu behind and walked towards Li Ling and the others. In the climbing gym, the double line was very popular because it allowed couples to play together and for the opposite sex to get close. Double climbing required mutual support from each other's bodies, relying on cooperation to complete the challenge. Because of the nature of climbing, the so-called double line, lover's line, was also jokingly referred to as the breakup line. Honey, let's give it a try too. As Zhang Che approached, the eager Lin Kei rushed over and quickly pulled him along. This seemed quite interesting indeed. It looks pretty good. Let's go. He had rested enough, and amidst the crowd in the climbing gym, he took Lin Kei and began the challenge. Li Ling and the others were below, strategizing for them. With Lin Kei and Sumo's school beauty level looks, they had already attracted everyone's attention in the gym. Even several people came over to strike up a conversation. The result, of course, was that they all returned empty-handed. Those who wanted to get to know them but couldn't now watched as the stunning beauties played the double line with a man. Various body contacts and intimate interactions ensued. Damn it, why? Such a scene made everyone feel psychologically unbalanced, and they couldn't help but curse out loud. Even Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu felt quite sour at that moment. Everyone wished they could be Zhang Che, wanting to play this duo rock climbing with Lin Kei. Unfortunately, from beginning to end, Lin Kei only had eyes for Zhang Che, completely ignoring them. Li Ling and the others felt the same way. Seeing Lin Kei fall onto Zhang Che's thigh in such a comical manner, they burst into laughter, creating a ruckus. After falling several times, Lin Kei was temporarily out of strength, and they all clung to Zhang Che to try. Let me try. Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi took turns, pulling Zhang Che along and having a great time. This made everyone widen their eyes, especially Zhao Qingtang and Zhou Chu. The two wanted to chase after Li Ling and the others, but were hesitant about whether to ask them out because of something Zhang Che said. They saw Li Ling and the others being so intimate with Zhang Che, without a hint of gender boundaries. Sometimes, they would hang on to Zhang Che like koalas, and at other times, they would ride on his neck, or they would sit face to face on his lap. When they fell from the rock wall, they often ended up in a heap due to the pulling. However, they were completely unconcerned, laughing so hard they were shaking. Wow, this is too awesome, right? Zhou Chu's eyes were about to pop out, his envy for Zhang Che reaching its peak at that moment. Not only did he manage to woo the campus beauty, but now she was his girlfriend, so their intimacy was not surprising. But how could he play so happily with so many beautiful girls in front of the campus beauty? Looking at Lin Kei, she was also laughing heartily at Li Ling and their various silly antics. When she saw them tumble down with Zhang Che, she laughed even harder, even forgetting to pull Zhang Che back up. Was this indifference, or did they not realize anything was wrong? Damn it, this guy has taken all the advantages. Zhou Chu voiced the thoughts of all the men in the climbing gym, their eyes nearly shooting fire at Zhang Che. The only consolation was that Su Mo, although also laughing happily, was down below giving various pointers. However, she didn't personally join in and play like that with Zhang Che. As for Li Ling and the others playing so recklessly with Zhang Che, she was already used to it. Seeing the reactions of the men around her, she understood that they were envious of Zhang Che. What man wouldn't want to play like this with a group of girls? Maybe some truly didn't want to, but Zhao Qingtang, Zhou Chu, and the men in this climbing gym all did. Over here, Zhao Qingtang finally realized that having fantasies about the campus beauty was somewhat unrealistic. Just as he came to this realization, he noticed that although Li Ling couldn't compare to the two campus beauties, she was still quite pretty. He planned to pursue Li Ling to satisfy his restless heart. But then he saw Li Ling playfully teasing Zhang Che without any reservations. She completely treated Zhang Che as one of them, not seeing him as a man at all. This instantly made him extremely jealous, even feeling a sense of being cuckolded. Moreover, it was right in front of his eyes. You already slept with the campus beauty I admire, and now that I've settled for second best, you still have to rub it in my face? Zhao Qingtang was furious, his eyes reddening as he gritted his teeth and rushed over, grabbing Zhang Che and pulling him into a corner. What's wrong? Seeing his fierce expression, Zhang Che felt quite puzzled, while Lin Kei and the others were even more confused. Zhang Che, I already told you I want to pursue Li Ling. Why are you still taking advantage of her? Zhao Qingtang angrily questioned Zhang Che, with Zhou Chu expressing his dissatisfaction as well, and Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi. Zhang Che looked at the two of them in bewilderment, feeling very innocent. Did I? Looking at their, what do you think? Expressions, he quickly defended himself. I swear, I never intended to take advantage of them. Senior Lin is watching from the side. If I dare to take advantage of her, won't she castrate me? They initiated it, so you can't blame me. In fact, it's clearly them taking advantage of me. This is the truth. Li Ling and the others really feel like they are the ones benefiting. However, Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu don't believe it. Bah, taking advantage and still acting innocent. The two of them expressed their disdain in unison. You can't bully a brother's wife. Even if they initiated it, you still can't take advantage of them. Zhang Che, how is that a brother's wife? He looked at the two with contempt. Forget about their plastic brotherhood. Even after several hours, Zhao Qingdong still hasn't dared to ask Li Ling out. Not to mention asking her out, he hasn't even exchanged a single extra word with her. He claims he wants to pursue her, but in reality, he's just hiding in a corner, secretly watching. Zhao Qingdong's so-called interest in her, does he want him to make introductions, or is he just hoping he can handle everything? Shouldn't he just send Li Ling straight to bed? This guy is so full of himself, yet he's scared to death when it comes to pursuing a girl. As for Zhou Chu, he couldn't care less. If you really like Li Ling, then go boldly and ask her out. Confess your feelings. You can also honestly express that you don't like her being too close to other men. If she likes you too, she will naturally care about your feelings. You have no relationship with her, yet you hide in the corner and secretly watch, treating her like a girlfriend. Does she even know about this? Zhao Qingdong's face turned red, and he stubbornly held his neck. I asked for your help, but you wouldn't agree. I'm just thinking about how to ask her out. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ling and the others were already getting impatient. Zhang Che, what are you dawdling over there for? Come back and continue. We haven't had enough fun yet. Zhang Che also hadn't had enough fun, so he immediately left Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu and ran back. Li Ling and the others had long sensed something was off and glanced over at Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu. Then they asked, what were they whispering to you about? Why do I feel like their expressions are a bit off? Zhang Che also glanced at those two and then revealed part of the truth. Senior Li Ling, Zhao Qingdong said he likes you and invited you to dinner tonight. asking me to introduce you. I just told him. And Senior Zhao Xiaolan and Senior Feng Qi, Zhou Chu also said he likes you and wants to pursue you. Aside from Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu thinking he was taking advantage of them, he said everything else. After understanding what was going on, Li Ling and the others were collectively speechless, including Lin Kei and Su Mo, who couldn't help but roll their eyes. Liking someone, having feelings for someone, wanting to pursue someone, there's nothing wrong with that. If you like someone, just go after them. What if you get rejected? A grown man liking someone but not daring to pursue is truly baffling. If Zhao Qingdong could boldly ask her out and confess, Li Ling wouldn't have any negative views about him. Pursuing or being pursued, agreeing or rejecting, aren't these all very ordinary things? But Zhao Qingdong's reaction now makes her feel disdain from the bottom of her heart. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Che could guess her attitude. However, he squinted his eyes and teased her on purpose. So, Senior Li Ling, what are your thoughts now? To be honest, my roommate's conditions are pretty good. He's been emphasizing since the first day of school that he's very wealthy. His catchphrase is that he has 10,000 yuan for living expenses each month, and he actually feels quite emotional about it, which is why Zhou Chu has become his loyal follower. Li Ling rolled her eyes at him and then linked arms with Lin Kei. No matter how rich he is, can he be richer than you? Zhang Che, are you annoyed with us? I'll tell you, don't even think about driving us away. We're not looking for boyfriends. We'll just follow Kui and mooch off your food and drinks. I've made a pact with Kui. If I don't get married in this lifetime, she has to support me forever. Li Ling said this while making faces at Zhang Che. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi stood together with her, nodding vigorously in agreement. Zhang Che scoffed. If you really can avoid marriage, how about I let Kui support you for life? Li Ling laughed heartily. You said it, no takebacks. Whoever goes back on their word is a little dog. As she spoke, she extended her pinky to make a pinky promise with Zhang Che. Right, whoever goes back on their word is a little dog. We want to make a pinky promise too. Anyway, we won't lose out. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi joined in the fun. Su Mo watched from the side with a strange expression. No matter how you looked at it, this was a joke, but why did it feel so profound? Just wait, I'm going to reject Zhao Qingdong right now, just to show you my determination. Li Ling giggled as she made a pinky promise with Zhang Che and then headed straight for Zhao Qingdong. Zhao Qingdong, right? Zhang Che told me you wanted to ask me out, that you want to pursue me. I just want to tell you, don't bother. If you can't even confess in person, you're really not my type. Zhao Qingdong's face turned pale, feeling as if he had been stabbed. Am I really that cowardly? Just now, Zhang Che had looked down on me, and now I didn't even have the guts to ask and was rejected for this reason. This left Zhao Qingdong feeling quite defeated and questioning his life. Seeing Li Ling so decisive, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi looked at each other. Which one of us does he want to pursue? Zhang Che, he said you both are fine, either one is okay. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi initially wanted to follow suit and reject him, but upon hearing that answer, they suddenly didn't even want to reject him. It was actually quite amusing. They say that love is a required course in college. However, the 4 girls in Lin Kuyi's dormitory were all quite good-looking. Yet, even by their junior year, they were still single, and before Zhang Che appeared, none of them had any romantic experience. This seemed unbelievable to many and sparked quite a bit of discussion. The main reason for this situation was Lin Kui. This campus beauty was not uninterested in love. She just hadn't found a satisfactory partner. She was fishing for rich guys, keeping many backup suitors around. Although they weren't in relationships, there were always plenty of boys eager to please. Individually, Li Ling was also very pretty, and Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi were not lacking either. They actually had suitors too. But watching Lin Kui navigate through various levels of men with ease, enjoying all the benefits, and then looking at their own suitors, who were even less appealing than Lin Kui's admirers, how could they balance that in their hearts? In their 20s, boys were restless, and girls were also filled with youthful desires. They actually wanted to find boyfriends, but after comparing and contrasting, none of them were willing to settle. They knew they couldn't compare to Lin Kui and shouldn't use her as a standard, but they were also unwilling to lay bare the stark differences. Of course, that was the situation before. Now, they truly didn't want to find boyfriends. Because of Zhang Che, they had experienced living in luxury with Lin Kui, going in and out of high-end places and enjoying all kinds of delicacies. Delicious food and fun activities were just a word away from Lin Kui. Lin Kei could just call Zhang Che or send a message, and everything would be arranged perfectly. Life was so carefree and enjoyable. Why would she need a boyfriend? Could a boyfriend provide such a life? Zhao Qingdong had a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan, and her little life was already quite comfortable. But in comparison, it really didn't seem enough. Whenever Zhang Che took them out for a casual meal, it cost so much. And such gatherings happened almost every day. Our ancestors said hundreds or thousands of years ago, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Once you've tasted the finest clothes and food, and gotten used to delicacies, who would still want to eat plain and simple? Li Ling and the others even genuinely felt that if they could continue living like this, not getting married was completely fine. Even if they weren't as fortunate as Lin Kei and couldn't enjoy such a life forever, they could still savor every day of this pleasant existence. After all, they weren't even 21 yet. There was no need to rush into marriage. Finding a boyfriend now would be cutting off their own path, right? They were already riding on Lin Kei's coattails. How could they bring a boyfriend along to mooch off Zhang Che's meals and drinks? Li Ling and the others were also very clear-headed, knowing their own position. They understood what they wanted and what they could get. They originally didn't want to date at all, and with Zhao Qingdong being so timid, they really didn't find him appealing. The result was, they went straight to slap him in the face, leaving no room for negotiation. As for Zhou Chu, there was even less to say. Because of this matter, Zhao Qingdong was gloomy for several days. Li Ling was a bit inferior to Lin Kei, but she couldn't even get a second choice from the school beauty, which was a rejection. It was one thing to not be worthy of the school beauty, but was even the second-tier beauty not worthy? This made Zhao Qingdong very sad and quite indignant. More importantly, the school beauty, who completely disregarded him, was like a docile little bird in front of Zhang Che. Li Ling and the others were also completely unguarded around Zhang Che, laughing and playing. This made him unable to help but question his life. Am I really that much worse than Zhang Che? Under such extreme imbalance, Zhao Qingdong, Zhou Chu, and many others gritted their teeth at Zhang Che, wishing he would fail. But regrettably, no matter how they tried to expose Zhang Che's true nature or reveal his scummy essence, it had no effect on him at all. The entire Hu University already knew Zhang Che was a scumbag, and he was universally despised. But Lin Kei seemed completely unaware, and Li Ling and the others didn't care at all. Even Su Mo completely ignored the rumors, still getting close to Zhang Che. No matter how those jealous and twisted people cursed, Zhang Che continued to take Lin Kei and the others out for all kinds of food, drinks, and fun. When these moments were captured by other students or seen on Lin Kei's social media accounts, the jealousy only intensified, and they became even more defensive. Damn, how can he eat and play like this every day? What kind of family background can withstand such extravagance? Damn, a meal costing tens of thousands, this is truly the height of luxury. Thanks to Zhang Che, this guy made me understand why eating and drinking can be compared to gambling and prostitution. Eating the best food, playing the best games, I almost wish I were a woman too, just to enjoy it all with her. It turns out Zhang Che is the richest, no wonder Lin Kei is so devoted to him. Scumbag? Ha! Honestly, how many women would care if the man who lets them live this kind of life is a scumbag? Once everyone was shocked by Zhang Che's lavish spending, the insults gradually ceased. Those who were twisted with jealousy helplessly realized they simply couldn't envy him. Zhang Che's image in people's minds has once again changed. From the initial licking dog to a scumbag, he has now transformed into a super-rich second generation who spends money like water. To put it more vividly, he is a super-rich second generation disguised as a licking dog, but in reality, he is quite the scumbag. Bro, trust me, I really have issues. I'm just engaging in revenge spending. I'm not a scumbag pretending to be a licking dog. It's not that I won over Senior Lin, it's actually that she won me over. I really had no thoughts about her at first. It's just that she is indeed very beautiful, so I couldn't refuse. When Zhang Che said this, he was sitting in a restaurant, facing Sun Yunja, one of Lin Kei's most fervent pursuers. He had once vowed to give Sun Yunja a push. Yet now, he and Lin Kei were rolling together. The fact is already established. Who pushed whom no longer matters. When Sun Yunja came to find him, wanting to treat him to a meal and chat, Zhang Che felt quite awkward. However, Sun Yunja, having not seen him for a while, seemed to have let go, feeling relieved. Bro, all of this is in the past, it doesn't matter anymore. He waved his hands repeatedly. Do you know why I only came to find you now? Because I took some time to face this matter, and now I've come to terms with it. In fact, I'm really not surprised by this outcome. I had a premonition long ago. Well, he had indeed expressed this before. Zhang Che thought Sun Yunja was coming to settle scores, feeling a bit guilty for having said such resolute things before. But the result was that Sun Yunja spoke directly. However, seeing the smile on Sun Yunja's face now, he truly seemed very relieved. Zhang Che let out a sigh of relief. Since Sun Yunja had completely let go, he didn't have to worry so much when speaking. Bro, actually, Senior Lin really isn't suitable for you. If you can understand that, then that's great. He gestured for Sun Yunja to clink glasses, feeling gratified. Sun Yunja nodded and said calmly, I know. After downing the drink in his glass, he smiled and continued, Actually, I always knew what kind of person Lin Kei is and what she wants. So when I first met you, I wanted to see how strong you were. If you were stronger than me, I would have chosen to step back. He had been competing with Wang Junquan for so long because he felt he was not inferior to Wang Junquan. The two were evenly matched, so naturally, they had to compete. If you are not better than me, why should I step back? This was mainly because, among Lin Kei's many pursuers, they were already the most capable. Coupled with Lin Kei's various tactics, they always felt that success was just within reach. In fact, many times, I also knew that Lin Kei was just toying with us. But I always felt that Wang Junquan and I were the best choices she could encounter. At a higher level than us, in her social circle and even her future work circle, she shouldn't be able to reach, unless she is willing to accept those older men who could be her father or even grandfather. If Lin Kei had no other choice and ultimately had to decide between him and Wang Junquan, then he would have a chance. If he won in the end, then everything would be worth it. Unfortunately, a wild card like Zhang Che appeared out of nowhere. If you had told me earlier that you were this rich, regardless of whether Lin Kei chose you or not, I would have stepped back long ago. Sun Yunja couldn't help but complain, then poured Zhang Che 3 more drinks. He was actually quite clear-headed. What Lin Kei wanted was a leap in class. She wanted to live a rich and extravagant life. The wealthier a person was, the more attractive they became to her. As long as someone wealthier appears, then I'm afraid you have completely lost your chance. So, as long as someone stronger shows up, he will automatically withdraw. As for whether this stronger person can laugh until the end, and how Lin Kei will ultimately choose, that no longer concerns him. He just didn't expect that such a person would appear so suddenly and fiercely. I have to say, there are indeed quite a few hidden tycoons in our country. Actually, I've looked through the Forbes and Huruan rich lists. I was sure that none of those wealthy families on the list were suitable for Lin Kei, which is why I dared to be certain she wouldn't have a better choice. Who would have thought someone like you would pop up? If I were like you, I would have already ruined my family. He was driving a fully loaded BMW X5, which costs over 800,000 yuan. Zhang Che took Lin Kei and the others to play in Chang'an for a holiday, and just the accommodation fees had already exceeded 600,000 yuan. During this time, Zhang Che's extravagant spending had spread all over the school, and he had seen it all. This is mainly because I have psychological barriers. I have to spend money this way to relieve my mental stress, otherwise, I would be driven mad by the repression. Zhang Che brought up this excuse again, maintaining a calm demeanor. While saying this, he seriously advised Sun Yunja, "Take me as a warning, don't be too harsh on your child in the future. Otherwise, you might end up like me." Sun Yunja rolled his eyes. "I don't have that much money to spoil my son." Zhang Che rolled his eyes back. "I'm not talking about money, I'm talking about illness." Sun Yunja laughed. "But the point is, you have so much money for revenge spending. You can give Lin Kei more, so she chose you. This obvious fact, what else can I say? What is there to be confused about? The fact is indeed just that." Zhang Che shrugged. "Actually, I don't know what it would be like if one day I ran out of money. Would Senior Lin share the hardships with me, or would she kick me out? That's a question." But he just said it without ever thinking deeply about it. Never test human nature. With the system's support, such a day will never come. Even if one day he becomes the so-called god-level sycophant of the system, and the system retires, by then he would have earned enough rewards and wouldn't have to worry about falling back into poverty. It's good like this now. There's no need to seek trouble for oneself. Why bother thinking about hypothetical situations and how they might turn out? The two of them, tipsy and warm, were having a great conversation. When it got dark, Lin Kei sent a message. "Honey, we've finished eating over here, have you guys wrapped up?" Zhang Che replied, "We're having a great time chatting, but it's about time. Send me the payment code, I'll take care of the bill." Although he didn't go to eat with Lin Kei because of Sun Yunja's invitation, he still couldn't miss out on this reward. Thank goodness for the advanced technology these days. Payments can be made remotely by scanning a QR code. Looking down at his phone, Sun Yunja urged him while holding a wine glass. "What are you sending? Drink, drink." Zhang Che looked up and set his phone aside. "Senior Lin and the others went to eat Japanese food. I asked them to send the QR code so I can pay for them." Sun Yunja admired him greatly. "You're really thoughtful. I can't do what you do. You're so rich and still so considerate. It would be strange if Lin Kei didn't follow you wholeheartedly for life." Zhang Che rolled his eyes. "Actually, you can just say it's sycophancy. Being this rich and still so sycophantic, when combined, it really does seem like a powerful weapon." Zhang Che didn't pay attention to Sun Yunja's lamentations. He was already overjoyed inside. Lin Kei and the others went to one of the top 10 high-end Japanese restaurants in the Magic City, with an average spending of 2,500. They spent over 10,000 on this meal, directly hitting the cashback limit. Unfortunately, Suemo didn't go this time, just the 4 girls from Lin Kei's dormitory. Otherwise, he could have received an extra reward. In a good mood, Zhang Che pulled Sun Yunja to drink 2 more cups. After another round of toasting, Sun Yunja finally admitted defeat. I can't drink anymore. Damn it, I don't have as much money as you, and I can't even compete with you in picking up girls, but I can't even drink as much as you? Sun Yunja was quite frustrated but had to admit defeat. Alright, let's leave it at that. We'll battle another day. After undergoing cyber rehabilitation, Zhang Che's alcohol tolerance had also improved. Moreover, he could remove negative physical states through the dog-licking rehabilitation center, so he didn't worry about feeling bad even if he got drunk. With a high alcohol tolerance and no fear of getting drunk, Sun Yunja was no match for him. Just as Sun Yunja had to concede, Lin Kei also sent him a message, saying she had arrived to pick him up. Another day, with no classes in the morning. After dropping off Lin Kei, Zhang Che returned to the dormitory early. He saw that only Li Yale was there, munching on a bun while playing games at the computer. Zhao Qingting and Zhou Chu were nowhere to be seen. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he had seen these two roommates. He didn't care before, but now he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. He sat down next to Li Yale and casually asked, "Where are those two?" Li Yale shook his head and sighed. "They went to deliver breakfast to some girls." Zhang Che was taken aback. "What the hell, isn't that what I do?" He quickly followed up, "Who are they delivering to? What's going on?" Li Yale explained, "It's a girl from the business management department, seems to be named Zhang Jiao Jiao. I heard they are almost together." What the hell? This is a case of a man should be viewed differently after 3 days. Who would have thought that Zhao Qingting, who didn't even dare to confess, would quietly be getting a girlfriend? It hadn't been long since they went to the climbing gym. How could things change so much? It's not easy. Zhao Qingting has actually grown up and dares to pursue girls now. Not bad, not bad, progress worth praising. Zhang Che agreed with this. Who knew Li Yale smiled and said, "I heard Zhang Jiao is the one pursuing Zhao Qingting." Zhang Che. If that's the case, then it makes more sense. Zhao Qingting was like an animal in mating season, incredibly restless yet cowardly. Now that a girl was actively pursuing him, it was just what he wanted. However, for a girl to take a liking to him, it could only be said that there are all kinds of preferences. Some people might actually like this type who appears tough on the outside but is actually timid inside. I thought he had made progress. Turns out the one in control is someone else. That's still good. Wish them happiness. Zhang Che changed the subject and focused on Li Yale's computer. What kind of configuration is this? How much did it cost? He had thought about building a computer to play games before, but it was only now that he remembered it. In contrast, Li Yale had already been tinkering with it during the long holiday, playing to his heart's content every day. Li Yale patted his white seaside-themed case, quite proud. 13400F CPU, Ascard 8G Memory X2, Kioxia 1TB hard drive. The motherboard is Asus H610M, and the graphics card is MSI RTX 4060. Acer VC550 bronze power supply, Jojo Foamshin cooling, Hangzhou Blizzard Seaside house case. I spent several days getting this done. Altogether it cost 4,760 yuan. Zhang Che sincerely praised, "It's really good. Since you're so professional, help me set one up too, and I'll treat you to a meal later." Zhang Che really liked electronic products, had good hands-on skills, and had a certain understanding of computers. However, seeing Li Yale so animated, who was also very skilled and fond of it, he thought it would be better to leave it to Li Yale, allowing this roommate to experience more fun. "Sure, that's no problem." Li Yale readily agreed without a second thought, his eyes full of anticipation. "With you being such a tycoon, if you're going to build a computer, you definitely won't be as frugal as I am, right? Who doesn't want to max out their computer configuration? However, for many people, the conditions simply don't allow it. Now that someone is willing to spend money, being able to assemble a dream computer with their own hands is also a way to fulfill a dream." Zhang Che nodded, "Just go for the expensive stuff. The better the performance, the better. Money is not an issue." Li Yale directly exited the game and opened a web page. "Then this will be easy. I'll choose the AMD R9-9950X for the CPU, and the MSI MPG X870E motherboard with Wi-Fi. This set of motherboard and CPU is currently priced at around 7,000. The V360 cooling from Warakiri is over 1,000, and for memory, the Baiwei Wukong DX100 32GB X2 is about 1,200. The Hynix 2TB hard drive is around 1,000, and the Zhanghua 1300W power supply is priced at 1,299. The fan, 10X Lianli Fantasy 120, costs nearly 1,600. The most important part is the graphics card, RTX 5090-32G, 16,499 yuan. Let me calculate it for you. Altogether it adds up to 31,129. These items were all collected by Li Yale, and he quickly laid them out before Zhang Che. It was clear that he had been eyeing these for a long time. After finishing his list in one breath, he paused and asked, "How about it?" Zhang Che nodded, changed the solid state to Zhitai, "The rest is fine. CPU, GPU, these things are really hard to come by now, and if there's a solid state drive to choose from, he's even more willing to use domestic products." Li Yale was taken aback for a moment, opened the official flagship store of Zhitai on the shopping platform, and then asked again, "Which one to choose?" Zhang Che pointed to the latest flagship. "Let's go with this one. T Pro 9000, PCLE 5. 0 interface, maximum read speed of 14,000 megabytes per second, 2 terabytes priced at $1649. After confirming, he added, "By the way, the motherboard interface is fine, right?" Li Yale assured him, "At this price point, it's definitely fine. How could it not support PCLE 5? 0? After changing the solid-state drive, the price went from $31,129 to $31809. This amount of money was certainly negligible for Zhang Che. "Then I'll leave it to you," he said as he directly transferred the money to Li Yale, immediately asking him to place the order. "Don't worry, I'll make sure everything is done perfectly for you." Li Yale looked quite excited, unable to help rubbing his hands together while placing the order. After ordering all the components, he then said, "What you need to do now is choose a monitor. You already have the Apple ecosystem, so this computer definitely isn't just for design. If you're going to play games, just get one that's great for gaming." When it comes to playing games, Zhang Che still prefers a wide screen. It feels more immersive and is much more enjoyable. The resolution has to be high, and the screen needs to be large. He opened an e-commerce platform to take a look, initially wanting to choose a 5K resolution, 49-inch screen. However, this is a dormitory, and everyone's space is limited, so such a large screen just won't fit. There's no choice but to settle for second best, and he ultimately chose a 34-inch 4K screen, priced at 5,999 yuan. It won't fit in the dorm, but it will fit at home, Zhang Che thought, considering whether to get two and place one at home as well. What did you say?" Li Yale heard his mumbling but didn't catch what he was saying. "Nothing." After thinking it over, he dismissed the idea. Although he wasn't short on money, there was really no need to buy a duplicate. Since he was playing games, he could just set up a console at home. "I was just thinking, since I want to play games, I might as well get a console too." Li Yale shrugged, looking a bit disgruntled. "As long as you want to get it, of course, there's no problem. After all, you have plenty of money." All the computer parts had already been ordered, and Zhang Che also selected a mouse and keyboard, along with some speakers. Li Yale was rubbing his hands together, looking excited and ready to get to work. Seeing him so enthusiastic, Zhang Che felt even more that he could just leave it to him without worrying. So, Zhang Che shifted his focus. He also wanted to buy a game console, but that would be for playing at home. Therefore, he needed to get a display device as well. A computer needs a monitor, but for a game console, playing on a TV is much more enjoyable. These days, the usage rate of TVs has dropped to an absurd level. More and more people are unwilling to watch TV. This industry is almost being killed off by the older generation. For many young people, the thought of buying a TV mostly arises for the purpose of playing games. So, what kind of TV should he buy? Without thinking too much, Zhang Che directly chose the Chihua Smart Screen. The Chihua Smart Screen has already established a foothold in the high-end market in the country, with a market share that is far ahead of others. Its quality is not inferior to that of Samsung or the so-called Sony products, so there's no need to consider those foreign brands. Since he was going to buy, he definitely wanted the best, the one that looked the most enjoyable. After a brief understanding, he selected the V5 Max, a super giant screen of 110 inches, super mini LED beads, with top-notch color gamut and accuracy. After discounts, the price was 64,999 yuan. He had a 1,200 square meter flat, and the living room was spacious enough. Only with such a super giant screen would it be enjoyable enough. As for the price, it was of no pressure to him. However, he felt a bit of a psychological burden that spending money without getting any cashback would be a loss. Spending money was fine, but he couldn't just spend it without reason. He had to earn it back from somewhere else. Over 40,000 for the computer, over 60,000 for the TV. That was already over 100,000. Plus, the PS5 Pro would cost over 3,000. No, I can't just spend this money without a plan. Zhang Che took out his phone and first sent a message to Lin Kei, then called Sumo. "Master, I have something urgent. I'm not feeling well right now. I'm having another episode. You need to come out with me." He pulled Lin Kei and Sumo along, heading straight to the Chihua Brand Experience store. Previously, when he bought a fruit bucket for Lin Kei, he had thought about getting a Chihua fruit bucket as well. He wanted to try both and see what the differences were, what advantages and disadvantages each had. Now that he had used the fruit, it was just the right time to buy the Chihua and give it a try. At the same time, he would earn back the money he spent on himself from Lin Kei and Sumo. MeetBook X Pro, Ultra 9 and Bright Blue, a combination of 32 GB plus 2 TB, priced at $14,799 after a discount of $200. One for Lin K, cashback of $100,000, one for Su Mo, and another cashback of $100,000, plus a basic reward of $10,000 x2. After deducting Zhang Che's own purchase of $44,397, he netted $175,603. Now this feels good. In an instant, he had recouped the money spent on the TV, console, and computer, and even made a profit. Zhang Che's thoughts became clear, his mood lifted, and he was once again full of energy. Su Mo could clearly sense the change in his emotions and increasingly believed that he really had psychological issues. As for Lin K, she had long been accustomed to the fact that the more money he spent, the happier he became. Let's take a look at phones. They said they were going to buy a family bucket, and making a small profit was just the beginning. Zhang Che was in high spirits, continuing to pick out items with Lin K and Su Mo. He had never played with a foldable phone before, the Extraordinary Master 16 GB plus 1 TB in red, priced at $23,999. With the same $220,000 reward, after deducting the expenses for 3 machines, he netted $148,003. The dual foldable Maid X6, 16 GB plus 1 TB, priced at $15,999, netted $172,003. The Mate 70 RS Extraordinary Master, with the same top configuration, priced at $12,999, netted $181,003. The tablet MatePad Pro 13, 2 inches, after discount, was $5,099. Then there were watches, headphones, and various accessories. After all this, not only had he bought the computer, TV, console, and the family bucket, but he also netted nearly $1 million. Now Zhang Che was not only feeling good but was practically walking on air. Even though he already had enough understanding of him, being called out and coming back with so many things was still surprising. Watching his departing figure, Su Mo felt a mix of emotions. When Su Mo returned to the dormitory, her roommates were stunned. "Wow, Su Mo, did you rob a flower specialty store?" Su Mo placed the pile of items on the table and didn't hide anything. "I don't have that much money, it was all bought by Zhang Che." Her roommates were even more shocked. "Zhang Che launched another money offensive against you?" Money offensive. This was the term people coined after discovering that Zhang Che was not just wealthy, defining his sycophantic behavior. Although Su Mo never thought of it as Zhang Che's money offensive, she couldn't help but be influenced by what others believed. "Su Mo, you must hold your ground." A roommate grabbed Su Mo's hand and earnestly advised her. "Zhang Che may look good and be rich, but he is really a scumbag. He already has Lin K, yet he openly has his eyes on you. You must not let him succeed." Su Mo was speechless. He never intended to gain anything from her. But even if she said this, who would believe her? The idea of psychological issues leading to retaliatory spending, that spending more money equals more happiness, would likely just sound ridiculous. But precisely because Zhang Che wanted nothing from her, she felt conflicted and anxious. She still found it hard to be at ease, truly treating this as a way to punish a scumbag. Lin K, on the other hand, had no such issues. This pure and innocent school beauty was now facing the troubles of happiness. "Honey, you already bought me a fruit family bucket before. Now you've bought so many flowers. With 3 phones, we have a total of 6. We can't even use them all." At this moment, Zhang Che opened the system interface. After buying all these things, he had once again gathered enough chances for a lottery draw and proceeded to draw. Then, he received another uplifting piece of good news. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a car lottery card." Seeing this result, he, who had long been accustomed to lotteries, suddenly became excited again. The last time he got this thing, he ended up with worse luck than a non-lucky person, drawing the Geely Xingyuan that he now drives every day. However, right after that, his luck exploded, and after obtaining a housing lottery card, he won a luxury apartment worth $204 million with a 1% chance. What would the result be this time? He felt a rare sense of tension again. 3, 2, 1, the final result appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Lynk & Co Z20. Lynk & Co Z20 2025 model 530 km rear-wheel drive max version market reference price, $150,900. Damn, another small electric car." Just as Zhang Che was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood, he heard Lin K's words. Anyway, he had already given it to Lin K, and the reward was already in hand: notebooks, mobile phones, tablets. This pile of things didn't surprise Li Ling and the others. They were curious about how Lin K drove back alone. After returning from Chang'an, Zhang Che intentionally trained Li Ling and the others in driving skills, so they could drive when necessary. Although Li Ling and the 3 of them were enough, Lin K also had her own family. Based on the principle that if she could drive skillfully, she could personally take care of Zhang Che when needed, she spent quite some time practicing her driving skills to be able to hit the road. However, even so, most of the time it was still Zhang Che who drove her back. Yet at this moment, it was only her without Zhang Che in sight. So Li Ling and the others were a bit curious. Why is it just you? Where's Zhang Che? Lin Kei directly handed the car keys to Li Ling. Including Sumo, there are 6 of us going out to play. We can't always make you take a taxi. Didn't Zhang Che say he would solve this problem? So he bought another car. From today on, this car is for you to use. Including these computers and tablets, let's consider them shared in our dormitory. Whoever needs them can use them. Zhang Che said he was giving the car to Lin Kei, but since she was with Zhang Che every day, she didn't really need a car. The passenger seat next to Zhang Che was her exclusive spot. Over this long time, she had already figured it out clearly. Zhang Che wouldn't directly give anything to Li Ling and the others. Whenever this happened, it was always done through her. Moreover, it was almost always her making the decisions, handing the power to her. If she was willing, then all sorts of delicious food, fun activities, and even various valuable items could be shared with Li Ling and the others. If she wasn't willing, then naturally Li Ling and the others wouldn't gain anything from Zhang Che. Now, the fact that Li Ling and the others could benefit and enjoy life with Zhang Che every day was the result of her permission. She was calculating, wanting to firmly tie Li Ling and the others to her chariot for her own use. When Zhang Che wanted to give Li Ling and the others some benefits, it had to go through her hands, and she was actually guiding things in secret. However, Zhang Che didn't care about these matters at all, and he didn't even notice her guidance. The reason Zhang Che did this was simply because giving directly to Li Ling and the others wouldn't yield any rewards. Through Lin Kei's hands, what was given was to Lin Kei, which could yield more returns. As for who Lin Kei chose to give to or not, that was really irrelevant. He didn't care at all. He got along well with Li Ling and the others, and taking them along could earn him more returns. So, he was happy about it. He held this thought, which just happened to align with Lin Kei's ideas, making everyone happy. After parking the car, Lin Kei and the others carried a bunch of things upstairs. Back in the dormitory, when Li Ling and the others curiously gathered around to fiddle with the foldable screen phone, Lin Kei was busy with both the tablet and the phone, engrossed in a game. When Li Ling and the others saw this, they couldn't care less about the foldable screen phone they were experiencing for the first time and all crowded over. Kei, why are you playing a game? What is this? Weren't you quite averse to games before? Shinwei even quit mobile games for you. Lin Kei stared intently at the screen and shot Li Ling a glance. That was then, this is now. Zhao Xiaolan chuckled. No need to say, this must be because of Zhang Che. I've seen him play this game a few times before, he must really like it. Lin Kei nodded and pinched Zhao Xiaolan's chin. You're still smart. After a pause, she felt a bit defeated. He doesn't just like it, he absolutely loves it. In order to play this game, he set up a computer in the dormitory and bought a game console to take back. Yesterday he asked me and Sumo to go to the Chrysanthemum specialty store, mainly to buy a TV for playing games. You should have seen it. He specifically bought a 110-inch TV, and it took quite a bit of effort to get it back and set it up. As she spoke, she exaggeratedly gestured, leaving Li Ling and the others in a daze. 110 inches, how big could that TV be? Li Ling wiped her sweat. Boys are all the same, they are always exceptionally obsessed when it comes to playing games. Lin Kei rubbed her forehead, somewhat resentfully complaining. But this is too obsessive. Last night when I put on stockings, I couldn't attract his attention more than the game. He just kept holding the controller, even unable to spare a moment to touch my leg. Li Ling burst out laughing upon hearing this, hugging Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, the three of them laughing so hard they nearly fell over. Hey, he just bought a game console and a TV. He's in high spirits, right? Don't worry, he hasn't been playing games for just one day. Your beautiful black stockings can't possibly compete with the game forever. Lin Kei shot them a glance and then turned her attention back to the screen. That goes without saying. If I can't be more attractive than the game, then I might as well not live. But even so, it's still his favorite game, so I have to cater to his interests and win his favor. Feng Qi nodded repeatedly. Yes, catering to his interests is definitely the right thing to do. Let's play together. What's this game called again? The four of them, who knew almost nothing about games, all picked up their phones or tablets at this moment. Genshin Impact. You must choose the official server. Absolutely do not choose the channel server. That's what he repeatedly reminded me last night. After Lin Kei finished speaking, the four of them began to fiddle with the game. During the game download process, they squeezed together to watch various videos, cramming all the related knowledge. Zhang Che's Genshin Impact was on the B server, and he had previously bought a bunch of fruit devices but couldn't play. Now he bought a game console, directly paired with a 110-inch supergiant screen worth over 60,000. Yet, he still couldn't play. Once again, he felt the heartache of being on the orphan server. This time, Zhang Che made up his mind to reincarnate. From a pessimistic perspective, he had already completed all the storylines, and going through them again would be somewhat painful. However, from an optimistic viewpoint, he had only completed the storylines, and his exploration level was still very low. After all, during 3 years of high school, he really didn't have that much time to play games, and he had to deal with anti-addiction measures. Anyway, since he needed to start from scratch, it didn't seem unacceptable to do it all over again. With this thought in mind, he finally made up his mind that short pain was better than long pain. If he continued, who knew what situations he would encounter in the future, and at that time, the sunk cost would only increase. Looking back now, he should have decisively reincarnated when he bought the Fruit Family bucket. He reincarnated to the official server, just as Lin Kei, Li Ling, and the others were clamoring to play with him. The result was that not only did he have to start from scratch, but he often had to lead them as well. He had no objections to this. After all, playing games was mainly about having fun. However, when there were no events in the storyline, it was quite enjoyable to help the girls in his spare time. As long as I play games with Lin Kei every day, I can securely pocket this reward. Just one word. In the afternoon, in the dormitory. It was another day when Zhang Che and the others had no classes, while Lin Kei and her friends did. With nothing to do, he settled in the dormitory to continue playing games, waiting for Lin Kei and her friends to finish class. Li Yale brewed a cup of tea and turned to look at him. How's the experience? Not bad, right? This computer of his was Li Yale's pride and joy. After it was set up, Zhao Qingtang and Zhou Chu were so tempted they nearly drooled. But with a cost of over 40,000, not even Zhou Chu could afford it, let alone Zhao Qingtang. Out of frustration, he had already asked his family for money to buy a fruit bucket. If he asked for another 40,000 for a computer, his parents would definitely scold him. Aren't you the one experiencing it the latest? Zhang Che was focused on playing the game. I have to say, playing the same game on a high-spec computer is indeed much more enjoyable than on a phone. Of course, the best experience is still playing at home on a gaming console with a super giant screen. Isn't it supposed to satisfy you? Li Yale chuckled and teased before changing the subject. By the way, you like playing Genshin Impact, right? There's a large-scale comic exhibition at the Shanghai Exhibition Center this weekend. Are you going to join the fun? Zhang Che nodded vigorously without hesitation. Yes, definitely going, even if I have to crawl there with broken legs. As an anime enthusiast, he didn't just enjoy playing games, he also loved anime, manga, and novels. However, he had never attended a comic exhibition. In their small city, such events simply didn't exist, and he never had the means to travel to one. Now that he was in Shanghai and not short on money, how could he miss such an event? Just as the two were discussing this, the dormitory door was pushed open, and Zhao Qingtang returned with his loyal follower. However, Zhou Chu looked somewhat displeased. Zhao Qingtang, you're also into the second dimension, right? You must be going to the comic exhibition this weekend. Seeing the two return, Li Yale casually asked. To him, the answer was obvious. Which anime fan could resist the temptation of a comic exhibition? But unexpectedly, Zhao Qingtang jumped up. You're the one into the second dimension. Your whole family is into the second dimension. Li Yale froze. What the hell is this situation? It felt like he had stepped on a tail. Zhang Che was also puzzled. Zhao Qingtang really liked anime, so why such a strong reaction? The two looked confused until Zhou Chu shrugged and explained. Qingtang's girlfriend doesn't like the second dimension. After learning that Qingtang likes anime, she said one thing. For Zhai steamed goose heart. So, our Qingtang has now quit anime and games, and he's no longer a homebody. Zhang Che, Li Yale. This really wasn't necessary. Not all games are from the second dimension. Wait, that's not the point. For Zhai steamed goose heart, how many years ago was that? Back then, the second dimension was still a niche existence. Now it's become mainstream culture. How can anyone still be talking about that? Speaking of which, Zhang Che really missed the second dimension back then. It was nothing like now, where even underwear isn't allowed to be seen. There's no helping it. No matter what kind of subculture it is, once it enters the public eye, it can't avoid this situation. While he sighed, he felt Zhou Chu's words had a somewhat sarcastic tone. He was Zhao Qingtang's follower, always obedient to him. But now, he was being sarcastic towards Zhao Qingtang. What was going on? He looked at the two with confusion, even as Zhao Qingtang grinned at him foolishly. Hey, Zhang Che, I need your help. Lend me some money. Zhang Che. After a pause, he felt even more incredulous. Wait, you, young Master Zhao, have a monthly living expense of 10,000, and you still need to borrow money from me? Zhao Qingtang was quite arrogant, always acting as if he had money, so everyone should treat him as the fundamental one. However, this arrogance was severely struck down by Zhang Che on the very first day. So, in the dormitory, in front of Zhang Che, he couldn't act all high and mighty. But as long as he wasn't in front of Zhang Che, he maintained his usual attitude. After all, most of the classmates were indeed not as well off as he was, and he did have some basis for being arrogant. To be honest, as a student, 10,000 a month was really enough to live quite well, but the fact that he still came to borrow money was really a bit strange. Well, Zhao Qingtang chuckled awkwardly, I bought my girlfriend a phone, so I don't have enough money this month. Zhang Che, It felt like something was off. Your girlfriend? That Zhang Jiao? You bought her a phone? What kind of phone? For questions in a row, he couldn't even focus on the game anymore. What else would you give a girl? An iPhone 16, 256G, 5,999 yuan. Zhao Qingtang snorted, Zhang Che, you are very rich and generous, but I'm not bad either, okay? He was actually quite proud. Zhang Che couldn't help but rub his temples. If you really aren't bad, why do you need to borrow money from me? Bro, why do you have to learn from me? Can you really handle being a simp? At first, when he heard that Zhao Qingtang was already sweet-talking a girl, and that it was the girl who was taking the initiative, Zhang Che felt quite emotional. Different strokes for different folks. Although Zhao Qingtang was a bit arrogant, he was a bit timid with girls, but his conditions were indeed quite good. It wasn't surprising that other girls would be interested in him. But now, hearing this, he immediately felt something was off. Sending breakfast, buying a phone, spending all his 10,000 living expenses, to the point of needing to borrow money. Isn't this being a simp? That girl Jiang Jiao was so proactive, she must be after his good conditions, right? He felt something was very wrong, but Zhao Qingtang was already unconvinced. What do you mean by simp? Is being good to your girlfriend being a simp? Fine, if you want to call it being a simp, go ahead. Zhao Qingtang snorted, disdainfully saying, Zhang Che, just because you can be a simp, does that mean others can't? If you can be with Lin, can't I be with other girls? Am I really being a simp? Zhang Che scoffed at this. As someone who was being trained to be a top-tier simp, he still believed that in the end, a simp would end up with nothing. If Lin could be won over just by simping, then how could it possibly come to me? I did get close to Lin. What about you? Zhang Che took out a bottle of Voss water, took a sip, and continued to argue with Zhao Qingtang. During this time, how much have you spent on that Zhang Jiao? How much in total? And what has she given you? What level have you two developed to? Zhao Qingtang's face immediately turned red, wanting to argue but having nothing to say. Zhang Che then turned to ask Li Yale, has he ever stayed out overnight during this time? Before Li Yale could answer, Zhou Chu had already jumped in. Staying out overnight? He wishes, but Zhang Jiao hasn't even let him hold her hand yet. I think Zhang Jiao is just a gold digger, just stringing him along to extract benefits from him. He thinks he's hit the jackpot, but the only thing that can fall from the sky is a trap. Zhang Che and Li Yale were both taken aback. No way. This time Zhou Chu actually sees through everything? And this time he didn't even call me Qing Tangu, but went straight to the third person. Zhou Chu, if you still want to hang out with me, just shut up. Isn't it just that I've been in a relationship lately, and I've treated you less? You think you can just give me attitude? Fine, then don't come begging me in the future. Zhao Qingtang was furious, pointing at Zhou Chu's nose and unleashing a torrent of curses. Zhou Chu's face turned from blue to red, incredibly entertaining. However, in the end, he didn't retort at all, but instead honestly apologized. Qingtang, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried you might get scammed. Zhao Qingtang's family background was there. Even if he got scammed now, it wouldn't affect his ability to continue living freely in the future. After weighing it, Zhou Chu still felt that if there was a chance to take advantage, it wasn't worth it to fall out with Zhao Qingtang. Now, Zhang Che and Li Yale both clearly saw that Zhou Chu's expression had been off from the start. He was complaining that Zhao Qingtang had taken the money to be a sycophant, leaving him with nothing to gain. Being a lackey was still not as good as chasing girls. Get lost. Zhao Qingtang snapped at Zhou Chu, then turned to Zhang Che, clearly impatient. Zhang Che, I just want to borrow some money, why so much nonsense? Just say it, do you want to borrow or not? Although Zhang Che didn't like Zhao Qingtang, as a man, he was also against the existence of sycophants. He wanted to give Zhao Qingtang a reminder to open his eyes. But who would have thought Zhao Qingtang would have such an attitude? Because there was no advantage to be gained, even Zhou Chu could see it clearly, yet Zhao Qingtang treated good intentions as if they were worthless. Truly, it's hard to persuade a stubborn fool. Since Zhao Qingtang wanted to be this way, he was happy to watch the show. Fine, you say you can't handle it, but you don't believe it, let's wait and see. So, how much do you want to borrow? And when will you pay it back? Zhao Qingtang's expression finally softened when he heard he was willing to lend money. As for the other comments, they were completely ignored. Borrow 5,000, and as soon as my mom gives me my living expenses next month, I'll pay you back right away. This amount of money was really nothing, Zhang Che didn't take it seriously at all. Zhao Chengtang was very proud and maintained his status. He wouldn't do something like borrowing money and not paying it back. If he owed money and didn't pay it back, how could he still act like he was rich? So, Zhang Che wasn't worried he would default. You have a monthly living expense of 10,000, bought a phone for $59.99, and still have 4,000 left. 4,000 for living expenses is still more than most students, yet you still can't make ends meet. When you pay me back the 5,000 next month, you'll only have 5,000 left. What will you do then if that's not enough? As he spoke, Zhang Che quickly transferred the money to Zhao Qingtang. There was no need to write an IOU, because as long as there was a transfer record, it would serve as factual evidence. He couldn't back out. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. I will definitely pay you back on time, not a cent less. He was clearly already impatient, and Zhang Che didn't bother to say more. Meanwhile, Li Yalei shook his head at the scene. Zhao Changtang, you spend 10,000 a month on a relationship and still can't make ends meet. Every day delivering breakfast, asking about her well-being, and in the end, even giving up your favorite anime, is it worth it? If dating is like this, then I might as well not date. Zhao Changtang looked at Li Yalei with disdain. What do you know, you ironclad straight man? As a man, you have to cater to your girlfriend. If you can't even give up a little hobby for her, how can you prove you love her? Zhang Che, what the hell is this theory? Are you sure this isn't self-PUA? Or have I been PUA'd too much that I just believe it? While he was still in shock, Zhao Qingtong had already brought the fire to him. Do you think Zhang Che isn't like this? It's just that he's a scumbag, so he says one thing and does another, playing games behind Lin Xiaohua's back. Do you think he would dare in front of Lin Xiaohua? He didn't express disdain for Zhang Che but rather wore a look of mutual understanding. Lin Xiaohua has publicly said that she doesn't like boys who play games. She thinks boys who play games are unambitious. As for comic conventions, I'm already not interested, but do you think Zhang Che would go? Unless he can shake off Lin Xiaohua and ensure he goes quietly without her finding out, then maybe. Zhang Che remains silent for a while before finally speaking softly. Then you can also play quietly, just don't let Zhang Jiaojiao find out. Zhao Qingtong waved his hands repeatedly. No way, I'm not like you, I'm devoted to love. At this moment, he showed a disdainful expression, as if he looked down on associating with scumbags. At first, Zhang Che refused to be a simp. It was because the system offered too much that he couldn't resist the temptation. Otherwise, he would never have become a simp. He became a simp to earn rewards, and earning rewards was to enjoy life. If earning rewards conflicted with enjoying life, he would choose a balance point or make up for it later. But if he became a simp and got rewards but couldn't enjoy life, he would rather not have the rewards. He wouldn't be willing to give up his hobbies just to please women. If Lin Kei demanded that he not play games, not like anime, and must cut ties with the second dimension, he would tell her to get lost as far as possible. Even if giving up anime and games for Lin Kei could earn him rewards, he wouldn't be willing. If you don't let me simp, then I'll go simp for someone else and earn rewards from them. After all, it's all for the rewards. Who cares who I simp for? It's just that if there's one less target to simp for, the rewards won't come as quickly or in as large a quantity. Should I say that my image as a simp is deeply ingrained in people's minds? Or should I say that Lin Kei's image remains aloof in people's hearts? Zhao Qingtong actually thought that he didn't dare to play games in front of Lin Kei and could only sneak into comic conventions. He couldn't be bothered to argue or directly poke at Zhao Qingtong's inexplicable sense of superiority. I'm a scumbag, you're devoted, so you look down on me? Facts speak louder than words. Let's see if you can still laugh later. After borrowing money from Zhang Che, Zhao Qingtong hurriedly left the dorm with Zhou Chu. Not long after, Lin Kei called. Honey, we just finished class. Where are you? Zhang Che was playing a game, and he put the phone on speaker. I'm in the dorm playing games. Wait a moment, I'll be done soon. On the other end, Lin Kei sounded very excited. Let's play together when we get home. After finishing the call with Lin Kei, Zhang Che exited the dungeon, logged out of the game, and turned off the console. I'm off now. He packed his things and was about to leave when he paused and asked, Are you going to the comic convention this weekend? Li Yalei chuckled. Of course I'm going. I may not be into the second dimension, but I'm still keen on joining the fun. Besides, I've heard there are plenty of pretty girls at the comic convention. Even just going to see the beauties isn't a loss. Zhang Che also chuckled. All men know each other. Then let's go together. If I haven't returned to school, I'll call you. For his first time attending a comic convention, he was very much looking forward to it. Just in time, he now had a car and could get a paying car to participate. He hummed a little tune as he left the dormitory, and Li Yalei watched his departing figure with a silent laugh. Zhao Qingtang had just said that he definitely wouldn't dare to play games in front of Lin Kei, who was very averse to boys who played games. As it turned out, he was not sneaking around at all. The game-hating Lin Kei was even going to play with him. For Zhao Qingtang, he had to give up games and anime for Zhang Jiaojiao, stepping away from the second dimension. But for Zhang Che, Lin Kei could learn to play games for her, and that was the difference. With things being this way, it was impossible for Zhang Che to attend the comic convention without hiding it from Lin Kei. Li Yale felt that it was easy to guess that Lin Kei would definitely accompany Zhang Che. Zhang Che drove the Link and Co Z20 to pick up Lin Kei and saw them chatting animatedly from a distance. He drove over and stopped, rolling down the window. Lin Kei immediately said, "Hubby, our classmates are saying there's a comic convention at the exhibition center this weekend. Are we going?" They had all heard about it, and it seemed that the convention was gaining popularity as the date approached. "Yeah, we definitely have to go." He nodded, and Li Ling burst into laughter. "I told you, right? This comic convention has the official Genshin Impact booth. How could he not go?" They had already guessed this outcome, and no one felt surprised. Lin Kei gave Zhang Che a flirtatious glance. "Hubby, I'll give you a surprise then." This enchantress was already quite alluring, and her teasing was becoming increasingly hard to resist. Zhang Che felt a rush of heat and couldn't help but ask, "What surprise?" Li Ling shot him a glance. "If you say it now, how can it still be called a surprise? Anyway, you'll know when the time comes. Don't be so anxious like a virgin." Zhang Che, "Wait, how do you know what a virgin looks like when they're anxious?" Li Ling chuckled. "Kui told me." Zhang Che, the three girls were becoming increasingly uninhibited with him, and he realized he was no match for their suggestive banter. "Alright, I'm not anxious, is that good enough?" He rolled his eyes and said, "Let's go. For the comic convention this weekend, we need to get a pain car first. You guys should also take the Xingyuan. Let's turn both cars into pain cars." Ever since they won the Link and Co Z20, the Geely Xingyuan had been driven by Li Ling and the others. Even with Su Mo added, there were now 6 people in 2 cars, making it convenient to go anywhere. Although the car was already being driven by them, since Zhang Che said so, they definitely had no objections. "It's good, but what's a pain car?" The 4 girls blinked their big eyes at Zhang Che, looking quite puzzled. They had just started getting into games in the second dimension, and had never heard of a pain car before. Simply put, it's a car decorated with anime elements, either painted or with stickers. Usually, it's related to characters. You turn the car into the character you like. Zhang Che explained confidently, but in reality, he had never seen a pain car in person. He had learned about these things online. He had envied them before, and now it was finally his turn. "So it can be played like this?" Zhao Xiaolan took out her phone to search and immediately widened her eyes. Looking at the pictures of those pain cars that came up, she felt the shock from the second dimension. "It looks really cool. They all look so beautiful." After the shock, she quickly expressed her approval and followed up with a question. "Zhang Che, which character are you planning to turn into a pain car? We have 2 cars, and there are so many female characters in Genshin Impact. Who do you want to choose?" When she asked this question, Lin Kei and the others perked up their ears, looking at Zhang Che with great anticipation. "Let's talk about Hu Tao and Xiangling. Their new skins are really cute. We can deal with the other characters later. We're not just attending one comic convention, right?" Upon hearing Zhang Che's answer, Lin Kei and the others' eyes instantly sparkled, exchanging glances with each other. He keenly sensed this but felt a bit confused. "What's wrong?" The 4 girls shook their heads in unison. "Nothing." They quickly changed the subject. Let's go, don't block the way here, we're off to the pain car." This was too obvious. Zhang Che rolled his eyes but didn't take it to heart. On the weekend, the day of the comic convention, Zhang Che first dropped Lin Kei off at the dormitory, then he returned to his dorm to find Li Yale. He could have gone directly to the convention and met up with Li Ling and the others there. However, Lin Kei said she wanted to surprise him, so they had to return to the dorm to meet up with Li Ling and the others first. Since they were going back to school, it was just right to pick up Li Yale together. When he returned to the dorm, Zhao Qingtang and Zhou Chu were already nowhere to be seen. "Where are they?" he casually asked, and Li Yale shrugged. "They went to deliver breakfast to Zhang Jiaojiao early this morning and haven't come back since. I don't know where they went." Speaking of which, I really can't understand why Zhao Qingtang is dating someone and still brings a sidekick along as a third wheel. What's he thinking? When others date, they'd rather not have anyone around, wanting the whole world to be just the 2 of them. Zhao Qingtang thought he was in a passionate romance but still took Zhou Chu everywhere. Is he really dating? He thinks he's in love, okay? Zhang Che shrugged. "Let's not worry about them, let's go." After chatting for a while, Lin Kei sent a message. "Hubby, we can set off now." Zhang Che and Li Yale went downstairs, and by this time, the car parked by the roadside had already attracted quite a crowd taking pictures. "Wow, Hu Tao, whose car is this? The car is painted, the license plate hasn't changed, right? Hi AD00002, who else could it be but Zhang Che? Don't say, this little car looks pretty good with Hu Tao on it. So you also play Genshin Impact? Ha, two-dimensional creature. Doesn't Lin the school flower mind this? Wouldn't she feel embarrassed sitting in such a car? Amidst the lively crowd, Zhang Che got in the car and quickly drove Li Yale towards the girls' dormitory. As soon as the car stopped, it immediately attracted the attention of all the girls coming in and out. Isn't that Zhang Che? How did he get the car to look like this? This is called a pain car. It's ACG culture. Otaku are like this. It feels quite extravagant. Can Lin Kei accept it? I don't know if she can accept it, but I just saw Lin Kei get out of this car. Actually, this is a Link & Co Z20. The previous Jili Xingyuan was also transformed like this. Look, Lin Kei and the others are coming down. Wow, Lin Kei's beauty is stunning. Wherever she goes, she can amaze people. However, this time, when people saw her, they gasped not out of admiration but shock. Because Lin Kei, along with Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolen, and Feng Qi, were all dressed in cosplay. Lin Kei was cosplaying as Hu Tao from Zhang Che's pain car's new skin. Then there was Li Ling cosplaying as Shangling in her new skin, Zhao Xiaolan as the new character Lan Yan, and Feng Qi as Keqing. It was clear that the four of them had prepared meticulously, and each of their cosplays was highly accurate. At first glance, it even felt like Lin Kei in cosplay was the real Hu Tao. Wow! Even Li Yale couldn't help but exclaim, completely in awe of Zhang Che. Previously, Zhao Qingtong thought Zhang Che wouldn't dare to play games in front of Lin Kei, and that he would sneak around at the comic convention. Just a moment ago, someone was wondering if Lin Kei could accept Zhang Che's pain car, and whether she would have any objections. As a result, to make Zhang Che happy, she directly started cosplaying. Everyone was dumbfounded, feeling as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Schoolflower, didn't you publicly declare that you were most disgusted by boys who play games? So you have different standards for different people, huh? This is way too double standard. Many men couldn't help but want to cry after seeing this scene. Adhering to the principle that I can't be the only one feeling down, many quickly took photos and posted them on the campus forum, expressing their thoughts. Let the boys who were criticized by Lin Schoolflower for playing games come out and cry. This should be at Shenwei. Wow, Lin Kei cosplayed as Hu Tao, and her entire dormitory actually started cosplaying? I'm not satisfied. Lin Schoolflower actually chose an OP. Hee hee, Lin Schoolflower not only chose an OP, she herself is now an OP. It turns out that when a girl likes you, she might even cosplay as your favorite character. Lin Kei still didn't know that she had once again caused a stir at Hu University to win Zhang Che's favor. Hubby, do you like it? Amidst the shock of the onlookers, Lin Kei jogged over and twirled around, her eyes full of hope for Zhang Che's approval. How about this surprise? Li Ling and the others followed suit, standing in a row to showcase for Zhang Che. Zhang Che was not unfamiliar with cosplay, but he had only encountered it online before, and had only seen posers on the internet. Now, before him stood four characters that looked like they had walked out of a game. Seeing Lin Kei and the others cosplaying as his favorite characters, he truly felt surprised. This feeling was quite wonderful. Very good. Zhang Che nodded repeatedly. You all cosplayed so well, the restoration is very high. I guarantee that if you go to the comic convention like this, you will definitely attract a lot of attention. Seeing her eyes light up with visible joy, Lin Kei and the others were also very happy. At that moment, everything felt worth it. That's a must. Li Ling proudly huffed, then winked at Zhang Che. Although we're all very happy that you feel surprised, Zhang Che, you seem a bit easily satisfied. Zhang Che was taken aback for a moment. What did that mean? Was there another surprise? I won't tell you. Let's hurry up and set off. Li Ling huffed again, then made a face at him and ignored him, while Lin Kei and the others just smiled without saying a word. Alright, let's go to the comic convention. Seeing this, he no longer asked and called everyone to set off. Lin Kei looked inside the car, greeted Li Yale in the passenger seat, and then inquired, Is it just us? What about Su Mo? He shrugged. I called her, but she said she had something to do and couldn't join us for the fun. Lin Kei was taken aback, lightly furrowing her brows, feeling that something was off. In recent days, Su Mo would only appear if it was for rock climbing or going to the gym for training. At other times, no matter what she was invited to do, she always seemed unavailable. It was as if she wouldn't hesitate to show up when needed, but would resolutely not appear when she wasn't. Why did it feel like she was intentionally avoiding them? It was strange, but now wasn't the time to discuss this. She nodded. Alright, then it looks like it's just us going. Hubby, you guys go ahead. I'll share a car with Ling Ling and the others, following behind you. The four of them from the dorm could sit comfortably in one car. Her words made Li Yale visibly breathe a sigh of relief. They say Lin the school beauty is aloof, but I see she's quite understanding in front of you. I know I wouldn't feel comfortable if she were in the same car as us. I just leave you, my boyfriend, behind. Because of Zhang Che, Lin Ke was very friendly and warm towards Li Yale. Even so, Li Yale still felt a lot of pressure. Zhang Che's 2 flashy cars were quite eye-catching when they were at Hu University. However, as they got closer to the comic convention, the degree of attention gradually decreased until it no longer felt out of place. Correspondingly, the closer they got to the convention, the stronger the otaku vibe in the air became. If it weren't for wanting to please Zhang Che, Lin Ke, and the others wouldn't have had the courage to dress like this. They actually felt quite awkward themselves, and facing the gazes of others at school felt unnatural. As they approached the convention, more flashy cars appeared on the streets, and various cosplays dazzled the eyes. When they noticed that the streets were filled with people just like them, they naturally no longer felt uncomfortable. However, even at the convention, they were still among the most noticed. There is an unwritten rule in the anime community: do not comment on a coser's appearance. Although Zhang Che also acknowledged this rule, beautiful cosers with high fidelity to their characters were more popular. This, too, is a fact. Li Ling and the others were not lacking in looks, and Lin Ke stood out even more. Not only was she beautiful, but her fidelity to the characters was also undeniable. They had just parked their car in the parking lot when someone immediately noticed them and rushed over excitedly. "Hello, can we take a picture with you?" They had not expected to encounter such a situation and all turned to Zhang Che in unison. At the convention, it's quite common to take pictures with cosers. You'll encounter even more inside, Zhang Che explained to them, having no objections. Since they were already into cosplay, they should be prepared for this. They just weren't familiar with it yet. Taking a picture was nothing. At the convention, taking pictures with cosers was almost never about the coser themselves but rather the characters they were portraying. If you weren't cosplaying a character that someone liked, they wouldn't even bother with you. Seeing that Lin Ke and the others didn't even understand this and had to ask Zhang Che for his opinion on the photo op made the few otaku who came to take pictures feel quite taken aback. "Dude, what's your relationship with them? You're bringing 4 cosers to the convention all by yourself?" Although everyone knew the cosplay community could be quite chaotic, the more they thought about it, the more the otaku felt overwhelmed. Those driving flashy cars didn't have the same flair as him. The few otaku felt their hearts bleeding but still made another request. "Bro, your car looks amazing. Can I take another picture with them in front and behind the car?" Zhang Che's 2 small electric cars were parked together, and the designs on the back of the cars combined to create the new skins of Hu Tao and Xiangling. Plus, they were in chibi style, making them particularly cute and charming the otaku. This is the essence of the two-dimensional culture, and Zhang Che had no objections. Lin Ke and the others eagerly got into character, fulfilling the photo requests of the otaku. However, seeing that more people seemed to be noticing them, they suddenly felt a bit uneasy. "We should hurry inside, otherwise, more and more people will want to take pictures, and we won't know how long we'll be stuck in the parking lot." This time the comic convention is indeed very large, with booths set up for the currently popular games and anime in the country. As soon as Zhang Che entered the venue, he rushed straight to the Genshin Impact booth. Here, there were even more people taking photos with Lin Ke and the others, truly causing a stir. Zhang Che was equally excited, taking pictures with many cosplayers. It was their first time attending a comic convention, and everything felt fresh to them. They wished they could participate in all the activities at the event. Voice actor meet and greets, stamping cards, watching dance performances, trying out games. Of course, they also bought a ton of stuff. "I'm exhausted. Others are here for the convention, and you're here to shop," Li Yale said, panting as he helped carry Zhang Che's spoils to the car. He had practically bought one of everything related to Genshin Impact. Not only did he buy what was available on site, but he also ordered things online that weren't available there. Besides Genshin Impact, he also got merchandise from other anime works. He used to like them but couldn't afford them. Now he was truly indulging in retail therapy. In addition to various official merchandise, he even bought a lot of doujinshi and original handmade crafts. His behavior of splurging wherever he went made him the most popular person in the personal booth area today. There was even an urban legend circulating at the convention about a mysterious rich guy accompanied by 4 beautiful cosplayers. It took several trips back and forth for the 2 of them to finally load all of Zhang Che's purchases into the car. "If you keep buying like this every time, I suggest you get a car with a bigger trunk." Li Yale wiped his sweat and complained before getting ready to leave. "It's getting late. I'm heading out first." Indeed, it was already late, and the sky had darkened. However, Zhang Che was still full of enthusiasm. "There's still a stage performance later. Aren't you going to watch?" Li Yale shook his head. "Forget it. If it gets too late and the dorm closes, where will I sleep? I'm not really into the second dimension. I just came to join the fun since I've never attended a comic convention before. The upcoming activities are better left for you seasoned second dimension fans." Lin Ke and the others weren't seasoned, they had come along just to accompany Zhang Che. But once they arrived, they truly had a blast. The official activities of the convention didn't end too late, but various personal or group-organized activities continued for a long time. By the time everyone was still reluctant to leave but had to disperse, it was almost midnight. "Honey, the dorm has long closed, so," Lin Kei said, hugging Zhang Che's arm. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Che nodded first. "Yeah, let's have Senior Li Ling and the others come back home to sleep with us. We have plenty of rooms." Lin Kei giggled and leaned close to his ear, whispering sweetly, "Honey, the comic convention isn't over yet." Zhang Che, huh? He looked at Lin Kei with a puzzled expression, not understanding what she meant. "You'll know when we get back," Lin Kei said with a mysterious look, calling Li Ling and the others to head home together. They had only eaten a boxed meal at the convention in the afternoon, and by now, they were already feeling hungry, so they bought a lot of late-night snacks on the way. They sped back to Hai Taipei Weitan, parking the car steadily in the parking space. "Honey, wait a moment. I'll send you a message before you go upstairs." Lin Kei kissed him and quickly got out of the car, chatting with Li Ling and the others as she hurried upstairs. So mysterious. Since Lin Kei said so, Zhang Che wasn't in a hurry. He was curious to see what else they could come up with. He leisurely charged both cars and tidied up the newly bought merchandise that had fallen in the back seat. Just a few minutes later, Lin Kei sent him a message. "Honey, it's ready, come back quickly." Zhang Che carried the late-night snack upstairs and opened the door. Then, he saw Lin Kei and the others dressed as maids standing at the door, bowing in unison. "Welcome back, Master." Wow. Seeing this scene, Zhang Che's heart raced uncontrollably. Maids, this is indeed very two-dimensional. Unexpectedly, although Lin Kei and the others had just started to get into the two-dimensional world, they had already keenly grasped its essence. At least for Zhang Che, maids were one of the highlights of the two-dimensional culture. Looking at the maid outfits paired with black stockings, Zhang Che's eyes widened. His reaction made Lin Kei and the others smile knowingly. "Master, would you like to eat first or take a shower first?" Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi helped him change into slippers, while Lin Kei and Li Ling each held one of his arms. With the treatment of an anime male protagonist, they welcomed him into the house. Ahem. Zhang Che cleared his throat. "Let's eat the late-night snack first. Everyone must be hungry after staying up this late." After making his choice, he was almost dragged by Lin Kei and Li Ling to the dining room. "Master, please wait a moment, it will be ready soon." Feng Qi placed the late-night snack she had bought on the dining table. She busily took out the food, while Li Ling and Zhao Xiaolan set the bowls and chopsticks. Lin Kei stood behind Zhang Che, letting him rest his head on her chest while giving him a massage. "Master, you've worked hard today. Is this pressure okay?" So this is what they meant when they said the comic convention wasn't over yet, and there were surprises. In the country, one couldn't even experience a maid cafe, and at comic conventions, maids were just simple cosplays. This was a real maid service experience. Truly an extraordinary surprise. It's just right. Zhang Che was very satisfied. How could there be anything wrong? "Master, it's ready, you can eat now." Once the late-night snack was ready, Li Ling and Zhao Xiaolan sat on either side of Zhang Che and directly fed him. Feng Qi poured him a glass of cold water. "Master, would you like some water?" Water? How could he drink water at a time like this? Of course, he wanted to drink wine. Zhang Che suddenly jumped up. "Wait for me a moment." He dashed out, leaving the four maids looking at each other, unsure of what he was up to. In fact, Zhang Che was just being discreet. After avoiding Lin Kei and the others, he took out 2 bottles of wine from the system space that he had won in a previous lottery. One bottle was the 1982 Lafite he had drawn the first time. The other bottle was the 1982 Latour he had drawn later. After taking out these 2 bottles, he still had several more stored in his system space. If he followed the previous rhythm, he could draw even more in the future. "Excuse me, would you like some red wine today?" Returning to the dining room, Zhang Che grinned and waved the red wine in his hand. Li Ling and Zhao Xiaolan rushed over immediately and took the red wine from him. After examining it closely, they found they couldn't understand it at all. "Master, what kind of wine is this?" As the 2 girls curiously inquired, Lin Kei and Feng Qi had already taken out the wine glasses, decanter, and corkscrew. "You've heard of the 1982 Lafite, right? In old movies and TV shows, whenever red wine is mentioned, it's always the 1982 Lafite. Even now, some novels still use this wine to show off." "Senior Li Ling, the bottle in your hand is indeed the genuine 1982 Lafite." They had indeed heard of the 1982 Lafite. Zhang Che could actually bring this out? Although they all knew Zhang Che was quite wealthy, they were still a bit surprised at this moment. Zhao Xiaolan raised the wine in her hand and asked somewhat foolishly, "What about this bottle?" Zhang Che casually replied, "This is Latour, also from the 1982 vintage, and it's not any worse than the 1982 Lafite." He didn't really understand wine. He had just won it in a lottery and looked up some information about the winery online, getting a rough idea. Lafite and Latour, it seemed that many wineries' 1982 vintages were of good quality. It was said that due to the climate, the grapes from that year were of good quality, so the wine produced was also good. 1982, it's been over 40 years now. After learning about the wine's origin, Li Ling and Zhao Xiaolan carefully placed it on the table, looking at it from left to right. Honey, let me take a picture first. I want to record the opening of the bottle. Lin Kei was so excited that she forgot she was still playing the maid, focusing all her attention on the 2 bottles of wine. Wait, you all give me such a big surprise? And this is it? Seeing the 4 maids studying the wine, Zhang Chei's mouth twitched. He. Li Ling giggled and came over to take Lin Kei's place. Master, let me give you a massage. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi quickly returned to their roles. Master, please wait, we will open the wine for you right away. A sip of wine on the left, a bite of food on the right, and someone behind was giving a massage. From time to time, a few of them would switch places. Once Lin Kei finished taking pictures and recording the video, she returned to the maid lineup. Master, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. This time, let me pour the wine for you. Zhang Chei didn't even need to move his hands. He just placed them on the beautiful black silk legs, enjoying it immensely. You all eat and drink too, don't just keep feeding me. That's so boring. Playing is one thing, but eating and drinking together is a must. Master, do you mean you want me to feed you with my mouth? Amidst the repeated calls of master from the 4 maids, Zhang Chei was completely lost. When he woke up, it was already the next morning, and he was in the bedroom. He felt a bit dazed. He had drunk too much last night. If it weren't for the system having become second nature, and he hadn't forgotten to use cyber therapy to remove the negative effects of drunkenness, he would probably be suffering from a hangover right now. However, although his body was unaffected and he didn't feel uncomfortable, it seemed like he still had some memory gaps. Last night, Lin Kei and the others had dressed up as maids to surprise him. He had enjoyed it and played happily with them. Everyone was very happy, especially after they started drinking. It became even more lively. Zhang Chei slowly recalled what had happened last night and felt it was getting more and more absurd. Damn, it seems like we might have gone a bit overboard. He couldn't help but want to rub his forehead, which ended up waking the person next to him. You're awake? A delicate body turned over, wrapping around him like an octopus. Damn, Li Ling, Senior? Zhang Chei was shocked and widened his eyes upon seeing the person in his arms. Why are you here? How did I end up sleeping with you? A sly glint flashed in Li Ling's eyes. You dragged me over last night, now you're asking me? Zhang Chei, huh? I dragged you over? Li Ling confidently stated. Yes, you said since it's a maid, she has the duty to warm the bed. Even though I resisted with all my might and struggled desperately. But how could a weak girl escape your clutches? As she spoke, she poked Zhang Chei's chest a few times. Zhang Chei, you must have twisted the facts, right? Last night, although you all got me drunk, I trust my character, you can't fool me. Zhang Chei felt that it should have been him who was desperately resisting and struggling. How things happened wasn't important at all. What matters is that Zhang Chei is happy, and Li Ling is very willing. Both parties are very happy, which is delightful and brings joy to all. Just after getting high last night, there was an atmosphere of various hand-rolled stockings and mouth-to-mouth feeding. No matter who pulled whom into bed, it can only be said that it was a natural progression. I originally just wanted to be a simp, but now it seems I've really become a scumbag. Thinking back to before college and then to now, it truly feels like a lifetime ago. How could one have imagined that things would turn out this way? It's a bit absurd, but it's really enjoyable, and Zhang Chei expresses his liking. What scumbag? I don't think so. Li Ling looked at him with a smile. We are just pursuing the life we dream of, fortunate that you don't mind us. So, we let you live the life that a man of your caliber would naturally have. What we can give you is within your reach. Even if we don't give it to you, there are plenty of others who will. But what you give us, besides yourself, we could never ask for in our lifetime. That day, Lin Kei took the initiative to offer herself to Zhang Chei and honestly spoke the truth. Now, what Li Ling said is also the truth. Isn't this also a kind of fate? Zhang Chei smiled and pinched Li Ling's cheek. Even if Li Ling wasn't honest, he was very clear about why these women were willing to revolve around him. Moreover, it has developed into what it is now. However, he doesn't feel there's anything wrong with it. Whether it's the result of Li Ling and the others deliberately flattering him or not, he has no ill feelings towards them and feels very comfortable in their company. Li Ling and the others always keep him as the absolute center, and they never do anything that would make him uncomfortable. He can benefit in every way and enjoy the blessings of many. What's there to be unhappy about? What Li Ling and the others want, he doesn't mind giving at all, and not only that, he wants to give even more. This way, he can earn more and enjoy even more. It's really great to have such a fate. Li Ling leaned on his chest, her little face rubbing against him. Zhang Che, your skin is really nice, so delicate and moist, even Kei can't compare to you, it's simply ridiculous. Lin Kei has envied his skin more than once, and now Li Ling feels the same. And this is naturally thanks to the cyber therapy. They can't use the simp therapy, but there's a simp beauty factory in the simp base. This means he can activate his simp value and then produce various cosmetics and skincare products. According to the system's capabilities, the skincare products produced in the simp base would definitely surpass those on the market. If given to them, it should also reach the level he has now. This way, not only can he earn rewards, but in the end, he would still be the one enjoying it. This is a very good idea, needs to be noted down and studied in detail when he has time. Having thought of this, Zhang Che didn't continue further. He looked at Li Ling. Wait, is this all you thought of while lying in my arms? Last night you all got me drunk on imported wine, and I didn't feel anything at all. Li Ling rolled her eyes at him and got up. Isn't that simple? Zhang Che, TCH. This is yet another all-purpose automatic. Although the new car still needs some breaking in, the driving experience is indeed great. Did you feel it? After a long while, Li Ling rolled her eyes at him again. Zhang Che nodded refreshingly. Get up, I'll go make breakfast for you. Li Ling laughed. Last night we were your maids, and now you, the master, are going to make breakfast for the maids. The maid game has been played, but one shouldn't lose sight of their ambitions. Not long ago, he had made a profound self-reflection, reminding himself of how he had obtained his good life. He could no longer indulge in the comforts of a gentle life, forgetting the foundations he had built. You all are my maids now, so what's wrong with me being your male servant just this once? Zhang Che joked, pulling Li Ling to wash up before heading to the kitchen. He said it lightly, but Li Ling didn't dare to truly treat him as a male servant. At most, it was just a playful joke. In Li Ling's eyes, it was already rare for him to make such jokes. Not to mention, he was genuinely making breakfast for them. Looking at the luxurious bedroom, the absurdly large house, and then at Zhang Che, Li Ling felt increasingly emotional. Zhang Che was so wealthy, yet he had never acted superior or looked down on others. They were intentionally trying to please Zhang Che, but this kind of interaction was effortless, and it didn't feel humiliating at all. Clearly, there would be countless people eager to serve Zhang Che, yet he had always been particularly caring towards Lin Kei. It's no wonder Lin Kei was so devoted to Zhang Che, willing to go to such lengths to keep him. One must understand how many people compromise and swallow their tears, even enduring violence directly. Yet what they received was far less than what they had now. The more Li Ling and the others interacted with Zhang Che, the more they felt he was perfect in every way, simply impeccable. Each of them felt they had already fallen in love with Zhang Che. Without him needing to lift a finger, they had already completed their own conquest. To say Zhang Che was truly that perfect was, of course, nonsense. However, what Zhang Che brought them was enough for them to forget those imperfect aspects. Good morning. When Li Ling came out, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi were exploring the house, staring blankly at the distant Oriental Pearl Tower. They knew Zhang Che had bought a house in the Magic City, which led Lin Kei to choose him. But they had no idea that this house of Zhang Che's was so large and luxurious. 204 million, that number still left them unable to remain calm. Li Ling knew about this, but it was her first time seeing it in person, and the shock was not light. They had returned too late yesterday and had been busy playing the role of maids, so they hadn't had a proper tour. Now, they finally explored it carefully and experienced it from all angles. Ling Ling, come quickly, you can see the Huangpu River from here. And you can see the Oriental Pearl, the Global Financial Center, and the Jin Mao Tower. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi were both very excited, pulling Li Ling to stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, chattering in amazement. The three of them looked here and there, growing happier and more excited as they chatted. As for Lin Kei, she smiled at them and then walked into the kitchen, hugging Zhang Che from behind as he was making breakfast. Honey, it smells so good. Saying this, she gave him a quick kiss. Zhang Che was used to this. You go keep Li Ling in the others' company. It will be ready soon. Lin Kei giggled, playfully pinching him twice. How's my good friend Ling Ling? Are you satisfied with my arrangement? Even Zhang Che couldn't help but blush, clearing his throat awkwardly, pretending to be serious. Ahem, well, you really don't have to do it like this. Lin Kei hugged him, resting her face against his back as if murmuring to herself. As long as I can keep you, I'm willing to do anything. In this house, apart from Zhang Che, the person most familiar with it was Lin Kei. She had long considered herself the mistress. If she hadn't given her permission, no matter how drunk Zhang Che was, or how willing Li Ling was, it would have been impossible for them to end up together. Not to mention, this mistress had even given up her bedroom. Lin Kei could do this, and even if one thought about it with their knees, they could guess that she must have her own plans. However, Zhang Che was not willing to delve into these matters. How she considered it was not important. His own enjoyment was enough. Breakfast was quickly prepared, and Lin Kei went to invite Li Ling and the others, who were still touring the house, to come in and eat. Zhang Che, your house is amazing. No wonder it's a 204 million mansion. After Li Ling and the others came in, they continued to chatter and praise while eating. No one found last night's events strange, nor did anyone express surprise. Everything seemed perfectly natural. The reason it was like this now was that Lin Kei had previously had a heart-to-heart talk with them. The wealthier and more powerful a person is, the easier it is for them to obtain sexual resources. In this day and age, it's not easy for ordinary people to marry a wife, let alone find a girlfriend. Poor losers can't even get sexual resources and can only rely on themselves. The easier it is to obtain sexual resources, the higher the threshold becomes. This is why the wealthier and more powerful people play more extravagantly. What is ordinary, or even unattainable for the average person, is commonplace for them. What ordinary people find exciting, they feel no thrill at all. In Lin Kei's view, Zhang Che belonged to the level that would never lack sexual resources. With his capabilities, as long as he was willing, he could live any kind of extravagant life. His threshold would inevitably continue to rise, and as time went on, her own attraction to Zhang Che would decrease. She might even lose interest altogether. Ordinary couples experience a decline in passion and grow tired of each other, let alone those who face temptations every day. Although she had enough confidence in her looks, even the finest delicacies would become tiresome if eaten every day. If there were no choices, one could live on plain food for a lifetime. The problem was, Zhang Che had too many options. So from the very beginning, Lin Kei never thought about keeping Zhang Che firmly by her side. She wouldn't allow Zhang Che to interact with other women or have other women. She knew very well that doing so would only backfire. All along, she had been thinking about gathering people and cultivating her own team. If a power struggle in a wealthy family were to occur, she couldn't afford to lose. To prevent Zhang Che from feeling bored and to avoid being neglected in the future, she wanted to firmly grasp Zhang Che's threshold. When it needed to be raised, she would appropriately raise it. In simple terms, it meant giving Zhang Che something fresh and untried. Only by having it in her hands could she avoid losing control. She had already discussed these matters with Li Ling and the others early on. She considered it this way, and whether they were willing was entirely up to Li Ling and the others to decide. Last night was merely an opportunity. Such a decision was not difficult for Li Ling and the others to make. They genuinely felt that Zhang Che was great in every way and were completely willing. To get what one wants, one inevitably has to give something in return. If even Lin Kei was willing to go this far, what was there for them to mind? After all, they were still young. If it really didn't work out, they could always find a decent person to take over after enjoying themselves. Amidst the joy, breakfast took quite a while to finish. Since others had already contributed, it was time for them to reciprocate. They had spent quite a bit of money buying many peripherals yesterday, although they eventually made it back through a lucky draw for wine. However, Zhang Che was still not very satisfied. It was already this time today, and the only reward he had was the 10,000 yuan for making breakfast for Lin Kei and the basic reward of 100 dog-licking points. How could that be enough? He asked, "It's the weekend today, do you have any plans? Want to go out for a stroll?" Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi exchanged glances before finally looking at Lin Kei. "We don't need this, right? We played at the comic convention all day yesterday. To be honest, it was quite tiring. How about we just take a break today?" It wasn't that they didn't want to go out, but they were reluctant to leave this place. A mansion worth 204 million, leaving after just one hurried night felt a bit unsatisfactory. Just a taste like this would make it seem like they lacked confidence when bragging later. Shopping could be done anytime, they just wanted to experience and enjoy this place a little longer. Since they had such thoughts, Lin Kei naturally had no objections. "Honey, I also feel a bit tired from yesterday's fun. Can we just stay home and play today?" As a devoted admirer, he was supposed to go along with the goddess's wishes, but if they didn't go out, how would he earn rewards? Now that he wanted to buy things for them, they were too lazy to move? However, it seemed it didn't matter. Zhang Che thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. He was now a super VIP at those luxury stores. He could have things delivered without going in person. "If you all feel tired and don't want to move, that's fine. I'll bring the store to your home so you can shop from there." Those salespeople had long noted Zhang Che's contact information for convenience. From time to time, they would actively ask him if he needed after-sales service, showing great enthusiasm and attentiveness. After he finished speaking, amidst Lin Kei and the others' astonishment, he directly called those salespeople. "Hello, yes, this is Zhang Che. It's the change of seasons now. I want to ask if the new collections from LV/Chanel Dior have been released." "That's good to hear. Can you deliver them to my place?" "Aha, that should be fine, right? Okay, then please send me a complete set of all the new styles. The address is These luxury stores provide extreme service to their big clients. They can even deliver food if you're stuck at home. Home delivery service is nothing unusual. Honey, you're having LV, Dior, and Chanel bring the new styles directly to our home for us to choose? Lin Kei was a bit stunned. She never imagined she could enjoy such service one day. You said you didn't want to go out, so we won't go out. Zhang Che nodded with a smile and even joked. You can get your camera ready now to record how these luxury goods come to your door. Lin Kei hugged him tightly. Honey, you're amazing, Mua. Li Ling also came over. Me too, me too. Zhang Che, you're so great, Mua. Not having to go out and having these big brands come to serve them felt truly impressive, a sense of accomplishment overflowing. Lin Kei and the others were playfully clinging to Zhang Che, who was struggling to break free. Go away, you're making me all wet with saliva. Let me go first. I need to call the property management, or they won't be able to come in. For these luxury stores, home service was a very common thing. Those who could become their big clients were wealthy and influential. These people often had various reasons for not being able to visit the store in person, which required them to send someone over. Being a big client meant spending a considerable amount of money in their stores each year. This was enough for them to be willing to provide such services. And now, Zhang Che had reached that level. Soon, the salespeople he contacted rushed over with the new collections from their respective stores to Hai Taipei Weitan. What surprised them first was that they didn't expect Zhang Che to live here. As the latest and hottest high-end property in the Magic City, the name of this community was well known to them. Many of their clients often mention it when trying on clothes. Since Zhang Che lives here, it shows that their previous assessment of him was rather conservative. What left them astonished next was when they bumped into each other at the door, realizing that Zhang Che had invited not just their family. Are you also going to the 18th floor of Building 1, Mr. Zhang? These sales assistants knew each other as well, and often cross-branded to meet customer needs. Although they were from different brands, they were also part of the Shanghai Sales Assistant Group. Being a sales assistant isn't easy. To showcase all the new styles, the sales assistants Zhang Che invited each brought 2 people to help. In other words, 3 people came from the same brand. Each one was carrying large and small bags. Carrying so many things was already strenuous, and they were all wearing high heels. To outsiders, they appeared glamorous, but the hardships were known only to them. Fortunately, Zhang Che was able to become their major client, and he was very generous with every purchase. Based on their understanding of him, Zhang Che would definitely not let them make a trip for nothing. Today's commission would certainly not be small. In fact, they could easily meet this month's performance targets. Just thinking about this made the hard work seem trivial. Life, after all, is like this for everyone, isn't it? Under the guidance of the property staff, they made their way upstairs, taking in the sights, and knocked on Zhang Che's door. When they were welcomed into the house by a girl, they saw Zhang Che surrounded by 3 other girls playing games. The enormous mansion not only showcased luxury but also had a very stylish flair. Modern and minimalist, it exuded a sense of technology while also highlighting classical beauty. Every detail of the house revealed that its owner was not only wealthy but also had great taste. And this owner was surrounded by 4 women. It was obvious that the latest styles they brought were for these 4 girls to choose from. Mr. Zhang. Upon arriving at the client's home, the sales assistants still displayed a high level of professionalism. While they were shocked by the mansion and dumbfounded by the 1 man and 4 women pairing, they all stood up straight, eagerly waiting to greet him. You all came? Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Che put down the controller and stood up first, urging the girls beside him. Go look at the clothes, stop playing for now. As he spoke, he naturally patted one of the girls on the backside. This scene looked so harmonious. As luxury brand sales assistants, they had seen all sorts of chaotic relationships between men and women. Wealthy women with their young boyfriends often looked like couples, fathers and daughters, or bosses and mistresses. They had seen all kinds of strange pairings, but they had never seen 1 man with 4 women before. Is this the world of the rich? Although their worldview felt once again refreshed, their good professional ethics prevented them from showing it. They turned a blind eye to everything and focused on their own tasks. After receiving Zhang Che's permission, they quickly set up display racks in the spacious living room. LV, Dior, Chanel, 9 sales assistants from 3 brands swiftly showcased their new styles. Clothes, pants, skirts, shoes, bags, and even scarves and hats were all included. Mr. Zhang, as the weather is gradually getting colder, this season we are focusing on coats. Although the 3 brands were competitors, at this moment, they were not fighting for attention. Everything was orderly and harmonious. You don't need to tell me that. Just introduce it to them. Zhang Che looked at Lin Kei, Sr., try on whatever you like. Lin Kei hugged his neck and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. Then, with a twinkle in her eye, she said, "Honey, today we're going to show you a show." The campus beauty senior said, cheerfully greeting Li Ling and the others, each of them picking out clothes to change in the room. In fact, she wanted to change right in front of Zhang Che in the living room. But those sales assistants were already shocked enough, she really couldn't push them any further. "You all come and sit down, there's no need to stand the whole time. With so many clothes, they should have enough to try on, it might take a few hours. This isn't your store, just relax, if they need anything, they'll call you." Zhang Che invited the sales assistants to sit down, even pouring them tea, treating them as guests. This made the sales assistants feel flattered and a bit overwhelmed. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." Though they said this, at first, they were still a bit reserved and didn't dare to be too casual. Soon, Lin Kei and the others came out in their outfits. The four girls turned the living room into a runway, strutting around like models showing off their looks. "Honey, how do I look?" "Zhang Che, is this outfit pretty?" "Junior, do I look good in this?" They acted as models themselves, using the sales assistants for reference, while Zhang Che was the only audience. "Very good, indeed." Zhang Che took photos of them with his camera, using the photography skills he had learned, and the shots turned out great. There were so many clothes, and Lin Kei and the others were in high spirits. Gradually, the sales assistants were standing for too long and were genuinely tired. Seeing that Zhang Che was really polite and not just putting on a show, they finally relaxed. They became less formal, and the atmosphere in the living room lightened considerably. Sipping tea while providing feedback, they occasionally offered suggestions to help. It no longer felt like the sales assistants were working. It felt more like they were advising friends. If it weren't for Zhang Che continuously checking out, they might have forgotten they were there to sell clothes. By the time Lin Kei and the others finished their show, Zhang Che had already checked out everything they were satisfied with. The four of them together had over 10 sets from one brand, averaging 3 sets per person. The total spending exceeded 1.5 million, nearly 5 million across 3 brands. To earn cashback, all the clothes were bought for Lin Kei. As for how Lin Kei would handle them, that was her own business. Of course, they still checked out separately. After all, watching the show while paying was quite relaxed. The sales assistants didn't find this strange. Instead, they felt that he was quite generous and doting on these girls. Whatever they liked, he bought without hesitation. Later, the sales assistants looked at Lin Kei and the others with nothing but envy. They had confidence in Zhang Che, knowing from the start that he wouldn't let them make a trip for nothing. However, Zhang Che's generosity still surprised and delighted them, and they felt a deep envy. How could there be such a big difference among people? They worked hard in high heels, carrying bags to serve others, while others enjoyed their service. In this mansion worth over 200 million, they were like the lady of the house. And what about themselves? Being able to sit down and have a cup of tea was only because the male host was amiable. They had encountered picky female hosts before, looking down on them from a high pedestal. Forget about letting them sit down for a drink. Even changing into slippers to walk inside would be seen as dirtying the floor. Compared to Lin Kei, they knew they couldn't measure up, but they felt that compared to Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi, they were merely a few years older, their youth already spent. They didn't think they were worse than them, but why was the treatment so vastly different? When they were young, why didn't they meet such a young and handsome young master? When Lin Kei and the others came out again, they all noticed the envious gazes from the sales assistants. From this, they knew that Zhang Che must have bought all the clothes they tried on. Otherwise, the envy from these sales assistants wouldn't be so obvious. From the moment these sales assistants stepped into this mansion, they had already been envious. However, their good professional ethics prevented them from showing it too much. Now, they were no longer hiding it, likely due to the relaxed atmosphere. More importantly, they were definitely further stimulated. While trying on clothes, in the relaxed atmosphere, Lin Kei and the sales assistants had chatted casually. "Where are you from? How old are you? Which university did you graduate from? How long have you been in the Magic City?" And so on, and so forth. Through such casual conversations, these sales assistants gave Lin Kei a very strong sense of déjà vu. Many years ago, she had watched a TV drama called 30 Only. One of the female leads, Wang Manny, was also a sales assistant. The feeling these sales assistants gave Lin Kei was just like Wang Manny in the drama. They were all filled with the shadow of this character. They were all from small cities, drifting in Shanghai, earning salaries as sales assistants that were not low, even surpassing those of office workers. However, after standing under the lights for a long time, they felt that they belonged to this stage. The more they interacted with high society, the more they felt they should belong to it. To maintain a glamorous and exquisite life, spending more than half of their salary on rent and overdrawing credit cards became a daily routine. To outsiders, they indeed shone brightly, but only they knew how hard it was. Any minor work mishap or even a slight increase in rent could easily shatter their halo. When it came to dating, they always felt they deserved better. After wasting their entire youth, reaching their 30s still with nothing, they remained far from their aspirations. Returning to their hometown for blind dates, if they were lucky enough to meet someone with good conditions, they still looked down on them, clearly feeling that they belonged to the fashionable and prosperous Magic City, unwilling to settle in a small city. They were even less willing to settle for men they looked down upon. The reality was different from the drama. Reality had no kind screenwriter. In the drama, the unwilling to settle Wang Manny, over 30, could go study abroad in the UK with 100,000 yuan. But in reality, that amount of money was simply not enough to study in the UK. And even if they returned from studying abroad, what would change? If it weren't for meeting Zhang Che, Lin Qi felt her situation wouldn't be much better than these sales assistants. Choosing Wang Junquan to become a rich wife in a small city? Choosing Sun Yunjia would allow her to stay in the Magic City and even get 3 sets of relocation housing. Not to mention that these 3 houses combined wouldn't be worth as much as Zhang Che's one, and by then, those clothes would definitely not be worn casually. The more she compared, the luckier Lin Qi felt. Facing the envious gazes of these sales assistants, she felt even more superior. Honey, have you already paid? With so many thoughts racing through her mind, Lin Qi hugged Zhang Che and gave him a fierce kiss. Such a man was worth holding onto tightly, no matter what. Now it's all yours, you handle the rest. Zhang Che nodded happily, calculating how much he had earned this time. With 3 brands combined, there were nearly 40 sets of clothes, which amounted to almost 200 individual pieces. This meant that during this time, he had made nearly 200 payments. The total expenditure was already close to 5 million, and the cashback would definitely not be small. Zhang Che silently calculated, deducting the 5 million expenditure, he netted just under 10 million. This is mainly because the seasons have changed, and the weather is colder, making coats the main focus, while the prices of coats are relatively high. A coat easily starts at 60 or 70,000, generally around 80 or 90,000, or even over 100,000. The maximum cashback limit is 100,000. Once the purchases reach this amount, the cost and cashback can only break even. Spending over 110,000 would result in a loss, and even if there's a profit, it wouldn't be much. Some pants and t-shirts cost only a few thousand each, which wouldn't even meet the cashback limit. The result is that after all the back and forth, the final tally is still under 10 million. However, this is already the most he has earned since obtaining the system, breaking the previous record. He spent nearly 5 million on clothes and pants in one go, which is also the largest amount he has ever spent. What does it mean to spend money like water? This is what it means to spend money like water. What does it mean to earn money daily? This is what it means to earn money daily. Zhang Che was filled with excitement and couldn't help but ponder. Since he broke the record, he was so close to 10 million, why not just round it up? But how could he reach a cashback of 10 million? The clothes they wanted have already been bought. Should he send them some jewelry he won in the lottery before? But no matter how much he gives, the cashback is still only 100,000. If he gives gifts one by one in a short time, the intention to rack up rewards would be too obvious. Lottery, yes, lottery. While breaking the cashback record, his simp behavior has also accumulated nearly 20 times. Not only did he gain a chance to enter the lottery once, but the next one is also coming soon. Let's put the rounding up aside for now and focus on this most exciting part. System, lottery. Zhang Che opened the system interface, eagerly watching what he could draw this time. Although most of the time the prizes he drew were not very satisfying and quite disappointing, he still felt excited and looked forward to it every time. 3, 2, 1. The lottery result was revealed again, and what appeared before him was Civil Aviation Pilot License Learning Card. What the hell is this? Seeing such a card, he was completely stunned. Civil Aviation Pilot License Learning Card Level, Beginner Market Reference Price, 200,000 per person per use. Using this card, all learning expenses can be fully reimbursed at designated flight schools. There are no limits on the type of license or the number of people, but it must be used today. After looking carefully for a while, Zhang Che finally understood. The so-called aircraft is actually a more official term. It includes things that fly in the sky, such as airplanes and hot air balloons. Civilian goes without saying. It must be civilian, it can't be military. In other words, this card is for learning to fly. Moreover, it fully reimburses the costs and has no limit on the number of users. The only problem is that it must be used today, or it will expire. This is the first time he has drawn a reward that has a time limit for use. Learning to fly a plane? After learning, he could fly a plane around for fun? Once he earns more rewards, he could buy a plane, and maybe in the future, he could draw one too. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Since he has drawn it, and it's time sensitive, he can't waste it. He could also earn cash back from Lin K, although he's still a bit short of 10 million. However, every little bit helps, and he can think of a way to make up the rest later. When Zhang Che came back to his senses, Lin K and the others were still fiddling with the clothes. Zhang Che had bought so much for them, making it much easier for the salespeople when they went back. The four girls were tidying up while excitedly chatting about something. He passed by and casually asked, "What are you so happy chatting about?" Li Ling made a face at him. "We're talking about the TV drama 30 Only, have you seen it? How did the conversation end up on TV dramas again?" Zhang Che shook his head. He wasn't really interested in those dramas or web series anymore. He truly hadn't watched the 30 Only that Li Ling and the others were talking about. "Seeing you all so happy chatting, it must be really good. I'll check it out when I have time." He rarely watched TV, but this time he was genuinely curious. Was it really that good? They were chatting so animatedly. "Silly, we're not happy just because we're talking about a TV drama." Li Ling rolled her eyes at him and continued, "Besides, we're not just talking about the drama itself, but about reality." The combination of reality and the drama was what made Li Ling and the others so happy. "Honey, we're happy because of you." Lin K pouted and leaned over, giving him a kiss. "Thank you, honey, for buying us so many clothes." Were there a lot of clothes? Not at all. He was still figuring out how to gather enough for a 10 million cash back. Although he was still a bit short of that number, his previous strategy had been spot on. The more people there were, the more they spent, and the more they spent, the more they earned. Li Ling and the others had taken full advantage of the bargains, and he felt he had to work harder to earn back his conscience. "Hey, isn't it normal to change clothes for the season?" Zhang Che waved his hand dismissively, telling Lin K and the others not to thank him. Then he said, "So, are you interested in flying a plane?" Lin K and the others must have been stunned, staring at him blankly. "What did you say? Flying a plane?" They had actually heard him clearly, they were just too surprised by what he had said. Zhang Che nodded. "I plan to get a pilot's license. If you're interested, we can go together, right now." Getting a pilot's license? Flying a plane? For Lin K, who had hardly ever been on a plane, this was something they had never even thought about before. For ordinary people, this kind of thing felt a bit too far-fetched. With over 1.4 billion people in the country, let alone flying a plane, there were still nearly 1 billion who had never even been on one. But precisely because of that, who could refuse such a proposal? Not to mention Li Ling and the others, even Lin K's heart was racing with excitement. "Honey, I want to learn." She tightly hugged Zhang Che's arm, her gaze very determined. Li Ling and the others were also filled with excitement and anticipation. "Can we really do it?" Zhang Che waved his hand. "Of course, what's the big deal?" As he spoke, he took out his phone. "I'll call Sumo. You all put the clothes away, and we'll head to the flight school right now." Li Ling and the others were overjoyed, not even bothering to admire the clothes again, hastily packing them up. Receiving so many clothes today had already surprised them enough. They had to know that before. They had to team up with Lin K to come up with tricks to get a full wardrobe. Now, Zhang Che had generously given them so much without a second thought. The crazy part was, this wasn't even everything. They could still learn to fly a plane. The thought of flying a plane in the blue sky made them tremble with excitement. "Lingling, you have to work a little harder tonight to thank Zhang Che properly for me." Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi winked at Li Ling, while Li Ling remained unfazed. "What are you talking about? Leave it to me," Li Ling said, winking back at Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi. "Actually, this is all a benefit for us." Zhang Ailing was absolutely right. It really can reach the soul. I don't know if other men are like this, but anyway, Zhang Che is just this capable. Zhang Che hung up the phone and happened to catch the last two words, casually asking, "What do you mean by capable?" Li Ling chuckled. "It's nothing." She changed the subject. "Zhang Che, what did Sumo say?" Zhang Che shook his head helplessly. "She said she has something on today and doesn't have time." Using this private aviation learning card not only has no limit on the number of people but also covers all expenses. As long as Sumo was invited, he could get a cashback. However, when he called, just asking if she had time, Sumo politely declined. This learning card is only valid for today, and since Sumo doesn't have time, there's nothing he can do. Losing out on this reward already made Zhang Che feel quite pained, as if he had suffered a loss. More seriously, during this time, Sumo had already turned him down several times, making him feel that this gold mine was getting further and further away from him. No, he had to do something. He felt it was necessary to salvage the situation, but right now he didn't have time to think about it. Forget it, let's not worry about Sumo for now, let's get ready and go. The priority now was to use this learning card and earn that reward for Lin K. As for Sumo, he could only wait and see what the situation would be later. Ready, let's go. Lin Kei and the others were all excited, their faces flushed, eyes sparkling, and they were dancing with joy. They were all so thrilled that they didn't even think about Suemo. If Suemo didn't have time, that was her loss. They didn't want to miss such an opportunity, or they would regret it for a lifetime. The four girls pulled and pushed, crowding around Zhang Che as they went downstairs and drove straight to the flight school. Without Suemo, the five of them didn't need to be so complicated. One car was enough. In terms of purpose, flight licenses are generally divided into two types, commercial and private. Commercial license, that is, a commercial license. After obtaining the license, one can conduct commercial flights, such as flying tourists for sightseeing. The private license, on the other hand, is for private use and cannot engage in commercial activities. One can fly with relatives and friends, but cannot charge fees. Additionally, there is a sport license that also falls under the private category. Compared to the private license, the requirements for learning the sport license are even lower, easier to obtain, and cheaper. However, the sport license can only be used for aircraft weighing no more than 1,200 kilograms. The private license allows for aircraft weighing no more than 5,700 kilograms. Different types of aircraft also require corresponding licenses to fly. To fly fixed-wing aircraft, one needs a fixed-wing aircraft license, and to fly helicopters, one needs a helicopter license. Zhang Che registered to learn these two types with Lin Kei and the others. Since the use of the learning card is not limited by type, and since they were all interested, they definitely had to learn. Because they chose two types, there would be two rewards. At the largest flight school designated by the system in Magic City, the cost of obtaining a private license is about 200,000. If he had to pay out of pocket, it would be a huge loss. However, since using the learning card allows for full reimbursement, Zhang Che actually earned a cashback of 200,000, feeling quite pleased. It was somewhat regrettable that he still couldn't gather the 10 million figure, so he could only try again next time. Learning to fly also requires a medical examination, but if it's just for the sport license, one can be exempt from the medical exam as long as they hold a C1 car driver's license, because they had already been checked when learning to drive. The requirements for the private license are a bit higher, and one must undergo another medical examination. As for other requirements like being over 17 years old, having at least a junior high school education, and no criminal record in the past 5 years, those can be ignored. After registering and completing the medical examination, Zhang Che and the others also experienced flying in fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters. Lin Kei and the others were so excited that they screamed, and they didn't sleep well that night. Li Ling, who was substituting for Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qihua to thank Zhang Che, seemed to have endless energy. Fortunately, Lin Kei's period had come, otherwise Zhang Che's threshold would have been raised another level. They hadn't even started learning theoretical knowledge yet, and they were about to jump straight into dual flying courses. Just like learning to drive a car, learning to fly a plane also starts with theory. There's aviation theory, aviation law, and even aviation English, among other things. Not only do you need to recognize airplanes, but you also need to understand radio communication. Only after mastering the theoretical knowledge can you undergo dual flying training with an instructor. After becoming proficient, you can be allowed to fly solo. Practical flight training requires more than 40 hours, with solo flights needing to exceed 10 hours. Only after passing all these requirements can you obtain a license. According to the flight school's introduction, the entire process takes 3 to 6 months, depending on individual learning ability and specific time allocation. Those with strong learning abilities who study full-time will, of course, progress faster. On Monday, when Zhang Che and the others returned to school, their minds were filled only with thoughts of flying. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Kei, he himself was also very excited. He just held back his emotions and didn't show it. Li Ling noticed, but she didn't think it was for this reason. In any case, their attention was entirely focused on obtaining a flying license. Meanwhile, the attention of people at school was still on the comic convention. Classmates were still discussing Zhang Che's pain-themed car, and Lin Kei had surprisingly taken Li Ling and the others to play cosplay. They were still shocked by Lin Kei's double standards. The fact once again proved that if a woman truly cares about you, she won't even tolerate you playing video games. If she doesn't care about you or doesn't like you, she will definitely find faults to argue and make a fuss about. Even if you have no hobbies at all, she wouldn't tolerate you stepping into the house with your left foot first. The harsh reality once again gave all men a harsh lesson, and some gained sudden enlightenment from it. Meanwhile, some, like Zhao Qingdong, looked darker than a pot bottom upon seeing this fact. Zhao Qingdong was one of them. Previously, he had confidently claimed that Zhang Che had to hide playing games from Lin Kei and would only sneak off to the comic convention. As a result, he felt a bit of a sting on his face. Being slapped in the face was one thing, After all, he had a thick skin, so it didn't affect much. The key issue was his psychological imbalance. Why was it that Lin, the school beauty, disliked games and looked down on boys who played them, yet with Zhang Che, it became, isn't it different? Why did he have to give up his homebody lifestyle just to date, not even daring to go to a comic convention? Yet with Zhang Che, Lin, the school beauty, directly cosplayed his favorite character for him? They were all brothers in the same dorm. How could the gap be so huge? When Zhang Che returned to the dorm, he brought back a lot of merchandise from the comic convention. He put up a poster signed by a voice actor on the wall of his bed and displayed figurines on his desk. Among them were several characters that Zhao Qingdong also liked, making him wish he could claim them as his own. Zhang Che, can you sell me this figurine? And this poster, can you sell me one too? Zhao Qingdong was so envious that he looked at Zhang Che with longing. Didn't your girlfriend not allow you to play games? Haven't you already given up being a homebody? You, such a devoted and sentimental person, actually want to play this two-faced game? Is this how you act like a scumbag? Zhao Qingdong, is this how you treat your girlfriend? If your girlfriend finds out, won't she turn against you? Zhang Che launched into a tirade, leaving Zhao Qingdong speechless. These were Zhao Qingdong's own words, and he knew Zhang Che was mocking him. The problem was, he couldn't argue back. I was just saying that. Zhang Che hadn't even said whether he was willing to sell, but after being choked by the barrage, he had already chosen to give up. Compared to this hobby, having a girlfriend is indeed more important. Zhang Che looked at him and casually asked, by the way, where did you guys go to have fun this weekend? Let me tell you, this comic convention was so much fun, even Senior Lin had a great time. You can ask Li Yale, he can vouch for it. This remark really provoked Zhao Qingdong. Zhang Che. He glared with red eyes and shouted through gritted teeth. Aren't you relying on your wealth to make Lin the campus beauty listen to you? Isn't it just about being rich? What's so great about it? Zhang Che looked innocent as he was yelled at. I just asked casually, simply wanted to know where you guys went and if it was fun. After explaining, he paused and added, you say it's because I'm rich that Senior Lin listens to me. But aren't you rich too? Your monthly living expenses are 10,000. Why haven't you made Zhang Jiaojiao listen to you? Instead, it's you who listens to Zhang Jiaojiao. Zhao Qingdong. This roommate was choked up again, his face flushed for a while before he stubbornly defended himself. That's because I like her, love her, so I respect her. That's what you call love. What do you know, you scumbag? What love is, Zhang Che really didn't dare to claim. However, he still firmly believed it was definitely not like Zhao Qingdong's. Clearly, he was just a dog like himself, yet he had the audacity to label it as love. I act like a dog because I can get rewards. What do you act like a dog for? To gain what? Is it just for this so-called love? If this is love, then I would never want it in my life. The wise do not enter the river of love, while the foolish willingly fall. I will continue to watch the show. He stopped talking, and Zhao Qingdong thought he had nothing to say in response, finally winning around. You wouldn't understand. Zhao Qingdong shook his head inside, then strutted out of the dormitory with Zhou Chu. It goes without saying that he was eagerly going to fawn over Zhang Jiaojiao again. Seeing him like this, Zhang Che suddenly felt that in the path of being a dog, Zhao Qingdong's future achievements might surpass his own. He had a system and rewards, yet often neglected them for various reasons. Meanwhile, this guy had nothing but still managed to fawn so hard. Watching Zhao Qingdong leave with a swagger, Li Yale couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't we free this afternoon with Senior Lin? Why do you still have the leisure to tease Zhao Qingdong here? In Li Yale's eyes, ever since Zhang Che got together with Lin Kei, he had completely let himself go. Unless it was class or when Lin Kei had classes, otherwise, he wouldn't even be seen. Every day, he would rush out right after class, wandering around this big city, unwilling to stay in school for even a moment longer. He hadn't even returned to the dormitory, at most just showing up to deal with the dorm check. Then, right after the check, he would leave again. In this situation, it was indeed a bit unusual. We're waiting for Sumo. Senior Lin and the others went back to change clothes. Zhang Che smiled and explained to Li Yale. Change clothes? Li Yale was taken aback and immediately asked, what are you guys planning to do? He had just seen Lin Kei and the others today, all dressed up beautifully, looking perfectly at home whether at school or heading to a party. If they needed to change clothes, according to Zhang Che's style, it could only mean that they were going to do something that would be inconvenient. So, they wouldn't be changing into yoga pants again, would they? To his surprise, he guessed right this time. Longboard. Zhang Che replied and asked, so, are you interested? A longboard is actually a type of skateboard. To be precise, it's a kind of skateboard. Sumo's three best outdoor sports are mountaineering, rock climbing, and longboard downhill. Right now, there isn't enough time for mountaineering, and she's already quite familiar with rock climbing. The only thing she hasn't tried yet is longboard downhill. Downhill is also a very thrilling extreme sport, which involves descending quickly from high mountains. There are downhill biking, downhill rollerblading, and longboard downhill is just one of them. To play longboard downhill, one must first learn how to ride a longboard. So today, Zhang Che and the others plan to take Sumo to buy equipment and then learn from her. This is also a strategy he came up with to continue holding on to this gold mine that is Sumo. He had invited Sumo a few times before, but she had always declined, saying she had something to do. He didn't know if she was genuinely busy or just making excuses, and he couldn't be bothered to investigate. However, every time he mentioned having Sumo teach, she never turned him down. Since that's the case, continuing to use this method to keep her close should be a safe bet. In fact, it proved to be true. When he called Sumo to say they were going to start learning longboard downhill, she agreed more readily than ever before. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumo and Lin Kei both sent messages in succession. After reading the messages, he looked at Li Yale, waiting for his response. Li Yale hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, I tried rollerblading and skateboarding during the club recruitment before, but I really didn't enjoy it. Everyone has their own hobbies, and Li Yale wasn't that enthusiastic about outdoor sports. Some things that sound impressive but he hasn't tried, he was willing to experience. Longboarding didn't sound particularly special to him, so he decided to give it a pass. Alright, then I'll head out first. Zhang Che said goodbye to Li Yale, then met up with Lin Kei and the others before picking up Sumo, and the two cars headed straight for the mall. The location was given by Sumo, and she also led the way to which store to go to. What to buy was, of course, up to her as well. This won't take too much time, will it? Li Ling asked, linking her arm with Sumo's. Where are we going to learn after we buy? I heard there's a skate park, is it far? Feng Qi and Zhao Xiaolan also gathered around Sumo, the three girls chattering excitedly, looking very eager. Sumo felt a bit overwhelmed. If you think it's too far, for beginners, you don't have to go to the skate park. We can learn directly back at school. She responded first, then expressed her exasperation towards Li Ling and the others. Speaking of which, you all drive. Buying equipment really won't take much time. Why is everyone in such a hurry? Zhao Xiaolan shrugged, isn't our time limited? We have to go to the flight school at 3 in the afternoon to learn about flight theory, we need to hurry. Sumo was taken aback upon hearing this, her eyes widening in shock. Ha, flight school? Feng Qi chuckled and explained, Zhang Che signed us all up yesterday, we're going to learn to get our pilot's license. We can get the license in as little as 3 months, and then we can take you to soar in the blue sky. Hearing this, Sumo's face turned pale, as if her heart had been struck hard with a hammer. She looked at Feng Qi, then at Zhao Xiaolan, and finally at Li Ling, unable to accept this reality. She loved outdoor sports, but it wasn't just mountaineering, rock climbing, and longboard downhill. In fact, she preferred diving, surfing, skydiving, paragliding, wingsuit flying, and flying planes, among other things. She had to settle for these for now because she didn't have the ability to reach those yet. She had long understood the requirements for learning to fly, how much it would cost, and how to fly after learning. She had researched all these questions in detail long ago. Now, she would occasionally take them out to look at, encouraging herself. But now the situation is that she longs for something she cannot have, burying these desires deep in her heart. Meanwhile, Li Ling and the others, who have no such pursuits, simply go with the flow. They effortlessly achieve what they dream of. They just follow Zhang Che to eat, drink, and have fun, easily reaching their dreams. Seeing them like this, they don't even think much of it. She is broken. This time, Sumo is truly broken. Why? Why can they achieve what she works so hard for but cannot? So yesterday, when Zhang Che called me, was he inviting me to learn to fly? Zhang Che has already given Sumo many things, treating her to all kinds of delicacies, but she doesn't care about these. Even without them, she wouldn't feel any regret. But this time, she really regrets it, feeling an unprecedented sense of loss. If I had gone with them yesterday, would my dream have been realized too? At this moment, she even forgets that she is still struggling with whether it is appropriate to accept Zhang Che's kindness. No comparison, no harm. Sumo's heart is filled with bitterness. The way she looks at Zhang Che is also more complex than ever. It's all because of this man, everything is because of him. Zhang Che notices Sumo's unusual behavior and scratches his head in confusion. What's wrong? Sumo shakes her head, a feeling of loss she has never experienced before surging in her heart, but she has no words to say. She can't just say that she is jealous, can she? She is not an arrogant person. But she also feels that, objectively speaking, neither Li Ling nor Zhao Xiaolan nor Feng Qi can compare to her. Whether it's looks, figure, sports, or knowledge, she is stronger in every aspect. As long as they are on the same starting line, she would never lose to any of them. Yet, clearly, those who are not as good as her easily take off with Zhang Che's help, far surpassing her. Although she is unwilling to accept it, there is no way, reality is this cruel. When they arrive at the skateboard shop, Suemo takes a deep breath, suppressing the disappointment in her heart, and cheers herself up. It's nothing. Let's look at the skateboards. This shop has all kinds of skateboards, from high to low end, suitable for both beginners and experts. Zhang Che, for you guys, I recommend this one. Having known him for so long, Suemo is already very familiar with Zhang Che's spending habits. No matter what he buys, choosing the more expensive option is never wrong. Of course, it's not just about helping him pick. As a coach, she also has to start teaching from the basics of longboarding. For example, the shape, material, wheel diameter, and hardness, and so on. Zhang Che has actually learned all these things at the dog-licking base long ago. He understands but pretends not to, while Lin Kei and the others listen with a sense of awe. Clearly, this is not something that can be learned in one go. It requires more exposure later. Besides longboards, they also bought all the protective gear, including helmets, knee pads, elbow pads, and wrist guards, etc. After all, falling is the most common thing when playing with such equipment, especially for beginners. These items are not too expensive, and fortunately, Li Ling and the others helped cover the cost. So, Zhang Che still made a small profit. As always, Zhang Che also picked a set for Suemo, and this time she still did not refuse. It seems that nothing has changed, everything is just like before. However, Zhang Che is still the same Zhang Che, while Suemo frequently loses her focus, appearing absent-minded. After buying the gear and returning to school, Zhang Che and Li Ling are having a great time with longboarding for the first time. As the guiding teacher, Sumo's mood, however, is far from high, her smile forced. Lin Kei sees all this and, while Li Ling and the others are busy pestering Zhang Che, she walks over to Suemo and hands her a bottle of Perrier. Suemo, let's talk. Suemo instinctively took the water she handed over, momentarily stunned. Suemo didn't understand what she suddenly wanted to discuss. Lin Kei smiled, twisted open the bottle, took a sip, and then asked, "Do you mind telling me what you've been busy with lately?" At this, Sumo's mood sank even lower, and her heart grew even more bitter. In the past few days, the president of the mountaineering club introduced her to a senior. This senior also graduated from Hua University, is an alumnus, and was also a member of the mountaineering club during their time at school. Now successful and famous, he still loves mountaineering and is very willing to provide opportunities for junior alumni. Moreover, he took a liking to her and was willing to sponsor her. She had been in contact with this senior, going out for meals, singing, rock climbing, and to the gym. Additionally, she underwent various physical tests to prove her abilities from all aspects. At first, everything was completely fine. Until she proved everything she could, this senior finally revealed his true intentions. He was indeed willing to sponsor her, but his condition was that he hoped she would agree to be his girlfriend. At that moment, she realized, belatedly, that it wasn't about the senior providing opportunities to juniors. It was about him being interested in her as a person. Many things are essentially so sordid, and she had seen plenty of them. Yet she always held on to unrealistic hopes, feeling that she could encounter someone without ulterior motives. To put it bluntly, it was still because she was unwilling to accept her situation. Without commercial value, she lacked the strength to gain commercial sponsorship. Is there really such a good thing in the world where one can gain sponsorship without selling oneself? Suemo felt lost. After this blow, she had completely lost confidence and was almost heartbroken. After she finished recounting this, Lin Kei smiled gently. She had experienced similar situations far too many times. However, now she no longer had such troubles. That's why she needed to hold on to this man tightly. Actually, there really is. Lin Kei took another sip of water, looking affectionately at Zhang Che, who was being pestered by Li Ling and the others. Didn't Zhang Che promise you that he was willing to sponsor you? And he truly asks for nothing in return. You don't need to give anything. You could let go of all your worries and just run towards your dreams. Why seek something distant? Suemo fell silent, lowering her head. She quietly twisted open a bottle of Perrier and took a sip, pausing for a long while before speaking. Actually, I feel like I'm being a bit cheap, but I just can't be that calm. To accept everything he gives me as a matter of course while I give nothing in return makes me feel deeply guilty. But if you want me to give something, I am unwilling and reluctant. Lin Kei looked at her and paused. Then she asked casually, "Do you look down on me?" A flash of confusion crossed Sumo's eyes. She hadn't thought about the issue of looking down on someone. But Lin Kei said, "You might not even realize it yourself. But in your subconscious, you probably look down on me quite a bit. You think I'm vain, that I only rely on men, or even that I cling to wealthy men. Everything I have now is given by Zhang Che, while you've always been working hard on your own." Suemo didn't speak. It seemed undeniable, and it really was like that. Lin Kei smiled again and continued, "But in fact, we are actually the same kind of person." The same kind of person? Confusion flickered in Sumo's eyes again, even a hint of resistance. "You just said you rely on men, that everything is given by Zhang Che, while I am working hard on my own. With such differences, what gives you the right to say that I am the same kind of person as you? Oof. Lin Kei chuckled softly, exposing a truth. We are all pursuing lives that don't match our identities. The difference is, I pursue material wealth, longing to live in mansions, drive luxury cars, and lead a lavish life. And you, on the other hand, seek excitement, desiring a different kind of pleasure on another level. Whether it's what I pursue or what you pursue, essentially, both exceed our own capabilities. So, what difference is there between us? Lin Kei's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Sumo's mind in a daze. For the next few days, Sumo remained in a fog. Lin Kei's remarks shattered all her pretenses, forcing her to confront the raw truth of her inner self for the first time. She didn't want to admit it, but she couldn't refute it. She couldn't even deceive herself anymore. The love for sports, the fondness for challenges, the cultivation of willpower, the aspiration to be a confident and self-reliant woman, these were merely grand excuses. In essence, she was still pursuing a wealthy person's life, and there was really no difference from the vanity of seeking material wealth. Both were yearning for lives that didn't match their abilities. Who was more noble than the other? It turns out, I am just an ordinary person after all. In her days, Sumo often sighed to herself, bitterly mocking her own thoughts. Climbing mountains, rock climbing, and downhill skiing, these outdoor activities indeed gave her a great sense of superiority. They made her feel different from others, that she had more pursuits and taste, that she was more refined than others. Especially someone like Lin Kei, who pursued money and material things, she truly looked down on that, finding it very vulgar. Yet, after Lin Kei's wake-up call, she realized that she was no different. This was indeed a blow to Sumo. However, it was not something she couldn't accept. What can be realized is an ideal. What cannot be realized is a dream. A so-called dream is inherently something that doesn't match one's own capabilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't be unattainable. If one had the matching capabilities, wouldn't it be easy to obtain? In this world, who doesn't have a dream? Who doesn't want to live like a wealthy person? The question before Sumo now was not about the facts. It was about how she should choose. In fact, we are already luckier than most people because we have choices. 99% of people in this world actually have no choices. There's a cruel yet realistic saying online. Some things, if you are not born with them, you will never have them in this lifetime. Lin Kei's words echoed in her ears. The vast majority of people in this world live mundane lives, working tirelessly just to survive. Those who can manage to pay a 30-year mortgage for a house are already doing well. There are many who can't even afford a house, let alone luxury cars and mansions, surfing, and skiing. Attending college, finding a job, and being busy making a living, that's the life of many. There are also many who drop out for various reasons, never even touching college, and end up working in factories at a young age. Among the masses, who doesn't want to live comfortably and enjoy life? But is there a choice? If there is a choice, that is already enough luck. But what determines fate is how to choose. Have you ever thought about your future? Have you thought about how to pursue the things you like in the future? You are still a student now, so you don't need to worry about making a living. For rock climbing, mountain climbing, and longboarding, you can work part-time. A climbing gym that pays $170 a day would accept you. But what about after you graduate? You will need to consider making a living, and even starting a family? By then, you will have to find a real job, rent a place, and everything from food to daily needs will cost money. How much salary can I earn? And how much can I set aside to pursue the outdoor sports I love? Will I be forced to work overtime? If I have to work 996 every day, when will I have the time and energy for outdoor activities? Once I find a man to marry and start a family, I'll need to buy a house and raise children, and forget about surfing and skiing. I might even hesitate to spend on a trip to a hot spring in the countryside. Just thinking about such a life sends shivers down my spine, yet the vast majority of people live like this for their entire lives. Sumo knows very well that if she only relies on herself, she will ultimately be just like all the ordinary people. As time goes on, all dreams will fade away, and all edges will be smoothed out. Surfing, skiing, diving, climbing, everything she longs for will remain just a longing, something she can only watch others do online with silent envy. If she can't achieve it based on her own conditions, and can't obtain it with her own strength, yet is unwilling to give up, then she must pay a price. Sumo couldn't help but let out a long sigh again. In fact, she has seen too much of this. The outdoor sports circle isn't as clean as it seems. Some women travel on a budget, and to catch a ride or have a meal, they can end up in relationships. The so-called unspoken rules of hitchhiking on the Sichuan-Tibet line have been circulating for a long time, and aren't there countless stories of scandal? Sumo used to look down on such behavior and despise such women. Whether on campus or off, there were many who pursued her, and countless who had ulterior motives. Just recently, some senior alumni tried to take advantage of her under the guise of sponsorship, but no matter what conditions they offered, she firmly chose to refuse. She always believed she could rely on herself. She only wanted to rely on herself. But now, the harsh reality lay before her. She was pursuing a life that didn't match her conditions, and it was impossible to achieve it on her own. So, what to choose? Like the vast majority, after graduation, she would hustle for a living, slowly letting life wear down her dreams. The thought of giving up the outdoor sports she loved made Suemo feel lifeless. After thinking for several days, she finally understood her heart. Indeed, I really am like Lin Kei said, we are the same kind of people. Knowing full well it's beyond my capabilities, yet still unwilling to give up. She can't bear to part with her mansion and luxury cars, and I can't bear to part with the various money-consuming outdoor sports. Since she can't bear to part with them, the next question to consider is how to pay the price. In fact, we are really lucky, not just because we still have choices, but more so because we can choose Zhang Che. You really don't need to be so conflicted. You can feel that Zhang Che means you no harm. He won't hurt you, nor does he need any contributions or returns from you. You just need to calmly accept Zhang Che's goodwill to gain everything. Why not? As Lin Kei's words seemed to echo in her ears, Suemo, having come to a realization, took out her phone and sent her a message. Do you have time to chat again? Just the two of us? Lin Kei quickly replied, figured it out? Planning to accept Zhang Che's goodwill? Suemo first replied with, Then she added, since I've made a choice, I also want to hold on tightly like you. If I obtained something that was hard to come by, I absolutely cannot accept losing it afterward. Losing something after having obtained it is far more unbearable than never having had it at all. Zhang Che indeed doesn't seek any return from her, but precisely because of this, she feels that it's not solid at all. Since Zhang Che doesn't expect anything in return from her, he naturally has no obligations toward her. If one day I change my mind and no longer treat her so well, what right does she have to ask for anything? Since I suddenly realized that I am also a vain person, yet unwilling to give up those dreams, I should accept this side of myself and make the corresponding choices. After confronting my inner self, Suemo made a decision. Everything became clear. All the entanglements, all the unwillingness, and the humiliation brought by those ill-intentioned people, all of it vanished in that moment. It turns out, I have always been troubled by my inability to see myself clearly, or rather, my unwillingness to see myself clearly. Once she made up her mind, Suemo felt a sense of clarity and lightness throughout her body. All the problems were no longer problems, and all pursuits could be easily achieved. Zhang Che, I also want to learn to fly. She shook Zhang Che's arm a couple of times, making him feel weak all over, unable to resist. Learn, you must learn. This afternoon we still have a theory class, and I'll sign you up then. Today, I'll let you experience flying, and tomorrow you can learn with us. Although her body felt so soft it seemed like her bones had disappeared, Zhang Che still nodded firmly. Learning to fly fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters would cost 200,000 each. Now that there were no study cards available, he had to pay out of his own pocket. After deducting the 100,000 cashback and the 20,000 basic reward, he would lose 180,000. However, he didn't feel any pain about the money this time. Even with the growing mindset that not getting cashback meant a loss, he was still very happy. Losing 180,000 didn't matter, it was just an investment. What mattered was Sumo's attitude. Now this long-legged school beauty was actively making requests of him, something that had never happened before. Moreover, she was using a spoiled tone that made him shiver involuntarily. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he was sure this was definitely a good thing. If Suemo could make more requests, wanting to buy this today and play that tomorrow, how could he worry about not making the money back? He was full of expectations for the future, and so was Suemo. Indeed, everything could be so simple. Learning a private pilot license costs 200,000. If he really had to rely on himself, when would he achieve it? And now, it was just a matter of being a little spoiled. Actually, she didn't even need to act spoiled, she just had to speak up. However, if she simply accepted the benefits Zhang Che offered without contributing anything herself, she would still feel uneasy. The only person who could be concerned about her was him. The only one who could give was herself. In this way, she could firmly hold on to Zhang Che and make requests of him naturally. Since she had already made a decision, why be pretentious? Zhang Che, you're so nice, she said happily and kissed him on the cheek. Zhang Che was startled. No, I'm scared when you do that. Let's just go back to how we were before, otherwise, I really won't feel at ease. Suemo put her hands on her hips, blowing her nose and glaring at him. This was her first time acting spoiled with someone, her first kiss. And you give me this kind of reaction? If it were any of those other men, they would have already taken her straight to bed. Stupid man, Suemo ignored Zhang Che's reaction. Anyway, if you treat me this well and can give me so much, then from now on, I belong to you, and you have to be responsible for me for a lifetime. As long as there's money, learning to fly these days is quite easy. Suemo met all the requirements, and her physical examination passed easily. She would soon become one of Zhang Che's group. They hadn't learned for much longer than Suemo, and with her learning ability, she could easily keep up. Even Sumo's performance was better than Lin Kei and the others. Sports also depend on talent, just like driving cars or flying planes. Lin Kei and the others had never thought about learning to fly a plane. They weren't really interested in these things. It just sounded prestigious, satisfying their vanity, and they could do it alongside Zhang Che. That's why they came to learn. Suemo was different. She genuinely liked these activities and had the talent for them, so her performance was naturally better. Learning to fly, skateboarding, still enjoying life every day. With Suemo and Lin Kei, Zhang Che turned campus life into what others could only dream of. Now, his title was no longer the dog who licks, but people called him the New Wave. However, this new wave was a bit of a scoundrel. Whenever he was mentioned, people thought of Suemo and Lin Kei. Just mentioning the two campus beauties reminded them of him. At such times, people couldn't help but grit their teeth and curse him. Damn it, two major campus beauties revolve around you every day. How can anyone live? You haven't even spared the roommates of the campus beauties, wandering around all day with 5 girls. Everyone was indignant, but the only consolation was that Suemo hadn't dragged her roommate into it. This was mainly because Suemo liked outdoor sports, while her roommate wasn't interested in them. Most of the time, she was working outside. Although she got along well with her roommate, it wasn't as close as Lin Kei and Li Ling. Sumo's roommate felt quite regretful because of this. All the boys at Hu University envied Zhang Che, and the girls couldn't help but envy Suemo and Lin Kei as well. The two major campus beauties were a given. They really couldn't compare in terms of innate conditions. But Li Ling, Zhao Xiulan, and Feng Qi, many girls felt they could still compete. Why could they bask in the glory while they could only envy? They were all roommates. How could the gap be so large? When they learned that Suemo had started studying for her flying license, even Li Ling and the others were studying afterward, her roommates couldn't hold back anymore. During this time, they were much more enthusiastic towards her, trying to get closer. While other boys were relieved that they hadn't been dragged in, little did they know they were thinking about how to get involved. Unfortunately, it was a pity. Suemo had to learn to fly, teach Zhang Che and the others how to skateboard, and enjoy various activities. Now, it had become a state where she was almost invisible whenever she didn't have classes, leaving little opportunity for her roommates to get close. She had noticed the changes in her roommates and was aware of people's reactions at school. However, she was now so carefree that she had no time to think about these things. In the past, she always thought about working everywhere, calculating how much more money she needed to climb a mountain once. Now, she didn't have to think about anything. Every day was worry-free. She realized that she had become more carefree than ever. Even when she thought about things, it was only about where to eat or where to play. If she was like this, Lin Kei and the others were naturally even less concerned. "Honey, shall we go camping this weekend?" As the weekend approached, Lin Kei wrapped her arms around Zhang Che's waist and suggested. She brightened up at this proposal. "If we're going camping, we might as well go directly to Hangzhou. You guys have been learning to skateboard for so long. While camping, you can also try real downhill." As soon as she said this, Zhang Che's eyes lit up. With Zhang Che's level, he could have already started trying downhill for real. If this continued, it would be enough to get Red Bull to sponsor them. However, there weren't any suitable places for downhill in the Magic City. The suggestion to go to Hangzhou was really tempting. According to Suemo, there were very suitable places for downhill there. During this time, they had already explored every corner of the Magic City, and it was indeed time to expand to the surrounding areas. "Alright, let's go to Hangzhou this weekend." Zhang Che nodded in agreement, then stroked his chin and expressed a hint of regret. "Since we're going camping, do we really not need to book a hotel?" Without needing to book a hotel, that meant missing out on 2 cashback opportunities, and just thinking about it made him a bit pained. "Of course not. If we're camping, why would we book a hotel?" Suemo shot him a glance. "It takes about 2 hours to drive from our school to Hangzhou. If we prepare in advance, we can leave Friday afternoon and start the barbecue right away. Then we can have fun for 2 days and come back Sunday afternoon." This schedule couldn't be better, and everyone had no objections. For Zhang Che, there was still a regret. Going to Hangzhou for just 2 days of camping felt a bit insufficient. After all, he had learned since elementary school that there was heaven above and Suzhou and Hangzhou below, yet he had never been to Hangzhou. West Lake, Xiantang River, and even the Liangzhu ruins were places he had longed to visit since childhood. However, there was no way around it. Hangzhou was so big that it couldn't be fully explored in just a day or two. It was just a weekend, not a holiday, so he couldn't ask for too much. If he really wanted to explore, he would have to wait for a holiday.
Alright then, he nodded. So the current question is, what do we need to prepare in advance? Camping was a first for him as well.
Fortunately, there were still 2 days until Friday, so he could find some time to catch up at the dog-licking base.
It wasn't that difficult. Learning for 2 days should be enough, right? As he pondered these things, Sumo continued to introduce.
Now those camping bases are all about making money. They can provide everything, and you can rent anything.
But if that's the case, it wouldn't be interesting.
Since we're going camping, I think it's better to prepare our own tents, sleeping bags, cooking utensils, and tableware. Also food and water. It's best to bring medicine and a first aid kit in case someone gets hurt or catches a cold.
If we're going to barbecue, we definitely need to prepare a grill and charcoal. As an outdoor sports enthusiast, camping was certainly not a first for Sumo.
The more she introduced, the brighter Zhang Che's eyes became.
Not needing to book a hotel already saved him 2 earnings, and with so many things to buy, wasn't that a perfect way to make it back?
Master is right. The fun of camping lies in doing things ourselves. So we have to buy, we must buy, and we need to buy the best. Hearing this, Li Ling and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. They just took it as him having a psychological barrier again, preparing for some retaliatory spending to relieve his mental stress.
Honey, I want an action camera. It'll be more convenient for shooting videos.
Now Lin Kei was increasingly enthusiastic about making videos, almost tinkering with it every day. Every little detail of life, all the daily eating, drinking, and fun, had to be shared. Many times, she would drag Zhang Che along, making him cooperate in various ways.
To become an internet blogger, some professional equipment was necessary. Alright, then let's add an action camera.
Zhang Che was more than happy to fulfill Lin Kei's request. And let's buy a drone too, that way, we can meet the aerial photography requirements.
He had thought about getting a drone to play with before.
However, regulations in the country were getting stricter, and many places didn't allow flying, so it didn't seem necessary to buy one. Now, since it was for Lin Kei to shoot videos, it didn't matter whether it was necessary or not. After all, even if it just sat at home gathering dust, it wouldn't affect his ability to earn rewards.
Not only did he want to buy for Lin Kei, but he also wanted to buy for Sumo. He couldn't let a single reward slip by.
Taking advantage of the class, Sumo directly organized a list and sent it to their Good Food, Good Fun group. Lin Kei and the others occasionally added suggestions and comments, chatting excitedly once again. Seeing Sumo's list, Zhang Che probably had a rough idea of things. His mind was hardly on the class. He occasionally checked the group messages and searched online.
Why are you so distracted again today? Planning to go somewhere fun?
Li Yale noticed his state and immediately understood the situation. It seemed that the only thing that could trouble Zhang Che in this world was where to eat and where to play.
People have different worries, and that's just how simple it is. We're going camping in Hangzhou this weekend. Want to join?
Zhang Che nudged his phone and invited Li Yale, resting his arm on his shoulder.
Hangzhou? Li Yale looked at him in confusion. If you're going camping, why go all the way to Hangzhou? Isn't it because we've been longboarding for so long? We might as well go have some fun with downhill. What do you think? Want to come along?
Li Yale wasn't interested in longboarding, but he was quite tempted by the camping idea. However, the whole Shanghai University knew that Zhang Che was always hanging out with 2 campus beauties and 5 girls. This made him hesitate. Although both Lin Kei and Sumo were very polite to him, he still felt a lot of pressure.
Camping? That sounds good. We want to go too. Before Li Yale could respond, Zhao Qingdong had already chimed in.
What a coincidence. We were also thinking about where to go this weekend. I'll bring my girlfriend along, just in time for everyone to meet her. Zhao Qingdong was beaming, looking more excited than Zhang Che. Speaking of which, he had been fawning over Zhang Jiao for so long, always mentioning my girlfriend.
However, neither Zhang Che nor Li Yale had ever met this Zhang Jiao. With him stirring things up, Li Yale felt more at ease. Following Zhang Che, he was quite reserved and awkward in front of Sumo and Lin Kei. If Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu joined, it would help avoid that issue. He nodded. Alright, then let's all go together. But then he hesitated again. But how are we getting there? Zhang Che said we need to go to Hangzhou. Zhao Qingdong waved his hand. What's the big deal? We can just rent a car.
I'll have my girlfriend bring her roommate too, giving you a chance.
Given Zhao Qingdong's attitude towards Zhang Jiao, Li Yale didn't hold any hopes for that opportunity. Who knows if Zhang Jiao's roommate is also looking for a fawning guy?
He had no interest in being a fawning guy. However, since they were going out to have fun, he certainly wouldn't mind having more girls around. Zhang Che was indeed bringing a large group of beauties,
but that had nothing to do with them. Camping, although not as popular as before, still had many fans. Those who missed out when it was all the rage were eager to try it now that they had the chance. Both Li Yale and Zhang Che actually shared this mindset. They agreed to go camping in Hangzhou together this weekend and then went off to prepare. It was their first time camping, so they needed to start preparing everything from scratch. However, before Zhang Che could say anything, Zhao Qingdong had already indicated that they would prepare separately and not interfere with each other. Since the day they enrolled and went shopping for daily necessities together, followed by a trip to a fruit specialty store, he had gained a deep understanding of Zhang Che's spending habits and no longer went shopping with him. That would just be self-inflicted misery. Camping gear can be quite cheap. Tents and sleeping bags can be found for $100 or so. Generally speaking, a few hundred is already usable. However, the expensive ones are indeed very pricey. For someone like Zhang Che, who chooses everything for the sake of cashback, he definitely wouldn't select the same as them. A super large tent, paired with a canopy, inflatable bed, sleeping bag, moisture-proof mat, picnic mat, cooking gear, utensils, entrenching tool, camping lamp, outdoor water bottle, and so on, all of this added up to nearly 20,000 yuan. Suemo and Lin Kei also managed to rack up 200,000 in cashback. Then there was the action camera Lin Kei wanted, first buying the Action 5 for 3,298 yuan. After that, they saw the Pocket 3, a 1-inch pocket camera, which would be more convenient in some scenarios. No need to say, they bought it. As for the price, including some packages, it was 6,567 yuan. There was also a gimbal for 1,299 yuan and a microphone for 999 yuan. Seeing that outdoor power supplies were being sold, they bought two. After all, they were camping, and this was quite necessary. The price of 1,699 yuan wasn't expensive, but a profit is a profit. Finally, of course, the main event was the drone, which, including various speakers, landing pads, etc., cost 12,834 yuan. They specifically went to the DJI Brand Experience store and browsed around, almost buying every product that DJI had for sale. Moreover, they bought two of each. Regardless of whether Suemo would use them, it was necessary for them to rack up cashback. If this were before, Suemo might have hesitated a bit and possibly even declined. But now, they were completely unreserved with Zhang Che. Since he offered, they accepted without any psychological burden. Thinking about it again, it seemed nice for someone like Lin Kei to shoot videos and post them online. In the future, whether it was hiking or rock climbing, they could often shoot some videos. The dream life had already begun. How could they not share a bit? After making a hefty profit, Zhang Che was in a very good mood and asked Zhao Qingdong and the others when they returned to school, "How are you all preparing?" Zhao Qingdong had a dark expression, and Li Yale shrugged, "Not much." Looking at them, it seemed they not only weren't prepared but also had some disagreements. Zhang Che couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Li Yale replied casually, "We can't agree on the costs. Zhao Qingdong's girlfriend, Zhang Jiao, and her whole dormitory want to go, but they aren't paying, and Zhao Qingdong promised to cover all the costs. He played the good guy, saved face, and now wants me to chip in. If it were split evenly, I would be willing to pay my share. But I don't know those girls, I've never met them, why should I pay for them?" Zhang Che had money, so he never counted costs or made plans. Completing things was no big deal. But Li Yale had already calculated that going camping would indeed cost quite a bit. According to the camping base fees Suemo provided, first, there was an entrance fee of 50 yuan per person. After entering, for camping, you also needed a camping spot, which ranged from 120 to 800 yuan. If they chose to rent a tent, it would be 100 yuan per person for a 4-person tent. They also needed to rent cars, and with so many people, they would need to rent two. Adding in food and other miscellaneous expenses, even if it were split evenly, it would still cost a few hundred yuan per person. It's rare to go out and have fun. Spending a few hundred isn't a big deal, but having to pay for others changes the situation. Why should the girls get to go out and not spend any money? I'm not saying you, but you're too much of a straight man. When guys take girls out to play, isn't it supposed to be the guy who pays? Otherwise, why would they go with you? Zhao Qingdong was exasperated. Li Yale, I'm telling you, if you keep this up, you'll never find a girlfriend. Li Yale said with a chuckle, "If that's the case, I'd rather not find a girlfriend for the rest of my life." Zhou Chu frowned beside him. "Li Yale, don't be so stingy." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yale shot back directly, "You're not paying, so go play with your eggs." Zhou Chu was a loyal follower of Zhao Qingdong, always responsible for putting in the effort. So when the 7 of them went out to play, the expenses were actually shared between Zhao Qingdong and Li Yale. Li Yale certainly wasn't having it. "Anyway, I don't agree. If that's the case, I'm not going. I don't have that much money, and I don't want to be the one footing the bill. Zhang Che thought this was reasonable, he definitely wouldn't want to either. He then asked, "What do you mean?" Li Yale continued to explain, "What I mean is, for food, car rentals, those should be shared among everyone. So we can cover that, and it's fine if the girls don't pay. However, for entrance fees, tents, those are personal expenses, so they should be borne individually." Zhang Che nodded and looked at Zhao Qingdong. "I think that's very reasonable. Is there any problem?" Zhao Qingdong's expression was quite awkward. "I've already told them that we'll cover all the expenses." Seeing his look, Zhang Che understood everything. This guy was showing off in front of the girls, taking on all the responsibilities. After boasting, he realized it would cost quite a bit, which made him feel the pinch. For women, each with a ticket costing 50, that's 200 yuan, 4 tents cost 400 yuan, and renting a car for 3 days would also be around 200 yuan. Plus buying some other necessary items, for 3 days and 2 nights, it would add up to a few thousand yuan. If they split it all evenly, it wouldn't be too much. But he didn't have that kind of financial strength and still had to pretend to be wealthy. Originally, with his monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan, he could afford it. The problem was, ever since he started fawning over Jiang Jiao, he had been spending money like water. He had just received his allowance this month and had already given Zhang Che 5,000 yuan, so he had no capacity left. He was really out of options and wanted to drag Li Yale down with him. "That's what you said. It has nothing to do with me." Li Yale firmly disagreed. "Why do you have to learn from Zhang Che? Are you as rich as him? If you don't have money, don't pretend. You can't make me pay for your show-off. I'm not Zhang Che, I only have that little allowance each month, and I can't afford to let you mess around." Li Yale was unwilling, and Zhao Qingdong couldn't force him. His own situation was just average. He didn't want to be the one footing the bill, nor did he have the ability to do so. Zhao Qingdong could only look at him pitifully. Zhang Che snorted, "Humph. You made your own bed, so you should lie in it. Are you expecting me to be the one to take the hit?" Although they were supposed to go camping together, Zhang Che and Zhao Qingdong were essentially separate. As for Zhao Qingdong's girlfriend and her roommates, they had nothing to do with him. With Li Yale, he could at least say he was giving him a chance. Who knows, it might even lead to a romance. But with him, Zhang Che couldn't possibly use the same reasoning, nor would there be such a possibility. "We're going to Hangzhou to camp because we want to do longboard downhill. You guys are just camping. There's really no need to go that far." After pouting, Zhang Che still offered Zhao Qingdong some advice. "You can just pick a campsite in the Magic City, that way, you can save on car rental. For everything else, rent what you can, avoid what you can, and if it really doesn't work, just go for one night. Doing it this way shouldn't cost too much, and it won't affect your show-off while also lightening the burden." This was indeed the best option, but Zhao Qingdong still smiled awkwardly. I already said I want to go to Hangzhou. They also think that renting a car to Hangzhou would be more interesting. That's why they want to go." Zhang Che could only shrug. "All right, forget what I just said." Zhao Qingdong didn't mind this. He put on a pitiful look with a shameless grin. "Zhang Che, can you lend me some money again? Lending and returning is not difficult." Zhao Qingdong's credit was decent. Last time he borrowed 5,000. He returned it immediately after getting his living expenses. So, Zhang Che really didn't mind lending him. Lending money is not a problem. But if you keep acting like this, your living expenses might soon be insufficient to pay off your debts. He had already explained this last time, but he couldn't help but remind him again. Zhao Qingdong completely ignored his words and directly said, "Lend me 5,000 again, and I'll return it as soon as I get my living expenses." Zhang Che stopped wasting words and transferred the money to him. After receiving the money, Zhao Qingdong's confidence immediately surged, and he walked out of the dormitory with his head held high, calling for Zhou Chu. They were probably going to prepare for camping. As for Li Yale, he was directly dropped because he didn't want to share the expenses. Zhang Che chuckled and teased, "If you had come with us earlier, we wouldn't have had to deal with all this, right?" Li Yale sighed gloomily. "You brought a group of girls, 2 of whom are campus beauties. They all revolve around you, and I'm just awkwardly standing aside." Lin Kei and Su Mo were campus beauties, incredibly beautiful, with top-notch temperament and attire. Being with them made Li Yale feel immense pressure, very self-conscious. Even though they were polite and considerate towards him, the fact was that these girls only had eyes for Zhang Che. Once they got excited or immersed in something, they wouldn't pay him any attention. It wasn't that they were intentionally ignoring him, it was just impossible to consider his feelings all the time. After all, he was just Zhang Che's roommate, not Zhang Che himself. "So, you really should find a girlfriend." Zhang Che patted his shoulder and chuckled. "That way, when we go out to play, don't say we neglected you, you'll just wish we wouldn't bother you. With a girlfriend, all lovey-dovey, even if it's with brothers, they can do whatever they want without bothering him." Li Yale stroked his chin and pondered seriously for a moment. It does seem to make sense, but it's too late to find one now. Let's talk about it next time. This time, you guys enjoy yourselves. I'll just go experience camping and see the excitement. This camping trip to Hangzhou was originally Zhang Che's invitation to him. Now that he was dropped by Zhao Qingdong, it was naturally Zhang Che and the others together. If it weren't for the immense pressure from Lin Kei and Su Mo, he wouldn't have had to go through such a big circle. For camping, Zhang Che and the others bought a lot of things, even things they might not need. However, when buying, they only considered themselves. Although they said it was for themselves, they would definitely be separated during camping. So, Li Yale also excitedly went to buy sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, pillows, blankets, and other gear. As for the tent, he didn't buy one. I specifically checked that campsite charges 100 per person per day for a 4-person tent, but a 2-person tent only costs 30 per person per day. So even if I pay for 2 people by myself, it would only be 60. Actually, I didn't even want to buy a sleeping bag. I just thought renting one might not be very hygienic. Li Yale's consistent attitude was to experience things first before deciding. If he really liked it and was willing to do it, then it was worth investing in. If you impulsively spend a lot of money to buy a full set of equipment, only to find out after one experience that you don't like it or can't adapt, then isn't that money just wasted? This is actually quite good. If it were the old Zhang Che, he would have thought twice before spending. But now, money doesn't matter to him at all. So, there's no need for such caution, and he doesn't have the same worries as Zhao Qingdong, who pretends to be impressive but can't back it up. In fact, Zhang Che understands very well why Zhao Qingdong insists on doing whatever he does. To put it bluntly, it's still about not being convinced by him. He wants to prove that he is not worse than Zhang Che. He can take 5 girls out to eat, drink, and have fun, and Zhao Qingdong wants to prove that he can have just as many girls. Zhao Qingdong not only has that many girls but also has his sycophants. However, these girls seem more excited to see Zhang Che than to see Zhao Qingdong. On Friday, after preparing everything, Zhang Che and the others gathered downstairs at the dormitory. Zhang Che and Li Yale finally got to meet Zhao Qingdong's legendary girlfriend. Both of them were quite curious and were quietly discussing what kind of person Zhang Jiaojiao really was. As it turned out, Zhang Jiaojiao and her 3 roommates completely ignored Zhao Qingdong and came straight over to him. "Hello, Zhang Che, I'm Zhang Jiaojiao. I've heard your name for a long time, and today I finally get to meet you in person. I'm so glad to go camping with you. I've wanted to meet you for a long time." Zhang Jiaojiao and her 3 roommates were so enthusiastic that Li Yale was left dumbfounded. It was one thing for her roommates to act this way, but Zhang Jiaojiao, you have a boyfriend, and he's right there, does that seem appropriate? Li Yale was a bit confused, and when he looked at Zhao Qingdong, her expression was a bit strange. However, Zhao Qingdong didn't seem to think there was anything wrong. Hello. Zhang Che felt a bit overwhelmed. "Zhao Qingdong has been waiting for you for a long time. Her car is ready, so you should get in first." Goodness, if he hadn't said anything, one might think that Zhang Jiaojiao and her friends were called over by Zhao Qingdong. To be honest, Zhang Jiaojiao is indeed quite good looking. No wonder Zhao Qingdong always looks proud when she talks about my girlfriend. However, even with her enthusiasm, Zhang Che had no interest in her at all. The system showed no reaction, indicating that she was not a target for affection and could not become his gold mine. Moreover, she was Zhao Qingdong's girlfriend, so it wasn't appropriate to get too close. Otherwise, if Zhao Qingdong had any issues with her, wouldn't the blame fall on him? In the eyes of Zhang Jiaojiao and her roommates, Zhang Che was a walking goldmine, someone they would love to take a piece from. Now, who at Hu University doesn't know that he is a spendthrift, a playboy who indulges in pleasure? If they could latch onto him, then their lives would improve as well. The reason Zhang Jiaojiao and her friends were so enthusiastic about Zhang Che was precisely this. Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qiyuan were originally quite ordinary, but now they were decked out in high-end luxury brands, living a life of excess. Just thinking about it, they felt they were no worse than her, and who wouldn't feel envious? It felt like they also had a chance. With Zhao Qingdong nearby, Zhang Jiaojiao felt no pressure at all. She had already completely won Zhao Qingdong over. However, Zhang Che still had Lin Kei and Su Mo, as well as Li Ling and the others with him. With these 5 girls around, they didn't dare to act too overly. Let's go, time to set off." After loading the newly bought ingredients into the car, Zhang Che called everyone to depart. "Master, why don't you and the senior sister take a car together?" Zhang Che arranged a separate car for Lin Kei and Su Mo, which made Lin Kei pout. This pure and innocent campus beauty murmured with a hint of grievance. "Why?" Zhang Che shrugged. "Because you guys put too much pressure on Li Yale, just pity him a little." Lin Kei protested repeatedly. "He's your roommate. We've always been very warm to him, okay?" Although she said that, Lin Kei and Su Mo still accepted Zhang Che's arrangement. Small cars like the Star Wish and Lincoln Co. Z20 are really enjoyable to drive around the city.
However, when it comes to going out to play in a crowded scene, they seem quite insufficient. First of all, the car is small, so the space is limited, and the trunk isn't very big either. Although it's an electric car, and there's a front trunk, it can't hold too many things either. Both cars were packed full, barely managing to fit their camping gear along with Liale's. Then there were the longboards for the 6 of them, which were even harder to carry. Bringing all this to the camping base in Hangzhou was quite a headache for them. In the end, it was still Zhang Che who pulled off some extreme maneuvers to sort everything out. He stuffed everything that could fit into the front and back trunks, and small items like camping lights were directly placed in bags to carry along. He drove the Link and Co Z20, with Li Yale in the passenger seat. Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi sat in the back with their bags, perfectly filling the 5 seats. Lin Kai and Su Mo drove the Geely Star Wish, leaving the back seat empty for the longboards and other items that couldn't fit. With that, everything was finally sorted. The situation on Zhao Qingdong's side was similar. They rented only one car for 6 people. Although the car was a bit larger, they had too many things, so it was still packed to the brim. Although it was a bit of a hassle, they didn't encounter any other problems. Soon, everything was settled, and the 3 cars drove out of the school, heading straight for Hangzhou. Leading the way were Zhao Qingdong and his group, with Lin Kai and Su Mo in the middle, and Zhang Che bringing up the rear. Zhang Che didn't care about Zhao Qingdong's situation, but he had to keep an eye on Lin Kai and Su Mo. In the same car were Li Ling and the other 2, which made Li Yale breathe a sigh of relief, and his mood gradually relaxed. He became less reserved and could chat with Li Ling and the others along the way. However, Li Ling and the others knew he was reserved in front of Lin Kai and Su Mo, feeling a lot of pressure, and occasionally wanted to tease him. Li Yale, the Zhao Qingdong can't even find a girlfriend. Do you have a girl you like? Do you want me to introduce one to you? What kind do you like? Our fashion design department has a lot of beautiful girls, you know. The 3 of them took turns teasing Li Yale, making him want to roll his eyes. Speaking of girlfriends, he actually had a lot of feelings about it today. Any kind is fine, as long as she's not the slow burn type. His words piqued Li Ling and the others' curiosity. What do you mean? Li Yale sighed deeply. Have you seen that girl named Zhang Jiao Jiao? She's the slow burn type. Li Ling and the others were about to roll their eyes to the sky. Do you think we didn't see? Those girls would love to swallow Zhang Che whole, and you tell me she's a slow burn type? Li Yale lamented. That's where the problem lies. I asked Zhao Qingdong before how things were developing with Zhang Jiao Jiao. Zhao Qingdong told me that Zhang Jiao Jiao said she was a slow burn type and wanted to take it slow. I used to hear that girls are slow burn and you need to be patient. Now I finally understand, this slow burn thing is just nonsense. From now on, if anyone tells me about being a slow burn, I'd want to slap them in the face. Zhang Jiao Jiao was slow burn in front of Zhao Qingdong, but when she saw Zhang Che being as enthusiastic as a microwave, is that called a slow burn type? Lin Kai is still the campus belle, so aloof and indifferent in front of others, but slow burn in front of Zhang Che? A woman tells you she's slow to warm up. That basically means she's not interested in you, doesn't like you, and doesn't care about you at all. Naturally, you don't need to waste time on her. If she really likes and cares about you, she'll be more proactive than you. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Li Yale would never have believed that girls could be so proactive. His words resonated not only with Zhang Che but also with Li Ling and the others. Not to mention, from Lin Kai to them and now to Su Mo, they were indeed all more proactive in front of Zhang Che. Lin Kai had also used the excuse of being slow to warm up to brush off Wang Junquan, Sun Yunjia, and other suitors. And the result? The aloof and pure Lin school beauty took action when she needed to. Zhang Che was actually pushed down by her initiative. As a girl, I have to say your understanding is very profound. It's absolutely correct. In fact, it really is like that. At this moment, they all forgot that the topic of girlfriends was originally meant to tease Li Yale. They got into a heated discussion on this topic. Li Yale seemed genuinely moved, full of emotions. He spoke passionately, and Zhang Che, listening on the side, felt it made a lot of sense and was immensely beneficial. There were aspects he hadn't realized if he hadn't mentioned them. Whether it was slow to warm up or not, he had never encountered such a problem before and hadn't thought it was actually ridiculous. Think about Zhao Qingtang. It really seems to be the case. When a woman tells you she's slow to warm up, there's only one possibility. She just wants to keep you hanging. Following the Hukuan Expressway, they drove slowly, stopping occasionally to buy water or take a bathroom break. After about 3 hours, they finally arrived at the camping site recommended by Su Mo. Throughout the journey up the mountain, Zhang Che had been observing the road conditions. The mountain road was paved with asphalt, the surface dark and shiny, and the isolation markers in the middle were very clear. The road conditions were excellent, clearly recently repaired. The slope was long, with both steep and gentle sections, and there were quite a few curves. Overall,
the difficulty of the descent was not high. However, it was a nice place that could keep experienced riders entertained while also being friendly to beginners. He was very satisfied with this and couldn't wait any longer. However, it was already past 7 p.m., and the priority was to set up camp first. To go downhill, that would have to wait until tomorrow. We finally arrived. As they parked the car, Li Ling and the others cheered. Even Li Yale, looking at the beautiful surroundings, felt invigorated. Although the 3-hour journey was a bit long, at that moment, it felt like it was all worth it. They hadn't rushed, so even though it took longer, they didn't feel too tired. On Zhao Qingtong's side, Zhang Jiaojiao and her 3 roommates were even more excited, jumping and shouting. As soon as they arrived at the parking lot, they pulled out their phones to take pictures. In this day and age, the first thing to do when arriving at a new place is indeed to take photos. First, let's unload the stuff, and then we'll take the car to charge. Zhang Che's Jili Xingyuan had a claimed range of 410 kilometers. However, in reality, there would definitely be some reduction. They had already traveled over 200 kilometers after charging it fully. Although the remaining battery was still considerable, it was time to charge it, just in case. The Lynk & Co Z20 had a longer range, but it was only rated at 530 kilometers, which wasn't that impressive either. There were charging stations at the campsite, which was the most convenient. Don't move, I'll pay. Zhang Che hurriedly ran over after plugging in the car, fearing that if he was a moment late, Su Mo and the others would pay first. Don't worry, we won't fight you for this. Having been by his side for so long, whether it was Lin Ke, Su Mo, or Li Ling, everyone was already very familiar with his way of doing things. When it came to spending money, the more he spent, the happier and more spirited he became. Conversely, if they tried to pay first, even if it was just a single yuan, he would look as if he had been struck by lightning, as if he had lost his parents. So as long as he was there, without him needing to remind them, even a single yuan would wait for him to pay. For this quirk of his, Lin Kai and Su Mo could only explain it as a psychological barrier. Otherwise, it really wouldn't make sense. They could never have imagined that Zhang Che would spend money on Lin Kai and Su Mo. Not to mention a single yuan, even a dime or a cent could earn a guaranteed cashback of 1,000. And then, there was also a basic reward of 10,000 yuan. Hearing the commotion from their side, Zhao Qingdong and Zhou Chu, who were walking ahead, couldn't help but roll their eyes and comment, "It's just a small amount of money, no need to act like this, right?" The entrance fee was 50 yuan, so for the 6 of them, it was 300. Li Yale was the 7th person in their group, but he insisted on paying for himself, which Zhang Che naturally respected. After entering, Li Yale rented a double tent by himself, which cost 110 yuan. If he had been with Zhao Qingdong and the others, he would have had to pay part of the car rental fee as well. There were also gas fees and tolls. He had expressed to Zhang Che that he wanted to cover these costs, but Zhang Che refused. Friends should indeed have some principles, and it was better to be clear about things. But if everything was too clearly divided, it would feel too distant. Even if Li Yale didn't participate, they were all going to come anyway, so there was really no need for him to bear this small amount of money. He had his own principles, so Li Yale didn't say anything further. Besides Li Yale, the others all brought their own tents. Zhao Qingdong and his group brought 2 4-person tents and rented 2 moderately sized camping spots to the left of Zhang Che's group. Li Yale set up his own camp, not mixing with Zhang Che and the others. So, Zhang Che's group also consisted of 6 people. However, among the 6 of them, they only brought 1 tent, a super large tent that could accommodate 8 people. They rented the largest and best located camping spot in the campsite. The campsite was quite large, and because it was the weekend, there were many people as well. The tents were pitched in a scattered manner, looking beautiful and creating a great atmosphere. "Honey, are you hungry?" Lin Kei put down the ingredients, washed a cucumber, and came over to feed Zhang Che a bite. "I'm fine, but you all must be hungry, right?" Zhang Che smiled and said, "Let's divide the work. Master, you and senior sister Li Ling can start the fire, while we set up the tent. Once we get this sorted, we'll start the barbecue right away." Setting up a tent wasn't a simple task. If you didn't know how, it could take a while. Their tent was inflatable, which made things much easier. Moreover, he had really brushed up on camping knowledge over the past 2 days. With 10 times the learning efficiency at the dog-licking base, he had completely mastered the camping skills. Tents and inflatable mats were relatively large, so it was more suitable for a big man like him to handle them. Su Mo also had plenty of outdoor experience, so it was no problem to leave the fire to her. 2 veterans leading 4 novices meant everything could be handled in an orderly manner. In contrast, Zhao Qingdong's group, all 6 of them were novices, struggling to set up a tent in a flurry. There were quite a few others in the same situation. Just below Zhang Che's camping spot,
two graceful figures were also sweating profusely from their busyness. Just as Zhang Che was about to go help Zhao Qingdong and the others, his gaze involuntarily drifted downward, and suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Discovered a lickable target. Guidance task issued. Get to know the lickable target. Discovered a lickable target. Guidance task issued. Get to know the lickable target. What the hell? There are actually lickable targets here. Zhang Che was taken aback. He didn't expect to stumble upon such unexpected gains while camping. But why did the system prompt him twice? Is it important information that needs to be repeated 3 times? If that's the case, isn't it still one short? He opened the system interface with some confusion and saw that the taskbar marked Task 1 and Task 2. What the hell? This isn't a repetition. It turns out both of these can be licked. 2 lickable targets appeared at once. Lickable targets, this is a gold mine. Just discovering lickable targets here was already surprising enough, but he didn't expect to encounter 2 at the same time. He wondered what level these 2 were and if they would exceed the beginner level. Zhang Che felt his heart racing and hurriedly looked closely at the 2 graceful figures below in the camp. From Lin Kei to Su Mo, and now to these 2 newly discovered ones. All those recognized by the system as lickable targets had one thing in common: they were stunning. Not only did they have to be very beautiful, but they also had to possess striking features that were hard to forget. Li Ling's flaw was that she was beautifully ordinary. She was pretty, but lacked her own distinct characteristics. Therefore, the system was indifferent to her. The 2 below, busy setting up a tent, were also captivating enough to draw anyone's gaze. When Zhang Che noticed them, all the men in the camp were also watching them. Of course, they were also looking at Lin Kei and Su Mo, as well as Li Ling. What the hell? What's going on in this camp? Why are there so many beauties? I just wish my parents had given me 2 more pairs of eyes. I can't take it all in. This camp has sinister intentions. They brought so many beauties to promote it. They just want to make my money. Stop looking. Stop looking. What's the use of looking more? Looking is just looking. What else do you want? Setting aside the system connection, Zhang Che was essentially like most boys. When he saw beautiful women, especially stunning ones, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Among these 2 new lickable targets, Zhang Che first noticed the one facing him. At first glance, his immediate reaction was tall, really tall. Zhang Che wasn't short at all, but from over 10 meters away, this lickable target seemed even taller than him. Moreover, her long hair was black with a hint of gold, not pure black. Her skin was far fairer than that of an average girl, her features were very 3-dimensional, and her eyes had a faint green hue amidst the black. Anyone could tell at a glance that she was of mixed heritage. The advantages of her mixed blood were on full display. One could feel the gentle and reserved characteristics of Chinese women, while also showcasing Western traits. Although she was very tall, she was also very proportionate, slender, and elongated, looking very harmonious and beautiful. She hurriedly turned to shake the tent, and the other one turned around. This one, while not as exaggerated in height, was also very tall. She wore wide-legged pants typical of traditional ethnic dance, and as she fiddled with the tent, she occasionally stood on tiptoe, bent down, or squatted. The pants were stretched tightly, not only revealing the outline of her underwear but also undeniably showcasing her voluptuous curves. Tisk, I don't care about your business. Zhang Che seemed to hear gasps around him, as if someone had loosened their belt. Plump, mature, ripe enough to seem like it could drip with water. She looked to be around 26 or 27, yet she resembled a ripe cherry ready to be picked. Coupled with her naturally unique charm, every gesture exuded a mature and alluring grace. This was truly top-notch. She was certainly no less than Lin Kei and Su Mo, fully capable of competing with them without falling behind. Of course, admiring beautiful women was one thing, but that wasn't the main focus right now. After the initial awe, the next consideration was how to get to know them. Then, to charm them and reap rewards from them. Watching them struggle to set up a tent, sweating profusely, it seemed to be their first camping experience. Should he take the opportunity to strike up a conversation under the guise of helping? Just as Zhang Che thought of this, he noticed that other men had already taken action. A total of 6 or 7 men, with charming smiles plastered on their faces, approached them, though it was unclear what they said. Less than 10 seconds later, they left dejectedly. This showed that simple flirting wouldn't work. With such beauty, they must have encountered all kinds of men. Perhaps they were so used to being pursued that they had no good feelings towards men who approached them with boldness. This was somewhat troublesome. The thought that even if he tried to flirt, they might not be willing to engage made Zhang Che feel a headache. There was no reason for them to pay him any attention. It was the first time he faced such a situation. Initially, when he met Lin Kei, he was a new student, and she was a volunteer. Even though she looked down on him at that time and was quite reluctant, she still had to help him with his enrollment procedures. As for Su Mo, When Zhang Che met her, she was helping with club recruitment. But now, with these two newly discovered beauties, there was absolutely no necessary connection. If he couldn't even get to know them, how could he charm them or reap rewards? Moreover, this was in Hangzhou. If they were locals or lived and worked here, it would be even more complicated. Did that mean he had to be a remote admirer, flirting online? Just when Zhang Che felt it was quite tricky and was overwhelmed, Lin Kei noticed his situation and leaned over, playfully twisting his waist with her small hand. Then, feigning a sense of longing, she said, "What's wrong? Have you taken a liking to someone?" Zhang Che shook his head repeatedly. "No. How can you say it's a crush? You should know me better than that." He denied it and then stated seriously, "I just think they would be very helpful in alleviating my psychological barriers. I only want to use them to cure my issues. Nothing else has ever crossed my mind." Lin Kei truly understood him very well. Zhang Che was just a devoted admirer, spending money without any ulterior motives. It was the same with her and Sumo. Clearly, it would be the same with these two as well. Zhang Che himself had no intentions, but he couldn't stop those he admired from having their own thoughts. Lin Kei and Sumo had already made their choices. How would these two choose in the end? Of course, it was too early to think about that now, and she didn't consider it a priority. What mattered to her now was to align with Zhang Che's thoughts. She would do whatever he wanted, but you have to get to know them first. "Honey, leave this to me," Lin Kei said, giving Zhang Che a kiss, then smiling mischievously. "You go over to Zhao Qingtang and the others, and wait for me to call you." This pure and innocent campus beauty had many flaws, such as vanity and a strong sense of pride. However, since she chose Zhang Che, she had been genuinely sincere towards him, almost impeccable. So now, Zhang Che was increasingly trusting her and feeling more dependent on her. He also understood that this was exactly the outcome she desired. But since she could do this, Zhang Che felt there was nothing wrong with it and was willing to accommodate her thoughts. Now he really had no good way out. Since she said to leave it to her, Zhang Che believed her. Zhao Qingtang and the others were also in a flurry, and the six of them had been struggling for half a day without managing to set up the tent. Zhang Che couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he walked over to offer help. Following closely behind him, Lin Kei walked down towards the two new potential targets, smiling as she greeted them. "Hello, do you need help?" The two women, panting from exhaustion, looked up to see a girl who was just as good as they were, but dressed even more fashionably and beautifully. Being women, there was naturally no sense of wariness. Looking at her outfit, it was clear she was not simple, and it would be great if she was willing to help. The two women were overjoyed. "Hello, if you're willing to help, that would be wonderful." Coming out to have fun was all about happiness. However, Zhao Qingtang and the others were currently unable to feel any joy. The atmosphere was even somewhat unpleasant. Unable to set up the tent, Zhang Jiaojiao kept complaining that Zhao Qingtang was useless. "It's just setting up a tent. You can't even handle such a small task. What can I expect from you?" Zhao Qingtang was already someone who cared about his image and liked to show off. As a result, this time, he felt a bit embarrassed. He was already being humble in front of Zhang Jiaojiao, and coming camping without even knowing how to set up a tent made him feel even more ashamed. Zhang Jiaojiao complained that he didn't dare to speak up and turned to scold Zhou Chu to vent her frustration. "Are you an idiot? You're as dumb as a pig. It's not there, it's over there." Zhao Qingtang shifted all the blame onto Zhou Chu, attributing everything to him. This not only vented his anger but also showcased his masculinity in front of Zhang Jiaojiao and the others. Zhou Chu remained silent, quietly enduring the scolding, doing whatever Zhao Qingtang told him to do. This cheap deal is really hard to take advantage of. Luckily, I don't have such a habit. As Zhang Che walked over, he heard Li Yale sigh. To take advantage of a small benefit, Zhou Chu has sold his dignity. Li Yale watched Zhao Qingtang and the others for a while, reveling in their misfortune. He wouldn't set up a tent either, as he was still quite unhappy with Zhao Qingtang over previous matters, so he was even less inclined to get involved. At this moment, seeing Zhang Che walk over, he followed along. Zhou Chu sold his dignity in front of Zhao Qingtang, and Zhao Qingtang did the same in front of Zhang Jiaojiao. Zhang Che shrugged and walked over, saying, "Everyone put it down, let me do it, just listen to me." Under his guidance, the tent was set up in no time. Zhao Qingtang and the others had struggled for a long time, but for him, it was just a matter of a few quick moves. "Wow, Zhang Che, you're really amazing. Zhang Che, you set up the tent so well. Thanks to you, otherwise we wouldn't know where to sleep tonight." The moment they saw Zhang Che, Zhang Jiaojiao and the others' eyes lit up again. After he helped set up the tent, they didn't hold back on their praise, their eyes sparkling as they showered him with compliments. No, this is nothing. Actually, even if I didn't come to help, the campsite staff would eventually come to assist you." Zhang Che was very modest, and surrounded by Zhang Jiaojiao and the others, he noticed that Zhao Qingtang's face had turned green. They were all bringing girls, and Zhang Che was shining brightly.
Meanwhile, the girls he brought were all focused on Zhang Che, excited whenever they saw him, and they praised him for everything he did. At this moment, Zhao Qingtang finally felt something was off. His girlfriend seemed to be a bit too enthusiastic towards Zhang Che, right? Zhao Qingdong's eyes were about to burst into flames, and Zhang Che, surrounded by people, felt something was off and prepared to slip away. Just then, Lin Kei called out to him, "Honey, come here for a moment." Zhang Jiaojiu and the others were reluctant to let him go, but upon hearing it was Lin Kei calling, they didn't dare to stop him. From Lin Kei to Su Mo to Li Ling, none of these women were easy to provoke. They were not to be trifled with. "I'm coming," Zhang Che replied, scampering over eagerly. It seemed Lin Kei had everything under control, and he was busy getting to know new potential objects of admiration, hardly paying attention to Zhang Jiaojiu and the others. As he walked over quickly, Lin Kei smiled and wrapped her arms around his waist for the introduction. "Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Zhang Che, also from the Shanghai University of Fine Arts, but he studies visual communication design." After introducing Zhang Che, Lin Kei continued to introduce him. "Honey, this is Ran. She's from the Shanghai Theater Academy. This sister is Han Yingying, a dance teacher." And Ran was that tall mixed-race beauty. From a distance of several meters, Zhang Che thought she was taller than him. Now that he was closer and looked carefully, she was indeed about 3 to 5 centimeters taller than him. This was still with her wearing flat shoes for camping. If she wore high heels, it was hard to imagine. If Zhou Chu were here, he would have to look up to her. As for Han Yingying, she had an outstanding presence, and her every gesture was pleasing to the eye. It seemed this unique charm was cultivated from a young age through dance. Dance indeed nurtures grace, but very few could reach her level. "Hello," Zhang Che nodded in greeting, and Ran also nodded back in response. It was then he noticed that Ran seemed to be enveloped in fatigue. There was an unshakable sorrow in her brows. Han Yingying appeared to be in a better state, talking more. "Hello, actually I'm also from the Shanghai Theater Academy, but I studied dance and graduated several years ago, and is my junior. She studies acting and works part-time as a model in her spare time. When she has time, she also learns dance from me." Zhang Che was pleasantly surprised after hearing this. And Ran was from the acting department of the Shanghai Theater Academy and still a student, so she must be living in the Magic City. If she was learning dance from Han Yingying, then Han Yingying must also be working and living in the Magic City. This made it much easier for him to admire her. He wouldn't have to worry about how to admire her from afar or online. Zhang Che couldn't help but glance at Ran again. With her height, she stood out not just among women but also among men. Moreover, she was tall in a very attractive way, with a well-proportioned figure that was just right. Not becoming a model would be a waste. The legendary supermodel was probably no more than this. Amidst his admiration, he felt a bit confused. He momentarily didn't understand what Han Yingying's way of addressing Ran meant. Seeing him a bit dazed, Ran explained, "Ann. This is my English name. You can call me that." In an English-speaking environment, it was perfectly fine to have an English name. But this was in China, in a Chinese-speaking context. Why insist on an English name? In the Magic City, this situation was quite common. Not only were people called by their English names, but there was also a lot of English mixed into conversations and various texts. Having lived in the Magic City for so long, Zhang Che could only say it was indeed the Magic City. In this city, if one were to rank languages, it would be Shanghainese, English, Japanese, and then Mandarin. Zhang Che actually disliked this mix of Chinese and English. Everyone spoke Chinese but still insisted on using English names. However, everyone has their own freedom, and he has no right to control how others are. After all, Ran has half Western blood. It doesn't bother anyone if she wants to use an English name. Oh, Zhang Che replied, not saying much more, his thoughts focused on the system prompt. With Lin Kei's assistance, the task of getting to know potential targets was finally completed, taking the first step towards pursuing Ran and Han Yingying. At the same time, he received rewards of 10,000 x2 and 100 dog-licking points x2. The system also marked their information. Potential target, Ran level, beginner potential target, Han Yingying level, beginners still beginners. This result left Zhang Che somewhat disappointed, yet it felt expected. Although he hoped for higher-level targets to appear, both Ran and Han Yingying, compared to Lin Kei and Su Mo, were just each charming in their own way. In terms of attire and style, Lin Kei and Su Mo were still a notch above. So, he was well aware that Ran and Su Mo were unlikely to be above beginner-level targets. However, when it came to looks and charm, finding someone more beautiful than them was nearly impossible. So, what would these higher-level targets be like? And when would he be able to find them? Thinking about this made Zhang Che scratch his head. He had no clues at all. Lin Kei used her advantage as a woman to actively help him get to know Ran and Han Yingying. However, she was completely clueless about setting up tents. After chatting with Anren and Han Ying for a while and struggling a bit, she directly called Zhang Che over. With her in the middle, Zhang Che's identity was still that of her boyfriend. Anren and Han Ying naturally weren't as guarded against Zhang Che as they would be with other men. Thus, it was only natural for Zhang Che to get to know them. Honey, they can't set up their tent. I tried to help. At this moment, Lin Kei once again thoughtfully initiated a helping hand. And, are you guys planning to have a barbecue too? She said, extending an invitation. Why don't you two join us? It'll be more lively with more people. If it were Zhang Che inviting them, it might not be appropriate, but with her, it was completely fine. Han Ying was clearly tempted by this, but she looked towards Anren caught her gaze and hesitated for a moment. Is it convenient? At this point, Zhang Che cheerfully spoke up. What's inconvenient about it? I see you've brought quite a bit of ingredients too. In our words, this is called splitting the meal. Splitting the meal means everyone contributes some food to enjoy a feast together. It can be seen as another form of going Dutch. Yes, exactly. Lin Kei chimed in. When the time comes, you eat ours, and we eat yours, sharing with each other. Besides Zhang Che and his roommate, the rest of us are all girls, so you don't have to worry about not getting along. And Ran hadn't intended to refuse, and now that the conversation had reached this point, she nodded in agreement. Alright then, sorry to bother you. And Ran said, and together with Han Ying, they picked up the ingredients and charcoal they had prepared and headed to Zhang Che's campsite. Let me help. Zhang Che took the heaviest load, and before Han Ying could insist on being polite, he had already taken big strides towards the campsite. At this moment, Su Mo and Li Ling had already gotten the charcoal going and were adding it to the grill. Everything was ready, and they could start the barbecue. As for the situation on Zhang Che's side, Zhao Xiaolan and Feng Qi had been watching and had already informed them. So, seeing them bring people over didn't come as a surprise. They just couldn't help but give Zhang Che a charming roll of the eyes. Let me introduce you. Back at the campsite, Lin Kei introduced again. This is Li Ling, Zhao Xiaolan, and Feng Qi. They are all my roommates. As for Su Mo, she left that introduction to Zhang Che. The two worked together seamlessly, and Zhang Che naturally took over the conversation. This is Su Mo, from the finance department at Hu University, and she's also my master. She's an outdoor sports expert, and I asked her to be my personal trainer, so I call her master. Su Mo nodded in confirmation and smiled at Anran and Han Ying to greet them. Hello. Lin Kei then introduced Han Ying and ran to Su Mo and the others. Once everyone was acquainted, they immediately got busy. They were responsible for neatly arranging the ingredients on the table, while Zhang Che took charge of the grilling. This made Han Ying and Ran feel a bit embarrassed, but Zhang Che was enjoying himself. It wasn't that he particularly loved barbecuing, he merely didn't dislike it. However, this task he didn't mind doing could bring him tangible benefits, which made him unable to stop smiling. For this, he had even specifically learned at the dog-licking base. Although he had only studied for 2 days, with 10 times the efficiency, that was enough for barbecuing. Zhang Che, thank you for your hard work. Why don't we help out too? Han Ying felt a bit guilty and wanted to lend a hand. Zhang Che smiled and asked back, have you ever grilled by yourselves before? Han Ying felt a bit shy. Her expression said it all. It was their first time camping and their first attempt at grilling. You don't have any experience, so there's no need to be polite. It's fine, it's not a big deal. Zhang Che declined Han Ying's offer and then turned to shout. Li Yale, what are you still doing over there? Aren't you hungry? On Zhao Qingting's side, Li Yale was dawdling but eventually walked over. He actually didn't want to hang out with Zhao Qingdong and the others. He hadn't brought any ingredients. It was fine to mooch off Zhang Che, as they had agreed on that from the start. But if he were to mooch off Zhao Qingdong, let's not even mention that both of them still had a breath left. Even without that breath, was Zhao Qingdong's generosity so easy to take advantage of? Zhou Chu, who was scolded mercilessly and didn't even dare to breathe, was a living example. But over here with Zhang Che, after Lin Kei called out to him, Li Yale looked again. As a result, there were now 2 beauties that everyone in the venue was secretly observing. This left Li Yale completely dumbfounded. Brother, what's going on with you? I know you play around, but you don't have to play this extravagantly, right? Just with Lin Kei and Su Mo, he already felt immense pressure. And now, there were 2 more beauties of this caliber. One of them was even taller than him, and slightly taller than Zhang Che as well. A girl, who was so much taller. All these factors made him feel even more pressure, and he became awkward. Zhang Che was busy grilling and didn't pay attention to Li Yale. Li Yale silently sat to the side, eating skewers and drinking beer, feeling both present and detached. It seemed he really needed to find a girlfriend. That way, when faced with such situations again, he wouldn't have to just sit there foolishly like now. Lin Kei and Su Mo didn't exclude him, they even occasionally called him over, treating him as a companion. The problem was that he always felt uncomfortable, especially when facing Lin Kei and Su Mo. The pressure was overwhelming. He had seen many school beauties, but he had no immunity to these two. On the contrary, as the two school beauties became more fashionable and their outfits more glamorous, the feeling they gave him grew stronger. Nowadays, Lin Kei and Su Mo left him with two words: noble. This feeling was like a chasm placed in the middle, making him feel like he and they were from entirely different worlds. If it weren't for Zhang Che, he felt he wouldn't even be able to say a word to women of this caliber. If he were to interact with them calmly and indifferently, he truly couldn't do it. Lin Kei and Su Mo were already like this, and yet Zhang Che even went to provoke Ran and Han Yingying. Although these two didn't have the same nobility as Lin Kei and Su Mo, their looks and charm were not lacking at all, especially Ran, who was really tall, even taller than him. This kid, could he really be a scumbag? All the men in the camp are sizing them up, and there's a constant stream of people trying to flirt, yet this kid managed to bring them over. This was initiated by Lin, the school beauty, so it doesn't make sense. Li Yale couldn't make sense of the situation at all. He felt awkward, completely uncomfortable, wishing he could quickly eat his fill and run back to the tent to hide. And Ran and Han Yingying also discreetly observed Zhang Che and the others for a while. They felt puzzled and curious about their configuration. On the left, Zhao Qingdong and his group, who claimed to be roommates and came together, were somewhat distinct. It was obvious that their relationship wasn't that good. Over there were two boys with 4 girls, while here were also 2 boys, but with 1 more girl. They didn't know what was going on over there, but it was clear that this side centered around Zhang Che. As for Li Yale, he was even more detached, clearly not familiar with these girls. Zhang Che's relationship with these girls also left them exchanging glances, completely unable to understand. Lin Kei was Zhang Che's girlfriend, which was fine no matter how you looked at it, but the others seemed to be too close to Zhang Che. Zhang Che was in charge of the barbecue, taking care of everyone, while Lin Kei and Su Mo were also surrounding and taking care of him. Everyone, while enjoying their food, could casually feed him a bite. Zhang Che was completely unconcerned that they had eaten, and they didn't mind at all, just taking turns feeding each other. Hubby, Zhang Che, try this. Everything felt very natural, no one else sensed anything wrong, and Lin Kei felt the same way. At first, Ran and Han Yingying were a bit shy. Zhang Che busied himself grilling for them, neglecting to eat himself. It was only now that he realized he could grill without lifting a finger and still eat his fill, not delaying anything at all. Under Zhang Che's perfect performance, their side was lively and bustling. On Zhao Qingtong's side, after he helped set up the tent, this camping trip was finally on track. They gathered together to start grilling as well. Although it was still their first time, they occasionally burned some ingredients, but it was nothing serious. However, seeing the laughter and joy over here, Zhang Che surprisingly flirted with 2 beauties again. Whether it was Zhao Qingtang or Zhou Chu, they both felt a pang of bitterness. This Zhang Che is indeed a scumbag, bringing his girlfriend yet still flirting with other women. He just relies on his wealth to do as he pleases. We often advise him to be faithful at school, but he just won't listen. The two exchanged remarks, continuously belittling Zhang Che and speaking ill of him. They wanted to tarnish Zhang Che's image to elevate themselves and gain favor with Zhang Jiaojiu and the others. However, Zhang Jiaojiu and the others were clearly distracted. No matter how attentive Zhao Qingtang was or how much Zhou Chu fawned over them, they frequently glanced over at Zhang Che's side. Occasionally, they would walk over to take a look and feign familiarity to say a few words. With their antics, even Zhao Qingtang and Zhou Chu found themselves drawn over. However, Lin Kei and Su Mo were unwilling to engage with them. This only made Ran and Han Yingying more curious, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at Zhang Che. Zhang Jiaojiu and the others claimed to be Zhao Qingtang's girlfriends and companions, yet they kept finding excuses to come over here. They were clearly much more enthusiastic about Zhang Che than about Zhao Qingtang and Zhou Chu. If it weren't for Lin Kei and Su Mo being present, they might have crowded around Zhang Che. Zhang Che was indeed a bit handsome, with a fresh and sunny appearance that was quite appealing. But he wasn't so stunning as to be earth-shattering. Why did he attract so many girls? Sister Yingying, what kind of person do you think Zhang Che really is? If Lin Kei is his girlfriend, then what is his relationship with Su Mo and the others? And Ran couldn't help but whisper to Han Yingying. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a darkness in front of her, and then a chorus of surprised gasps erupted in the campsite. Oh, the campsite's lights had gone out. It seemed there was a power outage. The scene immediately became noisy, with people shouting loudly about what was happening. By this time, it was already dark outside, and without the lights, the entire campsite was pitch black. The only visible things were the dim stars in the sky and the glowing charcoal from the barbecue. Sorry, there are too many people today, causing the power supply to exceed its capacity, it should be a blown fuse. We sincerely apologize, everyone. Please bear with us for a moment. We will have someone fix it right away. The campsite staff were sweating profusely, busy apologizing and explaining the situation. Everyone was quite displeased, with a chorus of complaints surrounding them. But cursing wouldn't help. It was just a way to vent their emotions. When I came here before, this campsite wasn't this big. It seems they blindly expanded due to booming business. As a result, the facilities couldn't keep up. Suemo shook her head, feeling quite disappointed by this sudden turn of events. Hey, it's not a big deal. It's not something serious. Zhang Che smiled. We're driving electric cars, which can supply power externally. Li Ling, come with me. Let's drive the car over. Just as he stood up, Zhao Qingtang had already shouted loudly from the other side. Zhang Che, the power is out. Hurry up and bring your car over to supply us with electricity. Move faster, we haven't eaten enough yet, and we can't see anything right now. Zhang Che. So now that the power is out and it's dark, I'm being treated like a servant, right? The power outage in the camp didn't affect the charging stations. Moreover, Zhang Che's 2 cars had long been fully charged and moved to the parking lot. He and Li Ling each took a car and drove over. He drove a Lincoln Co. Z20, which he parked directly at Anran and Han Yingying's campsite. We have 2 cars, you can use this one. For convenience, he got out and directly handed the car keys to Han Yingying. If you need anything, just let me know. Han Yingying hesitated a bit, glancing at Zhao Qingtang not far away. She had heard Zhao Qingtang shouting just now. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? At the same time, Zhao Qingtang had rushed over, furious. Zhang Che, I asked you to bring the car over. What do you mean by this? Lin the school beauty is still here, and you just want to please another girl, forgetting your roommate and brother? Zhang Jiaoju and her roommate looked at Zhang Che with resentment. Zhang Che, we also need power, my phone is dead. Zhang Che would rather give the car to 2 unfamiliar women than to them, which hurt their feelings. They are our new friends. The point is, they are more polite than you, my roommate. Zhang Che looked at Zhao Qingtang and said lightly, Zhao young master, do you think I'm someone you can command? Isn't this a time to borrow money from me? When you needed to borrow money, you knew how to be humble, but now that you have the money, you start ordering me around? Zhao Qingtang's expression stiffened, realizing that it was his tone that had upset Zhang Che. Zhang Che was not someone he could command. He was simply used to being arrogant and wanted to show off in front of Zhang Jiaojiao, completely ignoring that Zhang Che was not someone he could control. Zhang Jiaojiao and the others had some complaints about Zhang Che, but now they directed all their anger at Zhao Qingtang. You're really stupid. You don't even know to have a better attitude when asking for help. Who do you think Zhang Che is? Is he someone you can command? Zhang Che is such a good person, so outstanding and wealthy. You don't even know how to build a good relationship with him as your roommate? Using their phones for light, they returned to their campsite, and Zhang Jiaojiao kept complaining. If you could have a better relationship with Zhang Che, would we have to camp separately? Look at that Li Yale, he benefits so much from being with Zhang Che. Now look at yourself. If Zhao Qingtang could have a better relationship with Zhang Che, wouldn't she have more opportunities to get closer to him? The more Zhang Jiaojiao thought about it, the angrier she became, glaring at Zhao Qingtang, who looked like a quail after being scolded. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and think of other ways. Thanks to the popularity of new energy vehicles in recent years, although the camp was out of power, the impact was minimal. Those who drove new energy cars could supply power using their vehicles. Zhang Che's 2 small cars were just average, others had cars with camping modes. It's still more suitable to go out with larger vehicles. Hopefully, next time the luck of drawing a car won't be so bad. Even if they can't get a Ferrari or Lamborghini, at least give them a car more suitable for camping. And Ran and Han Yingying didn't think as much as he did. The 2 beauties were experiencing the convenience of new energy vehicles for the first time. Zhang Che, thank you. The 2 of them connected the power supply, hung up the colorful lights on the tent and canopy, and after getting everything ready, they came over to express their gratitude. It's nothing, you 2 won't use much power anyway, right? Zhang Che was still very willing to help with such tasks, especially since there was a reward involved. He specifically drove the Lincoln Co. Z20 to provide power for Anran and Han Yingying, all for the sake of the reward. Since he had already given the Geely Star Wish to Lin Kei, he had received all the system rewards. If he had driven the Star Wish to provide power for Anran and Han Yingying, it would have been help provided by Lin Kei to them. It had nothing to do with him, so the system wouldn't give any rewards. And now, the reward had been received. The host provided his own car to supply power for Anran's camping. The host provided his own car to supply power for Han Yingying's camping. The campsite suddenly lost power. This was due to their inadequate service, but it unexpectedly brought Zhang Che a pleasant surprise. After meeting Anran and Han Yingying today,
the rewards had already been quite a lot. Just now, after barbecuing for them, he directly doubled the basic reward. Originally, Lin Kei and Su Mo were supposed to receive 10,000 cash and 100 dog-licking points x2. Now, with Ran and Han Yingying added, it doubled from x2 to x4. Awesome! Activities like this can be arranged more often in the future. After enjoying a delicious barbecue meal, they filled their stomachs, and after all the fuss, it was already quite late. Everyone is quite tired from the journey today, let's call it a night. Let's rest. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Kei and the others said goodnight to Ran and Han Yingying before crawling into the tent. I'm going to sleep too. Li Yale helped Zhang Che pack up the remaining items, yawning as he prepared to return to his own tent. Wait, Zhang Che called out to him, do you need power? Li Yale shook his head, I just want to scroll through my phone, the battery is already full. He paused, curious, and asked, I don't need it, but do you still have power? Zhang Che chuckled, I happened to buy a portable power bank. The outdoor power supply he bought from DJI has a capacity of 1.2 kilowatt-hours, which is about 1 kilowatt-hour, enough for use. If Zhao Qingtang's attitude could be a bit better, he wouldn't have to worry about not having power at all. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. With Zhao Qingtang's character, he would rather leave it in use than lend it out. Hee, well done. Li Yale gave him a thumbs up and happily ran back to his tent. Zhang Che glanced over at Zhao Qingtang and the others, seeing that they seemed to still be busy with something, still in a mess. He couldn't be bothered to care anymore, turned off the camping lights outside, and crawled into the tent, zipping up the tent flap. Their tent was spacious enough for 8 people to sleep comfortably, and with only 6 people, it felt even more spacious. In camping, everyone sleeps in their own sleeping bags, so Zhang Che and Su Mo could only be considered in the same space. The tent was chosen by them, and Zhang Che was only responsible for paying the bill and getting the cash back. He only found out later that Lin Kei and Su Mo had bought just one tent. They never intended to stay separately from the beginning. Given their relationship, there was really nothing wrong with sharing a tent. Since they were all willing, Zhang Che naturally wouldn't be pretentious. When he came in, Lin Kei and the others had already changed into their pajamas and were gathered together applying skincare products. Time to sleep. Zhang Che yawned and crawled into the sleeping bag in the middle of the lower row, which was specifically reserved for him. I'm going to sleep first, don't stay up too late, okay? He was indeed tired, and as he crawled into the sleeping bag, he quickly began to doze off. Lin Kei and the others didn't delay too long either. Soon they called out goodnight and turned off the camping lights inside the tent. Meanwhile, Lin Kei on the left crawled into his sleeping bag. Chirp! Zhang Che was almost asleep when he was suddenly jolted awake, his body shivering. The camp had lost power, and all the lights went out. There wasn't even a moon tonight, and the starlight was very dim. The tent Zhang Che and the others bought was of such high quality that it was almost opaque, making it pitch black inside, as if one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. However, just because it was dark didn't mean there was nothing there. Zhang Che was genuinely startled and quickly reached out to pull Lin Kei up. Then, he lowered his voice to a whisper, almost like panting. My sister, we're camping right now, and they're all nearby. Can't you be a little quieter? Lin Kei also lowered her voice, but not as dramatically as he did. Honey, it's fine. They're all asleep, they won't know. After saying this, the pure and innocent school beauty burrowed back into her sleeping bag. Zhang Che understood why she chose a double sleeping bag for them. It was spacious. If it were a single one, there wouldn't be enough room to move. The fire had been lit, and Zhang Che didn't care about anything else. He had never tried this before. He looked around, saw nothing, and felt no movement, which eased his mind considerably. This sneaking around was too thrilling. However, at that moment, Li Ling and the others were curled up in their sleeping bags, sending messages in their group chat. The group was named Zhang Che's Guardians Association, but Zhang Che was not included. Li Ling, Kei is getting bolder. No wonder Zhang Che likes her so much. Zhao Xiaolan, TCH. If Kei had been a moment later, you would have jumped in. Li Ling sent a meme of someone with hands on their hips. I'm doing this for everyone. If Zhang Che is happy, everyone is happy. And if everyone is happy, that's what matters. Feng Qi listened to Zhang Che's breathing. Su Mo, alright, stop chatting nonsense and go to sleep. If it's unbearable, just put on headphones. Feng Qi, hee, I'm not wearing any. Zhao Xiaolan, +1. Li Ling, Su Mo, you're still wearing headphones? Really? Su Mo didn't reply. She wasn't wearing headphones at all but was instead straining to listen. Zhao Xiaolan, TSK. It's dark and windy, and we're all sleeping nearby. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Feng Qi, how about we give Zhang Che something even more exciting? Li Ling, don't do that. Kei said we can't raise Zhang Che's threshold too high all at once, otherwise, it'll be hard to satisfy him later. Feng Qi sent a cute blushing emoji. What are you thinking, Lingling?
That's not what she meant. What I mean is, should we suddenly turn on the light to scare Zhang Che? Pretend to be half asleep, turn on the light, and then act like we didn't notice anything and turn it off to go back to sleep. Zhao Xiaolan, Shichi, you're so bad. Suemo finally sent another message. Don't scare Zhang Che too much. I've heard that men can't handle being scared at times like this. Li Ling, that's not true. No matter what, we can't scare Zhang Che to that extent. But it's only the first night, we don't need to go that hard right away. I reckon if we just make a bit of noise turning over and pretend to mumble in our sleep, that should be enough to get to him. Feng Qi, is that so? I'll give it a try. She sent a message, locked her phone screen, and poked her head out of the sleeping bag, turning over forcefully. At the same time, she hummed a few sounds. Zhang Che was indeed startled and immediately held his breath, his originally rapid breathing stopping all at once. After a while, realizing there was no other movement, he slowly resumed breathing, which then quickened again. Damn, that scared the life out of him. This was really thrilling. In the group chat, Li Ling and the others almost laughed out loud, each one getting interested in finding ways to excite Zhang Che. Just as Zhang Che was startled and stimulated beyond compare by them, in the tent below, and Ran and Han Yingying were still unable to sleep, continuing to discuss topics related to him. And, what kind of person do you think Zhang Che really is? Their tent was equally dark, with only fingers stretching out into the void. And Ran lay straight, her eyes wide open, looking up at the ceiling even though she could see nothing. I guess he must be a rich young master, the kind with a lot of money. Whether it's Lin Kei, Su Mo, or Li Ling and the others, their relationships with him are not simple. I think you must have guessed that too. Although it's absurd, it should be just like that. Han Yingying turned on her side, facing and Ran and smiled. I really did guess that, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. They're all still students, yet each one is adorned with luxury goods. Just one of their bags is worth more than I could earn in half a year. And those in the left camp are also eager to get close to Zhang Che. After saying this, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This world. And Rant's tone was calm and unruffled. This world is indeed like that. In the past 2 years, I've seen even more absurd things while working part-time as a model. In fact, I've encountered it myself. Han Yingying, however, was not so indifferent. Her tone was filled with helplessness. I am no different. I study dance, and I've seen all sorts of absurdities during my time at school. I've actually encountered your situation too, but I refused. And Rant's voice became a bit low, and in the darkness, tears streamed down her cheeks. But I can't refuse. Once these words were spoken, both fell into silence. Han Yingying reached out to embrace and Ran, offering her comfort. After being held, and Rant's tears flowed even more fiercely, and she couldn't help but choke up. Han Yingying didn't say anything more because she didn't know how to comfort her. She knew that no matter what she said, it would be in vain. She just held and Ran, crying together. It was for and Ran, but also for herself. After a while, and Rant's emotions finally calmed down, she stopped sobbing and wiped her tears. Han Yingying called out again, if you have to choose someone, then why not choose Zhang Che? And Ran was taken aback. Choose him? Han Yingying replied, yes. Look, at least he's young and handsome, right? And I feel like he's really quite a good person. Look at Lin Kei and the others. Their happiness comes from the heart. This shows that no matter what their relationship is, they are all willing, and Zhang Che hasn't mistreated them. If you are destined to fall into darkness, then why not choose a darkness that isn't so deep? I can't help you with anything, but I sincerely hope you can stay away from violence, away from perverts, away from those human beasts. And Ran fell silent, and the tears that had just stopped began to flow again. You're right, at least I can decide who to choose, she murmured, and after hearing this, Han Yingying lost control and hugged her tightly. And, I'm sorry. I can't help you, I can't even protect myself right now, and I don't know how to navigate the future. I'm sorry, I brought you here hoping to escape all troubles and relax a bit, but in the end, we're still talking about these things. And Ran didn't respond. This time, it was her turn to hold Han Yingying tightly. The next day, when Zhang Che woke up, he found that the large tent was empty except for him. Lin Kei, Su Mo, and the others had already woken up first, not disturbing him, and had gone to wash up on their own. Yawn, he stretched lazily and got up, only to hear cheerful laughter from outside. The girls had returned. Good morning, Zhang Che, you're awake. Li Ling, who came in first, greeted him with a smile, completely unchanged from usual. Then, watching them file in, he felt a bit guilty. Last night, with one turning over and another mumbling in their sleep, there had been quite a bit of noise. It was the first time he realized that each of them was not very quiet while sleeping. Yet Lin Kei kept pressing him, which really stimulated him. Looking at Li Ling and the others' reactions now, it seemed they had truly slept soundly and hadn't seen what happened. But experiencing such an environment for the first time, Zhang Che still felt as if he was being watched. He felt guilty, but at the same time, he had indeed gained an unprecedented experience. The more thrilling it felt, the more guilty he became,
feeling as if he had turned them into a part of a play. "I'll go wash my face and brush my teeth first." Pretending to greet them casually, he grabbed his toiletries and dashed out. After he left, Li Ling and Lin Kei exchanged glances, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, why do I feel like he's fleeing in panic? This is all your fault, you scared him. Ha, his reaction is really cute. Kei, how was it? Wasn't it thrilling? I'm telling you." The 5 girls huddled together, whispering and laughing from time to time. By the time Zhang Che returned after washing up, they had all returned to normal, fiddling with the kitchen utensils on the table. "Are you hungry? Let me make breakfast. Today we'll have noodles as planned." At home, cooking was always Zhang Che's responsibility, and camping was no exception. This time, Ran and Han Yingying could also earn rewards, with the basic reward directly at X4. Since he was making breakfast, Li Ling and the others didn't slack off either, cleaning the scallions, cilantro, and other seasonings. Soon, he had everything ready, and the noodles could go into the pot, so he looked at Lin Kei. "Senior, can you check if Ran and Han Yingying are up? Invite them to eat." Last night, they had brought the ingredients over, and they were still with them. Ran and Han Yingying had hardly slept at all last night and were already up early, having strolled around the campsite. When they came over and saw Zhang Che making breakfast, they were quite surprised. To them, Zhang Che was a wealthy and extravagant young master, living a flashy life. But now this young master was making breakfast, and he seemed very skilled at it. The barbecue from last night could be understood as just a moment of enthusiasm while out having fun. But now, seeing him so adept at making breakfast, Lin Kei and Suemo seemed to take it for granted. This made them feel it was a bit unreasonable. 2 beautiful women surrounded by 3 younger girls, with 4 others watching eagerly. Did making breakfast really require his personal touch? Ran and Han Yingying exchanged glances, feeling that this was a bit upside down. "You came just in time, this is for you." Zhang Che served each of them a bowl, and the aroma wafting from the bowls immediately made them eager to eat. Then, they were very surprised to discover that it was already strange enough for this young master to personally make breakfast, but it was also very delicious. It seemed he was a young master who loved cooking. That was the only explanation they could come up with. "My husband's cooking is pretty good, right?" Lin Kei proudly beamed at them, warmly inviting them to eat. "If you like it, eat a bit more, and there's more." Ran, enjoying the food with Lin Kei, couldn't help but praise Zhang Che's cooking skills. "I have to say, Zhang Che, your cooking really surprised us. I often cook too, but I can't make it taste like this." Before their words had even settled, on the left, Zhang Jiao and the others had already gathered around. The 4 girls walked ahead, while Zhao Qingtang and Zhou Chu lagged behind, fidgeting. "Zhang Che, can you give us some too?" Zhang Jiao looked at Zhang Che with a pitiful expression. "The electricity hasn't come yet, we can't make breakfast, and we're almost starving." In this situation, Zhang Che really couldn't refuse them. After all, they had come together, and he couldn't just let them go hungry, could he? "I can't just give you some of this directly, unfortunately, I've already finished what I just cooked." The last bowl of noodles had been taken by Li Yale. If it weren't for this camping trip, he wouldn't have known that Zhang Che could actually cook like this. His surprise was no less than that of Ran and Han Yingying, his eyes nearly popping out. He even felt that Zhang Che's cooking skills might be just as crucial in making Lin Kei and the others devoted to him, not just for money. Because of Lin Kei and the others, he didn't dare to take more for himself at first. In the end, it was just too delicious, and seeing that Lin Kei and the others were already full, he finally finished off the leftovers. So, at this moment, Zhang Che could only shrug his shoulders in helplessness towards Zhang Jiao and the others. "However, we have already prepared the seasonings and everything. There are still plenty of noodles, more than enough. You can come over here to cook." Since he agreed, Lin Kei and the others naturally had no objections. Zhang Jiao and the others were instantly overjoyed, thanking him repeatedly. "This is enough, this is enough, we can cook ourselves. We also brought noodles." "Zhang Che, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have gone hungry today." Zhang Jiao and the others had always been very warm towards Zhang Che, and their gratitude was not surprising. What was unexpected was that Zhao Qingtang also seriously thanked him. "Zhang Che, thank you." Not only did she thank him, but she also turned to scold Zhou Chu. "Have you gone mute? Can't even say thank you?" Zhou Chu obediently replied, "Thank you, Zhang Che." This left not just Zhang Che, but even Li Yale and Lin Kei completely stunned. What the hell? What's going on? This guy actually knows how to say thank you? Everyone involuntarily turned their gaze to Zhang Jiao. Impressive, she really knows how to train them. She even got Zhao Qingtang to say thank you. Zhang Jiao had Zhao Qingtang in check, and Zhao Qingtang had Zhou Chu in check. It was a chain of control. After being dumbfounded for a while, Zhang Che finally shook his head and turned to Suemo.
Let them handle it themselves. Master, can we set off now?
At this point, the sun was shining brightly, and they had all eaten and drunk enough. He was eager to go play some downhill. By the way, he also called in Ran and Han Ying to join.